Chapter 105. Yuhao in the original time and space was completely brainwashed by Shrek Academy. Yuhao's face became uglier the more he thought about it. He understood more and more how wrong he had been in the past. He could have done better, but for various reasons he didn't. That's why he was far surpassed by his parallel world self. Faced with these situations, I don't know what I would do in the parallel world. The more he pondered, the more curious he became. He suddenly looked forward to seeing his parallel world self again and how he would deal with these issues. Surely, he wouldn't make the same wrong choices as himself, right? So he couldn't help but glance at the screen on the other side. Unfortunately, the screen from the parallel world still didn't light up. The screen remained dark. Thus, Yuhao could only continue to watch the screen showing the original world. I can only reflect on myself again. At this moment, on the screen depicting the original time and space, Yuhao immediately returned to Shrek Academy after leaving the far north. He revealed his second martial soul and successfully garnered the attention of Shrek Academy. After attending a meeting of the Sea God Pavilion, Yuhao joined both the martial soul and soul guidance departments to train simultaneously. At this point, Yuhao was in a very happy mood. Because at that moment, Yuhao had essentially been completely brainwashed by Shrek Academy. He regarded Shrek Academy as his home and felt an extremely strong sense of belonging there. For Yuhao, it was natural that he wanted the recognition of his parents, that is, Shrek Academy. Now, from his perspective, Shrek Academy had completely acknowledged him, and even the high-ranking officials of the martial soul and soul guidance departments were vying for his attention. What could make him feel happier than this? As a result, at that moment, Yuhao felt a profound sense of pride in his heart. Look, Shrek Academy, you looked down on me before, but now I've been reborn, so you have to look up to me. This feeling was akin to a child wanting to earn their parents' affection. After witnessing this scene, the Soul Masters found themselves at a loss for words. They hadn't expected Yuhao, in the original world, to have such a diminished desire for ambition. He felt complacent merely to be valued by Shrek Academy. This was truly too unambitious. Moreover, the fact that he could harbor such thoughts meant he had been completely tamed by Shrek Academy. From now on, he was a member of Shrek Academy in life and a ghost of Shrek Academy in death. Kai and Rinxu couldn't help but sigh after watching this. This is sad. She continued to focus on the screen. She discovered that the forthcoming scene was the appreciation meeting. He even received a red card from Shrek Academy. Yuhao in the parallel world chose not to use it. However, Yuhao in the original time and space opted to use it immediately. He was not afraid of becoming highly bound to Shrek Academy at all, he even craved it. Thus, when utilizing this kind of privilege, Yuhao in the original time and space experienced no psychological burdens whatsoever. In fact, he desired more. Naturally, after using these rewards, he felt even more grateful toward Shrek Academy and hoped to repay it in the future. This is a two-way reciprocation. Bibaidong shook her head, boring. When will we get to the footage from the original time and space? It's still Yuhao, just the Yuhao from the parallel world. I'm looking forward to and curious about his future development. But I can't stand watching Yuhao from the original time and space. It's simply disgusting. Kong Deming commented, he's entirely molded by Shrek Academy. To put it bluntly, under these circumstances, as long as Shrek Academy provides him with a slight justification to kill or destroy, I doubt he would refuse at all. This man is completely useless. And on the screen, Yuhao, completely unaware of his brainwashing by Shrek Academy, lived in great satisfaction there. Until one day, the top officials of Shrek Academy ordered him to participate in the Grand Battle Trials. This event was for selecting the sites for the Soul Master competition, and Shrek Academy required Yuhao to win. Yuhao naturally agreed without hesitation. He performed exceptionally well in the selection competition. Ultimately, he triumphed in the competition. Shrek Academy also sent Elder Xuan to guide Yuhao and the others in their training. Yuhao had endless admiration and respect for such a formidable figure as Elder Xuan. Finally, after a day of training, Elder Xuan, Wang Yan, and others led Yuhao and the other trainees out of Shrek Academy. He said seriously, "This place isn't far from the academy. I have something important to convey in advance. 7 little guys on the reserve team, you need to listen carefully. This will be relevant to your future path in the academy." Everyone immediately became serious after hearing this. Yuhao felt so nervous that he didn't dare to utter a word and focused intently on listening. Xuan Zai continued, "Our Shrek Academy has a history of over 10,000 years. Generally, a powerful soul master can live for at least 200 years, if not longer. The academy welcomes students who pass assessments into the inner courtyard almost every year. However, there are now fewer than 100 inner courtyard disciples left in Shrek Academy. Do you know why?" "Yes, why?" "In such a large Shrek Academy, there are only fewer than 100 inner courtyard disciples left. This is utterly unreasonable." After hearing this, the soul masters in the gaps between the planes looked on seriously, their faces puzzled. They continued to watch the screen. "Zhu Sanchi, it's because the seniors graduated and left, right?" Xuan Zai shook his head and said, "You are partly correct. Some inner courtyard disciples did leave the academy after graduation. However, I want to address the other group, those disciples who failed to graduate from the academy." A group of soul masters in the gap between the planes murmured, "What does he mean? Disciples who have not graduated? Aren't they still studying at Shrek Academy? Otherwise, where else would they go if they haven't graduated?" Chapter 106, Can you die in battle while going to school? Do students go to school or go to war? After hearing the conversation between Xuan Zai and Su Sanchi on the screen, the soul masters in the plane gap suddenly felt it was very outrageous. After all, information about the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy has always been confidential. All students are required to keep it secret. So, in the entire DOLOU continent, not many people know the truth about the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. Now, after hearing what Xuan Zai said on the screen, the soul masters in the plane gap felt extremely outraged. Everyone opened their eyes wide and stared at the screen. And on the screen, Xuan Zai continued to speak, but his voice was more worn. "They are all good kids. Although they did not graduate, their names remain on the college's roster. They take the ideals of the college as their own. They are not without the ability to graduate, but they died for the college's ideals." Jing Hongshen died in battle. What the hell is this? They are students, not soldiers. Shrek Academy is an academy, not a military camp. How can you talk about dying in battle? Is this old fool, Xuan Zai, talking nonsense? Jing Hongshen was the first to express his opinion after hearing this. Then, several voices of approval came from the chat room one after another. Kong Deming, "It's truly outrageous. This is the first time I've heard that someone could die in battle while in school. This feels like a knife cutting your butt. It's eye-opening." Su Jiawei, "Don't get so excited. There may be some inside story. Let's continue watching." Dubusi, "What inside story? Anyway, this is the first time I've heard that someone could die in battle while in school. Now I want to see how Xuan Zai explains it." They continued to watch the screen. At this moment on the screen, Xuan Zai continued, "Many students from the outer academy are qualified to enter the inner academy, but many chose to leave after graduating from the outer academy. Joining the inner academy of Shrek Academy does not only mean learning more and having better teachers, it also means shouldering a heavy responsibility. Those students who did not choose to join the inner academy believed they were not capable enough to bear this responsibility, so they left after swearing to keep it a secret. The academy respects every student's choice, but what I want to say is that all the students who choose to join the inner academy for further study are remarkable. They are not deserters, they all have courage. They are not only heroes of the academy, but also heroes of the entire DOLOU continent." Dubusi, "Haha, this old man wants to be a saint." Just now, he was mocking those students who did not join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy as if they were incompetent, and then he claims that Shrek Academy respects every student's choice. Is this inconsistent? And then he states that the students who join the inner courtyard for further study are all good, that they are not deserters, and that they all have courage. What, if they don't join your inner courtyard, they become a deserter and lack courage? This old man is strange. Xuanzai said in a deep voice. It cannot be denied that from the moment you became a candidate disciple, one of your feet has already stepped into the inner courtyard. But it is precisely because, before I truly take you away from Shrek Academy, I must confirm whether you are willing to take on the responsibilities of the inner court. If you don't want to, you can return to the academy now, and no one will blame you. But let me tell you, you will have lost an opportunity because the reason why the inner court disciples are so powerful is also related to this responsibility. But once again, the academy will not force you. If you are afraid after learning the specifics, you only need to swear to keep it secret. Can you do that? Yuhao and the others immediately answered loudly, yes. Seeing this, Xuanzai nodded with satisfaction and continued. The DOLOU continent is vast, and its collision with the Sun-Moon continent has brought even more challenges. Among all 4 empires, the Sun-Moon Empire has the largest area and is rich in various mineral resources. However, they are outsiders. Despite thousands of years that have passed, they remain out of tune in the hearts of the 3 nations of the original DOLOU continent and cannot be fully accepted. This has caused mutual opposition. Although there are no large-scale wars on the mother continent, disputes are always present. If it is just a dispute between ordinary people, then even if something happens, it will not cause too much damage. But if it is a dispute between soul masters, it is a different story. Not all soul masters are kind. Many are inflated by their power, possessing the arrogance of being the best in the world and even harboring evil thoughts. These individuals can bring great harm to ordinary people. It is not uncommon for evil soul masters to commit atrocities, and often, the higher the talent and cultivation of a soul master, the greater the destructive power they wield if they go astray. Once, there was a tragedy when a soul emperor slaughtered a village just because the food was distasteful. Why did this happen? Because the soul master's abilities far outstrip those of ordinary people, resulting in a lack of supervision and restraint. At this point, Xuanzai's tone suddenly became elevated. We Shrek Academy never claim to be righteous, but we do not want to see such tragedies occur. Therefore, about 6,000 years ago, the Academy initiated the division between the inner and outer courtyards. The separation of the inner and outer courtyards is a simple division of strength in the eyes of outsiders, and it can even seem unfair to the disciples of the outer courtyard. Many believe that the best teachers are found in the inner courtyard. However, this is not entirely true. The pressure and responsibilities that the inner courtyard must bear are unimaginable for outer courtyard disciples, and this responsibility is called supervision. As Xuanzai spoke, his emotions grew more intense. You must be wondering, supervision? Supervision of what? What we want to oversee is not all the injustices on the continent. In reality, that is impossible. The DOLOU continent is too vast. The 4 empires combined house an incalculable population. Shrek City alone has a permanent and floating population of more than 5 million. We only have those disciples in the inner courtyard, and it is simply not feasible for us to manage everything. Therefore, we can only supervise the soul masters. Our focus is on individuals, even officials, but we will never target a nation. Chapter 107, Exploiting Students. Where did we exploit them? It has been like this for years. We at Shrek Academy have our intelligence sources. When malicious incidents occur on the continent that the country cannot or does not supervise, or when a soul master commits evil, we call upon inner courtyard disciples to resolve the issue. At this time, our inner courtyard students are referred to as monitors or Shrek Academy monitors. Furthermore, our inner courtyard has another name, the Shrek Academy Inspection Team. Currently, I serve as the deputy head of this inspection team. When Xuanzai said this, his face brimmed with pride, and he continued. You must be wondering, since there are less than 100 people in our inner courtyard, and the continent is so vast, how do we supervise everything? I can assure you that, regardless of the country, even the largest, the Sun-Moon continent, they would never dare to underestimate our Shrek supervisory group. Although there are currently fewer than 100 disciples in the academy, according to records, over 20,000 students have graduated from our Shrek Academy's outer courtyard. Additionally, nearly 1,000 supervisors have graduated from our Shrek Academy. Casualties occur frequently in the inner courtyard, but I can confidently say that everyone who leaves Shrek Academy is among the elite of humanity. Moreover, Shrek Academy boasts the finest teaching team on the entire continent, with every teacher who remains at the academy also serving as a supervisor. Xuanzai had already begun to brainwash Yuhao and the others. He then presented another demand. Every inner court disciple is an inspector and must complete 30 inspection tasks before graduation. The process of completing these tasks not only tests the strength of the inner court disciples, but also their character. What we strive to cultivate at Shrek Academy is not merely individuals with strength, but true talents willing to maintain peace and stability on the continent. Furthermore, the inspection team does not receive compensation. Instead, it provides you with tremendous growth opportunities. Now, you must give me your answer. Join or quit. After making this statement, Elder Xuan finally paused. He was full of confidence, believing that his previous words would surely impress Yuhao and the others. At that moment, Yuhao and the others appeared visibly excited by what he had said, their faces flushed, so he calmly awaited their response. In the gap between the planes, however, all the soul masters fell into silence after watching this scene. They needed a considerable amount of time and energy to digest the information they had just received from Xuanzai. Eventually, they managed to figure everything out. However, countless loopholes and inconsistencies began to emerge. Many couldn't help but start expressing their opinions in the chat room. Jing Hongchen, no, after all this talk, isn't this just exploiting students? They are forcing the students of Shrek Academy to join the inner courtyard and work for them. If you don't want to, you can't join the inner courtyard. Isn't this coercion? Kong Deming, and who gave them the right? Do they think Shrek Academy is the patron saint of the DOLOU continent? Are justice and evil determined solely by Shrek Academy? Then, who can assure us that Shrek Academy's decisions are correct? Dubusi. Of course, the most outrageous part is that there is no reward for joining the supervisory group. People work hard without any compensation, and some students have even died because of it. This Shrek Academy is truly black-hearted. How can they do something like this? And then they claim that those who survive and graduate are talented. I work for you for free, complete 30 tasks, and face numerous life and death situations. How can I not grow from that? So, Shrek Academy is essentially profiting from nothing. Everyone in the chat room couldn't help but voice their opinions. After they learned the truth about the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, they realized how outrageous the situation was. One by one, they expressed their views on the matter. But what they didn't know was that there were some involved parties in this situation. For instance, the so-called source of information for Shrek Academy is nothing more than various employers. Why are there officials among the people accepting tasks from Shrek Academy? It's because sometimes officials cannot come forward due to specific matters, so they use special channels to pay a significant sum to let the members of the Shrek Academy inspection team take action. To this day, these employers remain unaware that the members of Shrek Academy are working for free. Some even provide compensation to the families of those members of the inspection team who died in the line of duty. However, as it stands, all such funds should be embezzled by Shrek Academy. This reality gives many employers a thorough understanding of Shrek Academy's nature. Yet, they haven't disclosed these inside stories. It would not be beneficial for them to reveal such information. And indeed, many of them need to use the sharp blade of the Shrek inspection team to carry out tasks that were previously inconvenient to address. As for the fact that inner courtyard students work for Shrek Academy without compensation, while they may feel it's unfortunate, they did not expose it for their interests, and to avoid incurring Shrek Academy's ire. However, many people and soul masters across the DOLOU continent were displeased. Shrek Academy, are you going too far? You are exploiting students completely. That's right, this is the first time I've learned about such things. If I had known earlier, I would not have allowed my child to join the inner courtyard of your Shrek Academy. Many individuals in the chat room expressed their opinions. They all voiced strong dissatisfaction with the situation. Yet, Xuanzai had previously provided a form of inoculation by laying the groundwork on the screen. So Yan Shayaj was not speechless at this moment. He responded firmly in the chat room. The reason for this is for the peace and stability of the entire DOLOU continent. We at Shrek Academy have our ideals, and it just so happens that this group of students is also fighting for the ideals of the academy. Our Shrek Academy has always been grateful to our students. As for exploitation, how can this be considered exploitation? We at Shrek Academy do not gain anything from these activities. Where is the exploitation? Yan Shayaj began to argue once more. This left the crowd speechless. After all, none of the insiders and employers came forward to expose the truth. As a result, Shrek Academy had never been caught in wrongdoing. Thus, after their argument, no one could take action against them, nor could anyone condemn them morally. At that moment on the screen, after hearing Xuanzai's words, Yuhao and his group immediately agreed. Yuhao, I am willing to join the inner court. Chapter 108, Parallel World Scene, play again. At this moment, upon seeing Yuhao's answer on the screen, the soul masters in the gap between the planes couldn't help but wear questioning expressions on their faces. They were all dumbfounded. After watching the previous scene on the screen, they felt their minds had frozen. They stared blankly for a long time. It was only after a moment that they fully regained their senses. However, the faces of the soul masters were filled with disbelief. A group of soul masters couldn't help but express their thoughts. No way, how can he agree to this? Is Yuhao's brain messed up in the original timeline? Didn't he just hear those outrageous demands made by Xuanzai? As soon as he joins the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, he has to complete 30 tasks for free before he can graduate. Moreover, these tasks are unpaid and life-threatening. Is he going to engage in a business transaction that is sure to lose him money? The group of soul masters voiced their confusion. Jing Hongchen couldn't help but exhale in relief. It seems like Yuhao in the original timeline has been completely brainwashed by Shrek Academy from this moment onward. Or perhaps the disciples who can join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy have essentially all been brainwashed. Normal individuals would not be willing to undertake such a task without any benefits. Kong Deming added, it can only be said that Shrek Academy's methods are indeed superb. And Yuhao in this original world is quite easy to manipulate. It's a pity he didn't come to our Sun Moon Imperial Academy first. Otherwise, I'm sure he wouldn't be able to leave our Sun Moon Empire. Bibai Dong remarked, that's why I say he's too simple. And that mindset isn't good. Without his thoughts, he is destined to be led by others. Right now it's Shrek Academy, but later, who will lead him then? I can't even bear to think about it. Kaiyan Renksu said, if the same situation occurs for Yuhao in the parallel world, it should be different, right? Bibai Dong replied, of course. I dare say that if Xuanzai in the parallel world dares to make such a request, Yuhao in the parallel world will refuse. I have a lot of confidence in the Yuhao over there. Kaiyan Renksu agreed, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, if it were Yuhao in the parallel world, he would never be deceived so easily. He has always been very rational, knowing exactly what he wants, and naturally wouldn't be swayed by small favors from others. As this thought percolated, many of the soul masters present couldn't help but murmur. Speaking of which, has the original timeline been shown for quite a while now? And there have been enough events played out. Logically speaking, it should be time to transition to Yuhao in the parallel world, right? Some soul masters concurred with this sentiment and couldn't help but voice their agreement. Indeed, it has been quite a lengthy showcase. And compared to Yuhao in the parallel world, the story from the original timeline feels far too tedious and uneventful. Many soul masters expressed their thoughts in unison. At that moment, on the two screens in the air, the footage showcasing Yuhao from the original timeline suddenly went dark. Simultaneously, the visuals and sound completely vanished. This left all the Soul Masters slightly stunned. Then, a profound joy spread across their faces. Having watched movies before, they understood the playback rules. Generally speaking, as soon as the footage of the original timeline goes dark, the parallel world footage begins. So they turned their attention to the screen showing the parallel world. And with their anticipation growing, the image depicting Yuhao in the parallel world suddenly illuminated. Images showcasing Yuhao in the parallel world began to surface. To allow the Soul Masters in the gap between the planes to recall the previous narrative, the scenes presented were the last moments before the previous interruption. For instance, Yuhao in the parallel world demonstrated his prowess in the Soul Master competition, defeating Ningtian and Dai Huabin's team and slapping Zhou Yi in the face. Another significant moment was when he exhibited impressive self-control by rejecting the extraordinary rewards offered by Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj, such as soul bones and red cards. Upon witnessing these scenes, even though it was merely a simple playback of events, the faces of the Soul Masters in the plane gap erupted with intense excitement. It's Yuhao in the parallel world. That's the kind of vibe we want. So strong. In comparison, the experiences of the original world seem so cowardly. Finally, I don't have to sit through those timid scenes anymore. And it's incredibly thrilling. When Yuhao in the parallel world faces the challenges that the original Yuhao experienced, what choices will he make? The Soul Masters couldn't help but discuss eagerly. Everyone's gaze returned to the screen with excitement. Indeed, I'm quite curious to see what he will do in the parallel world. Let's witness it again. Yuhao himself felt anticipation. After all, based on the clips of the original timeline he had previously watched, along with the comments made by everyone in the chat room, he felt a whirlwind of differing insights within himself. He began to question whether his prior actions were indeed the right choices. Yet he lacked a concrete benchmark to compare to. Yuhao believed that his counterpart in the parallel world could provide that benchmark. Thus, he looked forward to seeing how the version of himself in the parallel world would address the challenges he had faced before. He was filled with anticipation. He focused intently on the screen. At that moment, a new scene appeared after a brief replay of the plot. It was now the second day. Early the next morning, Yuhao got up as usual because he had to go to school. He woke Wang Donger, who was sleeping next to him. They brushed their teeth, washed their faces together, enjoyed a simple breakfast, and then walked toward Shrek Academy together. Chapter 109, Parallel Yuhao running for class monitor. Wu Feng, say something. Yuhao and Wang Donger are moving quickly. Their home is not very far from Shrek Academy. After a short time, Yuhao and Wang Donger arrive at Shrek Academy. However, upon arriving at the academy, they begin looking for their classroom. This is also the main reason they came to Shrek Academy earlier than usual today. After completing the freshman competition, the school would assign them to new classes. Thus, confirming their class information is the most important task for them today. I didn't expect to be assigned to the freshman class again this time. Fortunately, the teacher is not Zhou Ye. The head teacher is Wang Yan, and the assistant head teacher is Mu Jin. This is acceptable. As long as the teacher is not Zhou Yi, it's fine. After a round of exploration, Yuhao and Wang Donger soon discovered their class information. What made them feel most fortunate was that they had been assigned to the same class. Now, whether it is Yuhao or Wang Donger, they share extremely deep feelings for one another. They can even be considered inseparable. Naturally, they hoped to study in the same class together. Finding out they were in the same class left both of them in a better mood. They then walked directly into the freshman class. The two quickly found empty seats and took their places at the same table. Because Yuhao was well-liked, most students in the class knew him and shared a good relationship with him. Seeing Yuhao in the same class brought joy to everyone. Particularly for girls like Lan Liuliu and Lan Susu, the two sisters rushed to the seat behind Yuhao and sat down. Their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at him. Of course, there were also a few who had opinions about Yuhao. For example, Wu Feng and Dai Huobin. They were also in the same class as Yuhao. So, upon realizing they were in the same class, both Dai Huobin and Wu Feng's faces visibly darkened. This scene naturally sparked a heated discussion among the soul masters in the gap between the planes. Zio, ha ha ha, look at those two, their faces turned black in an instant. It's uglier than feces. I bet they're both really angry about sharing a class with Yuhao. Jiang Nanan, that's right, they had smiles on their faces just a second ago and now it's gone. If that's the case, the situation is similar to what Yuhao experienced in the original timeline. I remember they were quite jumpy back then. Especially Wu Feng, who specifically targeted Yuhao. I just wonder if she still has the guts this time. Su Sanchi, known for his sharp wit, had been unsatisfied with these two since witnessing Yuhao being bullied in the original timeline. He couldn't resist teasing them. Unless they're itching for trouble, they definitely wouldn't dare to act. But what if someone is like that? After all, there are perverts with masochistic tendencies. Even Yuhao couldn't help but chuckle. Third senior brother, you are harsh. Bebe, is this the first time you've met him? His mouth is quite foul. Su Sanchi, it's not so bad when talking about others, but I don't want to hear that from you, Bebe. As they spoke, they turned their attention back to the screen. Everyone was eager to see how Wu Feng and Dai Huobin would react. And on the screen, although Wu Feng and Dai Huobin were dissatisfied, they didn't say anything for a moment. They simply sat down in two corners of the class with gloomy expressions. The students in the class waited patiently. Not long after, Wang Yan arrived. As the head teacher, it was his responsibility to arrange the class seating, so he came in early. Hello, students. I am Wang Yan, your head teacher. In the future, I will learn and grow alongside you. Please guide me. Wang Yan first introduced himself to the students. His tone was gentle and his demeanor elegant. After briefly introducing himself, he addressed the class. Now, let's elect the class monitor and vice monitor. Since all the students in our class are sole masters from the attack and control departments, the monitor and vice monitor will be selected respectively from the attack and control departments. We will rotate these positions every month. I will nominate candidates, and then everyone will vote anonymously. Zio, the big moment is coming. Jiang Nanan, Wu Feng and Dai Huobin are bound to stir up trouble at this point, right? Su Sanchi, I wonder if they still dare to cause a scene. Wang Donger, this is truly exciting. After Wang Yan finished speaking, he turned to the blackboard and wrote down the names. He listed Attack Department in the first row, writing below it the names Wang Dong, Dai Huobin, Zhou Sichen, Huang Chushin, and Wu Feng. In the second row, he wrote Control Department, listing Yuhao, Cao Jingshuan, Lan Liuliu, and Lan Susu. A total of 9 names appeared on the blackboard, and the order in which Wang Yan wrote them reflected his thoughts. After all, Yuhao's team had just won the championship in the freshman competition, showcasing their outstanding performances, so Wang Yan had high confidence in their strength. However, Wang Yan was also a relatively democratic teacher. He didn't favor dictatorship. After writing the names of the 9 nominees, he deliberately asked the class, if you have any objections to the nominees, please raise them now. After he finished speaking, he waited a moment, giving the students time to express their opinions. But the entire classroom fell silent. No one showed any dissatisfaction with the students he had just nominated. Similarly, Wu Feng and Dai Huobin, while looking unhappy, did not stand up to speak. Thus, Wang Yan quickly announced, in that case, let's begin the voting. Chapter 110, Learning to the End, a new goal for the parallel Yuhao. The screen kept playing. As they watched the election for class monitor unfold, all the soul masters in the entire plane gap showed expressions of strong anticipation. They had witnessed this scene before in the original timeline's footage. Back then, both Wu Feng and Dai Huobin had jumped out to cause trouble in an extremely arrogant manner. So this time, all the soul masters were eager to see how they would respond. They kept their eyes on the screen, discussing what they saw. Zio, here we go, it's finally time. I didn't expect Teacher Wang to give them a chance to express their opinions. Jiang Nanan, but it seems they don't dare to speak up. We've been waiting for so long. If they dared to voice their opinions, they would have done so by now. Sure enough, when confronted with Yuhao from the parallel world, neither Wu Feng nor Dai Huabin had the guts to act. Su Sanchi remarked, "Is this the so-called bullying of the weak and fearing the strong? Even Wu Feng and Dai Huabin are afraid of getting beat." As they observed the screen, everyone couldn't help but voice their thoughts. They were keen to see if Dai Huabin and Wu Feng would find the courage to stand up and create trouble. However, the result was that both remained remarkably quiet. Though the expressions on their faces were quite grim, they resembled two punching bags, unwilling to show their dissatisfaction. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded smoothly. It is so. Strength is everything. The bigger the fist, the harder it hits. Yuhao couldn't help but sigh. They were dissatisfied with themselves, and because Yuhao in the parallel world was stronger, Wu Feng and Dai Huabin didn't dare to protest. This made Yuhao feel a hint of envy. Although they were all versions of Yuhao, he aspired to be the powerful, intelligent, and opinionated Yuhao shown on the screen. Compared to him, he felt utterly inadequate. So he resolved to transform himself. He continued to gaze at the screen. On the screen, the following scene was nothing special. Since Wu Feng and Dai Huabin didn't stand up to create trouble, the subsequent drama naturally fizzled out. Wang Yan swiftly asked the class to vote. The result of the election was that Yuhao and Wang Donger received a large majority of the votes and secured the positions of class monitor and vice monitor. After all, the strengths of the two were evident to all students in the class. To put it bluntly, even Wu Feng and Dai Huabin didn't dare to stir up trouble, which signified that the other students were even less courageous. Thus, the students were largely convinced by Yuhao and Wang Donger. It was no surprise that the final vote yielded such results. Wang Yan promptly announced the appointments of Yuhao and Wang Donger. Following that, Wang Yan efficiently screened other class positions. The class officially began after all the screenings were completed. Before the class commenced, however, Yuhao felt a sense of anticipation. His learning ability was exceptional. Though he felt that he had learned a lot from Jin at the start, with his constant improvement and enrichment of knowledge, he began to feel that Jin could no longer meet his needs. As Yuhao grasped everything Jin taught him, he considered it a waste of time and opted to read books and study independently during class. This time, however, the class was restructured, and he hoped to learn new things from Wang Yan to further enrich his understanding and enhance his strength. He was filled with anticipation. But what disappointed him was that Wang Yan's lessons were largely repetitive. After all, Wang Yan was also a first-year teacher, so the content he could offer was quite limited. Even though these topics were being introduced, Yuhao had already comprehended them through his self-study before. Wang Yan barely elaborated on these subjects, and Yuhao understood them completely. As Wang Yan taught, Yuhao couldn't muster any interest. At one point, Wang Yan posed a question about the abilities of rare soul beasts and how soul masters use their soul power. No one in the class could respond since the question was too difficult. Finally, Wang Yan turned to Yuhao and asked him to answer. He finished it effortlessly. This caused quite a stir in the class. Many students admired Yuhao, as he had solved a problem they couldn't grasp, earning their respect. Even Wu Feng and Dai Huabin gave Yuhao strange looks. However, this only made Yuhao feel more bored. Because the purpose of his attendance at Shrek Academy had never changed. He didn't come here for anything else but to become stronger. Everything else, flattery from classmates or teachers, was simply dull. He didn't want any of it. What he craved was knowledge, just power. But now, during classes, Yuhao found that he could hardly attain those goals. Even while studying in the library, the situation was similar. Yuhao had read numerous martial arts tomes, but many of the underlying concepts were universally applicable. Once he grasped part of them, he integrated that knowledge and found everything was nearly the same. Although Yuhao could still improve while in the library, the extent of his improvement was far less significant than at the beginning. His growth relied chiefly on his self-directed study. Thus, Yuhao's dissatisfaction continued to grow. It seems I need to find some time to learn about soul guidance devices. Only then can my strength achieve a qualitative leap once again. Chapter 111. Parallel Yuhao's request to transfer to the Soul Guidance Department for training. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, all the Soul Masters were shocked after observing Yuhao's situation in the parallel world. They couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. Isn't Yuhao's learning speed in this parallel world a bit too abnormal? What's in the library of Shrek Academy is the experience accumulated by countless predecessors over the past 10,000 years. Normally, many people cannot absorb all this rich knowledge, even if they spend their entire lives studying. But Yuhao in this parallel world has learned almost everything in such a short time. Isn't this a bit too incredible? They expressed their shock at Yuhao's growth, as they had previously looked up to him. They were aware that Yuhao in this parallel world would grow rapidly, but they didn't expect that he would surpass their expectations, particularly in theoretical learning. They believed no one else in the entire DOLOU continent could comprehend concepts as quickly as Yuhao in the parallel world. At this moment, all the Soul Masters felt a bit dumbfounded. On the other hand, Jing Hongchen was filled with joy. He smiled and said, "It seems the Yuhao in the parallel world likes soul guidance devices. After the novelty has worn off, he now wants to learn about them again. This is a good thing." Kong Deming agreed, smiling. Indeed, this is a great development. Moreover, the Soul Engineer's level at Shrek Academy is just average. If he continues to learn at this speed, I believe he will soon find nothing left to learn, just like when he was engrossed in the martial soul system before. At that point, according to the personality of Yuhao in the parallel world, he wouldn't want to stay at Shrek Academy for long. Since he came here to learn and become stronger, if there's nothing left to learn, he will naturally have no reason to stay. Jing Hongchen added, "Then it's likely that Yuhao in the parallel world will transfer to our Sun Moon Imperial Academy." Kong Deming, indeed our chances are looking great. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Xuanzai and the others couldn't help but break into a sweat. They hadn't expected Yuhao in the parallel world to have such a terrifying learning efficiency. They first thought the knowledge in Shrek Academy's library would keep him occupied for many years. Unexpectedly, he had drained it in less than one semester. That would pose significant challenges later on. As they considered this, Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi felt increasing headaches at the thought. We offered him great resources to win him over, yet he was unwilling to accept them. He's learning too fast. Will he drop out after completing his studies? If that happens, won't Shrek Academy suffer a loss? Xuanzai said darkly. Yan Xiaozhi scratched his head, concerned. At that moment, Xian Liner, who was nearby, said, "Don't worry. Soul guidance devices are different from martial soul theories. After all, soul guidance devices are linked to one's soul power level. If he wants to create a high-level soul guidance device, he also needs to possess the corresponding strength. Otherwise, the soul guidance device he constructs won't be usable, and he won't become a high-level soul engineer. And the highest level of soul engineer at our Shrek Academy is level 8.5, which means that to reach the upper limit here, he must at least obtain 8 or 9 rings and achieve the status of an 8.5 level soul engineer. But that kind of achievement, no matter how talented he is, will take a long time to attain. He'll need to get accustomed to it. And by that time, he will have fully integrated into Shrek Academy." Xian Liner expressed her thoughts at that moment. After hearing her words, all the senior members of Shrek Academy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They felt what Xian Liner said made sense. Even if Yuhao was a genius, it would be impossible for him to ascend to the rank of 8th level half-soul engineer or become a titled Duoluo in such a short period. Hence, their previous worries were unfounded. Thinking of this, many senior members of Shrek Academy smiled again. They continued to watch the screen, eager to see what Yuhao would do next in the parallel world and the direction the plot would take. And on the screen, after Yuhao had this idea, he immediately began to implement it. Once class was dismissed, he hurried to find Wang Yan and share his ambition. He didn't have any connections of his own, and the only person who could decide on this matter was his homeroom teacher, Wang Yan. So he approached him, expressing his desire to study in the Soul Guidance Department and asking if it was possible. Wang Yan was naturally unhappy about this. After all, he was a teacher in the Martial Soul Department and wanted to keep Yuhao there as long as possible. However, his personality wasn't as harsh as Zhou Yi's. While Wang Yan did have his motives, he did not choose to interfere forcefully, opting instead to speak directly to Yuhao. This matter is not easy to handle. You should know that students at Shrek Academy can only join the Soul Guidance Department after their second year. You're already a core disciple of the Martial Soul Department, so according to the rules, you cannot switch to the Soul Guidance Department. Yuhao replied, "What if I don't want to retain my identity as the Martial Soul Department's core disciple?" Wang Yan was momentarily taken aback and then asked, "Are you sure?" Yuhao answered firmly, "I am sure." He genuinely felt that being a core disciple of the Martial Soul Department was of no use to him. Wang Yan sighed helplessly and said, "Then I will report this to my superiors and see what they say." Yuhao hurriedly thanked him, saying, "Thank you, teacher." Wang Yan quickly responded, and naturally, his superior was Du Weilan. Du Weilan was also shocked upon learning about this, but knew that Yuhao's request wasn't something he could decide alone. Thus, he contacted Yan Xiaozhi again. Coincidentally, Xuanzai was present at that moment. When the two heard Du Weilan mention Yuhao's request, their faces instantly brightened. "What? Yuhao has a request, we must fulfill it. Quickly, tell us what he wants." Chapter 112. Xuanzai's strategy, he must not go to the Soul Guidance Department. It's difficult to hear that Yuhao has a request. In fact, Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai were both very pleased at heart. After all, what they feared most was that Yuhao had no desires. If he had no desires and refused the rewards they offered, then Yuhao would never owe Shrek Academy anything. This would also mean he could leave Shrek Academy at any time. But if Yuhao had a request for them, it would be a different story. The more challenging the request, the more grateful Yuhao would be to them after they helped him fulfill it. In this way, they could maintain a positive rapport with Yuhao while also ensuring he felt indebted to them. As the saying goes, a debt of favor is the hardest to repay. In time, Yuhao would owe them numerous favors. As long as they tried to keep him, he wouldn't be able to leave Shrek Academy, even if he wanted to. Consequently, after hearing Du Weilan mention that Yuhao had a request, both Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi felt genuinely excited. The two looked at Du Weilan expectantly and asked, "Tell us quickly, what does Yuhao want?" Du Weilan replied honestly, he wants to transfer to the Soul Guidance Department to study. Upon hearing this, the expressions of both Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi suddenly became stiff. The joy on their faces fully dissipated, replaced by a strong look of discomfort. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the plane gap couldn't help but gloat. Dubusi interjected, "Ha ha ha, keep laughing. Didn't you find it amusing just moments ago? Why the sudden silence?" Now I believe Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi in the parallel world are starting to question their choices, right? I didn't expect Yuhao in the parallel world to make such a request. Jing Hongchen added, "And if I remember correctly, the Soul Guidance Department and the Martial Soul Department at Shrek Academy have always been completely separate entities, always competing against each other. This time, with the Martial Soul Department being on the right side of this rivalry, I don't think they'll easily agree to Yuhao's request." Kong Deming remarked, "If they deny his request, that will be interesting." Yuhao in the parallel world has a solid grasp of the theoretical knowledge related to the martial soul system. He feels that continuing in the martial soul classes is a waste of time, which is why he wants to transition to the Soul Guidance Department. If Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj agree to his transfer, that would be fine. He just switched to the Soul Guidance Department. But if they refuse, then Yuhao in the parallel world will likely feel even more like he's wasting his time. And who knows, he might drop out of school in frustration. Dubusi laughed. Now that would be truly entertaining. Everyone continued to watch the screen. At that moment on the screen, in fact, Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj were also feeling quite uncomfortable. Yuhao finally expressed a request, and they were indeed very pleased. However, they had never anticipated that his request would be this. The Martial Soul Department and the Soul Guidance Department have always had a competitive relationship. To put it bluntly, neither department wants the other to have a better standing. So when Yuhao expressed a desire to move to the Soul Guidance Department, wasn't that problematic? Whether it was Yan Shayaj or Xuanzai, their first instinct was to firmly refuse Yuhao's request. Yet Yuhao was different from other students. If it were any other student, that request could easily be dismissed. But with Yuhao, they had to consider his feelings. To avoid him holding a grudge over this incident was something Yan Shayaj and Xuanzai were eager to prevent. Thus, at that moment, they began to discuss the issue. Yan Shayaj said, "First of all, letting him move to the Soul Guidance Department is not an option. We, the Martial Soul Department, have finally discovered such a genius. We should do everything we can to retain him. How can we allow him to go to the Soul Guidance Department? That's absolutely out of the question. But we can't afford to offend him over this. Therefore, I think we should provide him with some form of compensation or incentive." Xuanzai agreed. "I feel the same way, but the question is what form of compensation we should offer him. He turned down the last generous reward we offered, so I'm genuinely stumped about what to give him now." Du Weilan chimed in. "What if we give him some books from the Soul Guidance Department? Why not let him study independently?" Yan Shayaj rejected that suggestion. How could that possibly work? He's already shown a strong interest in the Soul Guidance Department. Right now, our priority should be to curb that interest. How can we give him books on the Soul Guidance Department? What if he becomes obsessed with it? Don't forget, even if we prevent him from transferring now when he reaches his second year, he can transfer freely. Will we still be able to retain him in the Martial Soul Department then? Upon hearing this, Xuanzai's eyes suddenly lit up. "I have a solution. Since this kid wants to go to the Soul Guidance Department, it only means one thing. He wants a soul guidance device. In that case, how about we simply give him a soul guidance device, along with some gold soul coins? Providing him with a soul guidance device means he can utilize it directly. The gold soul coins will allow him to purchase another soul guidance device himself. This will also make it easier for us to instill some ideas in him. That is, if he wants to use a soul guidance device, it's different. He must join the Soul Guidance Department, learn soul guidance techniques, and become a soul engineer. There's no need to make such a fuss over it. We can simply purchase the physical items he wants. By doing so, he can use the soul guidance device. As long as we instill this idea in him, we can naturally dispel any thoughts of switching to the Soul Guidance Department. This way, we efficiently do our job and we prevent him from running away. He'll owe us gratitude." Yan Shayaj's face lit up. "Master Xuan's plan is brilliant. Old Du, let's proceed. When the time comes, have Wang Yan use this rationale to persuade him. Let's instill this idea in him. That way there will be no issue." Chapter 113, Muen is angry. If Yuhao runs away, you will be in trouble. After hearing the arrangements of Yan Shayaj and Xuanzai, Du Weilan did not dare to delay at all. "I understand, I will do it now." He quickly replied to the two. Then he turned around and left immediately. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing the thoughts of Yan Shayaj and Xuanzai on the screen, Jing Hongchen laughed fiercely at the two. Jing Hongchen, sure enough, Yan Shayaj and Xuanzai don't know what a soul engineer is at all. The biggest difference between a soul engineer and a non-soul engineer is that they can create tailor-made soul guidance devices for themselves. For example, the same soul guidance device. But some people may use it very smoothly, while others may not. Why is that? Because soul masters have different abilities and needs. So the most powerful thing about soul engineers is that they can make the most suitable soul guidance device according to their own needs. They can also modify it continuously. If you just use the soul guidance device simply, then it is indeed as they think. Just buy it and use it. But if you want to make the most suitable soul guidance device for yourself, you must understand your abilities and soul engineering skills so that you can create the most suitable soul guidance device. So these two guys are clueless. Condemning, why explain so much to them? If they are clueless, just let them be. Based on my understanding of Yuhao in the parallel world, he must be very clear about this. So Yan Xiaozhi and Xu Wenzai, who are trying to use this reasoning to fool the words from the parallel world, can only be said to have made a miscalculation. Then there will be a good show to watch. The two laughed at Yan Xiaozhi and Xu Wenzai's ignorance. On the other side, at Shrek Academy, Xian Linner was extremely angry about this. You too, I didn't expect you to do such a thing. HMPH, you are all high-level members of Shrek Academy. At this time, you don't care about the overall situation and still want to target our soul guidance department. This is chilling. I am still thinking about the development of Shrek Academy, but you seem to prioritize yourselves above it. Xian Linner relentlessly scolded Yan Xiaozhi and Xu Wenzai for their behavior, which made the two blush. But there was no way out. After all, they were caught doing small tricks behind the scenes. So under this situation, they couldn't find any words to refute. Muen, HMPH, you too, I'll remember this. If your actions cause Yuhao in the parallel world to run away, I'll have to deal with you. He was also very angry. So, after listening to Xian Linner's statement, he addressed Yan Xiaozhi and Xu Wenzai publicly. Upon hearing this, Xu Wenzai and Yan Xiaozhi's faces suddenly became even uglier. Because of their understanding of Muen, they knew that Muen might be angry this time. So the two became a little scared in their hearts. They continued to look at the screen. And at this moment on the screen, Du Weilan quickly informed Wang Yan about Xu Wenzai and Yan Xiaozhi's ideas. After Wang Yan learned of their plans, he immediately agreed. He bid farewell to Du Weilan and then went to the class to look for Yuhao. At this moment, Yuhao had been waiting for Wang Yan's return. When he saw Wang Yan's successful return, a burst of joy appeared on his face. Then Yuhao asked Wang Yan, "Teacher Wang Yan, how is it? What does it say?" Wang Yan naturally responded according to the directive from above. He said to Yuhao, "The message from above is that it is still not possible. After all, this is the rule of Shrek Academy and cannot be easily changed. If you must go to the Soul Guidance Department, then wait until the second year. Anyway, this semester is almost halfway through." Speaking of this, Wang Yan took out a skin bag that Du Weilan had given him. He handed the skin bag over, and Yuhao couldn't help but show a puzzled look upon seeing the skin bag. "Teacher Wang, what does this mean?" He couldn't help but ask Wang Yan. Wang Yan continued to explain, "This is the compensation given to you by the academy. You want to go to the Soul Guidance Department, so I assume you want soul guidance devices, right? The academy has provided you with a few directly and has also given you some extra gold soul coins so that you can buy whatever you want directly in Shrek City." After this, Wang Yan began to persuade Yuhao. Actually, you don't have to learn soul guidance technology. After all, if you want to use soul guidance devices, you can simply buy the finished product when the time comes. If you learn to make it yourself, it will be time-consuming and labor-intensive, and especially in the later stages, it will require a lot of your thoughts. So you may most likely be affected in your cultivation at that time, which is not good. My suggestion is to buy it directly if you need it. That works too. Although Yuhao felt dissatisfied in his heart after hearing this, he still agreed. However, he still did not accept the benefits given by the academy. After all, his goal was to learn soul guidance technology. Since this goal could not be achieved now, he was too lazy to engage in a lengthy discussion with Wang Yan, so he just agreed softly. Then he continued to attend the class, but this time he was reading other books as usual, because the content of the class was essentially meaningless to him. After school, Yuhao took Wang Donger away directly. He did not go directly to the library of Shrek Academy this time. Because the library of Shrek Academy is divided into the library of the Martial Soul Department and the library of the Soul Guidance Department. He was not qualified to consult the library of the Soul Guidance Department, and he felt that he had read most of the books in the library of the Martial Soul Department. Although he could fill in the gaps later, the knowledge was too scattered, making it a waste of time and not a good value. Therefore, Yuhao did not want to bother with that. So Yuhao took Wang Donger to the big library in Shrek City to look for books on soul guidance devices. Although the reserves here are not extensive, there are still some books available, so Yuhao is not picky. But in the gap between the planes, Xuanzai and others saw this scene, and their faces changed completely. Chapter 114, Successfully Manufactured, the first level 3 soul guide of Yuhao in the parallel world. In the gap between the planes. The reason why Xuanzai, Yan Xiaozhi, and others suddenly changed their expressions was that they had never expected Yuhao in the parallel world to be so persistent in learning soul guidance technology. He had no way to study at Shrek Academy, but he still chose not to give up. Instead, he decided to change his approach to self-study. From this, we can see how serious Yuhao's commitment to this matter was in the parallel world. Therefore, the more Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi thought about it, the more worried they became about Yuhao's persistence. But they were not able to support him in the parallel world. Given Yuhao's personality, they feared he might not run away in the end. If that were the case, it would be disastrous. As Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi thought about this, their faces grew extremely ugly. Mu En's expression on the side also turned cold in an instant. On the other hand, people like Du Buxi and Jing Hongchen seemed to be gloating. After another round of jeering in the chat room, everyone focused their attention back on the screen. And at this moment on the screen, Yuhao spent some gold soul coins to buy some books related to soul guidance devices in the library and took them home. The number he bought was not large, but not due to a lack of desire to learn more. It was simply that he understood how to learn. Only after digesting and comprehending all the books on soul guidance devices he purchased could Yuhao identify his shortcomings. Then he could choose the necessary books to buy and read. This is the correct way to learn. For the next period, Yuhao began to learn soul guidance devices on his own. However, it must be said that learning soul guidance devices independently is quite challenging. After all, the concepts of soul guidance devices are very complicated. Generally speaking, without a teacher's guidance, the efficiency of learning soul guidance technology is quite low. Fortunately, Yuhao already had a foundation. His talent for soul engineering was indeed impressive. So even though he was self-studying, he still made significant progress. He studied independently for nearly 2 months. Through this period of study, he made considerable improvements in understanding soul guidance technology. Eventually, Yuhao began trying to purchase some simple equipment and attempt to make a third-level soul guidance device. Although his soul power level had not yet reached level 30, as long as he could create a third-level soul guidance device, he could be regarded as a level 2.5 soul engineer. As he improved his soul power level in the future and acquired a third soul ring, he would be able to use a third-level soul guidance device, naturally becoming a third-level soul engineer. Today, Yuhao once again worked to create a third-level soul guidance device. He was busy in his home for quite a while. He continuously hammered the forging materials with the tool in his hand. Finally, after completing the forging, he spliced together the inner and outer shells. Yuhao executed this step perfectly. Then he began the final step, which is also the most crucial, carving the magic array. He held a carving knife and etched one stroke after another. At last, Yuhao completed the last carving. A deep joy appeared on his face. Finally, it's done, my first level 3 soul guidance device. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the soul masters were dumbfounded again upon seeing Yuhao in the parallel world, successfully create a level 3 soul guidance device through self-study. Jing Hongchen, he created a level 3 soul guidance device so quickly. I would call Yuhao in the parallel world the best talent. Even my talent back then couldn't compare to his. Kong Deming, don't even mention you. I'm not as remarkable as him. A level 3 soul engineer at the age of 12 is simply extraordinary. The most outrageous part is that he still has no renowned teacher guiding him. When he got started, an ordinary soul engineer taught him how to begin. He learned the rest by himself. His talent is astonishing. Jing Hongchen, I want to take him in as my apprentice more and more. Those fools in Shrek Academy don't know how to cultivate such soul engineer talent. If I had him, I would train him to become a level 9 soul engineer. Kong Deming, level 9, that's too small. Level 10 is the bare minimum. It's easy for him to even surpass me. Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen continued their discussion. After hearing their conversation, the soul masters in the gap between the planes grew increasingly astonished. They had never expected such high praise for Yuhao from Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming. After all, the soul guidance technology of these two individuals is known as the pinnacle across the entire DOLOU continent. If even they are so optimistic about Yuhao's talent in soul engineering, it can only mean that Yuhao's skills are indeed exceptional. Fools, look at what you've done. When Muan saw this, he was furious and cursed. He glared at Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai, who remained silent throughout, appearing intimidated by Muan's authority. The audience in the gap between the planes continued watching the screen. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao began to try, using the third-level soul guidance device. Although he knew that his current soul power level was insufficient, this was, after all, the first third-level soul guidance device he had created. He couldn't help but start experimenting with it. But as he was playing, he realized that he had created a third-level soul guidance device. And now that his soul power level wasn't even level 30, it should be impossible for him to use it. Yet as soon as he touched this soul guidance device, he found it incredibly easy to use. He couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Then he began using it skillfully again. This left the soul masters in the gap between the planes dumbfounded once more. Xuanzai, isn't this right? What's going on? Chapter 115. Forcibly controlling his daughter from using the soul guidance device, Tang San is something. His soul power level has not reached the standard, but he can still use the third-level soul guidance device in advance. After witnessing what happened on the screen, the soul masters in the gap between the planes couldn't help but be stunned. After all, this was indeed a bit too outrageous in their opinion. Consequently, the soul masters began to discuss the situation. Isn't this strange? What's going on? Could it be that his soul guidance device failed to be made? Isn't what he created a level 3 soul guidance device, or is it a level 2 guidance device? So he can still use it, even though his soul power level hasn't reached the required standard. All the soul masters expressed their opinions. But Jing Hongchen immediately weighed in on the chat room. No, I can assure you that what he made is a level 3 soul guidance device. There's no mistake about it. No matter what, I am a level 9 soul engineer. If I can't even identify something like this, I really shouldn't be alive. Xiao Hongchen asked. Then why is he able to use this level 3 soul guidance device even with a lower soul power level? Kong Deming responded. This is probably because the quality of his soul power is exceptionally high. The so-called soul guidance device requires sufficient soul power to act as energy when activated. The higher the level of the soul guidance device, the more energy is required. That's why low-level soul masters can't use high-level soul guidance devices. But there is one exception. If a soul master's soul power quality far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. In such cases, even though their total soul power may be insufficient, the quality of their soul power can support the activation of the soul guide. So I suspect that Yuhao in the parallel world is in this situation because his soul power quality is incredibly high. Kong Deming articulated his understanding. After hearing what Kong Deming said, everyone reacted in realization. Yes, Yuhao in the parallel world has developed his cultivation methods. Since he practices his creation methods, his soul power quality must be higher than average. His self-created cultivation method has been continuously optimized, so they don't know how powerful his skills have become. If he can produce such an effect, it is reasonable. Sometimes, this kid has so many advantages that people tend to overlook some of them. However, this made Debussy sigh. Everyone could relate to his sentiment. As they continued to watch Yuhao on the screen, their expressions became quite complex. And at this moment on the screen, maybe it was because Yuhao in the parallel world made too much noise. Not long after, Wang Donger ran directly to his room in her pajamas. Since it was summer, Wang Donger's pajamas were slightly revealing, but both she and Yuhao had long since stopped caring about such things. After all, they didn't know how many times they had slept together. So Wang Donger came into Yuhao's room, her interest piqued as she looked at the soul guidance device in his hand. Did it work? Wang Donger was aware that Yuhao had been busy with the soul guidance device during this time. Seeing that he had successfully created one made her genuinely happy for him. So she asked Yuhao with a smile. Yes, it worked. Yuhao replied with a smile. Let me try it. How do you use it? Teach me quickly. Wang Donger asked Yuhao again. After hearing her question, Yuhao began to patiently explain. With Yuhao's guidance, Wang Donger quickly started using the third-level soul guidance device. Surprisingly, like Yuhao, despite her soul power level not being at level 30, she too could use the soul guidance device, even though her soul power was several levels lower than his. This revelation shocked the soul masters in the gap between the planes. Su Sanchi commented, "It seems that Yuhao's martial arts in the parallel world are truly powerful. It makes sense for Yuhao, as he is already level 29. His soul power quality is high, so it's reasonable for him to wield a third-level soul guidance device. But what about Donger? She's only level 27 now. If she can use it, that can only mean her soul power quality is also exceptionally high. It's evident that she has practiced Yuhao's self-created martial arts. This is impressive." Bebe chimed in, "I agree. The so-called mysterious heaven skill pales in comparison to Yuhao's self-created martial arts in the parallel world. What a pity that there's no way to learn it." Bebe said enviously. Of course, none of them noticed the glaring blind spot in their understanding. However, Zio did. As Wang Donger's best friend, Zio naturally remembered that Wang Donger from their world could not use soul guidance devices. This was not due to a lack of willingness, but rather an instinctual resistance. Wang Donger had confided in Zio about this before, expressing her frustration. Yet at this moment, Zio observed Wang Donger on the screen, seemingly free from this issue. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, have you noticed that Donger in the parallel world seems able to use soul guidance devices?" When she said this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then, as they looked at Wang Donger on the screen, confusion filled their eyes. Yes, why can Donger in the parallel world use soul guidance devices? Why can't Donger on our side use them? Is there any difference between the two? Or did something happen to Donger in the parallel world that didn't occur in our own? Everyone pondered, their expressions filled with confusion. On the other side, after hearing Yuhao and the others in the chat room, Bibai Dong began to connect the dots. She understood the disparity between Wang Donger in the parallel world and Wang Donger from their world. The divide was that the divine consciousness in Wang Donger's body in the parallel world had been absorbed by a mysterious artifact. So at this moment, she would not resist using soul guidance devices. After learning about this situation, as Tang San's mortal enemy, Bibai Dong couldn't help but mock him severely. With a sneer directed at Tang San, she remarked, "I never thought your divine consciousness could do such a thing. To force your daughter to be unable to use the soul guidance devices. Tang San, you are truly something else." Chapter 116. Tang San sweats profusely, parallel to Yuhao's breakthrough to level 30. As a mortal enemy, Dong naturally has no scruples about Tang San. She even deliberately sought to disgust him. So just now, as soon as she guessed the truth of the matter, she immediately exposed it without reservation. The god of destruction also witnessed what happened. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he said to Tang San, who was at his side, "It seems that your divine consciousness is not merely used to protect the safety of your daughter's life, as you claimed. This time, you used divine consciousness to forcibly change your daughter's preferences and thoughts. What will happen next time? Tang San, you'd better not use this divine consciousness to engage in actions that violate your identity. Otherwise, as a law enforcer in the God realm, you should be very clear about the consequences of knowingly breaking the law." After hearing this, the eyes of the other gods turned toward Tang San, and they became a bit uncomfortable. After all, forcibly interfering with his daughter's thoughts through his divine consciousness is indeed questionable behavior. Even if she is Tang San's daughter, she is still an individual and has the right to her preferences. Tang San's actions were equivalent to forcibly erasing his daughter's preferences. Her thoughts have been transformed completely into his shape. Besides, if he dared to do this in this matter, what might he have done in other aspects? Perhaps he has also manipulated his daughter in other ways. Considering this, the other gods in the God realm looked at Tang San with some awkwardness. However, although they were all gods in the God realm, they were not as reckless as the god of destruction and Dong. While they felt that what Tang San did was inappropriate, he had not yet violated any specific laws. It was merely morally questionable. They didn't want to offend Tang San over this issue, so they all chose to remain silent. However, when they looked at Tang San, each of them appeared somewhat abnormal. Tang San argued with Dong and the god of destruction. "This was not my original intention. But since the final result turned out like this, I have nothing to say. I can only say that things went beyond my expectations. I simply wanted to protect my daughter. But now it seems that my divine consciousness has been too strong and has been in my daughter's body for too long. My preferences for her have changed imperceptibly. This is indeed my mistake, and I feel very guilty. But please do not wrongly accuse me of other actions. As a law enforcer in the God realm, I will naturally not break the law." He spoke lightly. Although he did not refute Dong's words, he claimed it was his error. He implied that the reason for this incident was purely accidental and had nothing to do with his wishes. Of course, whether to believe Tang San's claims is a matter of perspective. Among the gods, some accepted Tang San's explanation while others did not. Nevertheless, at least they would not continue to discuss it openly. The god of destruction also maintained silence after hearing Tang San's speech. Having heard so much from him, there was nothing more for him to say. However, he remained skeptical of Tang San's words. He did not believe that Tang San was genuinely a good person. So he continued to watch the screen, hoping to find any clues. Only Dong was as tough as ever, sneering and mocking. "Humph, you remain stubborn. I hope we don't catch you with other evidence later." She did not continue discussing the matter after that. When Tang San saw this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, the breath he had just exhaled was quickly caught in his chest again, as he knew very well whether he had hidden anything. Of course, he had. It just hadn't been revealed yet. Judging from Dong and the god of destruction's attitudes, they genuinely wanted to use a magnifying glass to monitor his every move. This made Tang San feel a little stressed. As the moment of exposure neared, he knew he'd be in big trouble if it all came to light. He wasn't afraid of Dong, but if the god of destruction caught him red-handed, he would be finished. Tang San felt a headache at the thought. "Brother San." At that moment, Xiao Wu, who was beside him, called out to Tang San in a low voice. Tang San then remembered Xiao Wu's presence. He exhaled and pretended to be unconcerned. "Xiao Wu, you don't understand me, do you?" Xiao Wu did not truly believe Tang San's words, but she understood his aversion to soul guidance devices and his feelings for the Tang sect. So she shook her head at Tang San and said, "No, I can understand you. If it's just this matter, I believe your daughter can understand you." Tang San smiled weakly on the surface, but inside he was secretly worried. Just this matter. If Xiao Wu also leaves me at that point, then I won't be. He suddenly started to sweat even more. At that moment on the screen, after becoming a level 3 soul engineer, Yuhao created many soul guidance devices that suited him. He realized that his current strong attack ability was insufficient, so he equipped himself with several offensive soul guidance devices and one defensive soul guidance device. Of course, the offensive soul guidance devices he created were all long-range gun-type soul guidance devices. Due to Yuhao's spiritual detection and built-in locking mechanism, it was very suitable for using long-range gun-type soul guidance devices. Moreover, since he practiced his self-created skills, his soul power quality was very high, and the consumption of soul power was not excessive, making him very suitable for this type of soul guidance device. As for Wang Donger, he made several defensive and stable soul guidance devices for her. Her situation was different from Yuhao's. She was a close combat expert, and the resistance was too great when flying at high altitudes, making her unstable. Therefore, Yuhao focused on addressing this aspect. In short, after becoming a level 3 soul engineer, he effectively utilized the advantages of his rank. This greatly improved the strengths of both himself and Wang Donger. He did not neglect his martial soul training. After a period of continuous fusion with Wang Donger's martial soul, he finally took the last step and successfully broke through his soul power level to level 30. Chapter 117. Parallel Yuhao does not fall into the trap. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm gets anxious. Of course, after seeing what Yuhao did on the screen, the people in the Plain Gap were once again extremely shocked. Among them were the leaders Jing Hongchen, Kong Deming, and others. At this moment in the Plain Gap, Xiao Hongchen said, "Sure enough, Yuhao in this parallel world is a very outstanding soul engineer genius." Jing Hongchen added, "Even soul engineers are divided into different levels. The lowest level of soul engineers is those who have no creativity and can only foolishly make soul guidance devices according to blueprints. Such soul engineers are the most ordinary because they lack wild imagination and creativity. Yuhao in the parallel world is the most outstanding soul engineer because he is not limited to the blueprints and soul guidance devices on the market. Instead, after understanding their principles and his own needs, he can create the soul guidance device that best suits him. This can be seen from the drag reducer he made for Wang Donger in the parallel world. Although it is also a third-level soul guidance device, that kind of thing is completely useless in the hands of other people. But it is different in Wang Donger's hands. The soul guidance device perfectly exerts its effect. From this, it can be seen that Yuhao in the parallel world has completely understood the true value of soul guidance devices. He is indeed a super genius. Jing Hongchen praised Yuhao in the parallel world. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him, wishing he could immediately take him to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy to train him well. However, the faces of the senior executives of Shrek Academy became extremely ugly. After all, no matter how blind they understood the true meaning of soul engineer and soul guidance devices at once. They found it funny when they thought of the words of Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj in the parallel world before. They even thought that if this continued, Yuhao in this parallel world would leave Shrek Academy because of the soul guidance devices. Therefore, many senior members of Shrek Academy became dissatisfied as they continued to gaze at Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj. They couldn't help but complain about their poor judgment. Of course, Yuhao was most concerned about the fact that his level in the parallel world had reached level 30. He noticed that with the continuous advancement of the timeline, the gap between himself in the parallel world and his original time and space had begun to grow larger. Before entering Shrek Academy, their gap was not so significant. Now, his parallel world self is already level 30, while he in the original time and space is not even level 20. The situation becomes even more outrageous regarding soul engineering. In the current timeline, his original self has just started practicing with soul guidance devices and is not even a first-level soul engineer, while his parallel self is already level 30. If this continues, won't the gap between them grow larger and larger? This made Yuhao sigh helplessly. I can only say that it is worthy of being the me in the parallel world. It is amazing. Kaian Rengsu could not help but say to Bibai Dong, now that Yuhao in this parallel world has reached level 30, then the Tianmeng ice silkworm will start to cause trouble. Bibai Dong smiled and replied, that's true. It's just that its little tricks can deceive Yuhao in the original time and space, but not Yuhao in the parallel world. Who knows, it may be controlled by Yuhao in the parallel world. Kaian Rengsu laughed when she heard this and said, it seems that Mother trusts Yuhao in the parallel world very much. Bibai Dong smiled lightly. He has this ability, doesn't he? The mother and daughter quickly looked at the screen. At that moment on the screen, as Yuhao successfully broke through to level 30 in soul power, the Tianmeng ice silkworm did indeed start to stir up trouble, as Bibai Dong and Kaian Rengsu had guessed. It had been sleeping all the time before, and had not taken the initiative to pay attention to Yuhao for a long time. But at that moment, as Yuhao's soul power level successfully broke through to level 30, the Tianmeng ice silkworm immediately began to stir up trouble, causing Yuhao to doubt whether he was really sleeping or just pretending to sleep. The Tianmeng ice silkworm suddenly emerged from the spiritual sea and said to Yuhao, Yuhao, I found that your aura suddenly surged. Could it be that your soul power has broken through to level 30? Yuhao replied, yes, I just broke through. The Tianmeng ice silkworm exclaimed excitedly, okay. In that case, you should find a time. I will take you to the far north. It was very happy. It could not hide its excitement when it spoke. Yuhao noticed this little detail. Why did he feel that the Tianmeng ice silkworm was more excited than himself this time? He questioned the Tianmeng ice silkworm, Brother Tianmeng, why should I go to the far north? My martial soul is the spirit eye, which requires a spiritual soul ring, not an ice soul ring. Logically, I should go directly to the Star-Dew Great Forest. It would be wrong to go to the far north, right? Since Yuhao in the parallel world is different from Yuhao in the original time and space, he is very proficient in the concept of soul masters. He knows very well what kind of soul beast's soul ring is most suitable for his third soul ring. He had planned before he raised his cultivation to level 30. So he knew that his best choice was not in the far north, prompting him to directly question the Tianmeng ice silkworm. The Tianmeng ice silkworm also knew Yuhao was not easy to fool, but he had already come up with an explanation. In his opinion, being able to obtain the second martial soul and the ultimate ice would make Yuhao lose his composure. So, after hearing Yuhao's voice, he immediately replied, that's true, but don't forget that I can also give you a second martial soul of extreme ice. As long as you absorb an ice attribute soul ring, that martial soul will appear. Don't you want to obtain your second martial soul immediately? So let's hurry to the far north. However, Yuhao began to feel something was off. Twin martial souls are not acquired in this manner. The biggest advantage of twin martial souls is that the second martial soul can only start to attach soul rings at a later stage. When he reaches the 8th and 9th rings, if he is willing, he can even attach a 100,000-year soul ring to the entire second martial soul. Before that, there is no need to attach soul rings. In other words, it is completely unnecessary to unlock this second martial soul now. Moreover, the far north is too dangerous. Going there to unlock a second martial soul that is not currently useful is unwise. Thus, he remained unmoved after listening to it, shaking his head at Tianmeng ice silkworm and saying, no, I think it is unnecessary to go now. I value this second martial soul with extreme ice attributes, but it's useless to me right now. It's not worth taking such a big risk for something that can't be used at the moment. Chapter 118, Still Not Telling the Truth, Then I Won't Go. Tianmeng ice silkworm never thought Yuhao would be so difficult to deal with. Even after hearing the news about the second martial soul, he still behaved so calmly. This made him a little anxious. On the other side, in the gap between the planes, all the soul masters couldn't help laughing when they saw the images displayed on the screen. Ha 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 ha, someone is anxious. Now it's Tianming ice silkworm's turn to sweat. Yuhao in this parallel world is not as easy to fool as Yuhao in the original world. He doesn't know what to do now, right? It's what he deserves. Who told him to lie? The soul masters all expressed their relief. After all, Tianming ice silkworm was not kind in this matter. As a wisdom soul ring, he didn't think about how to help his master, but instead put his master in danger for his selfish interests. Many soul masters in the gap between the planes have disliked him for a long time. It was just that Yuhao in the original time and space was too naive and was fooled by Tianming ice silkworm. But Yuhao in the parallel world is different. The little tricks of Tianming ice silkworm can't fool him. Therefore, seeing the Tianming ice silkworm in the parallel world being defeated, all the soul masters felt very excited. Bibai Dong couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, he is the man I like. He spotted the loophole in the matter right away. That's how it should be. Kaiyan Renksu said, but if this happens, Yuhao in the parallel world may lose the opportunity to go to the far north. Although Yuhao in the original time and space was fooled by Tianming ice silkworm, the outcome was good after all. The martial soul of the ice jade emperor scorpion, along with the soul bones and ultimate ice, is still very useful. If these two things are lost, it will have a significant impact, even on Yuhao in the parallel world. Bibai Dong shook her head. Don't worry, let's see what happens later. This Tianming ice silkworm will not give up easily. He may reveal his cards when he can no longer hide. Then we can see how Yuhao in the parallel world responds. After the two finished talking, they continued watching the screen. On the screen, the Tianming ice silkworm did not give up easily, as Bibai Dong had said. After all, it can be said that he was not particularly loyal to Yuhao. The reason he chose Yuhao was merely a last resort. The Tianming ice silkworm was aware that the Ice Empress's deadline was approaching, and only through this method could he establish a long-term relationship with the Ice Empress. If it hadn't been for Yuhao's long stay in his body, the latter would probably look down on him. Moreover, in the original novel, even when Tianming ice silkworm and the Ice Empress were together for a long time, the latter still looked down on him. It was only later, in the Kaiyankun Wenking Valley, that Tianming ice silkworm received a reward from Tang San and forcibly occupied the Ice Empress's body, leaving the latter no choice but to obey him. In Tianming ice silkworm's heart, at least at this stage, subduing the Ice Empress has always been the top priority. After hearing Yuhao's refusal, he immediately became anxious and began to persuade Yuhao again. That's what you said, but isn't it a good thing to get the second martial soul earlier? The longer you wait, the later you need to absorb the ice attribute soul ring, which will affect your subsequent soul ring matching. So I still suggest you absorb this ice attribute soul ring first so that you can preserve the slots for subsequent soul rings. Tianming ice silkworm was still trying to persuade Yuhao, but it must be said that his words seemed quite far-fetched. So the Tianming ice silkworm talked for a long time but still failed to impress Yuhao. Instead, Yuhao began to feel that something was off. Yuhao asked the Tianming ice silkworm with a smile, "Brother Tianming, why do I find that you seem very persistent in guiding me to the far north?" Tianming ice silkworm smiled awkwardly. "Ah, is that so? Ha 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 ha, no, it must be your imagination, right?" Yuhao smiled again at the Tianming ice silkworm. "Really? Brother Tianming, I don't like it when others lie to me, especially you as my wisdom soul rings. You shouldn't keep anything from me, don't you think?" Yuhao began to attack Tianming ice silkworm from all sides and kept testing. However, Tianming ice silkworm was unwilling to admit it. If he admitted it now, wouldn't Yuhao know that he had been lying? Moreover, he was worried that Yuhao would not want to go upon realizing the dangers involved. However, he needed Yuhao to go. He had desired to capture the Ice Empress for too long. So at that moment, Tianming obstinately replied, No, you're just thinking too much." Seeing that Tianming ice silkworm was unwilling to admit it again and again, Yuhao was too lazy to engage in nonsense. He snorted coldly and quickly stated, "Really? If not, then forget it. I have already thought about what I want for the third soul ring. Don't bother me with this." After that, I will go to the Stardew Great Forest to hunt soul beasts. He didn't want to continue arguing with Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. He had given him a chance to explain, but it seemed that Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was unwilling to confess. Yuhao's patience was also limited. He provided opportunities for Tianmeng Ice Silkworm to explain repeatedly, but he remained stubborn and thus didn't want to continue pressing for answers. So he spread his hands and directly defined the matter. At this moment, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was dumbfounded. He knew he could not hide this from Yuhao, and during the time he had spent in Yuhao's body, he had gained a certain understanding of Yuhao's character. He realized he could not proceed like this. No, brother, can't I just tell the truth? Tianmeng Ice Silkworm let out a helpless breath, then spoke to Yuhao honestly. This time, he didn't dare to hide anything and told Yuhao all the stories between him and the Ice Empress. He also elaborated on why he had to let Yuhao go to the far north, as well as the great dangers associated with that journey. He knew very well that if he continued to hide it, he would truly have no chance at all. So now, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm finished pretending and revealed all his cards. Chapter 119. Completely under control, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm Tears of Gratitude. Under the full showdown of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, Yuhao finally has a clear understanding of all this. And in the gap between the planes. After seeing this scene, all the soul masters were immediately happy. One after another, they couldn't help but make complaints. Is he finally honest? Is he willing to tell the truth? In my opinion, we should directly reject his proposal. It's better not to go to the far north. This thing is too dishonest. Is this how he acts as a wisdom soul ring? He should be punished. All the soul masters kept talking. They all felt relieved after seeing this scene. However, they were still not happy to see Tianmeng Ice Silkworm being forgiven. After all, as they said before, they believed that this kind of wisdom soul ring, which was dishonest and didn't consider its master, should be punished. Don't spoil him too much. And Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was also nervous. It couldn't help but talk to itself. Yuhao in this parallel world is too difficult to deal with. He forced me to reveal all my cards. Alas, now I don't know what choice he will make. This is also one of the main reasons why I didn't want to tell Yuhao the truth before. After all, I have become a wisdom soul ring and can only assist him. If he wants to go, he goes. If he doesn't want to go, he doesn't go. I can't control him. He felt a headache about this, and kept looking at the screen to see what decision Yuhao in the parallel world would make next. And at this moment in the picture, Yuhao was silent for a moment after listening to Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's story in full. But he didn't show any anger at all. Instead, he looked at Tianmeng Ice Silkworm with a blaming look. Brother Tianmeng, I want to ask you something. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm replied with a nervous look. What is it? Yuhao replied, do you think I can't be trusted or something? For things like this, just tell me directly. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm replied with an embarrassed and guilty look. Aren't I afraid you will refuse? Bingbing is too important to me, I want to save her. Yuhao said, okay, no more talk. I don't want to see this kind of thing again. Can you just tell me if there's anything wrong? We're all family. You've helped me so much, do you need my help? Can I just ignore it? Besides, you're my wisdom soul ring, we've become one. You should trust me a little more. Yuhao kept talking to Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. There was no intention to reject him at all. He simply blamed him for not telling the truth. When Tianmeng Ice Silkworm heard what Yuhao said, he was also stunned. He quickly turned to Yuhao and asked, so, did you agree to go to the far north with me? His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Yuhao with surprise. After hearing what Tianmeng Ice Silkworm said, Yuhao replied directly, that's for sure. We are all family, your business is my business. Since you need my help, I will help you. Yuhao continued to say, let alone going to the far north for an adventure, even if I have to waste a soul ring in vain, as long as I can help you, I will do it. Yuhao kept talking to Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Soon, he was completely obedient. After hearing what Tianmeng Ice Silkworm said, he was moved to tears. He felt guilty when he looked at Yuhao. It felt as though it was nothing. It wanted to trick Yuhao into going to the far north, but Yuhao treated it with kindness. It was too bad. So he felt guilty later, and kept apologizing to Yuhao in the spiritual sea. Yuhao was also very generous. He patted Tianmeng Ice Silkworm on the shoulder and said, "Be brothers in your heart, no need to say anything else. Let's go to the far north together when I'm ready." After hearing this, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm became even more moved. On the other side, in the gap between the plains. After seeing this scene, all the soul masters were completely dumbfounded. Dubusi, this kid is quite amazing. Not only is he gifted, but he also has an extraordinary understanding. He is also very good at employing people. This is really beyond my expectation. Su Jiawei, it is certain that from today on, this Tianmeng Ice Silkworm is definitely under his control. Before this incident, this Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was indeed not loyal enough to him. But it is foreseeable that after this incident, this Tianmeng Ice Silkworm will be loyal to him. Just now, its appearance of being moved to tears has already proved it all. Jing Hongchen, sure enough, the difference between Yuhao in the original world and Yuhao in the parallel world is still extremely large. Yuhao in the original world was completely controlled by Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. He found out that he was deceived when he arrived in the far north, so his Tao heart was broken. But Yuhao in the parallel world discovered his concealment early on. Although he finally went to the far north, it was as if Tianmeng Ice Silkworm owed him a big favor. Because Yuhao in this parallel world just pretended, it gave Tianmeng Ice Silkworm the feeling that he went there reluctantly, just for his sake. So Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was so moved. All the soul masters kept talking. They strongly recognized the ability shown by Yuhao. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm looked extremely smart in front of Yuhao in the original world. But Yuhao in the parallel world was controlled by him. From this, we can see how deep the strategy of Yuhao in the parallel world is. Of course, at the scene, the faces of Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj were full of dark clouds. Because they were different from others, they had always tried every means to keep their parallel world selves and control the parallel world Yuhao. But after seeing the scene in front of them, they found that it was difficult to implement this, and it could even be said that it was impossible. So at this moment, whether it was Xuanzai or Yan Shayaj, their faces became extremely ugly. Chapter 120. Parallel Yuhao realized the level of Sun Moon's soul guidance devices. Shrek's top management is anxious. Of course, among so many people at the scene, only the members of Shrek Academy and Tang San wanted to control Yuhao. After seeing the picture just now, they were the only ones who felt anxious about Yuhao's ability to control people's hearts. Except for them, the others were still very relaxed at the moment, especially Bibai Dong and Kayan Rangsu. After watching the picture on the screen just now, they couldn't help but start talking. Bibai Dong, it seems that Yuhao in the parallel world finally chose to go to the far north. Kayan Rangsu, this is a good thing. After all, no matter what happened to Yuhao in the original time and space, he finally obtained the Ice Empress's martial soul and soul bones, which is of great benefit to him. Bibai Dong, yes. It is undeniable that although Tianmeng Ice Silkworm had selfish motives in this matter, judging from the results, there is no problem. It's just that since he went to the far north, then Yuhao in the original time and space will. What Yuhao in the parallel world can do, Yuhao in the original time and space can do as well. By then, he will be able to subdue the Ice Empress. Kayan Rangsu, this is quite amazing. After all, Yuhao in the parallel world is already extremely powerful at this stage. I didn't expect that on this basis, he would soon obtain the Ice Empress's martial soul and the Ice Empress's soul bone. At that time, his strength will become even more terrifying. Bibai Dong, that's right, this makes one feel a little bit excited. The mother and daughter couldn't help but discuss it, and at the same time, they looked at the screen. At that moment on the screen, although he has promised Tianmeng Ice Silkworm to go to the far north, Yuhao will not go directly, because it is too far to go to the far north from Shrek Academy. He knew the approximate location of the far north, which was far away from Shrek Academy. If Yuhao set out now, it would take at least a month to go back and forth. This estimate assumes that everything goes well. If things do not go well and there are delays during the journey, then a month may not be enough. Therefore, Yuhao thought that he must make good preparations. Food, warmth, and so on must be arranged. The most important thing is to make a soul guidance device for transportation. They can't walk for such a long distance, right? The far north is extremely vast, so Yuhao's idea is to create a means of transportation that can also traverse the snow, making it easier when they arrive in the far north. So, in the next period, he quickly began to tinker with the soul guidance devices again. After seeing the scene unfold before him, in the gap between the plains, Yuhao said, "Yes, why didn't I think of this earlier? I was just planning to walk there stupidly. Besides, it will be cold and tiring in the far north. I must be smarter in the parallel world." His eyes lit up, and he agreed with parallel world Yuhao's idea. Wang Donger on the side heard this and said to him helplessly, "Alas, Yuhao, you are so foolish." Everyone continued to look at the screen. On the screen. In the next period, Yuhao started to study soul guidance devices again. He is now a third-level soul engineer and can create third-level soul guidance devices. As for this simple soul guidance device for transportation, a first-level or second-level soul engineer could make it. However, since Yuhao had not studied this type of soul guidance device in depth before, his understanding was still very limited. To create a more suitable soul guidance device for transportation, he could only study again. Yuhao bought a lot of books to read at home. However, this time, as he read more and more books, Yuhao discovered a blind spot that he had not noticed before. Most of the soul guide books he read were published by the Sun Moon Empire. Many of these works were created by soul engineers from the Sun Moon Empire. Although there are a few DOLOU Three Kingdoms books, first of all, their number is small and there are few choices. Secondly, their quality is low. Compared with the soul engineering books published by the Sun Moon Empire, the soul engineering books of the original Three Kingdoms of DOLOU are of too low quality. Many details are not recorded, making it extremely difficult to learn. After studying for a while, Yuhao became increasingly aware of the fact that the soul guidance technology of the Sun Moon Empire is still superior. Frankly speaking, the combined soul guidance technology of the Three Kingdoms of the DOLOU continent may not equal half of theirs. This disparity highlights just how significant the gap is. This realization made Yuhao feel very sorry. In his heart, he has developed a longing for the soul engineers' holy places, such as the Sun Moon Empire and the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. This has led to the soul engineers of the Sun Moon Empire in the parallel world reaching a climax. Hahaha, I didn't expect that Yuhao in this parallel world to be so discerning. That's right, the soul engineers of our Sun Moon Empire are indeed too powerful. Should I say that the soul engineers of Shrek Academy and the Three Kingdoms of DOLOU are just too weak? Many soul masters couldn't help but start discussing. On the other side, Jing Hongchen couldn't help but look at him with a fiery gaze. That's right. If you want to learn soul guidance technology, come to our Sun Moon Empire. Come to our Sun Moon Royal Academy, that's right. Zio Hongchen? I feel that if things continue to develop like this, Yuhao in the parallel world seems to have a chance to join our Sun Moon Imperial Academy, as I just saw that he was genuinely tempted. Kong Deming, if that's the case, it would be wonderful. Such a genius, once he joins our Sun Moon Empire, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. His talent is already top-notch, and our Sun Moon Empire possesses the most advanced soul guidance technology. Combining these two, we will create an unprecedented powerhouse. This will significantly benefit the development of our Sun Moon Empire. Kong Deming and others became extremely excited. On the other side, unlike the excited Kong Deming and others, all the senior executives of Shrek Academy appeared a bit anxious. Chapter 121, Mu En's Order. Yan Xiaoj and Xuan Zai are very uncomfortable. At this moment, after watching the picture on the screen, Mu En frowned. He can be said to be the most open-minded among the senior executives of Shrek Academy. Although he does not understand soul guidance devices, he never underestimates them. In the early years, Mu En even attempted to infiltrate the Sun Moon Empire to assess the strength of their soul guidance devices. So at this moment, after watching the picture on the screen, Mu-En realized another problem. The level of their soul guidance technology is far behind that of the Sun-Moon Empire. This will also cause many talented geniuses to flock to the Sun-Moon Empire because they want to learn about soul guidance devices. This is a huge loss. After contemplating this, Mu-En immediately ordered, "When we return, Shrek Academy must prioritize the soul guidance department once again. Invest more funds, attract more excellent soul engineers, and train more young soul engineers. We must not continue to ignore the soul guidance department as we did before." The teachers of the soul guidance department were naturally overjoyed to hear this. Meanwhile, many teachers from the martial soul department were somewhat dissatisfied. After all, the martial soul department and the soul guidance department have always competed with each other. Now that Mu-En ordered support for the soul guidance department, the teachers in the martial soul department would face difficulties. As a result, they began to chatter nonstop. Even Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai stood up to express their dissatisfaction. "Xuanzai, Mr. Mu, I think your proposal is inappropriate. Although soul guidance technology is also important, the martial soul system is the foundation of our Shrek Academy. Your move is a bit of a waste of time and may be detrimental to the development of our academy." Yan Xiaozhi couldn't help but add, "Yes, teacher, you should think twice." But Mu-En interrupted them directly. He snorted and remarked, "It is precisely because of you pedantic individuals that the soul guidance technology of our Shrek Academy has not been able to develop. Haven't you found any inspiration from Yuhao in the parallel world? If our Shrek Academy's soul guidance technology cannot strengthen, you won't be able to retain talented disciples who want to learn about soul guidance devices. The final result is that they will all drift to the Sun-Moon Empire and the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy, which is a huge loss for us." Xuanzai muttered under his breath with some dissatisfaction, "They are only practicing to create soul guidance devices. How can there be any genuine geniuses among them?" Mu-En became even angrier upon hearing this. He glared at Xuanzai and couldn't help but scold him, "Put away your arrogant prejudice. If you continue to look down on soul guidance devices like this, you will suffer great losses sooner or later." Mu-En continued, "This matter is settled and you cannot refuse it." Although Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to voice any further objections. After all, Mu-En still held the final say at Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Jing Hongqian, Kong Deming, and others nearby witnessed the unfolding drama at Shrek Academy and couldn't help but express their opinions. Kong Deming, "I didn't expect there would be such an open-minded person among the senior executives of your Shrek Academy. However, it's a bit late to realize this now. And the Shrek Academy in the parallel world hasn't realized it yet. At this rate, Yuhao from the parallel world may come to our Sun-Moon Imperial Academy." Hearing this, Mu-En snorted coldly. "Regardless, Yuhao from the original world is loyal to our Shrek Academy. I believe that Yuhao from the parallel world will also make the right choice in the end." Kong Deming snorted in reply, "Then we shall see." The group turned their attention back to the screen. On the screen, after a period of research and study, Yuhao has made new achievements in means of transportation. He has developed a cart-type soul guidance device. The inspiration for this soul guidance device comes from a significant number of books and carriages. However, Yuhao modified the power source of the carriage to use soul power through his design. As long as he sits on the seat and injects the soul power in his body into the soul guidance device, the soul guidance device will automatically respond to his needs. He also created some other gadgets, such as the soul guidance warm stone to provide warmth. As long as soul power is injected into it, it will emit heat. Additionally, he crafted a soul guidance device with third-level storage that significantly increases internal space. At this point, Yuhao's preparations have become very sufficient. He began to calculate when to set off for the far north. On the other side, Wang Donger was aware that Yuhao had recently broken through to soul power level 30. After all, they practiced together every night, and both engaged in martial soul fusion, so they understood each other's situations very well. Wang Donger knew that Yuhao could obtain the third soul ring early. She also noticed that Yuhao had been tinkering with these means of transportation, so she roughly guessed he was planning a long journey to hunt soul beasts. Now that Yuhao had completed all his tools, Wang Donger took the initiative to say to him, "Is everything ready?" Yuhao nodded, "Yes, everything is finished." Wang Donger asked, "Then where are you going to hunt soul beasts? Didn't Shrek Academy say they could help us obtain them? Why don't we just ask them to take us there?" Yuhao was silent for a moment after hearing this. He had wanted to tell Wang Donger about his plan for a long time, but he had been too busy during this period to find the time to do so. However, now that everything was in place, he didn't intend to keep it a secret anymore. He said to Wang Donger, "Donger, I have a secret that I haven't shared with you." Wang Donger was slightly taken aback. "A secret? What secret?" Yuhao continued, "Just listen to me, this will be explained in detail." When he said this, he gestured for Wang Donger to sit down. In the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters were utterly dumbfounded after seeing this scene. Bibai Dong, could it be that he plans to tell Wang Donger about the Tianmeng ice silkworm? Does he trust Wang Donger this much? Yuhao was also stunned. Despite his deep love for Wang Donger, he had not disclosed everything to her. He had never revealed his connection with the Tianmeng ice silkworm to anyone because it was his trump card, and he wanted to keep it secret. But now, Yuhao in the parallel world was choosing to confide in Wang Donger. Chapter 122. Xiao Wu. People who cheat on their lovers are too bad, don't you think, Brother San? Seeing the content on the screen, Yuhao found it increasingly difficult to remain calm. This moment affected even Wang Donger, who was beside him. Although she had never found fault with Yuhao regarding this matter, she could fully understand that he had his little secrets. But to be honest, how could she not want Yuhao to confess to her? As a lover, Wang Donger believed it was not about what Yuhao confessed, but rather that he was willing to trust her unreservedly. Only then would he be truly honest with her. This made perfect sense. Since they were genuinely in love and aimed to marry and have children together in the future, there should be no secrets. Yuhao should trust her. At that moment, Wang Donger felt a twinge of envy as she watched the scene unfold in the parallel world on the screen. She envied the version of herself in that world for having Yuhao's unconditional trust, something that even her counterpart beside her hadn't yet experienced. She continued to watch the screen. After Yuhao motioned for Wang Donger to sit down, she naturally took her place next to him. While the two of them often laughed and joked, she knew Yuhao's serious side well. Since he appeared so earnest now, he must have something important to tell her. Thus, Wang Donger was equally serious, sitting close to Yuhao and listening intently. As for Yuhao, he did not have any last-minute doubts. Having decided to share his thoughts with Wang Donger, he would not regret it. He was confident in his judgment of people and was prepared to trust Wang Donger without reservation. So he began to speak. After Wang Donger settled beside him, Yuhao shared his life experiences and the challenges he had faced over the years. Tianmeng ice silkworm had no right to interfere in this matter. Though Tianmeng ice silkworm was a wise soul ring and could express opinions, the final choice remained with Yuhao. Thus, Yuhao also told Wang Donger everything about the Tianmeng ice silkworm. Wang Donger was taken aback upon hearing this. Especially when she learned about Yuhao's childhood, her heart ached for him. Unable to help herself, she hugged Yuhao tightly as she listened, whispering in his ear. "Yuhao, I had no idea you faced such hardships in the past." Yuhao smiled softly and replied, "Haha, that's all in the past. Now I'm living a comfortable life. I've rescued my mother, dealt with some of my enemies, and I have a wonderful girlfriend like you by my side." Wang Donger couldn't help but blush at this. "What girlfriend? I haven't admitted anything yet." Yuhao teased, "If you dare to listen to my secrets without admitting it, I'll have to silence you permanently." With that, he playfully pushed her onto the bed. As Yuhao and Wang Donger exchanged looks, her ears turned progressively redder until she finally spluttered. All right, I admit it." "Really? I've slept with you more than once and you still want me to admit it." Yuhao retorted, How can you slander someone's innocence like that? I just slept next to you, I didn't do anything. Wang Donger glared at him. It seems you still want to do something bad, right? After playing around for a moment, she embraced Yuhao again and whispered in his ear. Anyway, thank you for trusting me and sharing all your secrets. Now it's my turn to show my cards. I am actually from the Clear Sky sect. Yuhao replied, annoyed. I knew that already. Your martial soul is the Clear Sky Hammer, and I'm not blind. Wang Donger smiled awkwardly. As the soul masters in the Plane Gap witnessed this scene, they couldn't help but discuss it among themselves. Sure enough, he laid it all out. I must say, Yuhao in this parallel world is exceptionally brave. Even with his girlfriend, it takes genuine courage to reveal such critical information. Indeed, Yuhao in the original timeline didn't do the same. Isn't that right? Compared to Yuhao in the parallel world, the one we know still lacks a bit of courage. A group of soul masters continued their discussion. Hearing their conversation, Yuhao felt a pang of guilt. He believed he wasn't loyal enough to Wang Donger. Of course, Wang Donger wouldn't blame him. She turned to comfort Yuhao, saying, It's all right, I understand. And this kind of thing isn't crucial, right? Even if you didn't know it before, at least you do now. Yuhao felt his eyes welling with tears. Donger, you are so kind. Meanwhile, in another area of the Plane Gap, Xiao Wu observed the parallel Yuhao on the screen, increasingly satisfied. It's truly wonderful. As expected, only a man like this is worthy of being my son-in-law. She couldn't help but exclaim. As a woman, the thing I desire most is the unconditional trust of my beloved. If I hide something from my lover, then what else can I truly believe in? I admire this kid. His honesty is commendable. He doesn't hide anything from his lover and won't betray her. People who conceal and deceive their lovers are simply terrible. Xiao Wu continued to speak, showering praises on the Yuhao depicted in the parallel world. In the end, she habitually looked over at Tang San and asked, Don't you think so, Brother San? Tang San was instinctively taken aback by her words. An unnatural expression crossed his face briefly. However, he was adept at controlling his emotions. So despite that moment of loss, he quickly composed himself and replied to Xiao Wu, Yeah, I think so too. Chapter 123, Parallel Yuhao Sets Out, arrived at the far north. After Tang San finished speaking, a joyful smile spread across Xiao Wu's face. She did not dwell on the topic for long. For Xiao Wu, trust in her husband, Tang San, had always been unwavering. She never imagined that he would hide anything from her, let alone betray her. However, while Xiao Wu brushed off the matter, others were not so quick to dismiss it. The god of destruction and Bibai Dong, for instance, had been closely observing Tang San all along. They noticed the unnatural expression that had flickered across his face just a moment ago. Given their prejudice against Tang San, both Bibai Dong and the god of destruction couldn't resist smirking knowingly at each other. The god of destruction mused, It seems things are not as simple as Tang San claims. Otherwise, with his personality, he wouldn't lose his composure over this matter. But what intrigues me more is why Tang San might betray Xiao Wu. What could he have done to cause that? Bibai Dong replied, If I recall correctly, Tang San became the God King mainly because he held two divine positions at once, using their combined power to ascend. In this process, Xiao Wu played a crucial role as the scabbard of the Asura demonic sword. Without her, Tang San might not have been able to utilize the power of the Asura god. Cunning Rinksu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Mother, what are you getting at? Bibai Dong explained, What I mean is that if the two of them have fallen out, then Tang San might lack the strength of a god king. Cunning Rinksu's smile widened. That's interesting. They quickly shifted their attention back to the screen. At that moment on the screen, after sharing everything with Wang Donger, she now knew all there was to know about Yuhao. She couldn't help but ask him, By the way, Yuhao, if that's the case, your trip to the far north is going to be dangerous. Can I go with you? But Yuhao shook his head. Forget it. Wang Donger looked displeased. Do you dislike me? Yuhao replied, No, you're the person I trust most. Wang Donger pressed, Then why won't you let me go with you? The far north is so dangerous, and I worry about you. Yuhao comforted her. I know you're worried, but I'm more concerned about my mother. The journey to the far north is long. Even with a soul guidance device, it's a time-consuming trip. I can't take her with me this time, and it will be the first time I've been away from her for so long. She's just an ordinary person, not a soul master. Although Shrek City seems safe, I'm not sure if I can leave her here alone. With sincerity, Yuhao added, so I want to ask you to stay and take care of my mother. Will you? Wang Donger understood Yuhao's concerns. She nodded. Okay, I promise. After she finished speaking, she added softly, besides, your mother is my mother too. I will take good care of her. Yuhao smiled and affectionately touched Wang Donger's head. In the gap between the planes, Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, wow, they're not hiding it anymore. They're showing off. Jiang Nan smiled and agreed, of course. The parallel Yuhao and Donger share a deep bond. They just haven't taken that final step yet, but their feelings are evident. This time, with Yuhao revealing all his secrets, it seems that Donger in this parallel world has been completely moved. She's completely recognized the parallel Yuhao. Naturally, they both understand that they are the closest people to each other. Xiao exhaled, so is this what trust earns them? If that's the case, then I can only say they deserve it. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. They turned their attention back to the screen. On the screen, after comforting Wang Donger, Yuhao explained things to Yuner. He didn't go into such detail with Yuner. It wasn't that Yuhao wanted to hold back, but rather because Yuner was an ordinary person, not a soul master. It wouldn't benefit her to know too much about certain matters. Her personality was relatively timid, and since she would be alone for about a month, Yuhao worried it might cause her unnecessary anxiety. Thus, Yuhao refrained from sharing excessive details with Yuner. Yuner was perceptive enough to understand that her son was trying to spare her worries. Trusting Yuhao, she didn't press for more information. She only told him to go without concern. Yuhao felt reassured by her words. He proceeded directly to Shrek Academy's teaching department to ask for leave, and after obtaining consent from the academy, he didn't linger long before activating his soul guide and heading straight for the far north. Driving quickly, he made his way toward the far north. Thanks to the soul guidance device, he traveled at a swift pace. Additionally, he had installed heating soul guidance devices, so he didn't feel the biting cold as he approached the far north. The temperature remained bearable. This caused the soul masters in the plane gap to sigh in admiration. Sure enough, clever kids know how to avoid suffering. When Yuhao in the original timeline journeyed here, it took him about 8 or 9 days. But this parallel world's Yuhao only took 1 or 2 days. Plus, he drove comfortably the entire way. Yuhao from the original world probably felt rushed, nearly exhausting himself in the process. Indeed, technology transforms life, and we should utilize soul guidance devices more effectively. Yuhao, the one in question, couldn't help but sigh in agreement. Indeed, when it comes to this matter, using soul guidance devices is certainly the long way to go. They continued to watch the screen. At that moment, the parallel Yuhao appeared to have reached the far north. Chapter 124, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Yuhao has solved all the problems by himself, what use is there for me? The far north, a restricted area for humans. Soul beasts roam freely, danger, danger, danger. By closely examining the map, Yuhao realized he had reached the far north. He found himself in a vast space marked clearly on the map as part of the far north. Realizing this, he immediately called for the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in the spiritual sea. Brother Tianmeng, wake up, we should have arrived in the far north. The road ahead isn't marked on the map, so you'll have to lead the way. As soon as Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was summoned, he jolted awake. Still groggy, he replied, lead the way. What way? I don't know this place either. Yuhao's mouth twitched in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Didn't you say this is where you were born? You're telling me you don't know it. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm innocently explained, I truly don't know. I lived in the core area of the far north, and this is just the periphery. How could I possibly know it? Yuhao sighed, exasperated. Brother Tianmeng, you're just too unreliable. Fortunately, he had come prepared. After expressing his helplessness regarding Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, Yuhao immediately retrieved a soul guidance device that resembled a detector from his storage soul guidance device. He then asked, "So, we just need to keep going toward the core area of the far north, right?" Tianmeng Ice Silkworm confirmed, "Yes." Injecting his soul power into the soul guidance device, it immediately sprang to life. This soul guidance device was designed to detect temperature. Although it was Yuhao's first time in the far north, locating the core area was relatively straightforward. The core region of the far north would logically have the coldest temperatures, so he carefully used the device to monitor the temperature, aiming to head toward the lowest readings. As a result, Yuhao quickly pinpointed the direction they needed to go. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm watched in astonishment. No way did he find the way. He had intended to joke initially. Although he hadn't lied about not knowing the way, he didn't need to know. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm possessed powerful mental abilities that allowed him to sense the specific location. He had hoped to establish his importance to Yuhao by suggesting he was needed. After all, if he couldn't find a chance to shine, he risked becoming irrelevant. Now, Yuhao had solved the problem independently, leaving Tianmeng Ice Silkworm feeling puzzled. Does this mean I won't have a chance to prove myself? In the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, he deserves this. This big bug doesn't hold back, always has little tricks up his sleeve. But meeting Yuhao from the parallel world? Sorry, buddy, but he won't be needing you. You thought you could shine, but now you're just regretting it. One after another, the soul masters expressed their delight at Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's predicament on the screen. Back on the screen, though Tianmeng Ice Silkworm hadn't found the way, he believed he might have a chance to showcase his abilities. Since they were now in the far north, where temperatures were dangerously low, he had prepared for this situation by gathering some remains he had left in the past. However, unlike the original work, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm hoped to display his prowess, but Yuhao's quick problem-solving meant he wouldn't get the chance. Growing increasingly upset, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm decided he would remain silent, waiting for the moment when Yuhao could no longer endure the cold before stepping in. That would be his opportunity to elevate his standing. However, Yuhao soon surprised him by pulling out the soul guidance device he had prepared earlier. This time, it wasn't just a simple heating stone. It was a special set of soul guidance cotton clothing, both a coat and trousers. These third-level soul guidance garments were specifically designed for maintaining warmth. Once Yuhao donned these cotton layers and infused them with his soul power, a surge of warmth enveloped him, and he felt no cold at all. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, again feeling a bit dejected, observed, "I thought this time I'd have an opportunity to shine, yet I've been denied once more." Feeling gloomy, he sulked quietly behind Yuhao. Meanwhile, Yuhao remained focused and composed as he continued his journey toward the core area. Suddenly, he spotted a massive soul beast in the distance, moving as if it were a mountain. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm prepared to inform Yuhao about the soul beast, but Yuhao recognized it immediately. Is that the Titan Snow Demon King, one of the 3 heavenly kings of the far north? I didn't expect to encounter such a creature. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm couldn't help but twitch his mouth at Yuhao's insight. How do you know about the 3 kings of the far north? He asked. Yuhao replied nonchalantly, It's all in the books. The 3 heavenly kings of the far north are the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, the Ice Snow Girl, and the Titan Snow Demon King. I researched them not long ago. What's wrong, Brother Tianmeng? Is the book incorrect? Unable to contain himself, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm sighed helplessly. No, it's correct. I just didn't expect you to know everything and not need my help along the way. Now I feel useless. Yuhao chuckled. Haha, don't worry, Brother Tianmeng. There will be a chance for you to showcase your abilities later. Let's keep moving for now. After Yuhao finished speaking, he resumed his journey. Little did he know, just after he stood up, a mysterious artifact that had lain dormant for some time began to emit soft light and floated out of his storage soul guidance device. Chapter 125. The mysterious artifact reappears, the guardian of the far north, the ice god. At the same time, within the plane gap, the soul masters present were astonished to see the mysterious artifact that hadn't appeared for a long time suddenly show up on the screen. Many of them had almost forgotten about its existence, but with its reemergence, they were reminded that Yuhao in the parallel world possessed this enigmatic object. One by one, they began to discuss it excitedly. "It's back, that mysterious artifact. I almost forgot about it." The situation has diverged significantly from the original timeline. If I remember correctly, this artifact has always provided Yuhao a lot of help in the parallel world. Now that it's appearing again, could there be other opportunities in this extreme northern region that Yuhao can exploit? That's incredible. Yuhao in the parallel world is already much stronger than his counterpart in the original timeline. If he manages to obtain the soul bones and soul rings of the Ice Empress like his original self and gets even more opportunities, how powerful will he become afterward? I can't even fathom it. The conversations continued with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the gods of the God realm were all focused on the artifact that had appeared on the screen, especially the god of destruction. He was still trying to decipher who the owner of this artifact was, fueling his curiosity. Who is the owner of this artifact, and why has it shown up again? Things are becoming increasingly interesting. I want to see how this unfolds. He kept his gaze fixed on the screen. At that moment on the screen, Yuhao and Tianmeng Ice Silkworm gazed in astonishment at the artifact before them. They hadn't expected this object to emerge so suddenly. Knowing Yuhao's deep connection with this artifact, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm asked, "Yuhao, what should we do next?" Yuhao replied decisively, "Let's observe its movements first." He was mindful of the artifact's significance. Although he still didn't fully understand its true purpose or identity, its past appearances had always aided him greatly. With the artifact in motion, Yuhao wouldn't ignore it this time. He focused on the mysterious object as it floated up, beginning to emit strange black light. As the black light intensified, the artifact shot uncontrollably toward the northwest. Yuhao sensed that the artifact was intelligent. Despite its rapid speed, it maintained a pace that allowed him to keep up, ensuring he wouldn't lose track of it. Determined, Yuhao followed closely. After moving forward for a while, they arrived at an unusual location. They found themselves in a vast snowfield, but unlike any other, a mysterious altar, ancient and worn, stood at its center. Having observed a multitude of sites in the far north, this was the first distinctive structure he encountered amidst the prevailing white expanse, leaving him somewhat taken aback. In the plain gap, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was equally stunned. "So, there is such a place in the far north. Why did I not know about it until today?" Having no prior knowledge, he promptly asked the Ice Empress and Snow Empress residing within Yuhao's body. "Ice Empress, Snow Empress, do you know about this place?" The Ice Empress expressed surprise, replying, "It's peculiar. I haven't been to that location, but the altar looks somewhat familiar." "Zuer, do you recognize it?" The Snow Empress nodded. "That should be the remains of the Ice God altar." The Ice Empress's brows furrowed slightly. "Ice God altar? Is that the altar of the Ice God, the legendary guardian of the far north? Isn't that an artifact of ancient times?" The Snow Empress confirmed, "Yes. Even though the Ice God is a legendary figure, it remains the belief of all soul beasts in our far north. The legend states that the Ice God predated the formation of our far north, making it the ancestor of all soul beasts in this region. Many years ago, the soul beasts in the far north revered the Ice God, constructing countless altars in its honor. While some soul beasts still believe in it, they primarily belong to the higher ranks. Most young soul beasts are unaware of the Ice God now." Tianmeng Ice Silkworm pondered, "Then why was I left in the dark?" The Ice Empress glared at him, clearly annoyed. "What's so strange about you not knowing? What do you know?" Tianmeng Ice Silkworm smiled sheepishly at the remark, then quickly added, "But if that's the case, this altar should be ordinary. There shouldn't be anything special about it, right? Why would that artifact bring Yuhao from the parallel world here? The Snow Empress shook her head as well, confounded by the situation. Even more puzzling was that Zhu Dai had traversed every area of the far north. Yet, she could not recall anything about this area depicted on the screen. Despite trying to remember, she struggled to piece together how Yuhao had arrived there. While Zhu Dai and the others were baffled, the god of destruction had a clearer understanding. He noted a special magic array present in that area moments ago. Normally, both humans and soul masters would be affected by this array and instinctively circumvent it. However, the mysterious artifact had decisively broken through the magic circle, allowing Yuhao entry. This revelation piqued the god of destruction's interest even more. It seems substantial divine power still resides within this mysterious artifact. Moreover, it put forth such effort to bring Yuhao from the parallel world here. What could be the reason for it? Ice god, it appears that there is no such deity currently in the god realm. This must be a god whose throne has been lost outside. Chapter 126, 900,000-year soul beast, god servant, sky-swallowing ice python. The god of destruction had limited knowledge about the ice god. He recalled that there was no such deity currently recognized in the god realm, so he surmised that the ice god had fallen like the previous Rakshasa god, Bibai-dong. However, what intrigued him the most was the mysterious artifact displayed on the screen. In his view, while the artifact had brought Yuhao from the parallel world to this mysterious site, potentially connected to the ice god, it did not necessarily mean that the artifact belonged to the ice god himself. The god of destruction reasoned that the ice god's artifact would not possess such powerful capabilities, especially not the ability to hide from him. For now, he remained curious about the true owner of the mysterious artifact in Yuhao's possession, and looked at the screen with anticipation. On the other side, Tang San's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn, here comes another ice god. I'm also a son of the plane, but Yuhao in this parallel world has far too many opportunities, doesn't he? If this continues, I won't be able to control this kid in the parallel world. The more Tang San contemplated the situation, the more he felt a headache coming on. Yuhao was already a formidable challenge, and now he might gain a chance to defy fate altogether. If things continued down this path, Yuhao could very well grow to a level of power even Tang San couldn't manage, and that would spell trouble for him. Unable to shake his concern, he gazed at the screen, his expression solemn. On the screen, under the guidance of the mysterious artifact, Yuhao arrived at the ancient altar. He was astonished by the sight, as it was the only structure he had encountered in the endless expanse of ice and snow. At that moment, Yuhao asked Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in the spiritual sea, "Brother Tianmeng, do you recognize this altar?" Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, unable to recognize it, awkwardly shook his head. No. Yuhao sighed helplessly. He felt uncertain, but since the mysterious ancient tree had brought him here and was still floating above the altar, he surmised that this place must hold significance. Rather than rushing to leave, he patiently examined his surroundings. After some exploration, however, he found nothing of consequence. Yuhao discovered some strange runes hidden across various parts of the dilapidated altar, but he did not recognize the symbols. He stood there in front of the ancient tree, which hovered above the altar, emanating an aura of antiquity. Suddenly, green lights flickered around the ancient tree, outlining bizarre runes that seemed to possess a life of their own. Though Yuhao didn't understand what was being inscribed, upon closer observation, he noticed that the runes matched the strange symbols he had seen earlier. This realization stunned him. This doesn't feel right. He felt a sudden drop in temperature, compelling him to infuse more soul power into his warming soul guidance device. As he channeled additional soul power, warmth enveloped him once more, and the group of runes surrounding the ancient tree shattered, causing several green flames to erupt from the fire platform above the altar. An ancient and unfamiliar voice echoed from the ancient tree, as if reciting an incantation. All at once, the sound of shattering glass pierced the air. Clang! A massive opening appeared in the space above the altar. The breach measured at least 50 or 60 meters in length and width. From this opening, a colossal python emerged. Its body was white, with piercing ice-blue eyes. The titan's snake was immense. Just its head was about 40 to 50 meters wide, while its entire length extended over 1,000 meters. Upon witnessing this, Yuhao was taken aback, instinctively stepping back a few paces. In the gap between the planes, the soul masters reacted with equal shock. What kind of soul beast is this? Why is it so enormous? Are there soul beasts with such immense strength in the far north? I thought the three heavenly kings of the far north were the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, Titan Snow Demon King, and Ice Snow Girl. Why is there a giant snake? I've read that the cultivation of snake soul beasts correlates with their size. The larger they are, the higher their cultivation. This giant python must be over 500,000 years old. The soul masters engaged in lively discussion, amazed by the unfolding scene on the screen. Yuhao couldn't help but ask the soul beasts within him, Ice Empress, Snow Empress, do you recognize this soul beast? Since this event transpired in the far north, he assumed that they could identify it. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress were equally astonished. They fell silent for a moment before the Ice Emperor finally spoke. We've never seen this soul beast, but we know what type it is. What kind of soul beast is it? Yuhao inquired eagerly. The Snow Empress replied gravely, it's the servant of the ice god, the sky-swallowing ice python, although this could be a different one from the companion that followed the ice god. Based on its imposing presence and length, I estimate its soul power cultivation to be at least 900,000 years. Moreover, unlike Tianmeng's seemingly half-baked cultivation, this one has likely cultivated itself step by step. This means the soul beast on the screen is likely the strongest in the entire far north right now. Chapter 127, More Noble Than the Ice God, Who is the owner of the mysterious artifact? What do you mean by that? My cultivation isn't just some low-quality thing. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm retorted after hearing the Snow Empress's comment. Though dissatisfied, he hesitated to speak too boldly, knowing well the Snow Empress's formidable abilities. He could only grumble quietly. The Snow Empress, however, caught his muttered remarks. What, you don't accept it? She inquired coldly. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm quickly backpedaled. No, I accept it. The Snow Empress snorted softly. Is that so? Then she turned to Yuhao. Yuhao, it seems that you in the parallel world will gain a significant opportunity this time. Currently, Yuhao was still in shock from the appearance of the sky-swallowing ice python. Yet, he perked up at the Snow Empress's statement. Opportunity? What kind of opportunity? He asked, puzzled. The Snow Empress explained. The sky-swallowing ice python is known as the god's servant because it is the only servant of the ice god. Before the ice god passed away, it served him faithfully. After the ice god's demise, it became the guardian of his ruins, responsible for protecting the ice god's inheritance and evaluating the next inheritor. Yuhao's eyes widened. Inheritor? So if I pass the assessment of this sky-swallowing ice python, I could obtain the ice god's inheritance and possibly become the next ice god of the far north. The Ice Empress nodded. Yes, if you can succeed, there is indeed that possibility. Years ago, Zhu Dai and I sought the ice god's inheritance ourselves, she continued, but we were not destined to claim it. After hundreds of years of searching the far north, we still found nothing. Yet here you are, Yuhao, discovering it on your very first visit. There's no denying this inheritance seems destined for you. Yuhao could hear the undertone of envy in the Ice Empress's voice. Yet, it was not just the Ice Empress. Even the Snow Empress felt a twinge of jealousy. This inheritance represented the recognition of the ice god, a divine honor for all soul beasts in the far north. For Yuhao, it meant everything. He too felt envious, but he realized that such power did not naturally belong to him. After all, the version of himself from the parallel world had started at the same point he did, but the gap had only widened over time, revealing how inadequate he truly was to obtain such an inheritance. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel hopeful. Even if he didn't receive the inheritance, he was more than eager to witness whether his parallel self could attain it. At that moment on the screen, Yuhao was still reeling at the sight of the colossal python. He refrained from asking Tianmeng Ice Silkworm anything further, recognizing his ignorance about the situation. Despite being a million-year-old soul beast, the ice silkworm might not possess as much knowledge as Yuhao, who had absorbed vast amounts of information from the Shrek Academy library. Yuhao quickly redirected his focus to the mysterious ancient tree, understanding that the giant python had been summoned by this tree. Should it choose to attack, he knew the ancient tree would be his only protection. Without hesitation, Yuhao ran towards the ancient tree. As he approached, the ancient tree floated into his palm. The huge python's gaze remained fixed on it. Upon seeing the ancient tree finally rest in Yuhao's hand, the python appeared astonished. It lowered its head in a gesture of respect, bowing to Yuhao. What is happening here? Yuhao wondered, still confused. Moments later, the giant python opened its mouth and spoke in a deep, ancient voice. "Honorable inheritor, please come to my head." After speaking, it lowered its body again, waiting for Yuhao to step forward. Recognizing the beast's power, no need for devious plots, Yuhao approached without hesitation. As Yuhao climbed upon the large python, it wasted no time and turned back toward the rift in space. The surrounding environment shifted dramatically, alternating between light and darkness. Countless stars dotted the space, leaving Yuhao bewildered about his location. He began to inquire about their situation, and the python answered without reserve. It explained that they were heading to a small dimension created by the ice god. The python then revealed its identity. It was the current servant of the ice god and had accumulated 900,000 years of soul power. Its sole duty over the years had been to await the arrival of a worthy successor. The python also shared extensive knowledge about the ice god's inheritance. After hearing this, Yuhao hesitated, asking, "So, according to what you said, this ancient tree represents the ice god's inheritance?" The giant python expressed mild surprise. "Oh, it seems you don't yet know its true identity." Yuhao shook his head. "Can you please enlighten me?" The giant python chuckled. "The truth cannot be revealed. There is a spirit residing within the ancient tree. Since it has chosen not to meet you yet, it undoubtedly has its reasons. However, I can tell you this. The owner of this ancient tree is of a greater noble status than the ice god himself. Even the ice god holds it in awe, having vowed to leave his inheritance to the inheritor chosen by this ancient tree. But you haven't completed the ice god's trial yet. The ice god has promised you a chance to take the test. But if you fail, you forfeit your potential for inheritance, both of the ice god and of that noble entity." As the giant python spoke, it cast a reverent glance at the ancient tree. Chapter 128. The Test Left by the Ice God, 10,000 Years of Cold and Loneliness. At this moment, the scene displayed on the screen was crystal clear to the soul masters observing from the gap between the planes. After hearing the explanation from the sky-swallowing ice python, everyone grasped what was happening. They also felt an intense envy toward Yuhao's opportunity in the parallel world. Ice Empress and Snow Empress both felt a sense of relief wash over them. Ice Empress remarked, "So, this is the situation. No wonder we searched all over the far north for so long without finding this inheritance. It simply didn't belong to us." Snow Empress added, "But what surprised me the most is the owner of the ancient tree. You all heard it just now. Even the sky-swallowing ice python acknowledged that the owner of the tree is respected by the ice god. It seems that this tree's owner is quite extraordinary." Ice Empress agreed, "That's true, but it makes sense when you consider it. Otherwise, why would the Lord Ice God grant his inheritance to Yuhao in the parallel world? The owner of that ancient tree is of a different caliber." Snow Empress concluded, "Nonetheless, this is a monumental opportunity for Yuhao in the parallel world. If he successfully passes the test, he gains access to the ice god's inheritance, which is the only belief shared by all soul beasts in our far north." Ice Empress nodded in agreement, though a hint of worry creased her brow. "That's true, But as I said, whether he can complete the test ultimately depends on Yuhao's luck. This is a trial specifically set by the Lord Ice God, and it must be extraordinary. Even Yuhao in the parallel world might not pass it with ease. Snow Empress nodded in agreement as she considered this. The two beasts directed their attention back to the screen. On the other side, the god of destruction wore an intrigued smile as he observed. Sure enough, this aligns perfectly with my suspicions. Who is the owner of that mysterious artifact? My curiosity only deepens, he murmured to himself before focusing back on the screen. At this moment, the scene unfolding was as follows. After the sky-swallowing ice python's explanation, Yuhao came to understand the situation. The sky-swallowing ice python brought Yuhao to a mysterious space that was completely covered in snow. Beneath the snow lay a thick layer of ice. Observing the endless white expanse, Yuhao's expression grew solemn. He then asked the sky-swallowing ice python at his feet, "Senior, have we arrived?" The sky-swallowing ice python set Yuhao down and replied, "Yes, we are now here. Welcome to the Frozen Realm." At the mention of Frozen Realm, Yuhao raised an eyebrow. That name suits this place perfectly. The sky-swallowing ice python continued. Although this place is called the Frozen Realm, it isn't solely named for its icy landscape. A significant part of its name comes from the fact that here, time, space, soul power, and all the laws of the outside world are completely frozen. In simple terms, no matter how long you remain here, you will not age. The flow of time is halted. Additionally, since time is frozen, you will not need to eat. However, you cannot practice here. This space lacks soul power. Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange phenomenon, prompting him to ask, "So, do you normally live here?" The sky-swallowing ice python shook its head. "This is merely a testing ground prepared by the Lord Ice God for the examinees. I cannot enter this space regularly." Curiosity driving him, Yuhao pressed, "What exactly is the test that awaits me?" The sky-swallowing ice python gestured for Yuhao to look into the air. "Look there." Yuhao directed his gaze upward, spotting an enormous hourglass materializing in the sky. The hourglass stood at least dozens of meters high and more than 10 meters wide, suspended in midair. The sand within it flowed at an agonizingly slow pace. Yuhao suddenly had a bad premonition creeping over him. The sky-swallowing ice python continued, "Your test is to remain in this space alone, enduring the cold and isolation. When all the sand in the hourglass has completely flowed out, you will have passed the test. However, I must inform you that once the test begins, it cannot be halted. Even if you start to regret your decision or feel driven to madness from the solitude, the test will not cease. Therefore, you must carefully consider whether you wish to accept the Ice God's test." It's worth mentioning that while time is frozen here, the design of the Lord Ice God equates the duration of the sand flowing out to 10,000 years in the DOLOU continent. Think it over. After delivering this message, the sky-swallowing ice python fell silent, granting Yuhao ample time to reflect on his choice. Realizing the gravity of this decision, Yuhao fell into deep thought. In the gap between the planes, the group of soul masters became increasingly unsettled as they witnessed the scene. Wang Donger remarked, "Do you think Yuhao in the parallel world will choose to accept the test? 10,000 years of cold and loneliness is not something to take lightly. Our lifespans aren't even that long." Wang Qier turned to Yuhao. "If it were you, would you accept the test?" Yuhao replied, 10,000 years of loneliness and cold. Just imagining living alone in this icy wasteland without food, companionship, or any means of cultivation for that long. I might go insane. I'm not sure I dare to take on this test." The snow empress within Yuhao exhaled deeply. 10,000 years of cold and solitude? The cold might be manageable, but the loneliness is terrifying to even consider. After all, even for a soul beasts, living without companionship or practice for 10,000 years is unimaginable, unless you sleep like Tianmeng. At this, the corner of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's mouth twitched, and Ice Empress nodded in agreement, exhaling a sigh. She murmured, Yes, this is far too difficult. But in the face of such a challenge, will Yuhao in the parallel world still choose to advance? Chapter 129, Sitting for 10,000 Years, Ice God Seal. The doubts of the Ice Empress are also the doubts of the Soul Masters in the cracks of the plane. After learning that the content of this test is so difficult, the Soul Masters present want to know whether Yuhao in the parallel world will choose to face the challenge. Therefore, everyone looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, although Yuhao also realized that the difficulty of this test was extremely huge, he still chose to gamble in the end. After all, this opportunity has been placed in front of him. Yuhao has never been the kind of person who gives up halfway. Now that it has come to this point, the only thing left is the final test, and he is unwilling to give up. And from what the sky-swallowing ice python said before, this also involves the rest of the inheritance of the mysterious ancient tree. So Yuhao doesn't want to give up at all. After a long silence, he finally answered. Then he said directly to the sky-swallowing ice python in front of him, "I choose to accept the test. Then you can start." After saying this, the sky-swallowing ice python showed a trace of relief in its expression. After all, it had waited for Yuhao for countless years and naturally hoped that he would succeed. So at this moment, after hearing Yuhao's direct agreement, it immediately started the test. In the gap between the planes, many of the Soul Masters were still shocked to see Yuhao agree to it. They couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect he would agree to it. That's 10,000 years of loneliness and cold. Isn't he afraid of going crazy?" In short, the assessment has begun. Next, we have to see if he can make it through. The Soul Masters kept discussing, looking forward to the next progress. Bibidong couldn't help but praise him when she saw him like this. As expected, this courage of a man I recognize is worthy of praise. Kayan Renksu, indeed, to become a god, you must have this courage. After all, although the assessments given by each god are different, it is certain that no assessment of a god is easy. If Yuhao in the parallel world refuses this test, then it is foreseeable that he will continue to refuse other difficult assessments in the future. In this case, he will naturally not be able to achieve anything. But fortunately, he did not choose to escape, which I appreciate. Bibidong nodded in approval. So, what we have to do next is to see if he can pass the assessment. The mother and daughter also looked at the screen at the same time. And at this moment on the screen, the sky-swallowing ice python quickly left this space. Afterwards, Yuhao was the only living being left in this vast expanse of white. Yuhao had made sufficient mental preparations before this. He told himself that he must be patient and calm at that time. But after this kind of assessment had been going on for a while, Yuhao still found that he could not calm down. And the voice of the Tianmeng ice silkworm had completely disappeared. There was no one to talk to him. So once time started to get longer, distracting thoughts in his mind continued to grow, and the loneliness and coldness of emptiness gradually filled his heart. He kept looking at the hourglass in the air, but the sand in the hourglass seemed to be deliberately against him, flowing slower and slower. Kayan Renksu, sure enough, as long as it is a test from a god, none of them is easy. Bibidong, can this kid pass the test? The sand in the hourglass in the air flows slowly. And Yuhao also endures this loneliness. But he gradually finds that simple endurance is useless. The more afraid he is, the more he endures, and he finds that the sand flows more slowly. So at this time, he needs to sort out his mood. And he did try to do so. He began to calm down and sit cross-legged in the heavy wind and snow. Although he still felt the strong extreme cold and loneliness at the beginning, gradually, he seemed to be completely integrated with this space. He had no thoughts of his own, and he completely emptied his mind. In the end, it seemed as if everything became unimportant, and Yuhao entered an extremely special state. God of Destruction, oh, did you catch the knock so quickly? You are gifted. God of Destruction couldn't help but praise Yuhao in the parallel world. He continued to look at the screen. It turned out that Yuhao in the parallel world had indeed spent the remaining time easily. As the sand in the hourglass in the air completely flowed away, this space was torn apart again, and then the sky-swallowing ice python appeared in front of Yuhao in the parallel world once more. Congratulations, you have passed the test of Lord Ice God. The sky-swallowing ice python smiled and congratulated Yuhao as soon as they met. Yuhao also directly withdrew from that magical state. His temperament has changed greatly compared to before. 10,000 years of sitting and meditation has made him extremely calm. Although Yuhao is still the same as before, he gives people a sense of restraint and unfathomableness. And the most precious thing is his state of mind. After 10,000 years of sitting and meditation, his state of mind has become as solid as a rock. So even though he has overcome the difficulties and completed the assessment, he is still not overwhelmed by joy. On his face, there is only a polite smile. Seeing this, the sky-swallowing ice python became more satisfied with Yuhao. Furthermore, because he has passed the initial assessment, the sky-swallowing ice python is more respectful to Yuhao than before. So it first performed its clan's special etiquette towards Yuhao, and then quickly opened its mouth. Suddenly, an ice blue mark flew out of the sky-swallowing ice python's mouth. The mark quickly flew in front of Yuhao, and then floated in front of him without moving. Yuhao naturally didn't know what this thing was. But it was in the gap between the plains. Whether it was the Ice Empress or the Snow Empress, they were completely dumbfounded after seeing this mark. This is the Ice God Seal. Chapter 130, Obtaining the Luck of the Far North, the Ice God is coming. At this moment, in the gap between the plains, after seeing the ice blue mark that flew out of the mouth of the sky-swallowing ice python, even the soul beasts at the level of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress could not help but be shocked. After all, they are all masters of the Far North. Naturally, they know more deeply about the only belief in the Far North, the Ice God, than other soul beasts. So both the Ice Empress and Snow Empress recognized the mark immediately. And they couldn't help but exclaim, "That is the Ice God Seal." However, Yuhao and the Tianmeng ice silkworm didn't know the deeds of the Ice God, so they naturally had no idea what the so-called Ice God Seal was. Yuhao couldn't help but ask the Ice Empress and Snow Empress in his spiritual sea, "Ice Empress, Snow Empress, please tell me, what is this Ice God Seal?" After hearing Yuhao's question, the shock on the faces of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress gradually subsided. Then Ice Empress spoke to Yuhao first. "Yuhao, do you remember? I told Snow Emperor before that we searched all the areas in the far north to find the inheritance of the Ice God. This took us about 100 years. Yuhao nodded to Ice Empress. "Yes, I remember." Ice Empress glanced at Yuhao with her beautiful eyes and then asked, "Then, do you know why we are looking for the inheritance of the Ice God?" "It's for the Ice God Seal." The shock on Yuhao's face became more intense upon hearing this. Ice Empress continued to speak. "As long as you obtain this Ice God Seal, you will be recognized by the Ice God. From now on, all soul beasts in the far north must not be rude to the owner of the seal. Seeing the seal is like seeing the Ice God. Moreover, if you can complete all the tests of the Ice God in the future and truly become the new Ice God, then no matter which soul beast in the far north, they must obey the orders of the new Ice God and go through fire and water without hesitation." Yuhao was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. He didn't expect that this small seal could possess such great powers. Was it more noble than the imperial seals of the 3 empires in the DOLOU Three Kingdoms? The Snow Empress on the side added, "Of course, you may be curious why once you get the mark of the Ice God, all the soul beasts in the far north will be convinced by you. Is it so easy to gain the respect of soul beasts? This is mainly because once you get the mark of the Ice God, the luck of the owner is bound to the luck of the entire far north." "Yuhao, do you still remember the Emperor's auspicious beast?" Yuhao nodded directly to the Snow Empress. "I remember it. It is the auspicious beast of the Stardew Great Forest. As long as it is there, all the soul beasts in the Stardew Great Forest do not need to pass the tribulation and can obtain double efficiency when practicing." "But what does this have to do with the Ice God Seal?" The Snow Empress explained, "It is related. Of course it is related. Let me tell you this. If Yuhao in the parallel world has obtained the ice god seal, then from now on, he has also obtained the luck of the entire far north. He is equivalent to the emperor's auspicious beast in the far north. As long as the soul beasts born and living in this land are protected by him, they can obtain double the efficiency of cultivation and will no longer need to pass the tribulation. Speaking of this, the Snow Empress exhaled to Yuhao and said, "So now you know why the soul beasts in the far north are convinced by the owner of the ice god seal, right? As long as Yuhao in the parallel world completely absorbs this mark, then all the soul beasts in the far north will regard him as more important than themselves and will never allow other soul beasts to hurt him. As for obeying his orders, that's just a basic obligation." The Snow Empress kept talking, and by the end, even while looking at the parallel world Yuhao on the screen, she couldn't help but show a look of respect on her face. Yuhao was completely dumbfounded after hearing this. He looked at the screen with a shocked expression and finally couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect that I in the parallel world would get such an opportunity this time. It seems that I will be pulled further away by him this time." Yuhao felt very helpless, but he was not jealous, because after seeing his growth experience in the parallel world, he admitted that the other party was indeed far better than himself. Therefore, it was reasonable for that other person to receive such an opportunity. He continued to look at the screen. On the other side, the other soul masters in the gap between the planes did not know the specific effect of the ice god seal, because they did not receive an explanation from the Ice Empress and Snow Empress like Yuhao. In their opinion, since it was a reward from the ice god, it was naturally very generous. So they only needed to see how effective Yuhao in the parallel world would be when he used it later. They looked at the screen one by one again at this moment. At this moment on the screen. "Take it and then refine it." The sky-swallowing ice python did not explain much to Yuhao. After spitting out the mark, it simply signaled Yuhao to refine it. And Yuhao complied. He quickly began to sit cross-legged. Then he used the soul power within him to continuously refine the ice blue mark in front of him. Yuhao had already completed the preliminary assessment of the ice god, so the mark naturally would not reject him. This made Yuhao's refining process smooth. He did not spend too much effort and directly completed the refining of the ice god seal. Then Yuhao learned all the effects of the ice god seal. A look of deep surprise suddenly appeared on his face, and he quickly turned his gaze and bowed to the sky-swallowing ice python beside him, knowing that the other party had endured loneliness and waited here for generations to find someone like him, which was very rare. "No, now you are the inheritor of the ice god. Although you have not passed all the tests, you are still an inheritor. I can't accept such a great gift," the sky-swallowing ice python said with fear and trepidation. After hearing this, Yuhao asked again, "Then when will my next assessment begin?" The sky-swallowing ice python replied, "There is no rush for that. You are still too weak now. The next assessment will be too difficult for you. So it's best to wait until your soul power reaches the 7th ring. Then I will let you start the subsequent assessment according to the instructions of Lord Ice God." Yuhao thanked him repeatedly after hearing this. "Thank you." He was about to say something more. What he didn't expect was that at that moment, Yuhao's body radiated a burst of ice blue light. Then a blue shadow continued to condense behind Yuhao, eventually transforming into a crystal phoenix with cyan pupils. The sky-swallowing ice python suddenly burst into tears. Is this the ice god descending? Chapter 131. Parallel Yuhao's second martial soul, Ice God Blue-Eyed Crystal Phoenix. The picture on the screen naturally shocked the soul masters in the plane gap. After all, they never thought that things would develop to this point. And it's also Yuhao, but the opportunity of Yuhao in this parallel world is amazing. This is much stronger than Yuhao in the original time and space. So at this moment, many soul masters in the plane gap couldn't help but sigh. Of course, although most of the soul masters were also sighing, they didn't know what the blue-eyed crystal phoenix behind Yuhao in the parallel world on the screen represented, so they were just simply surprised. But the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress were completely dumbfounded at this moment, because they all knew the Ice God's true form. They all knew that the Ice God's true form was the blue-eyed crystal phoenix. Moreover, the Ice God was the only soul beast of this kind in the entire far north. Therefore, whether it was the Ice Empress or the Snow Empress, their reactions were the same as the sky-swallowing ice python on the screen. Unbelievable. Surprised, shocked. All kinds of emotions were hard to describe. However, the two Empresses of Ice and Snow were also soul beasts with extremely high cultivation. Although they were indeed very shocked by the appearance of the blue-eyed crystal phoenix at the beginning, soon, they all realized that something was wrong. That is, compared to the Ice God coming in person, they felt that this blue-eyed crystal phoenix was more like a martial soul. So, at this moment, the two Empresses of Ice and Snow immediately expressed their thoughts. When Tian Meng on the side heard this, his expression changed drastically. "It's broken. That blue-eyed crystal phoenix has become the second martial soul of Yuhao in the parallel world," he explained to the two Empresses of Ice and Snow and Yuhao. "The second martial soul I left for Yuhao before is a martial soul that has not yet been finalized. So it needs to be finalized with an ice attribute soul ring. But the principle here is that it takes an ice attribute energy to convert. As for whether it is a soul ring, it is not that important. But just now, Yuhao in the parallel world has absorbed some of the ice attribute energy of the Ice God because he refined the Ice God seal. So in the end, by chance, it naturally became like this." After Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's explanation, Yuhao and the two Empresses of Ice and Snow knew what was going on. However, Yuhao still felt a little confused, because this matter seemed to him to be a completely good thing. But why did Tianmeng Ice Silkworm say it was broken just now? He couldn't help but voice out his doubts. Then he asked again, "Could it be? The Ice God's martial soul is not as good as the ultimate ice." The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress immediately looked at Yuhao with extremely speechless eyes. Ice Empress couldn't help but say, "Yuhao, you can say such things? Are you stupid? Why is the Ice God the Ice God? It must be because its ability far exceeds that of other soul beasts in our far north. Otherwise, other soul beasts would be the Ice God." Snow Empress also said, "Although the ultimate ice is already very powerful. But compared with the Ice God's martial soul, it is still more than one level lower. Blue-eyed crystal phoenix, this is the strongest ice-attributed martial soul, and it is the leading one in the segment. Except for this martial soul, whether it is the Ice Snow Girl or the Ice Jade Scorpion Empress, which of these martial souls is stronger is worth discussing. But the blue-eyed crystal phoenix is different. This martial soul is completely different from ours. We don't even have the qualifications to compare with it, so how could the blue-eyed crystal phoenix be inferior to our martial soul?" Yuhao finally understood after the explanation of the two Ice and Snow Empresses. But he was still a little confused. Why did Brother Tian Meng react so strongly just now? Zhu Dai said unhappily, "Don't you understand him yet? Why did he say bad things? Because in this way, the place he reserved for Binger in your body will be gone. And you know what bad idea he has. If they are not together in your body, do you think Binger will look at him straight in the eye?" Tian Meng Ice Silkworm. He was embarrassed and didn't say anything. But it must be said that his thoughts just now were indeed like this. It's just that the person who exposed him was Zhu Dai, so Tian Meng Ice Silkworm could only swallow his anger even if he was dissatisfied. The Ice Empress on one side said directly, "Tian Meng, you are not still dreaming about your spring and autumn dream, are you? Since Yuhao in the parallel world has already obtained the Ice God seal. Then, as long as I stay by his side and recognize him as my master, I don't need to pass the tribulation, and I can also get double the efficiency of cultivation. Then why should I continue on this dangerous road you arranged? If I am not desperate, do you think I want to stay with you forever?" The more Tian Meng Ice Silkworm listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. But he also knew that this was the fact. If it weren't for special circumstances, there would be no possibility for him and the Ice Empress. After Yuhao finished listening to the words of the Ice Empress, he could not help but be stunned. Then, in this case, wouldn't I in the parallel world have an extra super strong person protecting me? The Ice Empress nodded directly and said, "Not only me if he can meet Zhuer in the future, I believe Zhuer will make the same choice." The Snow Empress on the side also answered directly, "That's for sure. You don't need to think about this kind of thing to know. Yuhao in the parallel world has obtained the inheritance of the Ice God, so he is the one we need to focus on protecting. Besides, cultivation is fast and does not require tribulation. Where can you find such a good thing? If it were me, I would stay with him and protect him with all my heart. If anyone wants to harm him, I will kill him directly." The Snow Empress also expressed her thoughts without reservation. After hearing the Snow Empress's thoughts this time, even Yuhao felt a little envious. Because this is the protection of Ice Empress and Snow Empress. If the following things develop as Ice Empress and Snow Empress said, then in the future, Yuhao in the parallel world will have two super DOLOU level powerhouses protecting him. This is much more practical than letting them stay in his body. And to be honest, the parallel self has now obtained the blue-eyed crystal phoenix martial soul, which is the same as the Ice God. He doesn't lack the martial souls of Ice Empress and Snow Empress at all. Not to mention that he can get other rewards after passing the subsequent tests of the Ice God in the future. So, in Yuhao's view, the parallel self's harvest this time is simply too rich. Chapter 132. How about letting the auspicious beast and Yuhao marry? Of course, the screen was always playing. Therefore, in the gap between the planes, Yuhao was envious of his gains in the parallel world. Soon, the sky-swallowing ice python in the picture took action. Although it was frightened by the shadow of the Ice God that appeared behind Yuhao's body at the beginning, it finally realized after a brief shock that this was not the Ice God coming, but Yuhao's martial soul. So the sky-swallowing ice python was also very surprised. It told Yuhao that this was his second martial soul, and after being informed by the sky-swallowing ice python, Yuhao immediately understood the general reason. He also directly voiced his guess, which made the sky-swallowing ice python very happy. After all, as long as nothing unexpected happens, Yuhao will be able to become the new Ice God of the far north in the future. Now that Yuhao has the martial soul of the previous Ice God of their far north, isn't this also a type of inheritance? And the most important point is that the martial soul of the blue-eyed crystal phoenix is extremely powerful. Successfully obtaining this martial soul will greatly aid in his future strength development. Therefore, the sky-swallowing ice python congratulated Yuhao once again. And because of this, at this moment, the other soul masters in the gap between the planes began to understand what was happening. They couldn't help but begin to discuss it. Dubusi, I didn't expect that Yuhao from this parallel world would get such a great opportunity this time. Sujiawe, yes. According to what they said before, this Ice God is the guardian of the entire far north and the most powerful ice soul beast. Now he has obtained this kind of martial soul, so naturally, his future growth space will become even more terrifying. Jing Hongchen, I find myself more and more envious. Fortunately, Yuhao from this parallel world has been somewhat attracted to our Sun-Moon Imperial Academy. If he comes to our Sun-Moon Imperial Academy, then in the parallel world, we may surpass Shrek Academy with the help of Yuhao from this parallel world. That would be fantastic. Kong Deming, I hope Yuhao from the parallel world will come to our Sun-Moon Imperial Academy as soon as possible. On the other side, Xuanzai and his companions felt a bit uncomfortable. He also vaguely sensed that Yuhao in the parallel world was about to leave Shrek Academy. In this case, the better his talent became, the more painful they felt, as it was like a delicious dish that could not be eaten. It was torture to be able only to look at it but not partake. They felt very uneasy at this moment. And at that moment on the screen, the sky-swallowing ice python quickly sent Yuhao back to the far north. Although he had initially passed the assessment, it was only a preliminary pass. So, after rewarding Yuhao, the sky-swallowing ice python did not keep him any longer. It directly sent Yuhao away, and told him he could return to it again after breaking through to the 7th ring in the future. Yuhao agreed immediately upon hearing this. Back in the far north again, Yuhao felt that it wasn't realistic. After all, his gains this time were too great and completely beyond his expectations, so he could not help but feel this way. But not long after, he was stunned by his current physical condition. Although he could move around in the far north before, this was primarily because he had prepared a soul guidance device in advance, which kept him warm, so he could not feel the cold and continue to move around. However, Yuhao found that even without soul guidance devices, he did not feel the cold at all. The cold wind in the far north was howling, blowing everything around him crazily. Yet when it approached Yuhao, it became extremely gentle. The wind seemed afraid of hurting Yuhao, softening when it was about to blow on him. Yuhao himself became less afraid of the cold. In this icy and snowy place, he did not feel the slightest discomfort. Even more surprising, he found that his perception of the spiritual power of the surrounding heaven and earth became clearer and smoother. It seemed as if all the spiritual power of this world was now extremely close to him. This truly delighted Yuhao, so he couldn't help but display a deep joy on his face. This also shocked the soul masters in the gap between the planes once again. Is this the effect of the ice god seal? It is indeed worthy of the ice god's inheritance. Now Yuhao in the parallel world has become even more powerful. Isn't that so? Even the spiritual power of heaven and earth is actively friendly to him. I can't imagine how easy it will be for him to practice. It makes me jealous. The group of soul masters kept sighing. Meanwhile, the soul beasts such as Dai Tian and Gu Yuina, although they hadn't heard the analysis of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, still didn't fully understand the abilities of parallel Yuhao after obtaining the luck of the far north. But they had raised emperor beasts before. So at this moment, they all felt a sense of familiarity and couldn't help but sigh. Dai Tian, no, why do I feel that this is so similar to the auspicious beast? I remember the auspicious beast is also like this. Sheng, I just don't know if it can protect soul beasts from thunder tribulations and obtain double training speed like the auspicious beast. Gu Yuina, but no matter what, it would be great if Yuhao in the parallel world was from our Star Du Great Forest. This would greatly benefit the development of soul beasts in our Star Du Great Forest. Sheng, then how about letting the auspicious beast marry him? Wang Qiwer's mouth twitched when she saw the unreliable communication of the soul beasts in the chat room. At the same time on the screen. Different from Yuhao's excitement, after returning to the far north, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm did not seem happy. Although he did not say much, he kept sighing after returning to the far north. This made Yuhao feel a little strange. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Tianmeng, why are you sighing?" Chapter 133. Arrived at the core area, Ice Empress appeared. And the reason why Tianmeng Ice Silkworm couldn't help but sigh. This is easy to understand. After all, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm made so many plans just to get the Ice Empress. But now, the position it reserved for the Ice Empress has been occupied by Yuhao's blue-eyed crystal phoenix. So its plan failed. As a result, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm has been unhappy all along. However, he also has to maintain some pride. Of course, he couldn't tell Yuhao that the reason he was unhappy was that he had no chance to gain the Ice Empress now. The soul masters in the plane gap only reacted after seeing this. Yes, since Yuhao in the parallel world has already obtained the blue-eyed crystal phoenix, he naturally has no chance to get the Ice Empress. Many soul masters couldn't help but sigh. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about this. This is a pity. Now there is one less Ice Empress. However, some soul masters thought that this matter didn't matter. After all, there is one less Ice Empress, but they still have the Ice God's martial soul. So, even if there was one less Ice Empress, they thought it was no big deal. Consequently, some soul masters expressed their opinions. Nonetheless, many still felt very sorry for not being able to subdue the Ice Empress. Just then on the screen. After hearing what Tianmeng Ice Silkworm said, Yuhao immediately understood. With his intelligence, he quickly saw that Tianmeng Ice Silkworm had impure motives. But he did not say this directly. Instead, he smiled and told Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, "Don't worry about the Ice Empress. She will be fine later." Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was stunned when he heard it. Yuhao continued, "But since we are here, why don't we go see the Ice Empress? I think you want to see her." Tianmeng Ice Silkworm instinctively wanted to agree, but knew he no longer had the leverage to negotiate with the Ice Empress. To negotiate with or even subdue her, he could only take advantage of the situation. But now, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm had no bargaining chips. According to the Ice Empress's personality, under such circumstances, he would only end up as her prey. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm quickly relayed his concerns to Yuhao again, but Yuhao simply smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have my plans." "Brother Tianmeng, just wait." Yuhao didn't explain much, but continued to rush toward the core area of the far north. After all, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm is just a wisdom soul ring and has no decision-making power. So, even if it suddenly doesn't dare to meet the Ice Empress at this moment, it cannot do anything to Yuhao. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm could only start to persuade Yuhao again. "Yuhao, why don't you just forget it? Now we have no bargaining chips, and we're going to see the Ice Empress. Isn't this courting death?" Yuhao smiled and said, "Don't worry, brother Tianmeng, I know what I'm doing. When we get to the core area, just lead the way for me." Tianmeng Ice Silkworm could only agree helplessly. And Yuhao continued to rush toward the core area of the far north. Meanwhile, in the gap between the plains, the Soul Masters felt that Yuhao's choice was a bit hasty. After all, they didn't know the full effect of the Ice God Seal, nor did they realize what Yuhao in the parallel world meant to the Ice Empress. They couldn't help but discuss it among themselves. Hey, they are still young after all. After suddenly obtaining a huge inheritance, they are inevitably full of youthful energy. Even if Yuhao in the parallel world was very calm in the past, he seems to have lost his composure at this moment. "But didn't he just say that he has a plan?" Another person countered. Someone else shook their head. "I don't believe it, what plans can he make?" On the other side, although he didn't speak much, Xuanzai suddenly harbored an evil thought: to let Yuhao in the parallel world die here. After all, judging from the current situation, it seemed very unlikely that Yuhao in the parallel world would continue to stay at Shrek Academy. With the mentality of destroying it if he couldn't have it, Xuanzai thought letting him die here might not be such a bad thing. However, he certainly wouldn't dare speak out his thoughts. Everyone continued to watch the screen, and at that moment, after Yuhao's progress, they finally reached the core area of the far north. It was still a vast expanse of white, and because it was the core area, the temperature here was noticeably lower. Not to mention humans, even some ordinary ice soul beasts would not be able to bear it after getting too close. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm deliberately did not help Yuhao because he wanted him to retreat. After all, if it was too cold for Yuhao to endure, wouldn't he leave early? But Yuhao was not afraid of the cold at all. Upon arriving, he felt as if he had come home, and he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. This left Tianmeng Ice Silkworm even more astonished. He had been ordered by Yuhao to go out and lure out the Ice Empress, but seeing how things had developed, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm could only sigh helplessly. He gritted his teeth and rushed out directly. Then he urged the spiritual power within his body to radiate outward, making himself the core. "Ice Empress, I know you feel my presence. I, Tianmeng, have come back for revenge. Do you dare to see me?" The voice echoed wildly around. Not long after, the originally dark clouds suddenly fluctuated violently. And then, from the distant northern sky, a layer of emerald green light spread out. The dark sky transformed into emerald green, transparent and alluring. The shifting colors made it look as if the high sky had turned into a piece of emerald gem. The oppressive atmosphere in the air abruptly vanished at that moment. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was sweating profusely. The Ice Empress is coming. This time she is coming. Chapter 134. The Ice Empress surrenders. Lord Yuhao, please accept me. At this moment on the screen, as the green light in the sky continued to spread, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm couldn't help but show strong fear on his face. "Tianmeng, you are still alive. You are indeed worthy of being the longest-lived being in our far north." Clear voices rang out from all directions. As this voice appeared, a terrifying sound wave caused the snow on the ground to rise almost instantly by 3 meters, like a sudden wave. This only panicked Tianmeng ice silkworm even more. He didn't dare to waste any more time and quickly returned to Hu Yuhao's body. Then he immediately said to Hu Yuhao, "Yuhao, this is what you wanted. I have already led the way for you. You can handle the next part yourself." Without the trump card to subdue and threaten the Ice Empress, Tianmeng was still very cowardly. He didn't even dare to meet the Ice Empress outside. Based on his understanding of the Ice Empress, if he continued to stay there, he would be devoured in the end. However, even though he returned to Hu Yuhao's body at that moment, he was still very worried, as he didn't know what methods Hu Yuhao had. His face in the spiritual sea was uncertain, and he even began to consider the worst-case scenario. Thus, Hu Yuhao stood alone in this white world of ice and snow. "Don't worry, leave it to me." But Hu Yuhao didn't concern himself with Tianmeng's worries and simply replied with a chuckle. He stood there openly. Although the temperature dropped as the Ice Empress approached, he had already inherited the Ice God's powers. No matter how low the temperature around him became, it would not affect him at all. Finally, the Ice Empress appeared. Accompanied by a turquoise light shooting down from the sky, the Ice Empress's figure appeared directly in front of Hu Yuhao. The Ice Empress was about 1.5 meters long, not as large as the original Tianmeng ice silkworm. However, her body was that of an extremely noble scorpion. Why noble? Because the Ice Empress had only 2 colors, ice blue and turquoise. Her shell was crystal clear, giving the impression of being as clean and beautiful as gems and crystals. Hu Yuhao suddenly realized that the original forms of soul beasts with high cultivation levels appear quite striking. He remained calm and composed. However, the Tianmeng ice silkworm in the spiritual sea was trembling with fear at the sight of the Ice Empress's true form. The Ice Empress also quickly noticed that the being before her was not the Tianmeng ice silkworm. She frowned immediately and coldly asked Hu Yuhao, "Human, why are you here? Where is Tianmeng?" Hu Yuhao simply smiled faintly upon hearing this. "Hello, my name is Hu Yuhao." The Ice Empress had no interest in Hu Yuhao at that moment. She just wanted to find Tianmeng and eat him. But then, she noticed a strange mark on Hu Yuhao's forehead, and a sacred and noble aura began to emanate from his body. This aura seemed very strange to the Ice Empress. With the emergence of this aura, she felt an overwhelming sense of recognition and goodwill toward Hu Yuhao. Though she did not recognize him, she inexplicably felt this powerful connection. What was most outrageous was that the Ice Empress developed an involuntary desire to surrender, which felt foreign to her. No longer daring to underestimate Hu Yuhao, she regarded him with a solemn expression. However, this solemn look gradually softened. Affected by the Ice God seal, her gaze towards Hu Yuhao turned tender and filled with awe. "Who are you?" The Ice Empress finally couldn't help but ask. Hu Yuhao smiled gently upon hearing this. "Didn't I just say, my name is Hu Yuhao? Of course, if you're asking about my identity, I can also tell you that I am the inheritor of the Ice God." He spoke slowly. Knowing the effect of the Ice God seal, Hu Yuhao was not panicking at all. He remained leisurely. But the Ice Empress seemed completely dumbfounded after hearing Hu Yuhao's reply. She looked at him with surprise written on her face and exclaimed, "Ice God, this is impossible. The Ice God's inheritance has long been lost. And as a human, how could you possibly obtain it?" Hu Yuhao merely smiled and replied, "Nothing is impossible. If you don't believe me, just look." He stepped closer to the Ice Empress. She couldn't muster any hostility toward Hu Yuhao. Instead, she found that the closer he got, the stronger her sense of submission became. Her perception of the spiritual forces surrounding them also intensified. The unease that had filled her chest during the impending tribulation completely dissipated. As she gazed at Hu Yuhao, her eyes widened in amazement. Then Hu Yuhao chuckled, and the shadow of a blue-eyed crystal phoenix appeared directly behind him. The Ice Empress was yet again stunned upon witnessing this scene. "This is the Ice God's true form. Are you telling the truth?" "Humans." "No, Lord Yuhao, can you please tell me what happened?" She instinctively showed respect to Yuhao, feeling a strong sense of guilt if she were to disrespect him. So, she addressed him as Lord Yuhao, which alleviated her guilt and made her feel much better. Okay, then I'll tell you what happened. Yuhao spoke generously, as there was nothing to hide in this situation. He recounted the entire story, including why he came to the far north, and how he obtained the ice god's inheritance after his arrival. Of course, he omitted the details about his mysterious ancient tree. But everything else was the truth. As the Ice Empress listened, her shock only grew. When she learned the entire story, she gazed at Yuhao with a fervent look. Looking at Yuhao, she felt no hostility. Rather, she regarded him as a treasure. Then, she transformed into her human form, knelt on one knee before Yuhao, and wore a face of reverence. I now understand everything that has transpired. It seems that, Lord Yuhao, you are the destined successor. In that case, please allow me to serve you as my master. Binger is willing to serve you wholeheartedly and work like a slave for you at all costs. Chapter 135, Ice Empress. Master, please give Snow Empress a chance. Now that she has learned the whole story, the Ice Empress made a prompt decision. She immediately knelt in front of Yuhao, wishing to ask him to subdue her. The Ice Empress understood that Yuhao would most likely become a true ice god shortly. Since that was the case, submitting to Yuhao would be something that all soul beasts in the far north would scramble to do. This is a matter of luck and connection. Yuhao had become the successor of the ice god and had obtained the luck of the entire far north. The closer the beings around him were to him, the more blessings and gifts they would naturally receive. This behavior wouldn't diminish any of Yuhao's luck, but the proportion of luck they could gain from him would differ. As the saying goes, first come, first served. When Yuhao, who carried the luck of the far north, favored someone or a beast, the more blessings and gifts they would receive. As more soul beasts surrendered, Yuhao would naturally be unable to remember all of them or have a special fondness for each. Thus, those who received the most blessings and gifts could only be the soul beasts that Yuhao loved most. That's why the Ice Empress chose to take the initiative. While other soul beasts were unaware of Yuhao's identity, she was the first to submit to him, allowing her to enjoy this gift alone. Even if other soul beasts later scrambled to submit, by that time, the Ice Empress would have served Yuhao for a long while and would still hold the majority of this gift. This was why she had already started to kneel before Yuhao. In Yuhao's spiritual sea, upon witnessing this scene, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was completely dumbfounded. In his mind, the Ice Empress had always been that cold, arrogant goddess. So why was she now scrambling to take the initiative to become Yuhao's pet? This made Tianmeng Ice Silkworm feel very uncomfortable. It felt as if his goddess was disdainful of him, yet was eagerly wagging her tail at others. And in the gap between the planes, all the soul masters were also stunned. They did not know the function of the ice god seal, nor did they understand the concepts of gifts and blessings. They only saw the surface of the matter and witnessed the Ice Empress's initiative to submit. As a result, all the soul masters were left utterly astonished. Jing Hongchen, is this the Ice Empress of the 3 heavenly kings of the far north? She offered to surrender. Kong Deming, it seems that the ice god's inheritance is indeed terrifying. Even a soul beast like the Ice Empress is willing to submit. Dubusi, now, if that family gains the favor of Yuhao in the parallel world, isn't it like a buy one get one free scenario? Gaining the Ice Empress's favor as well. And if the Ice Empress behaves this way, what about the Snow Empress? What about the Titan Snow Demon King? Tusk, the value of Yuhao in the parallel world has skyrocketed. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. After hearing their remarks, Xuan Zai from Shrek Academy felt even more uncomfortable. Originally, Yuhao in this parallel world was also theirs. If he could be as loyal to Shrek Academy as the original Yuhao, they would once again have a powerful ally. Unfortunately, it seemed that Yuhao might not stay at Shrek Academy any longer. Thus, Xuanzai was in a very bad mood. On the other side, Bingdi was surprised by the scene unfolding before her. Sure enough, I knew this would happen, she thought. Bingdi wasn't surprised by her choice in the parallel world. She believed it was the most prudent decision. Binger, you are so cunning, Zudi muttered, a tinge of jealousy evident in her voice. Bingdi smiled and replied, there's nothing I could do, Zuer, who made me meet Yuhao from the parallel world before you. But don't worry, we are good sisters. Whether in this world or the parallel world, we will always be good sisters. I will not forget you. One day, we sisters will serve Yuhao together in the parallel world and share the blessings. Isn't that beautiful? Bingdi chatted with Zudi. Upon hearing the word serve, Zudi couldn't help but blush. Yuhao, meanwhile, felt a bit envious. These were the real bodies of Bingdi and Zudi, unlike the two spirit souls residing within him at that moment. With their physical forms, they could directly aid him. Therefore, if Yuhao in this parallel world could also subdue the Ino Empress, he would be able to navigate the Doluo continent with ease. He continued to observe the screen. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao understood the thoughts of the Ice Empress extremely well, as he had learned about luck and blessings through the Ice God seal. He did not reject her at all. In fact, he had come here on purpose, understanding that the Ice Empress would take this step. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here specifically in search of the Ice Empress after being rejected by Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Thus, the Ice Empress's desires aligned perfectly with Yuhao's own. Yuhao gently stroked Bingdi's beautiful cheek and smiled. Okay, Binger, from today on, you are mine. Bingdi was overjoyed upon hearing this, and a hint of shyness appeared on her usually cold and arrogant face. She took the initiative to kiss the back of Yuhao's hand and affectionately referred to Yuhao as Master. Then she suggested to Yuhao, Master, I have a good sister. She is the Snow Empress, one of the 3 great kings of the far north. I know her very well, and she would be willing to submit to you. So, if you're willing, can you give her a chance? I will take you to meet her. How about the 2 of us sisters serve you together? The Ice Empress did not forget the Ino Empress. After successfully recognizing Yuhao as her master, she immediately thought of her sister and proposed it to him. Yuhao's eyes lit up at her suggestion. The Snow Empress, one of the 3 great kings of the far north? Sure, then I'll trouble you, Binger, to take me there. Chapter 136. Parallel Yuhao's 3rd soul ring, 100,000 years. Hearing the mention of her sister, Snow Empress by the Ice Empress, Yuhao realized she was the leader of the 3 kings of the far north. Yuhao was immediately overjoyed. After all, he was knowledgeable and had a certain understanding of the 3 kings of the far north. He knew very well that, although the Ice Empress was powerful, her strength could only rank 2nd among the 3 kings. The Snow Empress, besides the Ice Empress, was even more powerful. Therefore, Yuhao immediately agreed to the Ice Empress's request to take him to find the Snow Empress. In the gap between the planes, the Soul Masters were completely stunned after witnessing the scene before them. They were all shocked and couldn't help but talk about it. After the Ice Empress, even the Snow Empress will take the initiative to surrender. Isn't this outrageous? If that's the case, the 2 most powerful kings in the far north have surrendered to him. If someone wants to deal with him in the future, how can they succeed without sending a large number of titled Doluo and troops? The Soul Masters could hardly contain their emotions as they observed the scene displayed on the screen. Even Yuhao felt a twinge of envy. Although he had subdued the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress, the versions he had in his original world were not in physical form. In contrast, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress in the parallel world were in complete form. In other words, they could help Yuhao fight bravely in the parallel world. This meant that Yuhao in the parallel world had 2 super Doluo-level masters escorting him. Life was indeed comfortable. Thus, even Yuhao felt an overwhelming sense of envy at that moment. As he continued to watch the screen, he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, I am worthy of this in the parallel world. He continued observing the screen. At that moment, the scene unfolded on the screen. Under the leadership of the Ice Empress, Yuhao arrived at the territory of the Snow Empress. Unfortunately, although they had reached the Snow Empress's domain, she was nowhere to be found. It seemed that the Snow Empress had been away for quite some time. "Master, I'm sorry. It seems that the Snow Empress is not in the far north at present," the Ice Empress said. So she could only sigh helplessly, apologizing to Yuhao with great guilt. However, Yuhao would not blame her for such a small matter. He shook his head and smiled gently at the Ice Empress. "It doesn't matter. Since we haven't met yet, it simply means our fate has not arrived. We will meet sooner or later when the time is right. You don't have to worry," he replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Ice Empress nodded vigorously and quickly agreed. On the other side, in the gap between the plains, after witnessing this scene, Bingdi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She turned to Zudi and asked, "Zuer, come to think of it, where did you go during that time?" After pondering for a moment, Zudi replied, "If I remember correctly, I seem to have gone to find spiritual medicine. I later rebuilt it because I found spiritual medicine. I didn't expect that I in the parallel world would miss such a great opportunity because of this." She felt very regretful. But Bingdi quickly comforted her. "It's okay, Zuer. Even though you didn't meet Yuhao directly in this parallel world, you will meet him later. After all, you didn't meet Yuhao until later on our side. In that case, it will be the same when we meet again. It's just that he was a little slower in recognizing his master. The difference shouldn't be that significant." Bingdi kept comforting Zudi. Hearing this, Zudi nodded at Bingdi. "That's right. We will meet again sooner or later." She agreed, continuing to watch the screen. At that moment on the screen, although Yuhao felt a bit regretful for not conquering Zudi, he had successfully subdued Bingdi, so he was in a very good mood. And compared to this, Yuhao was more focused on his own goals. His other objective for this trip was to find a third soul ring for himself. Although initially, he had wanted to go directly to the Stardew Great Forest to find soul beasts, he later discovered that there was also a soul beast in the far north that was very suitable for his third soul ring. That soul beast was the illusionary elk. The illusionary elk is a spiritual soul beast that only exists in the far north. Even in the far north, the number of these soul beasts is extremely rare. This type of soul beast possesses the ability of illusion. They can use their mental power to manipulate the brain of the opponent, causing them to fall directly into the illusion they created for a certain period. If an illusionary elk has a particularly high cultivation level, it can even kill a person directly within the illusion. That's why Yuhao had journeyed to the far north this time. He found that this soul skill was truly suitable for him. Now that he was already level 30, his previous soul skills lacked combat power. The only mental attack he had was Tianmeng Ice, Silkworm's spiritual interference. However, that soul skill had limited effectiveness against opponents, especially when they were on guard. But if Yuhao could obtain the soul ring of the illusionary elk, everything would change. Yuhao would unlock an ability similar to the illusion, which would be extremely useful for him both now and in the future. So he quickly communicated his needs to the Ice Empress. "Illusionary elk, leave it to me, master," the Ice Empress eagerly responded. Since she had already acknowledged Yuhao as her master, she was determined to serve him wholeheartedly. Therefore, after Yuhao stated his needs, Bingdi immediately agreed. "It just so happens that this kind of soul beast is under my jurisdiction. I remember there is still an illusionary elk with a cultivation base of about 100,000 years left in the entire far north. It was hunted by human soul masters in earlier years and has been injured, leaving it in a dying state. Since the master needs it, it would be an honor for it. I will take you there. I believe that if it knows its soul ring can be used by you, it will be willing to sacrifice itself." Chapter 137, Soul Beast Sacrifice, Riding the Ice Empress to the Illusionary Elk Camp. After hearing what the Ice Empress said, Yuhao couldn't help but be slightly stunned. After all, he had never thought of directly seeking a 100,000-year soul beast as a sacrifice before. Before this, such a prospect seemed essentially unrealistic. He had wanted his third soul ring to be in the range of 1 or 2,000 years. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the Ice Empress planned to arrange for a 100,000-year soul ring for him. This made Yuhao feel a rush of excitement. After all, this was only the third soul ring. To have one at the level of 100,000 years was something he had never dared to think possible. Such an opportunity could only be realized through the sacrifice of a soul beast. Before this, how could Yuhao have imagined that he would become the successor of the ice god, and that even a 100,000-year soul beast would be willing to sacrifice itself for him? Therefore, Yuhao looked at the Ice Empress with gratitude and said, "In that case, I'll trouble you with this." The Ice Empress's face lit up with joy upon hearing Yuhao's words. She nodded excitedly at him and replied, "Don't worry, master, just leave this matter to me." With that, the Ice Empress transformed into her original form and invited Yuhao to ride on her back. Meanwhile, on the other side of the plane gap, a group of soul masters stood completely dumbfounded after witnessing the scene. So, is this how you obtain a soul ring? Just rely on connections or find soul beasts to sacrifice. If you were also the inheritor of the ice god, you'd be able to do this, but unfortunately, you are not. It's incredibly infuriating. They couldn't help but discuss it. As they spoke, their envy was palpable. After all, this was a 100,000-year soul ring. And to achieve such a feat for his third soul ring in such an easy manner made them crave it even more. Among them, Xiao Hongchen voiced his concern. But even if it's a sacrifice, can Yuhao in the parallel world handle the pressure of a 100,000-year soul ring? Kong Deming replied confidently, "Of course, he can handle it. Not only is his body much stronger than that of ordinary soul masters, but because it's a soul beast sacrifice, there are no restrictions. He'll have no problem absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring." Jing Hongchen added, "But in this case, Yuhao in the parallel world becomes even more terrifying. He was already incredibly impressive before. Now, having a third soul ring that's a 100,000-year soul ring, I can't imagine how powerful he will become with some more time to grow." Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, Yuhao's exponential growth in strength was indeed remarkable. Tang San, too, felt a hint of a headache at the thought. "But I remember I was in the far north during that time," she murmured. At that moment, Meng Hongchen suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing what she said, Xiao Hongchen, Jing Hongchen, Kong Deming, and the others from the Sun Moon Imperial Academy members immediately looked at Meng Hongchen. Jing Hongchen asked, "Meng, are you being serious?" Meng Hongchen replied, "I just thought about it carefully and recalled I was in the far north at that time." Xiao Hongchen pressed, "What were you doing in the far north with nothing else to do?" Meng Hongchen huffed, "You forgot. I went to obtain a soul ring. You still have the nerve to ask. I invited you to join me then, but you said you wanted to study some soul guidance devices, leaving your lovely sister to go alone. So later, I joined the team leader arranged by the school. It was a dangerous time because we also encountered a 100,000-year-old soul beast on the way back. I ended up getting separated from the teacher and managed to survive by sheer luck." Xiao Hongchen smiled awkwardly as he recalled the incident. Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming exchanged intrigued glances. Jing Hongchen said, "So, Yuhao and Meng from this parallel world might end up meeting." Kong Deming chimed in, "If they do, won't we have a chance to bring him to our Sun Moon Imperial Academy? He's always wanted to practice soul guidance devices. He'd likely come to see Meng's soul guidance devices." As they envisioned this prospect, both Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming's eyes sparkled with excitement. On the other hand, the senior executives of Shrek Academy, Du Bu Si, and Su Jiawei couldn't help but frown. They did not want to see Yuhao from the parallel world join the Sun Moon Empire, because that would put them at a significant disadvantage in the parallel world. They continued watching with furrowed brows and serious expressions. At that moment on the screen, Yuhao, led by the Ice Empress, was rapidly approaching the territory of the illusionary elks. They moved quickly, as Yuhao was riding on the Ice Empress's back. With her help, Yuhao reached his destination in no time. Upon arrival, the illusionary elks in the vicinity were initially taken aback. They were filled with hostility upon seeing Yuhao at first. However, they soon realized that Yuhao was riding on the Ice Empress's back. This completely changed the illusionary elk's perspective. In their memories, the Ice Empress was one of the 3 rulers of their far north, revered and majestic. But now she was being ridden by a human. Such a sight was outrageous in their eyes. Nevertheless, as Yuhao dismounted from the Ice Empress, she transformed into human form. She stepped forward, and a group of illusionary elks immediately surrounded her respectfully. They began to greet the Ice Empress in their soul beast language. XXX. The Ice Empress wasted no time and simply nodded to them. She directly explained to Yuhao about his identity, needs, and the purpose of their visit. Suddenly, the illusionary elks in front of them were shocked, and when they looked at Yuhao again, their faces were full of respect. Then an extremely large elk emerged, bowed its head respectfully in front of Yuhao, and began licking his shoes. Chapter 138, Crazy Improvement, Soul Power Breakthrough Level 36. At this moment, the illusionary elk that appeared in front of Yuhao and kept licking his shoes to show goodwill was naturally the same illusionary elk that the Ice Empress mentioned before. Its soul power cultivation was as high as 100,000 years, but its life was about to come to an end due to excessive loss of vitality. Although it showed some hostility toward Yuhao at the beginning when it did not know his identity, after the Ice Empress detailed Yuhao's identity and needs, the illusionary elk felt very honored to be needed by him. So at this moment, it was ready to sacrifice itself for Yuhao at any time. In the gap between the plains, after witnessing this scene, all the soul masters were completely dumbfounded. For the first time, they understood how firm the soul beast's faith was. It was obvious that they were required to sacrifice their lives. However, upon learning that Yuhao in the parallel world was the inheritor of the ice god, they did not complain at all, but instead felt very honored. This could only mean that they were the most loyal believers of the ice god. At the same time, they also felt that Yuhao had a promising future. After all, he already possessed an almost invincible talent. Now, with a status that was sufficient to make the soul beasts in the far north sacrifice their lives, it must be easy for him to develop his power in the future. What made all the soul masters curious was that after accepting the luck of the far north, Yuhao had become the master of the far north to some extent. Especially the scene before them had a great impact on them, leading to their curiosity about whether, in the future, when Yuhao grew up, he would think from the perspective of the soul beasts of the far north or continue to think from the perspective of humans. Everyone continued to look at the screen with this thought. At this moment, on the screen, the Ice Empress did not waste much time. After explaining everything to the illusionary elks, she asked Yuhao whether he wanted to begin the sacrifice ceremony. Yuhao agreed directly. However, before the ceremony truly started, he deliberately stroked the forehead of the illusionary elk in front of him and began to chant some blessing spells according to the knowledge he had mastered from the ice god seal. While he knew that this matter was entirely voluntary on the part of the illusionary elk, as a beneficiary, he wouldn't enjoy this benefit in vain. So, he was willing to bless these illusionary elks as the inheritor of the ice god. He stroked the illusionary elk while chanting the spell. After a few minutes, he finished chanting all the spells. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light emerged from the foreheads of the illusionary elks. After this, all the illusionary elks present felt they were blessed by the luck of the far north, as if they had become closer to the spiritual power of heaven and earth in the entire far north. So all the illusionary elks suddenly showed looks of joy, cheering, and jumping for delight. The 100,000-year-old illusionary elk that was ready to be sacrificed looked at Yuhao with a more pious expression, clearly having recognized him completely. In the gap between the plains, this scene was also witnessed by Dai Tian, Gu Yuina, and other soul beasts. As soul beasts, they were, of course, more touched by such things. After watching this scene, Dai Tian expressed his opinion. Yuhao in this parallel world is not bad. Biji responded, yes. Although blessing and protection are just a piece of cake for him, it is a great gift for the elk tribe in this fantasy world. And if he were the kind of person who doesn't know how to repay gratitude, but rather a selfish one, she paused. At this moment, a soul beast took the initiative to sacrifice. He would simply feel happy and accept the soul beast's sacrifice with peace of mind. But clearly, he is not that kind of person. All the soul beasts felt goodwill toward what he had done before. Even Gu Yuina nodded in approval after watching this scene. At this moment on the screen, the Ice Empress saw all of this. After witnessing the scene, she felt that she had made the right choice. So when she looked at Yuhao again, she was filled with relief. Now that the blessing and protection were complete, Yuhao did not delay further. He gently stroked the chin of the illusionary elk and whispered, "Then, please." The elk nodded devoutly, and dazzling rays of light began to emerge from its body. Countless rays of light surged toward Yuhao's body. Yuhao felt an overwhelming warmth as these rays of light were injected into him. He began to notice that a shadow of a soul ring was taking shape beneath his feet. Initially, this soul ring appeared somewhat illusory, but as the light continued to pour in, it gradually became deeper and more realistic. Eventually, the soul ring took on a red hue. It continuously pulsed under Yuhao's feet as if it had a life of its own, which also caused Yuhao's long-stuck bottleneck to show signs of loosening again. Boom! Suddenly, a violent sound rang out inside Yuhao's body. With the sound, Yuhao's level 30 barrier was broken on the spot. His level began to climb rapidly. Level 30. Level 31. Level 32. Level 33. Yuhao's soul power level was rising uncontrollably. In just a blink of an eye, he was promoted directly from level 29 to level 33. And the most terrifying thing was that this increase had not stopped at all. After Yuhao raised his soul power level to level 33, it continued to escalate. Then, level 34. Level 35. Level 36. He was still improving like crazy. Chapter 139. Illusion, the third soul skill of the parallel world Yuhao. On the screen, the soul power level of the parallel world Yuhao finally stabilized after it was raised to level 37. His eyes were slightly closed as he kept adjusting his breath and consolidating his skyrocketing cultivation. However, everyone in the gap between the planes had become uneasy at that moment. Level 37. By absorbing a soul ring, the soul power level was directly raised from level 29 to level 37. Isn't this too incredible? It's worthy of being a 100,000-year soul ring. The soul power improvement it brings is indeed remarkable. If he is allowed to practice a while longer, won't he be able to absorb soul rings again? By then, returning to the far north to get a 100,000-year soul ring, won't his soul power level go directly to level 50? The soul masters couldn't help but discuss among themselves, all amazed at the scene on the screen. Of course, the most shocked one was Yuhao. After all, he saw with his own eyes how Yuhao in the parallel world surpassed him step by step. To be honest, until just now, Yuhao in the parallel world had always been stronger than he was. But at that moment, with the parallel worlds, Yuhao gaining an upgrade to level 37, he felt he had fallen far behind. He had already reached level 37, while his soul power level was still stuck at level 19. He remembered that he had waited until the holiday to travel to the far north in search of a breakthrough. Alas! Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. He had always felt that his step-by-step training method was quite effective, but now, after reflection, he wondered if he could have improved even more had he trained like Yuhao in the parallel world. He looked at the screen again. After some adjustments, Yuhao finally stabilized his skyrocketing cultivation. He opened his eyes and stood up. Due to the enormous increase in his soul power, Yuhao felt that the strength of his whole body had significantly increased. He tested this carefully and successfully discovered that his physical strength had indeed greatly improved. Therefore, he quickly began to study his third soul skill once more. Can I use my mental power and spirit I martial soul to fight in real combat, making the enemy hallucinate? Just as I expected, it is very suitable for a spiritualist like me. Moreover, as my level increases, the stronger my mental power becomes, the more effective it will be, eliminating any embarrassing situations of not being able to use it later on. Yuhao soon identified his third soul skill. Learning that its effect matched his expectations, he smiled with satisfaction. This scene made Yuhao in the gap between the planes even more envious, as he realized that Yuhao's soul skill in the parallel world seemed incredible. If he could also obtain this soul skill, it would be a tremendous boost to his strength. Thinking of this, Yuhao let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, just as I said in the parallel world, he mused, the theory of soul masters must be mastered. Because only in this way can you find the soul ring that suits you best. This time, it's a good example. He continued to watch the screen. Yuhao was ready to leave after a simple test. After all, he had accomplished all the goals of his trip to the far north. Since he had completed everything, he naturally had no intention of staying any longer. Moreover, he had indeed been away from home for a long time. He missed Wang Donger and Yuner very much. Thus, Yuhao quickly left on the Ice Empress. While in the far north, he intended to continue riding the Ice Empress for speed. However, after leaving the far north, Yuhao planned to let the Ice Empress reside in the ancient tree space, like the little hidden beast he had saved before. After all, that was another space where the Ice Empress could hide temporarily. If the Ice Empress chose not to hide, they would head to Shrek Academy, where titled duellos were everywhere. It would be troublesome if she was recognized by others, so Yuhao wanted to avoid drawing attention. Naturally, the Ice Empress would not disobey Yuhao's orders and would always obey him. She carried Yuhao on her back as she rushed toward the outer edge of the far north, her speed undoubtedly very fast. It didn't take long for Yuhao to get closer and closer to that edge. Haven't they met yet? Is it such bad luck? Jing Hongqian and Kong Deming were anticipating the encounter between Yuhao and Meng Hongqian in the parallel world. Although they were uncertain whether Meng Hongqian could bring Yuhao back after meeting him there, at least there was a chance, right? But now, with Yuhao in the parallel world about to leave the far north without having met him, there was no chance at all. Xuanzai couldn't help but laugh. Haven't met yet? Great. He certainly didn't want Yuhao to meet Meng Hongqian, as it would increase the risk of him leaving Shrek Academy in the future. Thus, it was better this way. All the soul masters were intently watching the screen. And at this moment on the screen, while Yuhao was riding on the Ice Empress, he suddenly heard fierce battles in the distance. He activated his spiritual detection to check. Upon investigating, he immediately spotted a silver-haired girl with twin ponytails fleeing wildly. She was being pursued by an enraged and powerful soul beast. At this moment, the girl was using all kinds of soul guidance devices that Yuhao had never seen before to keep running for her life, which piqued Yuhao's interest. This development excited Jing Hongqian, watching from the gap between the planes. He couldn't help but proclaim, "Finally, they have met." That's fantastic. Chapter 140, Parallel Yuhao is shocked. This soul guidance device is amazing. It makes Jing Hongqian feel so excited. Naturally, this is because Yuhao in the parallel world on the screen has finally met Meng Hongqian in the parallel world. He has always wanted to let the two of them make contact. Before this, through Jing Hongqian's continuous viewing, he had already discovered that Yuhao had an interest in soul guidance devices of the Sun-Moon Empire in the parallel world. It's just that previously, Yuhao in the parallel world had no channels to understand the Sun-Moon Empire's soul guidance devices, so he had never set out to do this. But now, it's different. He has met Meng Hongqian. Meeting Meng Hongqian was equivalent to giving him a tremendous opportunity. Yuhao might start to understand the excellence of their Sun-Moon Empire and Sun-Moon Imperial Academy, and then join them. Therefore, Jing Hongqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. If things can go as he thought, then the Sun-Moon Empire in the parallel world may indeed be able to recruit Yuhao. However, the ages of these two little ones are not much different, Kong Deming suddenly remarked. Hearing Kong Deming's words, Jing Hongchen was slightly stunned. But after regaining his composure, he soon displayed a burst of excitement on his face. Yes, Xiao Meng and Yuhao in the parallel world are not much different in age. Although Yuhao in the parallel world already has a girlfriend, isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Xiao Meng is also very capable. It would be wonderful if they could be together at that time. Jing Hongchen couldn't help but think. Instantly, he seemed to become even more excited, because he imagined the scene of Yuhao in the parallel world becoming his grandson-in-law. That's so cool. Meanwhile, Meng Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen on the side were unaware that Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen were contemplating such peculiar things at that moment. Xiao Hongchen frowned upon seeing Meng Hongchen on the screen fall into such a crisis. Meng, I didn't expect you to encounter such danger when you went to the far north before. If I had known, I would have gone with you, he said with guilt. After all, he remembered that Meng Hongchen had invited him that time, but he had refused. Fortunately, Meng Hongchen managed to escape danger in the end. If something unexpected had happened as a result, he would never have forgiven himself for the rest of his life. Seeing that Xiao Hongchen felt a little guilty, Meng Hongchen did not continue to blame him as she had before. She exhaled and said, "Let it go. When I invite you to go with me in the future, just remember to accept the invitation. And as for the parallel world, since we have met Yuhao from the parallel world, he won't just watch a little girl like me fall into danger and remain indifferent, will he? This is a golden opportunity for a hero to save a beauty." Of course. Some were thrilled, while others were anxious. Everyone on the Sun Moon Empire side was excited because Meng Hongchen from the parallel world and Yuhao from the parallel world were about to meet. However, Xuanzai's mood became explosive. He felt that his mentality was about to collapse. After all, the previous second, he had been happy that the two sides had not met, yet he did not expect them to meet in the next second. This nearly pushed him over the edge. Damn, how did they meet? Why is this stupid soul beast so foolish? With this physique and aura, it must be at least 100,000 years old, right? A 100,000-year-old soul beast, how can it struggle against a little girl? Hurry up and kill her. Xuanzai was worried that his personality might shatter, so he did not dare to speak, only shouting in his heart. But at that moment, he truly wanted Meng Hongchen to perish quickly. Because in that case, Yuhao in the parallel world would have no means to learn about the Sun Moon Empire. And at this moment on the screen, after some observation, Yuhao has roughly guessed Meng Hongchen's identity. Of course, he couldn't guess who Meng Hongchen was, but from her clothes and soul guidance devices, he could infer that she belonged to the Sun Moon Empire. Because the customs and habits of each country on the DOLOU continent are different, the popular clothing also varies somewhat. Yuhao feels that Meng Hongchen's clothing resembles some of those worn in the Sun Moon Empire. And her soul guidance device is very powerful. The term powerful here does not mean that Yuhao believes her soul guidance device is of high level. In fact, high-level soul guidance devices and powerful ones are two different things. Some soul guidance devices, although they are low-level, can have exceptionally good designs. Some can achieve multiple functions. Some can achieve the same effect through different operations and ideas. So this portion of the soul guidance device can be truly deemed excellent. And at this moment, Yuhao noticed that the soul guidance device used by Meng Hongchen was very excellent. Although her strength might be a bit lacking, at least regarding soul guidance devices, many of the items she used to evade danger made Yuhao's eyes light up. Before Meng Hongchen utilized these devices, he had no idea what their functions were. Thus, Yuhao, who was constantly observing with spiritual detection, felt a surge of excitement. This soul guidance device. SHH, awesome. This is also amazing and can be utilized in this manner. This isn't bad either. Why didn't I think of employing it this way before? Yuhao continued to observe. He was engrossed, sometimes laughing and sometimes frowning, clearly focusing on the interesting soul guidance devices used by Meng Hongchen in front of him. This scene also brought laughter to the high-ranking officials of the Sun Moon Empire, watching from another dimension. Kong Deming? Good, good, good. It seems that Yuhao in this parallel world is very knowledgeable. He can observe the special features of some soul guidance devices produced by our Sun Moon Empire among soul guidance devices of the same level. Jing Hongchen? That's promising. He is not a fool. On the contrary, he is quite intelligent. I believe that after seeing this, he should understand how superior the level of soul guidance devices in our Sun Moon Empire is compared to other places. For soul guidance devices of the same level, ours outperform those created by other empires and Shrek Academy. They either have more functions or require less consumption. In short, I believe that with Yuhao's intelligence in the parallel world, he will not make such a silly choice. Xiao Hongchen's face was lined with annoyance. Okay, stop watching. You can look at it any way you want in the future. Now, let's save my sister first. Chapter 141, Take Action, Save Meng Hongchen. Xiao Hongchen felt speechless about the behavior of Yuhao in the parallel world. After all, in his opinion, when can soul guidance devices not be used? Don't you see what the situation is now? Why don't you save his precious sister first? So he was anxious after seeing that Yuhao in the parallel world had not taken action. Finally, he couldn't help but speak and began to complain a few times. But Meng Hongchen complained helplessly. Brother, in this regard, you should not be qualified to criticize others, right? You often only look at the soul guidance device and ignore other things. Xiao Hongchen smiled awkwardly. That's not normal. It's different from this time. On the other side, Xuanzai didn't have the leisure to bicker with them. He was almost dying of anxiety. Looking at the picture on the screen, he kept shouting in his heart. Kill her quickly. You stupid soul beast. The people in the gap between the planes continued to look at the screen seriously. And at this moment on the screen, Meng Hongchen is indeed a little bit overwhelmed. Although she has a lot of soul guidance devices on her, her cultivation is too low after all. Facing this powerful 100,000-year soul beast in front of her, she could only take the beating the whole time, and many of her expensive soul guidance devices were all ruined after resisting the opponent's attack. Therefore, Meng Hongchen felt that her heart was bleeding at this moment. This distressed her. But the 100,000-year soul beast in front of her had no intention of stopping. After breaking several of Meng Hongchen's soul guidance devices in succession, it attacked again, punched hard, and smashed toward Meng Hongchen's body. Meng Hongchen could only take out another 8th-level soul guidance device to resist. But because her level was not high enough, these high-level soul guidance devices could only be used once, because these soul guidance devices had stored enough soul power in advance. But the price was that they could only be used once before they would be destroyed. But at this moment, she obviously couldn't care so much. If she didn't use it, her mortal body would be smashed into minced meat by the soul beast's punch. Meng Hongchen didn't want to die here. So she quickly pressed the switch of the soul guidance device. Then, as Meng Hongchen pressed the switch of her soul guidance device, several rays of light quickly emerged from it. The rays began to converge in front of Meng Hongchen's body, and soon formed a huge light shield. The 100,000-year soul beast punched Meng Hongchen's light shield. Although it didn't break it directly, Meng Hongchen was also hit far away because of the huge impact. She climbed up from the ground with difficulty, and her whole body was covered with wounds. But at this moment, the 100,000-year-old soul beast has swept over again like crazy, and the 8th-level soul guidance device that Meng Hongchen used before has been directly scrapped because of lack of energy. She couldn't help but twitch her mouth. It hurts too much. Another 8th-level soul guidance device is gone. I'm so angry. But after she finished speaking, she took out a new 9th-level soul guidance device. This is a long-range transfer device. After using this soul guidance device, Meng Hongchen can transfer directly to the place of her choice, with the farthest distance being 10,000 meters. So Meng Hongchen can escape directly from here as long as she uses this device. It's just that because this thing is so precious, she never wanted to use it before. But now, at this critical moment, she has no choice, so she plans to run away directly. However, Yuhao on the other side didn't know that Meng Hongchen was going to be in trouble. He thought Meng Hongchen would be helpless this time. So he immediately shouted to Bingdi, "Binger, save people." Bingdi would naturally not disobey Yuhao's orders. After hearing Yuhao's order, she immediately agreed. Okay. Then she quickly flew forward. As for Yuhao, the reason why he decided to take action was naturally not because of his kindness. He just wanted to take this opportunity to understand the sole guidance devices of the Sun Moon Empire and Meng Hongchen. In his opinion, this is a rare opportunity. So he took action immediately. Bingdi quickly sent Yuhao to Meng Hongchen's side. Then Yuhao picked up Meng Hongchen and sat on Bingdi together. In fact, Bingdi was somewhat resistant during this process. After all, she was the noble Bingdi, one of the 3 great kings of the far north. How could she let others ride on her casually? But after all, it was Yuhao who did this, so Bingdi did not dare to show dissatisfaction. She started to leave with Yuhao and Meng Hongchen, and was eager to find a place to drop Meng Hongchen immediately. The 100,000-year soul beast behind originally wanted to chase. But after discovering that the soul beast was Bingdi and its murderous eyes, it immediately weakened. It immediately fell to the ground and crawled and trembled. Bingdi did not even look at it, and quickly took Yuhao and Meng Hongchen away. After leaving the scene, Bingdi stopped because she didn't want Meng Hongchen to stay with her. And Yuhao also put Meng Hongchen down. It was not until now that Meng Hongchen came back to her senses. It must be said that although the drama of a hero saving a beautiful woman is cliché, it is indeed very effective. Earlier, Yuhao rescued Meng Hongchen when she was in the most danger and helpless. Although she still had a backup plan, she didn't want to use that thing. So Meng Hongchen was grateful to Yuhao at this moment. And Yuhao was also good-looking. He was not like Yuhao in the original world who was malnourished. He was well-maintained, and his temperament was even more outstanding. So all along the way, the little head stayed in Yuhao's arms and kept watching, and Meng Hongchen was a little crazy. This time Yuhao put her down and smiled gently. "Are you okay?" Meng Hongchen finally came to her senses. Her cheeks suddenly turned a little red, and then she couldn't help but say to Yuhao, "It's okay, thank you, little brother." "My name is Meng Hongchen. What's your name?" She couldn't wait to know Yuhao's name. And Yuhao was still gentle and harmless. He smiled and said, "It turns out to be Sister Meng. I am Yuhao, hello." Chapter 142. Meng Hongchen, you should be more careful. Outstanding appearance, extraordinary temperament. Yuhao in the parallel world gave Meng Hongchen a very good first impression, not to mention the gentle smile on his face when he spoke now. This kind of harmless and cute appearance is truly touching and has a great impact on Meng Hongchen. So Meng Hongchen was a little overjoyed at this moment. She quickly said to Yuhao in front of her, "Thank you, brother Yuhao. If you hadn't helped me just now, I don't know what I would have done. Now I have to repay you." Yuhao smiled gently and said, "It doesn't matter. I help those who are in trouble when I see injustice. What's more, my sister is so beautiful. How can I bear not to help her?" Meng Hongchen laughed even more foolishly after hearing this. "Oh, tilde brother Yuhao, you are good at talking." On the screen, Yuhao and Meng Hongchen began to chat happily. But in the gap between the planes, Xiao Hongchen couldn't help but frown after seeing this scene. He was different from Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen, who saw Meng Hongchen and Yuhao in the parallel world talking so well. They were genuinely very happy. Xiao Hongchen felt very uncomfortable. He said sourly, "Meng, you are crazy again." Meng Hongchen was immediately unhappy when she heard this. "What do you mean by crazy? I am grateful. He saved me, I have to thank him very much, and he is so polite." Speaking of which, compared with Yuhao in the parallel world, Yuhao here is too straightforward. Xiao Hongchen was too lazy to continue talking to him. But Yuhao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is he being attacked even when lying down? Wang Donger on the side snorted with some dissatisfaction. Here, I have to criticize Yuhao from the parallel world. Why is he so close to this woman? Don't you have my parallel world self? My Yuhao is still good in this scenario. Although he is a little straightforward, he has his advantages. Yuhao, are you praising me? The group continued to look at the screen. And at this moment on the screen. After this, Yuhao took Meng Hongchen for a while and left the far north. However, when they arrived at the town, Yuhao did not continue to ride the Ice Empress. Instead, he directly lets the Ice Empress stay in the ancient tree space. After all, this is no longer the far north. If they happened to meet a soul master above the soul saint outside, they could still see the Ice Empress's true form. Yuhao didn't want to cause trouble yet, so he let Bingdi stay in the ancient tree space for the time being. And Bingdi didn't care either. As long as she could stay with Yuhao, she didn't mind what she was asked to do. After Yuhao arrived in the town, he and Meng Hongchen quickly started looking for a hotel. However, this town is quite small. There is only one hotel in the entire town, and there is no hospital at all. So Yuhao and Meng Hongchen could only rent 2 rooms, while Yuhao helped Meng Hongchen heal her wounds. Meng Hongchen was very surprised after receiving the medicine that Yuhao brought with him. She couldn't help asking, "Brother Yuhao, are you a doctor?" Yuhao shook his head and laughed. "Doctor is an exaggeration. I just know how to bandage and treat wounds. After all, when you go out, you can't guarantee when you will get injured, so I learned it beforehand." Meng Hongchen exclaimed repeatedly after hearing this. "So that's how it is, but I haven't thought about these things. Brother Yuhao, you are not only smart but also a little genius. You know so many things." Xiao Hongchen, dog liquor. Meng Hongchen, don't shout, I'm grateful. Yuhao put his medicine back into the soul guidance device after this. Then he started on his real purpose. After all, whether it was saving Meng Hongchen before or bringing her to the town and healing her just now, these were all Yuhao's foreshadowing. He roughly guessed that Meng Hongchen was a person from the Sun-Moon Empire, so he wanted to get some information from her. He was also quite interested in Meng Hongchen's soul guide. That's why he laid so much groundwork and kept winning Meng Hongchen's favor. And now he felt that he had built up enough goodwill so he could start the next step. He began to have people bring up the food. In front of outsiders, Yuhao never loses his manners, and he never appears to be stingy. So when he asked people to bring food, he always ordered good dishes and good meat. Although this was indeed a little expensive, it didn't seem shabby. After the waiter brought the food, Yuhao gently said to Meng Hongchen, "Sister Meng, just make do with the simple food. This town is small after all." Meng Hongchen's favorable impression of Yuhao suddenly increased. Then the two began to chat while eating. During this process, Yuhao fully demonstrated his strong social skills. The topic kept changing throughout the conversation, making Meng Hongchen feel very interested. He didn't just chat for fun. Every time he chatted, the topic would intentionally or unintentionally steer in the direction he expected. So later, when they were almost full, Yuhao had already figured out all the details about Meng Hongchen. Yuhao learned that the girl in front of him was indeed from the Sun-Moon Empire. Moreover, she was from the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy, where she had a high status. Jing Hongchen from the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy is her grandfather. So Yuhao suddenly had some new plans in his mind. On the contrary, Meng Hongchen. After this meal, she still didn't know which faction Yuhao belonged to. She didn't even know that Yuhao was from Shrek Academy. It can be said that she didn't have any information at all. This scene once again made the corners of the mouths of the people in the gap between the planes twitch, especially the people on the Sun-Moon Empire side. Kong Deming, sure enough, this kid has become like this again. Don't be fooled by his harmless appearance. In fact, it's all a disguise. If you think he is harmless, then you're done. He sold you out and you're still counting money for him. Jing Hongchen, alas, Xiaomeng, you should be more careful. Fortunately, he has no ill will towards you. Otherwise, you would be doomed. Chapter 143, What a heaven-defying talent. Why not invite him to our Sun Moon Imperial Academy to study? Hearing what everyone said, Meng Hongchen was embarrassed. After all, she in the parallel world was easily pried open by Yuhao in the parallel world and revealed all the important information. But she also wanted to save face, so she quickly defended herself again. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, this is Yuhao from the parallel world, not Yuhao from the original world. He's so evil. How could I in the parallel world have thought that he looks harmless but has such a heavy mind? And I'm not the only one who was deceived, Meng Hongchen said indignantly. After hearing what Meng Hongchen said, Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen nodded in agreement. If you look at it from this perspective, that's not wrong. After all, many people before you were deceived by him. But Kong Deming soon exhaled and said, but this is not the reason why you were deceived. Be more careful in the future. They soon stopped lingering on this topic. To be honest, although all the information about Meng Hongchen was pried open by Yuhao in the parallel world, making her look a little silly, isn't this exactly what Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen want to see? They just want to see Yuhao in the parallel world know these things about their Sun Moon Empire and Sun Moon Imperial Academy. In this way, with the personality of Yuhao in the parallel world, there is a possibility he might join their Sun Moon Empire and Sun Moon Imperial Academy. So at this moment, they quickly looked at the screen seriously again. And at this moment on the screen, after learning the true identity of Meng Hongchen, Yuhao became more enthusiastic when treating her. This does not mean that Yuhao is trying to curry favor with the powerful and wants to get benefits by flattering Meng Hongchen after learning her identity. Yuhao simply thinks that since Meng Hongchen's status in the Sun Moon Empire is so high, she must know a lot about it. And this is exactly the information gap that Yuhao wants to know, so he can just ask to find out. So Yuhao quickly asked Meng Hongchen again, so that's how it is. Sister Meng, you should have seen that I am not from your Sun Moon Empire, but I am also a soul engineer, so I have the idea of going to your Sun Moon Empire for further studies. But I don't know much about your Sun Moon Empire. I don't know what level your soul engineers have developed to, so could you please tell me about it? If it involves state secrets, don't say anything, just tell me the information that can be explained simply. Meng Hongchen naturally agreed to this. That's no problem. Well, let me think about it, let's start from here. She began to tell Yuhao all the information she knew about the Sun Moon Empire. Because Yuhao had done her a favor, and she had a very good impression of him, Meng Hongchen was telling the truth. She told him all about the current level of soul engineers in their Sun Moon Empire, and also pointed out a bigger problem on their side, which was that there were too many evil soul masters. After Yuhao heard this, his eyes lit up. Let's not talk about the problem of evil soul masters for now. What shocked him the most was another piece of news he had just heard from Meng Hongchen. There are many level 9 soul engineers in their Sun Moon Empire. But there was no level 9 soul engineer in the original DOLOU 3 kingdoms. The strongest was only a level 8 half-soul engineer in Shrek Academy. This made Yuhao realize once again how huge the gap between the two sides was in terms of soul engineers. But he also remembered the soul guidance devices that Meng Hongchen had used before. So he boldly asked her, "By the way, Sister Meng, I saw you using a lot of soul guidance devices when I was in the far north. To be honest, I am also a level 3 soul engineer. It's just that I'm learning the soul engineering knowledge in our area, so I feel that I'm relatively backward. The soul guidance devices I saw before were novel, and I'm very interested in them. So I want to ask, can you let me see your soul guidance devices? It would be even better if you could explain them to me. Please, Sister Meng." Yuhao began to make some requests to Meng Hongchen. Although these requests were not too excessive, according to Meng Hongchen's personality, she would normally not agree. Because it was too much effort, and some soul guidance devices involved personal understanding and thinking, and normal soul engineers were not willing to talk too much to others. But the problem was that Yuhao was acting cute. That pitiful look made her completely reluctant to refuse him. So after seeing Yuhao's look, she agreed directly. That's all, I promise you. But some things are broken and can't be shown. I'll teach you those that are not broken. She began to take out her soul guidance devices and carefully explain and demonstrate them to him. After this explanation and demonstration, Yuhao further confirmed that his previous idea was correct. Indeed, the level of the soul guidance devices of the Sun-Moon Empire is far superior to that of the three kingdoms of DOLOU. Even if they are soul guidance devices of the same level, the understanding between the two sides is completely on a different level. So he took this opportunity to learn a lot of new concepts from Meng Hongchen. And Meng Hongchen was very shocked. After all, she began to discover Yuhao's extraordinary talent. There are many things that she could guarantee Yuhao did not understand before. But because he had a good foundation, she simply explained many things and found that Yuhao understood them at once. He was even able to draw inferences from one example. So later, although it was only after some communication and learning, Yuhao's entire soul engineering theory seemed to transform, gaining great growth. It was not until now that Meng Hongchen realized another point. Yuhao was already a third-level soul engineer at such a young age. Doesn't that mean he has already reached the third ring? Meng Hongchen began to realize that Yuhao was a super genius who was amazing in both martial souls and soul engineering. This kind of talent, even her brother Xiao Hongchen was beaten by him. For a moment, her eyes looking at Yuhao became even more fiery. It just so happens that I like brother Yuhao too. And didn't he just say that he was interested in coming to our Sun-Moon Empire to study soul guidance devices? So how about I directly invite him to study at our Sun-Moon Imperial Academy? This seems like a good idea. Chapter 144. Meng Hongchen begins to invite Yuhao. As soon as the idea of inviting Yuhao to join their Sun-Moon Imperial Academy came up, Meng Hongchen felt increasingly that it was feasible. So she began to think about how to get to the point and invite Yuhao to join. After all, she can't just invite him directly like that. So she started to ponder constantly. On the other side, in the gap between the planes, all the soul masters could see this scene very clearly. After witnessing this scene, Jing Hongchen couldn't help but slap his thigh. Oh, my silly granddaughter finally thought of the right thing. That's right. With such a great genius in front of you, why don't you invite him to study at our Sun-Moon Imperial Academy? There is no reason to waste his talent in vain. Kong Deming replied, I just don't know what choice Yuhao in the parallel world will make. Although I have been waiting for this moment to come, I have to say that when this moment arrives, I still feel a little uneasy. I don't know if Yuhao in the parallel world will agree. Jing Hongchen said, who cares, invite him first. As long as you speak, there will be a chance. If you don't speak, then there will be no chance at all. Kong Deming nodded, that's true. The two began to look at the screen with burning eyes. On the other side, Xuan Zai's face turned ugly. No way, if things develop like this, he won't leave, right? That would be a huge loss for our Shrek Academy. Xuan Zai knew very well how much benefit Yuhao had brought to their Shrek Academy. It could be said that the Shrek Academy did not pay much to train Yuhao, but they gained a lot. Therefore, Xuan Zai didn't want to see Yuhao from the parallel world leave Shrek. But from the current situation, it seemed that the probability of him staying at Shrek Academy in the future was getting lower. Mother, do you think he will agree? Kaiyan Rengsu asked Bibai Dong directly. Bibai Dong shook her head at Kaiyan Rengsu. Who knows? Even I can't quite see through Yuhao in the parallel world. Although he has always wanted to improve his soul guidance technology, the soul master education at the Sun-Moon Royal Academy is still rather lacking. And Meng Hongchen also said before that there are many evil soul masters there. He is not alone. According to his personality, he will consider the safety of his mother. So it's hard to say what choice he will ultimately make. Kaiyan Rengsu nodded after hearing this. That's right, then we can only continue to watch. The two of them looked at the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, after a series of foreshadowing and guidance, Meng Hongchen finally got to the point. She said to Yuhao, By the way, brother Yuhao, are you in Soul Master Academy now? Where? At your age, you should still be in Soul Master Academy, right? Yuhao heard Meng Hongchen's question and roughly understood where she was going with it. So he replied to Meng Hongchen, "Me, I am definitely in Soul Master Academy. It's just that I'm not studying in those expensive academies. I'm just studying at an ordinary academy." Meng Hongchen was delighted to hear this, but replied with a look of regret on her face. "This is a bit of a waste of talent. Brother Yuhao, with your talent, if you went to an excellent academy, you would have a bright future. But if you go to some ordinary academes and don't get a good education, it would be a bit of a waste." Yuhao smiled bitterly and nodded. Meng Hongchen then asked Yuhao again, "What's wrong, brother Yuhao? Have you encountered any problems? If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. Although we haven't known each other for long, you saved my life, so I will help you if I can." After she finished speaking, she took the initiative to ask, "Is it because the tuition is too expensive, or is it due to some other reasons?" Yuhao replied, "There is one reason for that, but more importantly, it's because I still have a mother. She is just an ordinary person and is relatively weak, so I don't want to be too far away from her." Hearing this, Meng Hongchen immediately saw an opportunity. So she quickly said to Yuhao, "Yuhao, how about this? You can come to our Sun Moon Imperial Academy to study. You can bring your mother over as well. You can live here together. As for all the expenses, sister will help you. Besides, you are now a third-level soul engineer. If you take on some business orders, you will earn more than enough to survive. Your soul master level will only improve from there." After hearing this, Yuhao said to Meng Hongchen again, "But, Sister Meng, didn't you say before that there are many evil soul masters in the Sun Moon Empire? I don't mind it myself, but my mother is unarmed and just an ordinary person. I'm afraid she will encounter something there." Meng Hongchen promised, "I will let her live directly in the Sun Moon Imperial City. Although there are indeed many evil soul masters in the Sun Moon Empire, they still dare not act recklessly in the Imperial City. I promise you that there will be no problem with this matter." After hearing this, Yuhao had a rough idea in his mind. But he did not agree directly. Leaving Shrek Academy to study at the Sun Moon Imperial Academy is certainly not a trivial matter. This kind of decision has far-reaching consequences. So Yuhao believed that after gathering enough information, he needed to think it over, consider many aspects, and then make up his mind. Therefore, he felt that the information he had gathered from Meng Hongchen was sufficient. After this, what he had to do was think carefully, weigh the pros and cons, and then make the final choice. So he quickly said to Meng Hongchen, "Sister Meng, how about this? Leave me a communication soul guidance device, and I will think about it for a while. After all, this is not a small matter. I will contact you after I've considered it. If I want to go, how about you pick me up when I arrive at the Sun Moon Empire?" Meng Hongchen generously agreed. "Okay, it's a deal." Chapter 145, 9th Level Soul Engineer's Experience, Meng Hongchen's Gamble. With a sound, Meng Hongchen directly took out a communication soul guidance device. This communication soul guidance device is paired with hers, allowing Yuhao to contact her directly. Yuhao accepted it graciously. Afterwards, having obtained enough information from Meng Hongchen, he chose not to disturb her further. He quickly bid her goodbye and then returned to his room to rest. In the cracks of the plains, Jing Hongchen couldn't help but sigh after seeing this scene. Sure enough, it's not that easy to win over Yuhao in the parallel world. Kong Deming exhaled and said, "Yuhao in the parallel world is too rational. He won't make a decision so easily. After gathering enough information, he will think it over multiple times before making a choice. So it's still hard to say what choice he will ultimately make in the future." Jing Hongchen remarked, "But just now, Xiao Meng, this silly kid, missed another opportunity." Kong Deming asked, "You mean regarding his hidden identity?" Jing Hongchen replied, "Yes, for the same problem, Yuhao in this parallel world is much smarter. He didn't directly tell Xiao Meng that he was from Shrek Academy, nor did he ask for her contact information and promise. This silly girl is being manipulated." Meng Hongchen felt embarrassed upon hearing this. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. After listening to Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen's analysis, even she felt that she had been foolish. Eventually, Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming stopped discussing the topic and looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao and Meng Hongchen both rested in this town for a night. Early the next morning, they made an appointment to have breakfast together. However, after breakfast, they had to separate, as they were headed to two completely different places. In this situation, they naturally couldn't continue together as before. The mountains remain unchanged, the water flows forever. Sister Meng, we will meet again. Before leaving, Yuhao bowed to Meng Hongchen to say goodbye. Meng Hongchen stopped him. Wait, brother Yuhao. After hearing Meng Hongchen's words, Yuhao turned to her with a puzzled expression. Is there anything else, Sister Meng? Meng Hongchen stuffed a book directly into Yuhao's hand. Well, take this book. If you really can't come by then, you can study according to what's written here. Of course, I still want you to come. If you do, I will ask my grandfather to arrange the best teacher for you. Yuhao opened the book in surprise. But it didn't matter that he didn't look at it first. He was shocked when he did. Because he found that this book was a notebook. And it's the notebook of a 9th-level soul engineer. What is recorded in it is his experience over the years. Although the handwriting is somewhat ugly and a little new, Yuhao could still understand it. Yuhao guessed that Meng Hongchen must have stayed up all night to copy it. When he looked at Meng Hongchen, his eyes were filled with gratitude. He said to Meng Hongchen earnestly, Sister Meng, thank you. Meng Hongchen shook her head. It's nothing, after all, you saved me. But I want you to promise me that this notebook can only be read by you, not by others. Yuhao quickly agreed, I will do that. The two then separated and headed towards their respective destinations. At this moment, in the gap between the plains, Xiao Hongchen couldn't contain himself after seeing this. Xiao Hongchen exclaimed, No way, Meng, this person hasn't come yet, and you in the parallel world just copied a version of Grandpa's notebook for him? Are you crazy? Meng Hongchen replied, He is a trustworthy person, and he also saved my life in the parallel world. There shouldn't be any problem doing this. Xiao Hongchen sighed, Alas you. Jing Hongchen also felt a headache in this situation. From this perspective, his granddaughter was completely controlled by Yuhao from the parallel world. If she truly ended up with him, he didn't want to think about the implications. On the contrary, Kong Deming admired Meng Hongchen's approach. I think this is a gamble. Even if you give him the notebook, he may not come to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. But after reading the notebook, he will be able to understand the excellence of our Sun Moon Imperial Academy. At that point, he may be tempted to come to our Sun Moon Imperial Academy directly. And our contribution is just a notebook. Even if it does get spread later on, there are some things that they can't grasp even if they are taught directly. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a level 9 soul engineer in the DOLOU 3 kingdoms now. Kong Deming shared his thoughts. After listening to him, Meng Hongchen nodded repeatedly. That's right, I think so too. Xiao Hongchen didn't bother to respond to her, but he had to admit that Kong Deming's reasoning made sense. It was indeed worth the risk. Although there were considerable dangers, the potential rewards were also great. If Yuhao joined the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, it would yield enormous benefits. Everyone looked at the screen again, eager to see what choice Yuhao would make in the future. At this moment on the screen, after separating from Meng Hongchen, Yuhao naturally headed directly towards Shrek City. He didn't let Bingdi carry him. Instead, he traveled quickly thanks to a soul guidance device he had prepared in advance. Of course, it's impossible to arrive there in just 1 or 2 days. So every night when he rested, Yuhao would take time to look through the notebook Meng Hongchen had given him. During these readings, he became increasingly aware of the power of a 9th-level soul engineer. And while reading, his greatest realization was this. Just looking at the notebook has benefited me so much. If only I could go to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy to receive personal guidance. Chapter 146, Yuner, I'm going to take this wife. At this moment, Upon seeing the emotions expressed by Yuhao in the parallel world after watching on the screen, the soul masters in the gap between the planes couldn't help but discuss it. Especially the soul masters from the Sun Moon Empire. Each of them seemed extremely excited at this moment, unable to stop whispering to each other. Juzi, will Yuhao from the parallel world come to our Sun Moon Imperial Academy? If that's the case, maybe I have a chance. Keek, chance? What chance? Juzi, you haven't given up on Yuhao yet, have you? Juzi, what's wrong, Keek? Don't you support me? Keek, no, I support you. But doesn't Yuhao from this parallel world already have Wang Donger? Juzi, I will work hard in the parallel world. Her expression suddenly turned a bit unconvinced. For Juzi, Wang Donger had always been a thorn in her side. Although the other girl had never offended her nor was she her enemy, she had claimed Yuhao for herself. Juzi believed that Yuhao must have liked her in the beginning. Unfortunately, she hadn't had the time to stay with him back then, which led to unfortunate events after Wang Donger returned to her own body. However, if Yuhao were to attend the Sun Moon Imperial Academy in this parallel world, Juzi thought she would have ample time to be with him. Therefore, she believed she would never lose. Of course, these thoughts were merely her wishful thinking. In Keek's view, although Yuhao in the parallel world joined the Sun Moon Imperial Academy early, his personality differed from that of Yuhao in the original time and space. It remained uncertain whether he would accept Juzi, especially since Yuhao in the parallel world had established a relationship with Wang Donger. Keek felt that this chance was growing slimmer. Yet Juzi was her good friend, so Keek refrained from saying anything too hurtful. She simply nodded in agreement with Juzi and continued to watch the screen. On the other side, Kong Deming's eyes lit up at the sight of Yuhao's thoughts on the screen, and a smile spread across his face. Ha ha ha, I guessed right. By giving Yuhao in the parallel world this item, he can truly grasp the excellence of our Sun Moon Imperial Academy's soul engineers more intuitively. So Yuhao will undoubtedly want to join our Sun Moon Imperial Academy even more. Jing Hongchen, standing by, couldn't help but chime in. As expected of Mr. Kong, you're truly farsighted. Meng Hongchen, feeling proud, raised her head at that moment. After previously being questioned by Xiao Hongchen for providing her notes, she now felt a surge of confidence. She turned to Xiao Hongchen, proudly declaring, Xiao, look, this is what I was planning. Xiao Hongchen replied unhappily, Meng, stop bragging. Did you think so much when you sent the materials? I find that hard to believe. Meng Hongchen blushed at the comment but snorted coldly. If I say I did, then I did. The soul mentors from the Sun Moon Empire couldn't help but laugh and chatter, while the senior executives from Shrek Academy fell silent. Their faces were extremely somber, lost in thought. As for Tang San, his expression was also grim at the moment. He understood that if Yuhao from the parallel world joined the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, it would become a bit difficult for him to manage his counterpart later on. After all, Shrek Academy could be regarded as half of his base camp, making it convenient for him to carry out many plans. However, if Yuhao were at Sun Moon Imperial Academy, things wouldn't be as convenient. Tang San continued to watch the screen with a headache. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao was still traveling toward Shrek City. Along the way, he passed through a more prosperous city and deliberately stopped to rest. On one hand, it was getting late, so Yuhao wanted to spend the night in a hotel. On the other hand, he also wanted to bring back some gifts for his mother and Wang Donger. Still a little sentimental, Yuhao felt that after not seeing them for so long, he must bring back some gifts. This place was far from Shrek City, so it was reasonable to pick some local specialties to take home. So Yuhao selected many gifts outside and placed them in his storage soul guidance device. After picking up the gifts, he quickly returned to the hotel to rest, and then set off on his journey again early the next morning. On the other side at Shrek City, Yuhao's home. Wang Donger, as usual, went home immediately after school. Since Yuhao left Shrek City last time to go to the far north, only Wang Donger and Yuner remained at Yuhao's home. Wang Donger had not forgotten Yuhao's instructions at all. She took great care of Yuhao, fearing that she would worry about Yuhao and feel lonely. Therefore, Wang Donger always came home immediately after school, rarely going out even on weekends. Later, due to the rapid change of seasons and Yuhao's weak health, she accidentally caught the flu, which made her even more haggard. After Wang Donger learned about this, she promptly took Yuhao to the hospital for treatment, but illness is different from injury, and the healing soul master couldn't help. They could only prescribe some medicine for her to recuperate slowly at home. Initially, Yuhao continued to cook and boil her medicine by herself. But later, recognizing this was too strenuous, Wang Donger even took a leave of absence, doing nothing but boiling medicine and cooking for Yuhao at home to assist in her recovery. Wang Donger, being a young lady, had never done such things before, so she was a little clumsy at the beginning. However, she was very careful and managed not to make significant mistakes. She studied diligently. Slowly, she learned how to care for others. Though her cooking skills were not particularly good, the meals she prepared were quite satisfactory and easy to eat. With Wang Donger's careful care, Yuhao's illness eventually nearly healed. Her affection for Wang Donger skyrocketed. She secretly decided that she would choose this girl as a daughter-in-law. The way this girl treated her and Yuhao was enough. If Yuhao dared to be unfaithful or let her down in the future, she would turn against him, even if he was her son. Chapter 147, Parallel Yuhao, Let's practice together, Donger. Forget it, let's hug for a while. Today, Wang Donger took care of Yuhao as carefully as ever. First, she got up early in the morning and made her breakfast. Then, she started to boil medicine for her. During this period, Wang Donger also washed all the clothes that she and Yuhao had not washed yesterday. After the clothes were washed, the medicine was almost ready, and Wang Donger carefully brought the medicine to Yuhao. It was almost noon after all this process, so Wang Donger started washing vegetables and meat again, preparing to make lunch. Of course, Yuhao was not the kind of lazy person. During this period, she wanted to help Wang Donger many times, but Wang Donger refused because she was afraid that she would be tired. However, Yuhao felt that she had almost recovered, so her attitude became a little tougher. Donger, how about you go back to school starting tomorrow? I have almost recovered, no problem. Yuhao said to Wang Donger. But Wang Donger was still a little worried. She pondered for a moment and said, Really? If you haven't fully recovered yet, don't force it. Auntie, Yuhao has entrusted you to me. I must be responsible for you. Otherwise, when he comes back and sees you sick, he will come to me and say that I didn't take good care of you. When Yuhao heard this, she pretended to be angry and said, He dares. If he dares to say that to you, I will be angry with him. I know best how hard Donger has worked during this period. After saying that, Yuhao hugged Wang Donger again. Anyway, you should go back to school starting tomorrow. You have worked hard during this period, kid. Alas, Auntie is too weak and useless. You have to take leave to take care of me. I am really ashamed. Wang Donger shook her head repeatedly. No, and the few courses in school are the same whether I go or not. Yuhao couldn't help but praise Wang Donger again. She liked this child more and more. What a good child. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang in the house. Yuhao was about to open the door after hearing the sound, but Wang Donger immediately got up and ran over to open it. I can do it. She ran out to open the door quickly. Creaky Tilda. Then, as Wang Donger opened the door with one hand, the familiar but somewhat unfamiliar figure appeared in front of her again. Although only 1 month has passed, Yuhao has changed a lot. Because Yuhao has gained a lot of opportunities this time. Compared with before, not only does he look more mature and stable, his appearance has become more outstanding, and even his height has increased a lot. When Yuhao left before, he was only a little taller than Wang Donger, but now he is half a head taller than her. But Wang Donger still recognized him at once. After not seeing each other for a month, Wang Donger suddenly had an emotional breakdown, hugged him directly, and said with some blame, Why did it take so long? I said I would come back as soon as possible. Yuhao said apologetically, I'm sorry, there are a lot of things I encountered this time. I will tell you slowly later. At this time, Yuhao also came out. She had waited in the house for a long time but didn't see Wang Donger come back, so she walked out to see what was happening. Yuhao smiled when she saw this. You little rascal, you finally decided to come home. Yuhao chuckled. Then he closed the door and went into the house with the two of them. As soon as he entered the house, he took the initiative to help wash the vegetables. Then Yuhao asked them casually, "By the way, nothing happened recently, right? I heard that there was a flu in Shrek City some time ago. Are you all right?" Wang Donger didn't want to say too much, so she said directly that she was fine. But Yuhao didn't think so. She felt that Wang Donger was just a silly girl. She had given so much silently but didn't say anything. But if you don't say something, how can others know? Therefore, Yuhao immediately said, "Why is it okay? Silly girl, you should tell her what you have done. Otherwise, she won't know how much you have done recently." After Yuhao finished speaking, she told all of Wang Donger's recent actions, such as how she took care of herself and even asked for leave later. She told all these things. After she finished speaking, she said to Yuhao with a serious face, "So now you know how Donger has been taking care of mother recently, right?" Yuhao nodded repeatedly, "I know." Then he touched Wang Donger's cheek with his hand. "Donger, you have worked hard during this period." Wang Donger's pretty face immediately blushed, and she felt that all the efforts during this period were worth it. Yuhao on the side said, "Yuhao, don't learn from your father." Yuhao raised his eyebrows slightly, then nodded heavily. "I know." He started to cook for Yuhao and Wang Donger. Compared to Wang Donger, Yuhao's cooking skills are much better. So he quickly cooked a large table of food. The family quickly sat down and started to eat. After they finished eating, Yuhao also took over the work of washing dishes. Then he took out all the gifts he had prepared in advance. Seeing that he took out the gifts, both Yuhao and Wang Donger were very happy. In fact, what they cared about was not the gift itself, but the sense of ritual. Moreover, Yuhao did not forget to bring them gifts when he went out. This thought also touched them, so they naturally became happier when they saw Yuhao's gifts. After that, Yuhao found another excuse to go back to her room. Although she missed her son very much, she also knew that her son was growing up now. She and Wang Donger had not seen each other for such a long time, so she wanted to give them some space to be alone together. Soon, Wang Donger and Yuhao were the only ones left. Wang Donger felt a little shy after not seeing Yuhao for a while. Now that they were the only ones left, Wang Donger suddenly wanted to escape back to her room. But Yuhao pulled her back to her room. He pulled Wang Donger onto the bed. Wang Donger blushed. Wang Donger asked with some caution, "What are you going to do?" Yuhao smiled. "Practice. I haven't practiced for a long time." Wang Donger secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but she soon realized that Yuhao didn't practice at all. He was just hugging her. Her cheeks blushed again. "Didn't you say practice?" Yuhao chuckled. "Wait a minute, let me hug you first, I miss you." Wang Donger's ears immediately turned red again. What a hooligan. Chapter 148. Wang Donger, are you going to Sun Moon Imperial Academy? Yuhao held her in his arms for a long time. Wang Donger gradually calmed down. And she missed Yuhao. So later, she even took the initiative to lean her head against Yuhao's chest. Yuhao didn't care about this, he just looked at her gently. After a long time, Wang Donger gradually came back to her senses. However, as soon as she looked at Yuhao, she noticed his meaningful smile and said unhappily, "Okay, now can you tell me about your experience after going to the far north?" Yuhao nodded and replied, "No problem. Let me think, where should I start? Forget it, let's start from the beginning." After Yuhao finished speaking, he began to explain. During this period, Wang Donger originally planned to sit up and listen, but Yuhao still held her tightly, so Wang Donger could only follow Yuhao. While Yuhao was holding Wang Donger, he said to her, "The main reason why I chose to go to the far north that day was because the Tianmeng ice silkworm in my body wanted to find the Ice Empress." Although he didn't tell me the truth at first, he admitted it openly after I exposed him. Moreover, I thought about it carefully afterward and found that there is a soul beast in the far north that is very suitable for me, so I went there on purpose. Yuhao started to explain from the beginning. He not only explained the process, but also shared some of his mental journey, so Wang Donger, on the side, heard it very clearly. After hearing about Yuhao's experiences, Wang Donger gradually became dumbfounded. This was because, among the things Yuhao experienced this time, many were things she had never heard of. Yuhao was involved in too many matters this time, such as the Ice God, the Ice Jade Scorpion Empress, and the 100,000-year-old illusionary elk. Wang Donger felt that Yuhao's expedition was simply too exciting, so she listened with shining eyes and full of envy. Yuhao also noticed her emotions and smiled gently. "If you're interested, I will take you to the far north next time." Wang Donger was overjoyed when she heard this and agreed directly. "Okay." Then she asked Yuhao to continue to tell the rest of the experience. Yuhao naturally continued to tell the story, and Wang Donger listened seriously. However, this scene was naturally seen by all the soul masters in the parallel world. Most of the others didn't have much feeling after seeing this scene. But Wang Donger was the only one who didn't feel that way. She had so many thoughts after witnessing this scene. For some reason, she suddenly envied herself in the parallel world. Because Yuhao in the parallel world did not hide anything from Wang Donger in the parallel world. He told her everything, no matter how important that information was. He informed Wang Donger in the parallel world of everything without reservation. How much trust does it take to do this? Wang Donger certainly didn't know how much Yuhao in the parallel world trusted Wang Donger in the parallel world. But she knew that Yuhao in her world had never done this kind of thing. So she felt so envious. On the other side, after seeing this scene, Kiki smiled bitterly in her heart. "So, Juzi, where do you have a chance? Yuhao in the parallel world is even more affectionate than the Yuhao in our world. Judging from his current attitude toward Wang Donger, unless you in the parallel world use some special means to seduce him, I feel it will be a waste of effort. It is even possible that even some special means will not work because Yuhao in this parallel world is not so easy to hook." Kiki thought helplessly in her heart. Then she looked at the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, Yuhao has told Wang Donger everything he encountered this time. Of course, this also includes his friendship with Meng Hongqin and the agreement with Meng Hongqin. Again, Yuhao has absolute trust in Wang Donger. So he naturally wouldn't hide anything. This was the case with the Ice God, the Ice Empress, and Meng Hongqin. He had always given Wang Donger enough trust. And Wang Donger was a little surprised after learning about this. Then she began to ask Yuhao, "If that's the case, Yuhao, are you going to Sun Moon Imperial Academy in the future?" Wang Donger directly asked the question she was most concerned about. She didn't want to separate from Yuhao anymore, so the answer to this question was very important. If Yuhao wanted to leave at that time, then she would not stay in Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy was not as important as Yuhao in Wang Donger's heart. As long as he said he wanted to leave, Wang Donger would leave immediately without hesitation. So she asked Yuhao seriously. But Yuhao hasn't made a decision yet. He answered Wang Donger, "Actually, I have been struggling with this question." He expressed his thoughts. From the perspective of soul guidance devices, Sun Moon Royal Academy has the advantage, and there is no mistake about this. But the problem is that their martial souls are relatively weak. Shrek Academy is not completely inferior to Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Apart from anything else, I have been studying in the library of Shrek Academy during this period, which has broadened my horizons and greatly enriched my theoretical knowledge. So I am still struggling with it. But Wang Donger understood Yuhao's situation, so she quickly asked again, "But haven't you already learned most of the information in the Shrek Academy library?" Yuhao nodded to Wang Donger. "That's true. I have learned almost all the knowledge in the Shrek Academy library. But Donger, don't forget, we are only in the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy now. Shrek Academy also has an inner courtyard. He continued, "It is said that the outer courtyard disciples and inner courtyard disciples of Shrek Academy are two completely different concepts. Graduates from the outer courtyard may become excellent soul masters, but this is not absolute. However, if you can graduate from the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, you will become an excellent soul master. So during this period, I have been thinking about the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. I was considering where there is better guidance on the other side. If it weren't for this, I would have made up my mind to leave long ago." Chapter 149. Parallel Yuhao. I just don't know how the teaching in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy is. Faced with Wang Donger's question, Yuhao did not hide anything. He fully expressed his concerns and thoughts, which also made Wang Donger clearly understand his feelings. After he finished speaking, he began to ask Wang Donger again, intending to see what she thought about this matter. Therefore, Yuhao quickly said, "Okay, this is my idea. Now it's your turn to express your opinion. Donger, what do you think about this matter?" After thinking about it, Wang Donger also agreed with Yuhao's point of view. She nodded to Yuhao and said, "As for me, I think your concerns are reasonable. After all, it is the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. It must be more powerful than the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy, and the teaching must be better. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a need to set up an inner courtyard." She touched her chin and said, "So I think we'd better find an opportunity to get to know the situation of the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. If conditions permit, we can even try it ourselves. If it doesn't work, then we can leave. After all, Shrek Academy is just an academy. Although the academy has the right to expel students, they don't have the right to force us to stay. Then we can go to the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy and give it a try. If we feel it is not possible, then we'll just leave." Yuhao said to Wang Donger in agreement, "Yes, I think so too. Besides, I think I can go to the Soul Guidance Department to take a look when I have time. After all, although I can't join now, it doesn't mean I can't even visit. If I join the inner courtyard and feel that there are many things to learn, I will continue to stay here. So I need to explore the Soul Guide equipment in advance." Speaking of this, Yuhao added, "By the way, I haven't seen the level of the Soul Guidance Department at Shrek Academy. Although it is not as good as the Sun Moon Empire, it should have some advantages." Yuhao then elaborated on his more detailed plan. Wang Donger also agreed with this. However, this is the perspective of Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world on the screen. Those in the gap between the planes, such as Dubusi and others, do not share this viewpoint at all. After hearing the conversation between Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world on the screen, they couldn't help but laugh. Because Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world are unaware of the situation in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. But they all know it. Previously, by watching the images of the original time and space, they clearly understood what the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy is really like. There is no better teaching in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. The reason why they are all so powerful is that the weaker ones died while performing their tasks. So, aren't the remaining ones excellent soul masters? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but speak one after another. Dubusi, ha. Yuhao in this parallel world has finally guessed wrong again. The inner courtyard of Shrek Academy doesn't have any excellent education at all. It's very poor. But it's not his fault. After all, who would have thought that the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy would be so rotten? Jing Hongchen, when he discovers what the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy is really like, I believe Yuhao in this parallel world will be greatly disappointed. After all, if nothing else, once you join the inner courtyard, you have to work for them honestly. And Yuhao in the parallel world is unwilling to do that kind of thing. Kong Deming, all of a sudden, things have become interesting. The air was filled with a happy atmosphere. But people's sorrows and joys are not the same. On the Shrek Academy side, the faces of the senior officials, led by Xu Wenzai, were all grim. Of course, people like Bibaidong still felt pleased. After all, she had no good feelings toward Shrek Academy. So seeing them in pain, she naturally felt comfortable. At this moment, she continued to look at the screen with a gloating expression. On the other side on the screen. Although the general strategic guidelines have been formulated, the specific details have not been finalized after all. So Wang Donger quickly asked Yuhao again, "So Yuhao, what method are you going to use to learn about the inner courtyard?" In fact, we have inquired about the inner courtyard before, but it is extremely hidden, and ordinary people don't know the news inside. Only the teachers and senior leaders of Shrek Academy are aware of it, but these individuals will not easily disclose this information to us. Yuhao nodded to Wang Donger after hearing this, and quickly said, "This is actually what I've been worrying about. But after careful consideration, I thought that since it doesn't work to take the initiative to find out, we should let them come to us instead." Yuhao suggested, "In theory, with our abilities and talents, we are qualified to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, right? If that's not enough, I'll find a chance to showcase my ultimate ice, and then the top leaders of Shrek Academy will be restless. But now, I'm thinking about what kind of approach would be more reasonable and not seem too deliberate in showing off my abilities." Wang Donger immediately responded when she heard this, This is not difficult." Yuhao was a little surprised and asked Wang Donger again, "Oh, what do you have in mind?" Wang Donger smiled and said, "It's almost the end of the semester now, so it's the same as the previous freshman exam. There is a final exam coming up. Some time ago, my classmates specifically notified me that there would be a final exam in a few days. The assessment will be the same as the last freshman competition. Of course, there is no pressure to advance this time. But there are still rewards. The top 3 will be able to receive rewards from the academy. But that is not important. The important thing is that you just lacked a suitable opportunity to show your skills, didn't you? So I think this final exam is a good opportunity. When the time comes, you can use this occasion to showcase yourself and demonstrate your abilities. I believe that the senior management of Shrek Academy will also support it. I will come to you. Then we can take this opportunity to learn more about the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy." Chapter 150. Meet Dai Huobin again. Dai Huobin is on drugs. After hearing Wang Donger's words, Yuhao couldn't help but brighten up. Because he thought about it after hearing Wang Donger's words, and he felt that this was a good opportunity for him. So he couldn't help but smile and looked forward to the upcoming final exam. It's not just Yuhao in the parallel world who is looking forward to this. In fact, on the other side, in the gap between the plains, Du Bu Si, Jing Hongchen, Kong Deming, and others are also looking forward to this. It's just that their expectations differ from Yuhao's. They just wanted to see what choice Yuhao would make after discovering the truth about the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. So they all watched very seriously. But Cayenne Rengsu was different. What she wanted to know most was the actual combat power of Yuhao in the parallel world. After all, his strength had improved a lot this time, but to be honest, the whole process was extremely smooth. So in the end, he came back without experiencing any real battles. Thus, Cayenne Rengsu was very curious about the strength of Yuhao in the parallel world. At this moment, after watching the picture on the screen, she thought that she could use the upcoming final exam to get a good look at Yuhao's current strength in the parallel world. So she also looked at the screen with expectation. And on the screen, after Yuhao and Wang Donger chatted for a while, they soon began to practice. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they had a lot to say. However, if they talked for too long, they would lose their desire to express themselves. So the two of them simply started practicing. As their soul powers merged again, they felt a long-lost and comfortable sensation that made them feel extremely at ease. The two practiced all night. Early the next morning, after having breakfast, the two of them went to Shrek Academy for classes together. Now, both Yuhao and Wang Donger hadn't returned to Shrek Academy for classes in a long time. So when they saw many acquaintances on the road, they were very surprised. The acquaintances came forward one by one to talk to them, which made them somewhat eye-catching in the crowd. However, Yuhao didn't care about these things. He wasn't the shy type, and he wouldn't blush just because others looked at him a few more times or talked about him a few more times. So he behaved very freely along the way. However, he soon spotted a disgusting face behind him, Dai Huobin. Although he had beaten him severely last time, almost to the point of killing him, Yuhao's hatred for Dai Huobin had never faded. He always felt very sorry that he didn't finish him off directly last time. So this time, upon seeing Dai Huobin, Yuhao's eyes revealed a meaningful smile. I don't know, is there a chance to kill him this time? But it's a good thing anyway. It would be best if I could kill him. Even if I don't have a chance, I should at least beat him half-crippled and let him lie in bed for a few months. If this goes on a few more times, he'll be useless even if he doesn't die. Yuhao thought while observing Dai Huobin. He suddenly found that Dai Huobin's aura was much stronger than before, at least several levels higher. This surprised Yuhao, causing him to ask Wang Donger beside him. Hey Donger, Dai Huobin's cultivation seems to have improved a lot. Wang Donger knew the specifics, as this incident had occurred before she asked for leave to take care of Huoyuner. She directly explained to Yuhao, this is mainly because he took drugs. Yuhao raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. Drugs? Wang Donger replied, didn't he lose miserably to you last time? That incident seems to have given him a big blow, and his family is rich. So after that, he spent a lot of money to buy those rare treasures, the elixirs in the realm, and he threatened that next time you meet, he must not be defeated. Yuhao listened and replied, oh. Wang Donger nodded, yeah. This time, the soul power levels won't be as good as yours since he took a drug. Speaking of which, even Wang Donger became a little sour. Speaking of which, the soul master in the parallel plane seems to feel very pitiful. Dai Huobin's talent and strength in the parallel world are still very outstanding. Unfortunately, he encountered Yuhao from the parallel world, so he was destined to be severely suppressed. Therefore, many soul masters could foresee how Dai Huobin would doubt his life, after being defeated by Yuhao from the parallel world in the final exam. This is indeed a bit miserable. Yuhao and Wang Donger continued to move forward. Soon, they saw Ningtian and Wu Feng again. And the two of them seemed much more polite when treating Yuhao. Wu Feng was simply scared by Yuhao. As for Ningtian, as the young lady of the 9 Treasures glazed tile sect, she knew better than anyone what attitude to adopt when facing a genius like Yuhao. So she even took the initiative to greet Yuhao. Yuhao Donger, are you back? Yuhao had always been a person who respected others. Since Ningtian had never had any conflicts with him and had always been nice to her, he would not deliberately target her. So he answered Ningtian with a gentle expression, well, I'm back. Long time no see. Ningtian smiled and said, it seems that this final exam will become interesting again. I was thinking that if you two didn't come, this assessment might be a bit boring. Hearing Ningtian's voice, Yuhao and Wang Donger smiled at each other and remembered their real purpose in this assessment, to showcase their strength. So Yuhao also smiled at Ningtian and said, yeah, now it's interesting. Chapter 151, Yan Xiaj and Xuanzai were excited. Yuhao is finally back. After briefly talking with Ningtian, Yuhao and Wang Donger left quickly. After all, they and Ningtian were not particularly close friends, so there was not much to talk about between them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they quickly parted ways. Ningtian couldn't help but stare at Yuhao's back in a trance. She said to herself, compared to the freshman competition, it seems that I have improved a lot. It seems that this final exam will be another one of his shows. The championship should still belong to him. After all, the growth rate of such a genius is terrifying. But Wu Feng on the side was not happy to hear this, although she had already been impressed by Yuhao's strength. After all, Ningtian is the woman she likes. She has a very high opinion of Ningtian and cannot bear to hear her belittle herself. So after hearing Ningtian's words, Wu Feng pouted and said, young lady, you are too self-deprecating. Although Yuhao is indeed very strong, you are not any worse than him. You don't necessarily lose. Besides, he's been on leave for more than a month. Although I don't know what he's been doing, he's fallen behind in his progress after not attending classes for more than a month. So it's hard to say who will win by then. But Ning Tian smiled and shook her head when she heard this. She said to Wu Feng, "Sister Feng, it seems that your eyesight is still a little poor." Wu Feng's face is full of doubt. And Ning Tian continued to speak. "I just felt his aura. His aura is now stronger than mine. So it proves that his realm is higher than mine. According to my guess, he must have gained some kind of opportunity during his trip. So his strength must have become even more terrifying. His previous strength was already incredible, and now that he has become even stronger, I dare not even imagine how powerful his combat ability will be." Wu Feng was indeed stunned after hearing this. But in her heart, Ning Tian is invincible. This is a case of beauty in the eyes of the beholder. So even though Wu Feng knew that what Ning Tian said made some sense, she still pouted and replied, "I don't believe it." Ning Tian didn't say much after hearing this. She touched Wu Feng's head and said with a dumb smile, "Don't worry, you will believe it when the time comes." And at this moment, in the cracks of the plains, a group of soul masters couldn't help but sigh after seeing this scene. "Dubusi, I have to say, this girl called Ning Tian is good. Many talented disciples may not be able to tolerate others being better than themselves, such as Dai Huabin. But then again, there are always people who are better than you. It's easy to be a genius, but it's very, very difficult to be the strongest genius. So those geniuses with smaller minds may end up going astray because of their personalities. On the contrary, Ning Tian's rational personality can save her from a lot of suffering." Dai Huabin in the chat room frowned upon hearing this. Ning Rongrong also raised her head proudly and said to the gods around her, "See, this is the descendant of my family." All the gods laughed in agreement. Then they continued to look at the screen. And at this moment on the screen, then Dai Huabin doesn't have the same tolerance and self-awareness as Ning Tian. Similarly, he also saw Yuhao and Wang Donger appear in the crowd. As soon as he saw the two of them appear, Dai Huabin's eyes were filled with a strong sense of hostility. He had been holding a grudge against what happened last time, so he had been taking drugs and practicing like crazy during this period, just to get back to his old self. And now the opportunity has come. "Just wait, Yuhao, I will make you pay for your previous actions. This time, it's your turn to go to the hospital bed." Yuhao and Wang Donger could naturally notice Dai Huabin's gaze. But Yuhao didn't care about this. Wang Donger said indignantly, "This guy feels good about himself. Who does he think he is?" She is also a little protective of her calf. After all, as Wang Donger and Yuhao's relationship continues to heat up, Yuhao is as precious as a treasure in her heart. So Wang Donger was very upset to see Dai Huabin dare to have such emotions towards Yuhao. Yuhao gently held Wang Donger's hand and said with a gentle smile, "Let him say whatever he wants. It's nothing. Anyway, the truth will be revealed in actual combat. He'll know he's defeated when the game starts." Although Yuhao's tone was gentle, his words were very domineering. And this was indeed what Wang Donger wanted to hear, so she quickly nodded to Yuhao and said, "Okay, then we'll ignore him." The two of them went to the classroom together for class. After that, Yan Xiaozhi and Xuan Zai from Shrek Academy had clearly instructed Wang Yan to report to them after Yuhao returned. So Wang Yan reported this to Yan Xiaozhi and Xuan Zai that day. After receiving the report, Yan Xiaozhi and Xuan Zai were overjoyed and immediately let Wang Yan leave first. After Wang Yan left, the two began to talk. "Yan Xiaozhi, this kid is finally back. I don't know what he was doing." "Xuan Zai, who cares? Anyway, it's good that he's back. I'm going to go and watch this final exam now. I thought this kid wouldn't be able to catch up. I don't want to watch it yet. I have to change my mind now." Yan Xiaozhi nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, since Yuhao has returned, we need to carefully observe his growth in strength over this semester. I don't know what level he can grow to. According to his talent, he may have already raised his soul power to level 30. In that case, we can help him get a suitable soul ring during the holidays. I believe he will be very grateful. Chapter 152. First Battle, Ning Tian's Team in the Parallel World. Hu Yuhao's return made Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi very happy, but their joy was short-lived. Soon, they began to think of ways to tame Hu Yuhao, hoping to bind him to Shrek Academy. However, this behavior was seen as ridiculous by the Soul Masters observing from the gap between the planes. Jing Hongqian and the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw the scene. Haha, these two idiots from Shrek Academy are still thinking about taking control of someone else's third soul ring. How could they not realize that Hu Yuhao doesn't trust them at all and went off to get his soul ring without telling them? Besides, the Hu Yuhao from the parallel world already obtained a third soul ring that's 100,000 years old and even got a 100,000-year soul beast to sacrifice it. Do these two even have that ability? Condemning, so they're idiots. And whatever plans they've made are bound to fail in the end. Because Hu Yuhao in the parallel world doesn't know the truth about the inner courtyard yet, so he's still fantasizing about things. If he eventually learns the truth about the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, I bet, based on his personality, he'll leave immediately. Then we'll get to watch a good show. Kong Deming and the others laughed openly. This made the faces of the senior members of Shrek Academy turn extremely ugly. They knew very well what the inner courtyard was really like. After watching the movie for so long, they had a good understanding of Hu Yuhao's personality in the parallel world. So if things continued as they were, it was very likely that what Kong Deming and Jing Hongqian said would come true. This made the senior officials begin to sweat profusely. On the screen, time passed. In the next few days, Hu Yuhao and Wang Donger continued attending classes as usual. But Hu Yuhao felt that these classes were no longer of any help to him. Thankfully, these were just a few days of classes, and they would soon be over. He could still bear with it. After enduring for several days, the day of the final exam finally arrived. On the morning of the exam, Hu Yuhao woke up to find himself holding Wang Donger in his arms. He kissed her on the cheek, then asked her to get up with him. The two brushed their teeth and washed their faces together, then had breakfast with Hu Yuner. Afterward, Hu Yuhao and Wang Donger left the house together. As soon as they stepped outside, the dazzling sunlight hit their faces. Hu Yuhao couldn't help but sigh. Finally, it's here. The period of studying had been torturous for him. After all, the things Wang Yan taught in class were completely useless to him. He had already learned everything he needed to. It felt like he was wasting his time. But now, he had finally made it. Hu Yuhao thought that as long as he could show off his skills in today's exam, he might get the chance to inquire about the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. If he was lucky, he could even directly join the inner courtyard. This would allow him to study and improve even further. Thinking about this made Hu Yuhao a little excited. He led Wang Donger toward Shrek Academy. After arriving at the competition site, they noticed that many students had already arrived. Since the final exam was so important, the first-year students were all eager to participate. After Hu Yuhao and Wang Donger arrived, most of the other first-year students had already gathered. The students began searching for their teammates, and Hu Yuhao and Wang Donger did the same. Speaking of which, the teams were formed by drawing lots. And it was a random draw for the entire grade. So, when it was time to draw, Hu Yuhao and Wang Donger were a little worried they might end up being separated. To their surprise, they were destined to be a pair, as they drew lots together once again. But their last teammate wasn't Zio. Instead, Hu Yuhao and Wang Donger's final teammate was Lan Liuliu. Lan Liuliu wasn't particularly thrilled to be on the same team as Hu Yuhao and Wang Donger. Of course, it wasn't because she didn't like them. On the contrary, Lan Liuliu liked Hu Yuhao and Wang Donger very much and had a good relationship with them. The issue was that, without Lan Susu, she couldn't use her martial soul fusion skills, meaning Lan Liuliu couldn't reach her full potential. However, Wang Donger was good at comforting people, so she reassured Lan Liuliu. Don't be sad, Liuliu. Even though you're not with Susu, you're still with us. Think about it, even if you were with Susu, you wouldn't necessarily win the championship. But now that you're with us, doesn't that mean we'll win it? Lan Liuliu listened carefully and found her words reasonable, but she soon said with frustration, "But without the martial soul fusion, I'm weak." Wang Donger smiled and said, "It's okay, you can just watch from the sidelines if you need to." Lan Liuliu immediately pouted. "Donger, you're too discouraging, how can you say that?" The two laughed and joked together. Not long after, Du Weilan arrived. As usual, Du Weilan was hosting the game. He stepped onto the stage, made a few brief opening remarks, and then announced the start of the game. The two sides for the competition were also decided by drawing lots. If both sides drew the same number, they would compete simultaneously when their turn came. Yuhao and his team drew the fourth number. This draw was undoubtedly a relief for Yuhao. After all, he couldn't wait to show his skills on stage. This time, he had no intention of hiding anything. He wanted to show his abilities and impress the senior leaders of Shrek Academy. Being the fourth team was perfect for him. He waited for a while. Soon, Yuhao, Wang Donger, and Lan Liuliu, who had also drawn the fourth lot, took the stage. However, they didn't expect to face Ning Tian in the first match. Ning Tian, too, was on a team with Wu Feng. Yuhao didn't recognize the last person. Both teams were a little surprised when they saw each other. The audience at the scene became even more excited. Chapter 153, Ultimate Ice, instantly kills Team Ning Tian. The reason the audience was so excited was naturally because the two teams facing off were Team Yuhao and Team Ning Tian. Although Yuhao and Ning Tian were only first-year students at the moment, they were far too outstanding to remain in the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy. As a result, their reputations had already spread throughout the academy. Most of the people attending the match were students and teachers of Shrek Academy, especially since the final exams for the senior students hadn't started yet, leaving everyone with time to watch the competition. Because of this, many spectators had been eagerly awaiting the clash between Yuhao's team, Ning Tian's team, and Dai Huabin's team even before the game began. Now that Yuhao's team and Ning Tian's team were facing off ahead of time, the audience in the stands was filled with excitement. On the high platform across the arena, Yan Xiaozhi and Xu Wenzai were also watching the two teams. When they realized Yuhao's team and Ning Tian's team had finally taken the stage, both Xu Wenzai and Yan Xiaozhi wore interesting expressions. Clearly, they were eager to see how strong Yuhao had become, and both wanted to gauge his current abilities. The two of them couldn't help but begin discussing the match. "Finally, the show is about to start," Xu Wenzai said. "It just so happens that the opponent is quite strong this time. Now we can see how much he's grown." Dai Huabin, sitting in the reserved seat, was also filled with fighting spirit. Although he was very confident in his current strength, that didn't mean he would underestimate Yuhao. After all, Yuhao had defeated him head-on in their previous encounter. Now, he was waiting to see how Yuhao would perform. On the arena, Yuhao and Ning Tian didn't expect to face each other so soon. When Ning Tian saw that the opponents were Yuhao and Wang Donger, she remarked, somewhat self-deprecatingly, "We meet so soon? It seems we're unlucky." Yuhao laughed and said, "Let's give it our all." Ning Tian smiled and nodded in response. However, just as she summoned her martial soul and was preparing to attack, she noticed Yuhao wink at Wang Donger. After seeing the wink, Wang Donger immediately pulled Lan Liuliu to the edge of the ring, leaving herself standing there without any intention of attacking. Lan Liuliu was naturally dumbfounded by this and couldn't help but ask, "Donger, what are you doing? Aren't we supposed to take action?" Wang Donger smiled and said, "Didn't we agree before? You just watch from the sidelines." Lan Liuliu was stunned. "No way, Donger, are you serious?" On the other side, Ning Tian didn't expect Yuhao's team to behave this way. After a brief moment of surprise, she said to Yuhao, "Is this what you meant by going all out?" Yuhao just smiled and replied, "Let's fight like this." He had made this decision after discussing it with Wang Donger. The main goal of participating in this assessment was to showcase his abilities. So, he intended to handle the fight alone. Yuhao was confident in his strength, And this approach would allow the senior leaders of Shrek Academy to clearly understand his abilities, making it easier for him to inquire about the inner courtyard's affairs in the future. For this reason, Yuhao thought this arrangement was necessary. On the high platform, Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai were both deeply intrigued by what they were seeing. Neither of them expected Yuhao to take this route. Xuanzai couldn't help but say, "The difficulty of a 3-on-3 fight and a 1-on-3 fight is on a completely different level. If it were 3-on-3, I would say Yuhao's team would win without any suspense, even if the opponent is Ningtian's team. But if it's 1-on-3, that's a different story." Yan Xiaozhi nodded, agreeing, "I hope he can surprise us." The two of them turned their attention back to the arena. On the arena, Wu Feng, Ningtian, and another student had summoned their martial spirits at the same time. They didn't continue to talk to Yuhao. After all, they knew Yuhao well. He was no fool, he was a very shrewd person. So, if he dared to fight 1 against 3, it meant he was confident enough in his strength to face all 3 at once. Although it was a bit disheartening to admit, that was the reality of the situation. Thus, Ningtian and the others dared not be careless. After Ningtian summoned her martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed tower, she began to provide her 2 teammates with strengthening buffs, as usual. However, in the beginning, whether it was Ningtian, Wu Feng, or the other students, they were all very cautious, as they expected Yuhao to take action. If he didn't, it would be difficult for them to fight after Ningtian had applied the buffs. But Yuhao did nothing. He stood there with a calm, gentle expression, seemingly waiting for Ningtian to finish applying the buffs. Even after Ningtian had completed the buffs, Yuhao still made no move. This completely confused Wu Feng. What is he planning to do? Ningtian remarked, "It seems like he's deliberately waiting for me to help strengthen you." Wu Feng's mouth twitched. Has he become this arrogant? Ningtian shook her head. Arrogance is when you lack strength. Confidence, on the other hand, is when you have strength and are at ease. Wu Feng snorted. Well, we'll find out when we try him. Without any further delay, Wu Feng charged toward Yuhao, accompanied by the other student. Both of them had beast martial souls and fire attributes. After receiving Ningtian's buffs, they rushed toward Yuhao, flames blazing around them. At that moment, Yuhao moved. He snapped his fingers. The shadow of an ice crystal phoenix suddenly appeared behind him. Though he did nothing else, the terrifying cold spread outward, centered around him. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena floor was covered in ice, becoming a smooth, frozen surface. Wu Feng and the other student, who had gotten too close, were instantly frozen into 2 ice sculptures. Chapter 154, Ultimate Ice. Xuanzi and Yan Xiaozhi are so greedy. The arena was silent. All the audience members in the stands had fallen silent. After witnessing what had just happened, every soul master present was in a daze. None of them had expected this. Yuhao was just a freshman, yet he managed to perform such a move in such a short moment. This scene left them all dumbfounded. Whoosh, whoosh. A cold wind blew. It was already winter, and the weather was cold. As the cold wind mixed with the icy air on the field, the chill became even more intense. The soul masters who were caught by the cold wind involuntarily shivered. But this sudden chill brought them back to their senses. As soon as they regained their awareness, they started talking non-stop, all expressing endless shock at the events they had just witnessed. What just happened? Did Yuhao do all of this? Isn't this too powerful? Is he a freshman? Wait a second, I didn't see him use any soul skills just now. How did he do this? Also, wasn't his original martial soul the spirit eye? How can he use ice now? A group of students continued to discuss in disbelief. In the gap between the planes, the soul masters were also extremely surprised by what they had just seen. Xiao Hongchen, hey, when did Yuhao in the parallel world gain this ability? I shouldn't have missed it, right? Meng Hongchen, could it be that his second martial soul, the blue-eyed crystal phoenix, has this ability? That's amazing, isn't it? Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen were the first to voice their shock. But Jing Hongchen soon spoke up. Although the blue-eyed crystal phoenix is the ice god's original body and is very powerful, no matter how strong it is, it can't be this incredible. Otherwise, Yuhao in the parallel world would be invincible. Kong Deming, who was listening nearby, nodded and said, "Yes, this is not just the ability of the martial soul itself. I believe it's the power of his soul bone." Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen were stunned when they heard this. Soul bone? When did Yuhao in the parallel world get a soul bone? Kong Deming smiled and said, "Don't you remember the 100,000-year-old illusionary elk sacrifice? When a 100,000-year-old soul beast sacrifices, soul bones are guaranteed to appear. It's just that Yuhao in the parallel world didn't reveal it before. But I think he just used the power of that soul bone." Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen nodded in sudden realization. But they soon asked again, "But if it's the soul bone of the illusionary elk, shouldn't it be related to illusions?" Jing Hongchen shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. After all, the illusionary elk is a spiritual soul beast, but it was originally an ice soul beast, so it's not surprising that its soul bone could have this ability." Meng Hongchen finally understood completely after hearing this. She nodded in realization. Xiao Hongchen, still in shock, said, "According to this, Yuhao in the parallel world has become even more powerful. He's only in his 30s, soul power, and his soul bone already has this kind of power. If he continues to grow stronger and uses this ability again in the future, the power will be even more terrifying." Jing Hongchen nodded in agreement. Kong Deming continued, "But I believe he still has more tricks up his sleeve. Yuhao in this parallel world is bound to surprise us later." They all turned their attention back to the screen. At this moment, Xuanzai and Yan Shaiaj also reacted. They realized that Yuhao had just used a soul bone skill. However, this didn't lessen their shock at all. Most importantly, they now saw that Yuhao's second martial soul was ultimate ice. This was the ultimate martial soul, and none existed at Shrek Academy. Even Yan Shaiaj's apprentice, Ma Xiaota, the Academy's #1 genius, couldn't touch the ultimate martial soul. For soul masters like Yan Shaiaj and Xuanzai, who greatly admired ultimate martial souls, witnessing Yuhao's ultimate ice almost sent them into a frenzy. Xuanzai said excitedly, "Shaoji, look, ultimate ice." Yan Shaiaj also responded with excitement, "I see. It's indeed ultimate ice. I didn't expect Yuhao to have twin martial souls, and the second martial soul is the ultimate ice we've always dreamed of." "Xiaotao is saved now." Xuanzai said with fiery eyes, "Shaiaj, we must keep this kid. This kid is already impressive, even without considering his ultimate ice martial soul. I never imagined he would now have ultimate ice. If he can continue to grow, he will be invincible. We mustn't miss him, we must keep him tied to Shrek Academy." Yan Shaiaj nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, and Xiaotao needs ultimate ice to remove the evil fire. If her martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, can merge with Yuhao's ultimate ice, it is very likely to wash away the evil nature of her martial soul. And if this step can be achieved, her evil fire phoenix can evolve into a purebred fire phoenix. Just like our Shrek Academy's ancestor from 10,000 years ago, Ma Hongzhen, it could also evolve into the ultimate fire. Then, by that time, we will have 2 students with ultimate martial souls at Shrek Academy." Speaking of this, Yan Shaiaj's face was full of excitement. He was even breathing heavily because of his excitement. Du Weilan quickly appeared on the stage. He rushed to Yuhao, then looked at the frozen Wu Feng and another student and said to Yuhao, "Yuhao, quickly unfreeze them, otherwise their lives will be in danger." Yuhao didn't hurry to unfreeze them, but instead asked Ningtian, who was standing beside him, "So, do you admit defeat?" Ningtian sighed helplessly. "At this point, how can I not admit defeat?" Yuhao smiled and nodded. "All right, then I'll help you unfreeze." Chapter 155. Does Shrek want to uncover the secret of parallel Yuhao? No way. After the voice fell, Yuhao didn't waste any time. He began activating the soul power and soul bones within his body again. Suddenly, a piercing chill emerged from his body. As soon as the chill appeared, All the soul masters at the scene couldn't help but feel a cold shiver. Among them, Ning Tian and Du Weilan felt the worst. They were the closest to Yuhao, and at that moment, both of them felt extremely cold. They were shivering uncontrollably. Just like the other soul masters present, the two of them kept their eyes fixed on Wu Feng and the other student, both of whom had been frozen into ice sculptures in front of Yuhao. Under their gaze, the ice on the two ice sculptures gradually melted. Even though Yuhao was surrounded by chilling cold, he was still able to slowly melt the ice on the two ice sculptures, which surprised everyone. Especially Du Weilan. He had tried to help Wu Feng and the others melt the ice before, but he had found that he couldn't do it. Now, this task that had seemed impossible was effortless in Yuhao's hands. It's just like what Dean Yan Xiaj, an elder Xuan, said. This kid is a super genius. We may never find another one with this kind of talent in Shrek Academy. Even Ma Xiaodao and Zhang Lexuan from the inner courtyard are probably inferior to him. Of course, Yuhao didn't know what Du Weilan was thinking. He continued helping Wu Feng and the others melt the ice. Soon, the ice on both of them melted completely, and they were both wet. Due to the extreme cold earlier, their lips were white, and they were shivering all over. It should be fine. Go back, drink some hot water, take a hot bath, and then use your soul power to circulate through your meridians. You should be fine. Yuhao smiled and said to the two of them. Go, Du Weilan quickly urged them to follow Yuhao's advice. The two nodded immediately, and Ning Tian took Wu Feng away while the other male student returned to his dormitory. However, as they walked off the ring, Wu Feng couldn't help but glance back at Yuhao and said to Ning Tian beside her, Young lady, you were right. This kid is a monster. When Wu Feng said this, her face was filled with lingering fear. Although she had successfully escaped danger, thinking back to everything that had happened made her feel a bit scared. Hearing this, Ning Tian sighed helplessly. I told you long ago that Yuhao's improvement speed would be fast, and he would leave us far behind. However, I didn't expect that he has twin martial souls, and one of them is the ultimate ice. It seems that for the future development of our 9 treasures glazed tile sect, we should do our best to make friends with him. Wu Feng nodded in agreement after hearing this. She no longer harbored any dissatisfaction with Yuhao. She had completely been won over and now spoke of him with awe. This scene was also clearly visible to the soul masters in the gap between the planes. Zhao Hongchen, ha, Wu Feng in this parallel world has been completely subdued. Meng Hongchen, there's no way around it. Yuhao in this parallel world is powerful. It's not shameful to be conquered by someone so strong. Yuhao, it is indeed worthy of me in the parallel world. Compared to him, I am still too inferior. Yuhao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was the same Wu Feng, but the attitude toward him was completely different. Wu Feng on his side still looked unconvinced when facing him. From this, it was clear that he was a little weaker than Yuhao in the parallel world. Yuhao couldn't help but sigh again. They continued watching the screen. At this moment, Du Weilan asked Yuhao again, after Ning Tian and the others had completely left. Yuhao, was that a soul bone skill you just used? Yuhao nodded upon hearing this. What he had just used was indeed a soul bone skill, and it came from the 100,000-year-old elk from the previous illusion. This was a left-hand bone, and the name of the soul skill was Rapid Freezing. The specific ability was to unleash an intense burst of cold from his body in an instant, achieving rapid freezing within his controlled range. The range he could control was constantly increasing as his strength grew. At this stage, Yuhao could freeze a space with a radius of 40 meters. But even so, this was enough for Yuhao at the moment, and this was a control-type soul skill that served as a sudden attack. When the enemy was suddenly attacked, unaware of the danger, Yuhao could immediately control them. Even if the enemy had expected it in advance, as long as they couldn't fly, the ground would be covered with ice, putting them at a severe disadvantage in the ensuing battle. Overall, this was a very useful soul bone skill. But Yuhao did not intend to reveal so much to Du Weilan at this moment. Although he had shown off his skill, He wasn't willing to expose all his cards, nor did he want Shrek Academy to know his true situation. And wasn't there a saying, the most terrifying thing is mystery? So after listening to Du Weiland's words, Yuhao smiled gently and replied, "Yes, this is a soul bone." After hearing this, Du Weiland asked, "Oh, a soul bone? What kind of soul bone is it? How old is it? When did you get it? Where did you get it?" Du Weiland asked a series of 4 probing questions. If Yuhao told him the truth, Du Weiland would know everything. Naturally, Yuhao didn't say much. He simply replied to Du Weiland, "I have nothing to say about this. After all, these things have nothing to do with Shrek Academy, so I don't want to go into detail." Director Du, that should be fine, right? As a student of Shrek Academy, I think I also have the right to protect my secrets. Chapter 156, Finals, Single Challenge to Dai Hyobin's Team. At this moment on the screen. After hearing what Yuhao said, Du Weiland couldn't help but twitch his lips. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about Yuhao, but after hearing Yuhao's response, he was left speechless. Because what Yuhao said made perfect sense. His soul bone was not obtained from Shrek Academy, so he had no obligation to disclose more details. And most importantly, he was still in the public eye, with every word and action being watched by others. This made Du Weiland more cautious in his actions. How could he dare to say no at this time? If he did, wouldn't Shrek Academy be seen as an institution that forcibly pried into students' secrets? Du Weiland couldn't bear such a reputation. So he could only smile at Yuhao and say, "Yes, you're right. I'm indeed overstepping." "Yuhao, don't think too much. I was just a little curious. Since you don't want to say anything, then don't." After saying this, Du Weiland asked Yuhao to return to the preparation area to rest. Yuhao smiled gently again, hearing this, and walked back with Wang Donger and the others. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters couldn't help but start discussing again. Su Jiawei was the first to sigh. "Although it's not the first time I've seen it, I still can't help but sigh every time. The Yuhao in this parallel world not only has powerful strength and talent, but also possesses a 3-inch silver tongue. Who can beat him?" Su Jiujiu on the side couldn't help but comment, "I feel that even Li Yu couldn't beat him. Li Yu is already famous for his verbal battles in our star Luo city, but I feel that even he might not stand a chance." On the other side, Jing Hongchen couldn't help but sigh. This is the power of good eloquence. It means the same thing, but if it were anyone else, they might have offended someone. But the Yuhao in this parallel world not only achieved his goal, but also did so without offending anyone. He even left the other party in awe of his eloquence. That's not easy. After saying this, Jing Hongchen turned to Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen. "You too, study hard. One of you is usually not good at speaking." Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen became embarrassed when they heard this. Meanwhile, Yuhao, on the other side, took notes with an admiring expression on his face. As Yuhao, Wang Donger and the others returned to their seats, the next game began. However, Dai Hyobin on the other side was absent-minded the entire time after watching Yuhao's performance earlier. Dai Hyobin's heart was in turmoil. He never expected that Yuhao's strength had grown so much. What troubled him even more was that he had always considered Yuhao his goal. His greatest motivation had been to surpass Yuhao one day and then trample him underfoot. He had been practicing madly during this period. But now, Dai Hyobin saw the gap between himself and Yuhao widening. This made him frustrated, and though he was annoyed, he was somewhat helpless. "Damn it, why did he get such a powerful soul bone? Why?" Dai Hyobin roared in his heart. But after his inner outburst, he could only feel impotent rage. He knew that he might never have such an opportunity, so in anger he thought, "Anyway, no matter what, he's already used the soul bone skill today. In this case, if he fights me later, he won't be able to use it again. If he can use the soul bone skill, then I'll admit defeat. There's nothing to say. But he can't use it now, so wait for me." Dai Hyobin's eyes flickered as he thought of this. In the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters couldn't help but sigh. Dubusi, It's sad to target the wrong person. Bibai Dong, it seems that Dai Huabin lacks self-awareness. He's only making things harder for himself by choosing this path. There will be no good outcome in the end. Kayan Rangsu, poor Dai Huabin. Everyone turned their attention back to the screen. Yuhao waited quietly for a while. Afterward, although several games were played in succession because their strength was so overwhelming, the matches were barely challenging. They quickly advanced to the finals. The same was true for Dai Huabin's team on the other side. In this grade, 3 teams were far stronger than the others: Yuhao's team, Ning Tian's team, and Dai Huabin's team. Now that Ning Tian's team had been eliminated, Yuhao's team and Dai Huabin's team would naturally dominate the remaining matches. It's him indeed. HMPH, it just so happens that they can be my stepping stones. I was still upset that no one could set me off. Yuhao sneered inwardly as he watched this. Then, under Du Weilan's announcement, Yuhao's team and Dai Huabin's team went on stage at the same time. However, once on stage, Lan Liuliu and Wang Donger began using their usual tactic again. The two of them walked to the edge of the venue once more to watch the match. They hadn't done this since Yuhao's previous match against Ning Tian's team. Because the enemy was too weak, Yuhao couldn't be bothered to take it seriously. However, Yuhao's actions were mistakenly believed to be a strategy to avoid affecting his teammates. So at this moment, all the Soul Masters present were slightly stunned as they saw Yuhao planning to handle Dai Huabin and his team alone. Could he use that Soul Bone skill again? That's impossible, right? Impossible. Soul Bone skills can only be used once a day. That's a given. Then why does he still want to do this? Without the help of a Soul Bone, he thinks he can defeat Dai Huabin's team on his own. It's not realistic, right? And there's Zhu Lu and their team. They can use martial soul fusion skills. Isn't this a bit too arrogant? All the Soul Masters couldn't help but discuss amongst themselves. On the other side, Dai Huabin's face became extremely ugly as he saw this scene. He was so angry that he almost ground his teeth. Is he looking down on me? Chapter 157. The powerful Yuhao defeats Dai Huabin's team alone. After witnessing the scene before him, Dai Huabin became even more furious. He felt absolute contempt from Yuhao. In his efforts to regain his position and defeat Yuhao, Dai Huabin had done everything he could. But what about Yuhao? It seemed that Yuhao didn't even consider him a threat. When Yuhao looked at him, his eyes were full of disdain, and he was fearless, ready to face 3 opponents alone. This ignited a strong wave of anger in Dai Huabin's heart. Gnashing his teeth, he snarled at Yuhao, "You will pay for your arrogance." But Yuhao simply smiled gently. "Really? Then let's get started." Du Weilan, standing by the ring, announced the start of the game. As soon as Du Weilan's voice fell, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and another beast martial soul master simultaneously summoned their martial souls. Though they didn't communicate verbally, their experience from previous games had made them highly tacit. So, as soon as Du Weilan's voice echoed through the arena, the 3 of them rushed at Yuhao from 3 directions, forming a triangular double team. But Yuhao stood his ground, his expression calm. He didn't move, remaining completely still, waiting for Dai Huabin and the others to strike. And at that moment, Dai Huabin and the others finally attacked. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands. To prevent Yuhao from dodging, Zhu Lu, the fastest of the 3, deliberately paused for half a breath before striking. When the timing was right, the trio launched their simultaneous assault. However, Yuhao moved. Facing Zhu Lu's attack, he easily sidestepped her strike. Then, raising his eyebrows, he activated the soul skill granted to him by the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, Spiritual Interference. Before Dai Huabin's attack could reach him, Yuhao shot him a casual glance, freezing him in place. Yuhao then shifted his attention to the final Beast Soul Master. He had no intention of dodging. When the Beast Soul Master attacked, Yuhao decided to confront him head-on. He punched him directly. Yuhao's body was incredibly strong, and the Beast Soul Master's soul power level was only at level 23. Under these circumstances, facing a soul master like Yuhao, who not only possessed a high soul power level, but also tempered his body daily and had soul bones to enhance his strength. The beast soul master was sent flying off the stage with a single punch. This left only Dai Hyobin and Zhu Lu on the stage. At this moment, the audience was left dumbfounded. After all, it was the finals, and here was Yuhao facing 3 opponents, yet it only took a single breath to knock one out. Such strength was truly outrageous. In the gaps between the planes, even Bibai Dong and Kayan Rengsu, the god-level experts, couldn't help but be impressed by the combat experience of this parallel Yuhao. Kayan Rengsu remarked, "In a one-on-many battle, the smartest move is to reduce the number of opponents as quickly as possible, no matter the cost." He clearly understands this very well. But what surprises me a little is how even at such a young age, he's already so tactically aware. Bibai Dong replied, "This kid is a bit of a monster." The other soul masters couldn't help but sigh in admiration. However, they didn't engage in much discussion. The battle on the screen was so exciting that everyone was fully focused, as everything happened in the blink of an eye. If they weren't careful, they might miss the spectacular moves unfolding. Dai Hyobin and Zhu Lu's expressions began to show signs of fear. They hadn't expected Yuhao's strength to be so overwhelming. At this point, neither Dai Hyobin nor Zhu Lu dared to hold back. White Tiger Vajra transformation. Dai Hyobin roared as his body was enveloped in a dazzling light. His muscles seemed to grow more active, indicating his enhanced state as he entered a more violent stance. He took a step forward, and his tall form turned into a white blur as he rushed at Yuhao, slashing at him with a tiger claw aimed at his face. Yuhao felt a gust of cold wind approaching, accompanied by a hidden murderous intent that sent chills down his spine. HMPH, Octane Blast. But Yuhao showed no fear. His soul bone was attached to the bones of his right hand, making it incredibly durable. Additionally, he had developed his self-created soul skill, Octane Blast, a powerful close combat technique. At that moment, he believed that even if the opponent used a soul skill, it didn't matter. He would defeat them anyway. Without a word, Yuhao threw a punch, choosing to confront Dai Hyobin head-on. The result was exactly as he had anticipated. His punch collided with Dai Hyobin's tiger claw, and Yuhao shattered the claws effortlessly, as though they were made of tofu. Although Dai Hyobin managed to stabilize himself and didn't get knocked off the ring like the Beast Soul Master, his nails were broken and his little finger was shattered. The pain caused him to twitch in agony. Despite this, Dai Hyobin didn't give up. He yelled, "Zhu Lu, come on." As soon as his voice rang out, a black figure appeared behind Yuhao, and Zhu Lu extended her cat claws, aiming for Yuhao's back in a surprise attack. But Yuhao activated his spiritual detection. Once it was active, Zhu Lu had nowhere to hide under Yuhao's keen perception. He easily dodged her deadly strike and responded with a swift whip kick, sending Zhu Lu flying. Zhu Lu groaned in pain, but luckily, Dai Hyobin managed to catch her just in time. "White Tiger Light Wave," Dai Hyobin shouted, unleashing his second soul skill, a powerful light wave aimed directly at Yuhao. Realizing they stood no chance against Yuhao without using a martial soul fusion skill, Dai Hyobin hurriedly shouted to Zhu Lu, "Hurry up. Let's use the martial soul fusion technique to deal with him." Chapter 158. Parallel World Yuhao's Third Soul Ring, 100,000 Years. Hearing Dai Hyobin's words, Zhu Lu nodded quickly. Her expression grew solemn. After the battle with Yuhao, Zhu Lu had come to realize that neither she nor Dai Hyobin was on the same level as Yuhao. Let alone fighting him alone, if they continued to fight like this, both of them would soon be overwhelmed by Yuhao. So if they wanted to win now, their only option was to use their final trump card, the martial soul fusion technique. However, Zhu Lu had no psychological burden about using the martial soul fusion technique, because it was a move she and Dai Hyobin shared. But for Dai Hyobin, it was different. Since he had spoken those words, Dai Hyobin knew deep down that he had completely lost to Yuhao, utterly defeated. If he didn't use the martial soul fusion technique, he would truly be inferior to Yuhao. This realization had a significant impact on his self-esteem. But Dai Hyubin still wanted to win. Even if the means were dirty, even if the victory wasn't glorious, winning was winning. So, he was determined to use the martial soul fusion technique against Yuhao. Both the teachers and students of Shrek Academy were closely watching the scene unfold. They were all extremely shocked by the strength Yuhao had just displayed. However, more than that, they were eager to see how Yuhao would handle Dai Hyubin and Zhu Lu's martial soul fusion technique. Would he still fight alone, as he had done before? If he did, his chances of winning seemed slim, right? After all, this was a martial soul fusion skill. But if he didn't fight alone, what could he do? Should he ask Wang Donger for help? But that would mean breaking his promise to fight alone. What would he choose? At that moment, all the soul masters around the ring were watching with serious, expectant expressions. Wang Donger and Lan Liuliu noticed the movements of Dai Hyubin and Zhu Lu. Lan Liuliu glanced at Wang Donger with concern. "Donger, why don't you go help Yuhao? The other side is about to use the martial soul fusion technique." But Wang Donger smiled gently and shook her head. "Don't worry, believe in Yuhao, he can handle it." She then turned her gaze to Yuhao, whose face remained calm. And Yuhao didn't disappoint Wang Donger. As Dai Hyubin and Zhu Lu were about to begin their martial soul fusion technique, 3 soul rings suddenly appeared beneath Yuhao's feet. However, the color of the 3rd soul ring was so bright it almost seemed to glow. It was a blood-red, 100,000-year soul ring. As soon as this soul ring appeared, the atmosphere in the entire venue turned solemn. The audience froze, many of them thinking they had seen it wrong. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, their expressions filled with surprise. But gradually, they realized they weren't mistaken. No matter how they looked at it, the 3rd soul ring beneath Yuhao was indeed a blood-red, 100,000-year soul ring. In an instant, all the soul masters present were left dumbfounded. The 3rd soul ring is a 100,000-year soul ring. How is this possible? Is this even right? According to the theoretical system of the 10 great soul masters on our DOLOU continent, soul masters are not supposed to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring before their 6th ring. Their bodies can't handle it. But what about Yuhao? Why is his 3rd soul ring a 100,000-year soul ring? All the soul masters began discussing it, their minds blown by the sight before them. Even the soul masters watching from the plane gap were stunned. They couldn't understand why Yuhao in this parallel world would reveal his 100,000-year soul ring so openly. It was completely out of character for someone as cautious as him. Even if he wanted to show his strength, surely there was no need to expose such a trump card. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but start speculating. But just then, Kong Deming smiled and turned to Jing Hongchen. "Don't you know why he did this?" Jing Hongchen shook his head. "Please enlighten me, Master Kong." Kong Deming sighed. "It seems you're getting old. You must have forgotten the effect of Yuhao's first soul skill in this parallel world." Jing Hongchen was slightly stunned. "I haven't forgotten." Kong Deming shook his head. "No, you have, let me remind you. The principle of Yuhao's first soul skill in the parallel world is to use his mental power to alter the enemy's perception. In other words, as long as his mental power is strong enough, he can make his opponent perceive him as anything, whether it's invisible, an illusion, or something else. But here's the problem. The prerequisite is that his mental power must be strong enough. Although Yuhao in the parallel world has strong mental power, how does it compare to the mental power of those 7-ring, 8-ring, or even 9-ring soul masters? So, his 3rd soul ring, at least in the eyes of those masters, can't be hidden in any way. Now you understand why everyone was confused earlier. Yuhao had no way to conceal it. What you didn't expect is that he has no other option but to show it, and it's better to admit it openly. Because if he tried to hide it, people would start doubting him, but if he admits it, no one can question it. Kong Deming continued speaking, laying out his reasoning. And Jing Hongchen quickly realized the truth. "I see now, I didn't realize such an important factor." But then he added, "Still, how do you explain the third soul ring being a 100,000-year soul ring? Kong Deming laughed. Explain, what's there to explain? What obligation does he have to explain himself to Shrek Academy? He received the opportunity. Does he need to hand it over to Shrek? As long as he's not a soul beast or an evil soul master, what does it matter if his first soul ring is a 100,000-year soul ring? Can Shrek Academy capture him and study him? He paused before continuing. And don't forget, Shrek Academy needs him. They all want Yuhao to join. The more powerful he is, the better, and they dare not offend him. Because what if Yuhao just decided to leave? They'd have no one to turn to. So, the most important thing for them now is how to recruit Yuhao from this parallel world. Though, it seems unlikely that he will stay in the future. Chapter 159, The Dream is Shattered. Dai Huabin was so angry he vomited blood. In the gap between the planes, Kong Deming carefully analyzed the current situation of Yuhao in the parallel world. After his analysis, Jing Hongchen and the others gained a better understanding of Yuhao's current situation. Everyone was extremely curious about how the story would unfold. So they all turned their attention back to the screen. As Kong Deming had predicted, after seeing that Yuhao's third soul ring was a 100,000-year soul ring, Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai were initially shocked. At first, they thought that Yuhao might be a soul beast that had been reincarnated. After all, how could a human possess a 100,000-year soul ring as their third one? So, they carefully used their soul power to investigate Yuhao from a distance. But after checking, they realized that Yuhao wasn't a soul beast at all. He was a complete human with no connection to soul beasts. At that moment, Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai looked at Yuhao with even more intense interest. They no longer questioned how Yuhao could possess a 100,000-year soul ring as his third. Instead, they were only focused on one thing. How could they bring Yuhao into their fold and bind him to Shrek Academy? Because Yuhao had already demonstrated monstrous talent, and as the possessor of the ultimate ice, he held great significance for Shrek Academy and Ma Xiaodao. Now, even his third soul ring was a 100,000-year soul ring. To Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai, none of this mattered anymore. The most important thing was, how could they get Yuhao to willingly join Shrek Academy? They began to brainstorm ideas. In the gap between the planes, Mirror Hongchen, that may be true, but it's useless to think about it. There's no point. Dubusi, but this farce should be over now, right? Next, we'll take care of Dai Huabin and the others, then proceed with the award ceremony. I can't wait to see Yuhao's reaction when he finds out the truth about the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. They continued watching the screen. Back on the ring, Yuhao's 100,000-year soul ring was not just for show. As soon as the 100,000-year soul ring glowed under his feet, Yuhao immediately activated his 100,000-year soul skill, Illusion. In an instant, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu collapsed to the ground. They were both immediately deep in slumber. In their dreams, they laughed heartily because, in their dream, not only had they successfully executed the martial soul fusion technique, but they had also torn Yuhao to pieces. They were elated. But the reality was far different. In reality, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu had completely lost their combat capabilities. Yuhao could easily take their lives at any time if he wished. Suddenly, Du Weilan appeared in front of Yuhao again. He grabbed Yuhao's arm and raised it high. I now declare the final winner of this exam is Yuhao's team, Du Weilan announced loudly. With his shout, the entire audience erupted in cheers, while Wang Donger and Lan Liuliu celebrated their victory. Wang Donger didn't care much about the outcome. But Lan Liuliu couldn't help but look slightly uncomfortable. Because she had won the championship without lifting a finger. It could be said that she had only showed up to make up the numbers and didn't contribute at all. On the sidelines, Du Weilan quickly spoke to Yuhao. Yuhao, since you've won, shall we wake them up? Yuhao snapped his fingers, and the 100,000-year soul ring under his feet flared again. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu were soon roused from their sleep. The illusion had felt so real that both Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu were still disoriented at first. But when they realized Yuhao was standing nearby, their faces turned pale with shock. "Impossible, aren't you dead? How did you?" Yuhao gave them a mocking look. "Thank me, I gave you a good dream, but let's be clear, what you experienced was impossible in reality. In reality, all you'd face is a crushing defeat." Yuhao's words were merciless. Dai Huabin, looking around at the illusion and the reactions of the others, finally began to understand what had happened. A surge of blood rushed to his chest, and in his fury, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Huabin, are you okay?" Zhu Lu hurriedly stepped forward to support him. When she turned to look at Yuhao again, her eyes were filled with hatred. "What did you do?" Yuhao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "This has nothing to do with me. I just wanted to give you a pleasant dream, out of kindness. Other than that, I didn't do anything." It just seems that Dai Huabin can't handle the reality check due to the massive gap. Sigh, young people today lack psychological resilience. They need to work on their mental fortitude. Dai Huabin was so enraged that he fainted. Zhu Lu's murderous gaze never left Yuhao as she looked at him with pure animosity. "Take him to the infirmary first," Du Weilan said helplessly, seeing the situation unfold. Because Yuhao hadn't done anything, Dai Huabin's collapse was purely due to his inability to handle the psychological shock. However, Du Weilan didn't realize that Yuhao's illusion had been too realistic, giving Dai Huabin the false hope of revenge. This caused an extreme emotional swing when Dai Huabin was abruptly pulled back into the harsh reality of his defeat. But Du Weilan wasn't focused on that. After witnessing Yuhao's abilities, his attention was now fully on Yuhao. Dai Huabin and the others didn't matter as much. Therefore, Du Weilan quickly announced, "This assessment has concluded successfully. Next, we will distribute rewards based on the competition results. May I ask the top 3 teams to come forward to receive their prizes?" Meanwhile, upon hearing Du Weilan's words, Yuhao's eyes lit up with excitement. "Finally, it's time. I wonder if I'll get the information about the inner courtyard as I hoped." Chapter 160, Parallel. Yuhao is interested in Shrek's inner court. Xuan Zai smiled. After hearing what Du Weilan said, Yuhao naturally felt a little excited. After all, he had put in so much effort and laid so much groundwork. Wasn't it all to discover information about the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy? Now the opportunity had finally arrived. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. The 3 members of his team were already on stage. After hearing Du Weilan's announcement, they walked directly to the center of the stage. Then, the 2nd and 3rd teams also stepped up one by one. However, since Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu from Dai Huabin's team were absent, their team was temporarily represented by the Soul Master with the beast martial soul. But this was not important. Yuhao didn't pay much attention to Dai Huabin's situation, and instead quietly waited for Du Weilan's next speech. Du Weilan didn't waste much time. He distributed all the rewards to the top 3 teams as usual. This time, the rewards weren't soul bones, but rather elixirs and bonuses for auxiliary cultivation. However, this kind of reward was quite valuable. The elixirs for auxiliary cultivation were rare and could help soul masters improve their cultivation efficiency within a month, with a market value of about 20,000 gold soul coins. In addition, the scholarships ranged from 2,000 gold soul coins to 5,000 gold soul coins. Once Du Weilan had distributed all the rewards, he announced that the assessment was over. But before leaving, he called Yuhao and said, "Student Yuhao, given your outstanding performance in the assessment, the Academy is preparing a separate special reward for you. Please come with me." Seeing this scene on the screen, all the soul masters in the gap between the planes couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Jing Hongchen, Kong Deming, and the others watched the screen with even more anticipation. The big moment is coming. At this moment on the screen, after hearing what Du Weilan said, Yuhao was also delighted. Before leaving, he glanced at Wang Donger. Then, without lingering, he followed Du Weilan's steps toward the office. Du Weilan sighed in relief when he saw Yuhao following him. In fact, according to the usual procedure, after the assessment, students would go back to their rooms. No matter how outstanding Yuhao's performance had been, there wouldn't normally be any extra rewards. But Yuhao's case was special. What he showed excited Xuanzai and Yan Sheyaj. Therefore, both Xuanzai and Yan Sheyaj were eager to recruit Yuhao. And since they wanted to recruit him, the best approach was to first understand his needs, right? So they temporarily assigned Du Weilan this task, to test the waters, understand Yuhao's needs, and see if they could use that as leverage to bring him into the fold. Du Weilan naturally followed their instructions. So at this moment, he had brought Yuhao to the office. He poured a glass of water for Yuhao, motioned for him to sit down, and then smiled and said, "Yuhao, as I said earlier, the Academy is very satisfied with your outstanding performance, and we want to focus on training you. So the Academy plans to reward you. But rewards aren't about the cost or value of the items, it's about whether they're useful. If something is worth a lot but has no use to you, then that kind of reward is useless. So, I thought carefully and decided to ask on behalf of the Academy, do you have any needs that the Academy can help you fulfill? You can speak freely. As long as it doesn't violate the principles, the Academy can help you achieve it." After Du Weilan finished speaking, he didn't continue. He smiled at Yuhao, waiting for him to speak. Yuhao hadn't expected Du Weilan to say something like this. But he had to admit that what Du Weilan said was exactly what he wanted. Rather than waste time with subtlety, it was better to be direct. So he quickly stopped holding back. He spoke plainly to Du Weilan. "Since Director Du has said this, I won't hide it. I want to know something." Upon hearing this, Du Weilan's expression grew serious. Yan Sheyaj and Xuanzai, who had been eavesdropping outside the office, also became serious. It was obvious they were curious about what Yuhao would ask next. They leaned in and listened closely. Yuhao continued, "I'm very interested in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. But I've never had a chance to learn about it. If possible, I'd like to use this opportunity as my reward. I want to know the specifics about Shrek Academy and how I can join the inner courtyard." Yuhao spoke directly to Du Weilan. Du Weilan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, that's easy. Of course, the ones most excited were Yan Sheyaj and Xuanzai, who were eavesdropping outside. After hearing Yuhao's question, they nearly laughed out loud, unable to contain their excitement. In their view, since Yuhao said this, it meant he was highly interested in joining the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. And once Yuhao joined the inner courtyard, wouldn't everything be settled? Yuhao would be directly bound to Shrek Academy, and he would become one of their own. At that moment, whether it was Yan Sheyaj or Xuanzai, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 161, Yuhao wants to join the inner courtyard, Xuanzi's special plan. Elder Xuan, what do you think about this? However, Yan Sheyaj was not immediately overwhelmed by this excitement. After a brief moment of excitement, he turned his gaze to Xuanzai, who was beside him. He began to ask Xuanzai his thoughts, wanting to see what he thought of the situation. As for Xuanzai, his face was also full of excitement. After all, he shared the same thoughts as Yan Sheyaj. Both of them believed that Yuhao's question showed a strong interest in joining the inner courtyard. In other words, they now had the absolute initiative. Therefore, after hearing Yan Sheyaj's question, Xuanzai took a brief moment to think and then spoke directly to Yan Sheyaj. "This is a good thing. If we can recruit him into the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, he will be completely bound to Shrek Academy in the future. But what I'm thinking is this. Since he is so interested in the inner courtyard, even if our request is a bit excessive, I believe he can accept it, right?" Xuanzai directly shared his thoughts with Yan Sheyaj. As for Yan Sheyaj, he was momentarily stunned after hearing Xuanzai's words, because he couldn't figure out what Xuanzai meant by slightly excessive demands. So he quickly asked Xuanzai again, "Wait, Master Xuan, what do you mean by slightly excessive demands?" Hearing this, Xuanzai smiled at Yan Sheyaj. For example, in general, to join the inner courtyard of our Shrek Academy, one must complete 30 supervisory tasks for us, free of charge. Now, since he wants to join the inner courtyard so much, even if we raise this requirement to 50 or 60 tasks, I don't think there would be a problem. Because he has a great desire to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, so this should be something he can tolerate. And don't forget, Yuhao's talent is extraordinary. If it were any other student, they might not be able to complete 30 tasks in a short time, and it would take many years to finish them all. Eventually, they would stay in Shrek Academy for a long time, reluctant to leave, and end up becoming a teacher or director. But Yuhao is so talented. If he completes the tasks easily, he can leave Shrek Academy at any time. If that happens, we haven't made him dependent on Shrek Academy because of the short duration of his stay. That could be very disadvantageous for us in the long run. So I thought about it carefully, and this approach seems the most suitable. On the one hand, he can accept it given the special situation, and on the other hand, it also helps Shrek Academy continue to build a bond with him. Xuanzai kept speaking. Yan Xiaozhi, after hearing this, felt that Xuanzai's analysis made sense. So he couldn't help but respond to Master Xuan, "This method is really good. However, I'm still a bit concerned about the 50 or 60 tasks. Isn't that a bit too much? What if he doesn't want to join Shrek Academy because of this?" Xuanzai shook his head when he heard this. "Don't worry, you must have confidence in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. Who among the outer courtyard students wouldn't want to join the inner courtyard? Not to mention Yuhao, who is already very interested. So, when the time comes, we'll just make the request directly." Xuanzai said to Yan Xiaozhi with a confident expression. And Yan Xiaozhi agreed with this. In the office, Du Weilan knew he couldn't make the decision this time. His role was simply to help Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi gather the information. Now that he had nearly gathered all the information, he said to Yuhao, "Okay, I roughly know your needs. However, the matters concerning the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy are quite complicated, so I can't give you an immediate answer. But don't worry, I will provide you with an answer. Please wait here for a while, I'll go consult the boss. How does that sound?" Du Weilan directly communicated his plan to Yuhao. Yuhao agreed. "Okay, I'll trouble you, Director Du." Du Weilan immediately left. Meanwhile, Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi, who had been waiting outside, patted Du Weilan on the shoulder excitedly. "Well done, now leave the rest to us." After saying this, the two immediately entered the office. At that moment in the office, after seeing the door open again, Yuhao turned his gaze toward the door. Then, he saw Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi enter. When facing Yuhao, Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi were naturally very enthusiastic. Before Yuhao could speak, the two of them took the initiative to smile at him and said, "Yuhao, we meet again." Yuhao, as polite as ever, responded to Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi, "I didn't expect to meet you again." Dean Yan Xiaozhi, "Hello, hello, Elder Xuan." Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai felt more confident after seeing how polite Yuhao was. Then, Yan Xiaozhi took the initiative to speak. He asked Yuhao, "Old Du just told us that you seem to be very interested in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy and even want to join the inner courtyard. Is that true?" Yuhao nodded at Yan Xiaozhi after hearing this. Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi exchanged looks, a cunning smile in their eyes. Then Xuanzai said, "Actually, based on your qualifications, you're still not eligible to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. After all, you're just a freshman here. But it's fine, since we've agreed to reward you, we'll give you a chance." Next, we're going to talk about the situation of the inner courtyard and the requirements for joining. You must listen carefully. Chapter 162, Need to complete 60 tasks to graduate. What will Yuhao choose? Speaking of this, Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi's faces began to show a strong seriousness. And in the gap between the planes, all the soul masters began to discuss at the same time. "Dubusi, hee, looks like someone is courting death." "Jing Hongchen, I didn't expect it. Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai in this parallel world have such an idea." Yuhao in this parallel world, is not as determined to stay in Shrek Academy as they imagined. Even if he hears the request to join their Shrek inner court, he might not agree. I didn't expect them to do such a trick. Then this is interesting. I'm curious about how Yuhao in the parallel world will reject them. Condemning, it's a case of bringing trouble upon oneself. The crowd mocked mercilessly. On the other side, the senior executives of Shrek Academy were also sweating profusely. Especially after they saw Xuanzai and Yan Xiao's tricks on the screen. The anxiety on the faces of Shrek Academy's senior executives grew even stronger. In the end, even Mu En couldn't help but snort. Xuanzai, Xiao, look at what you've done. I'll settle accounts with you sooner or later. They continued to watch the screen. And at this moment on the screen, after hearing what Yan Xiao and Xuanzai said, Yuhao nodded at them with a serious face. When Xuanzai and Yan Xiao saw that the emotional preparation was almost done, they didn't waste time. So, Xuanzai and Yan Xiao went straight to the point. The first thing they did was naturally introduce the situation of the inner courtyard of their Shrek Academy. During this process, they tried their best to beautify the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, focusing on aspects that were beneficial to their academy. So, after the introduction, the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy seemed full of advantages in the words of Yan Xiao and Xuanzai. The students who left the inner courtyard became extremely powerful and even gained great reputations on the DOLOU continent. But this couldn't directly trick Yuhao into joining. Because Yuhao understood a truth, Wang Po boasted about her melons. Since these things were being said by Yan Xiao and Xuanzai, there would naturally be a lot of exaggeration in their words. Yuhao believed about 30% to 40% of what they said. If he believed everything, it could only mean he was a fool. After listening to them, he quickly asked Yan Xiao and Xuanzai again, the question he cared about the most. So, what are the requirements for joining the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy that you mentioned earlier? Can you tell me more about it? Yan Xiao and Xuanzai smiled at each other and then directly said to Yuhao, "Sure, this is, of course, possible." Yan Xiao volunteered to say, "Let me tell you about it." He started talking about the various so-called glories of Shrek Academy. Yuhao didn't care about it at all, but at least on the surface, he still pretended to be obsessed and admiring. Yan Xiao, however, was observing Yuhao the whole time. When he saw that the emotional groundwork had been laid, he didn't waste any more time. He began to speak directly to Yuhao in front of him. "Now, what I want to talk about are the conditions for joining our Shrek Academy inner court. If you want to join our Shrek Academy inner court, you need to join our Shrek Academy supervisory group at the same time. I have already told you what the supervisory group does. So when the time comes, you'll just need to join our supervisory group directly. And after joining the Shrek Academy supervisory group, you'll need to accept tasks frequently. The reason the Academy arranges these tasks for you is, on one hand, to allow you to punish evil, promote good, and maintain the peace of DOLOU continent. But on the other hand, it's also to give you experience. If you can't gain enough experience, no matter how talented you are, you won't grow. So the Academy wants you to perform tasks continuously to train yourself." Speaking of this, Yan Xiao began to emphasize again. "But one thing that you need to pay attention to is this. Because we are punishing evil and promoting good, there is no reward involved. Besides, joining the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy is no small matter. If you stay in the outer courtyard, you can drop out at any time. But once you join the inner courtyard, things are different. Once you join us, you'll need to complete a corresponding number of tasks before you can graduate. And the number of tasks required will depend on your talent and ability. For someone like you probably need to complete the tasks of 60 supervisory groups. You can only graduate after completing all the tasks of these 60 groups. So you should think about it carefully. Consider whether you want to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. In fact, it's a good thing for you to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy now. Receiving a better education in advance will be very helpful for your development, but this is your only opportunity. If you miss it, you may have to wait a few more years. Yan Xiaozhi kept speaking to Yuhao. These words had already been discussed by Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai beforehand, and now they were just being repeated to Yuhao. Once all the words were spoken, Yan Xiaozhi stopped. He began observing Yuhao's expression, hoping to see what choice he would make. And on the other side, in the gap between the planes, all the soul masters looked solemn. They were also very curious about what kind of response Yuhao in the parallel world would give after Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai in this world had committed such a bold act. Chapter 163, Parallel World Yuhao Rejects, Original World Yuhao Regrets. Thinking of this, the soul masters in the gap between the planes looked at the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, after hearing what Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai said, Yuhao was already seriously dissatisfied. Although he did not show it on the surface, in his heart, he had rejected the option of joining the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. After all, Yuhao, is not a fool. Although, before this, he was indeed very interested in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, and the things that Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi said were also very tempting. But all of this is based on the premise that Yuhao is still a free person. If Yan Xiaozhi had not mentioned the rule that he had to join the supervisory group and complete 60 tasks before he could graduate, then Yuhao might have directly agreed to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. But now he would never agree. Because he only came to Shrek Academy to study, not to work for them. He has no interest in joining this force. And then again, even if it involves working, at least there should be some form of remuneration. But just now, Yan Xiaozhi dared to tell him that there would be no remuneration for carrying out those supervisory group tasks. What's the point of punishing evil and promoting good? That kind of reasoning can fool children, but did it fool Yuhao? Yuhao does not believe that a large academy like Shrek Academy would not know how to offer some compensation when doing things for others. Even if, for the sake of argument, they didn't give any obvious compensation. Shrek Academy's reputation would naturally improve, and once the reputation grows, it would bring all kinds of benefits from other aspects. But what does this have to do with Yuhao? When Yuhao foolishly helps Shrek Academy carry out tasks and fight on the battlefield, the fruits of victory will all be reaped by Shrek Academy. This is a result that Yuhao does not want to see. Therefore, after listening to Yan Xiaozhi's words, Yuhao not only didn't want to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, but he even didn't want to stay at Shrek Academy anymore. Because now, his good impression of Shrek Academy had disappeared. And in the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters continued to watch the content on the screen, their attention unwavering. After seeing Yuhao's thoughts in the parallel world on the screen, they were all happy. After all, they also hated the tyrannical clauses that needed to be signed to join Shrek Academy's inner courtyard. So seeing Yuhao make the right choice, they were all very happy. Of course, the happiest soul masters were Kong Deming, Jing Hongchen, Du Buxi, and others. After all, they were mortal enemies of Shrek Academy, so after seeing this outcome, they couldn't contain their joy. Du Buxi, ha 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 ha, Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi in the parallel world went too far. Okay, that's how it should be. Now, that's a normal person. How could anyone choose to join after hearing such outrageous conditions? Even now, I still can't figure out whether Yuhao on our side had a brain spasm when he agreed to join their inner courtyard. Fortunately, Yuhao in the parallel world is still smart. Now, I feel so much better. Jing Hongchen, indeed, this should have been the choice made long ago. And now, Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai in the parallel world have made Yuhao in the parallel world feel like he's no longer as good as he once was in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. The goodwill toward Shrek Academy has been lost. It seems that Yuhao in the parallel world leaving Shrek Academy is just around the corner, right? Kong Deming, look, Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai in the parallel world on the screen are still full of confidence. These two guys have no clue. They thought Yuhao in the parallel world would join their inner courtyard. I can't wait to see their faces when they learn about Yuhao's real choice. I'm sure they're going to be very uncomfortable. All the soul masters continued to discuss fervently. And under everyone's discussion, even Yuhao in the original world became a little shaken. After all, he had always admired and recognized Yuhao in the parallel world. So, he had always considered him a role model. Unexpectedly, Yuhao in the parallel world made a completely different choice regarding joining the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. Moreover, Yuhao felt that his previous thoughts made a lot of sense. At this moment, Yuhao in the original world found himself truly shaken. Did I make the wrong choice before? Maybe I shouldn't have joined the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. He continued to look at the screen. And on the other side, at Shrek Academy. After watching the images on the screen, the senior members of Shrek Academy looked at Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj, their eyes full of strong dissatisfaction. After all, although this happened in the parallel world, it was still a reflection of Shrek Academy. As members of Shrek Academy, they naturally wanted to see the parallel world's Shrek Academy perform better. But now, all of this had been ruined by Yan Shayaj and Xuanzai in the parallel world. So, all the senior members of Shrek Academy were angry with them. Look at what you've done. 30 tasks and people might not agree, but you went with 60. I'm truly impressed. And Muen even asked Xuanzai, Yan Shayaj, and the others angrily. I hope you two can learn from this. The foolish things you did in the parallel world should never be repeated. If you continue like this, I think you can all accept the punishment yourselves. After saying this, he withdrew his gaze with a cold expression. Yan Shayaj and Xuanzai became a little flustered when they saw Muen's attitude. They didn't dare to voice any objections. They could only nod in agreement and then continue to watch the screen. And at this moment on the screen, after making up his mind, Yuhao was already planning to reply to Yan Shayaj and Xuanzai. Chapter 164. Excited Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj, Yuhao, we are waiting for you. Although Yuhao had already made up his mind about whether to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, he didn't intend to directly reject Yan Shayaj and Xuanzai here. The reason for this wasn't because he still wanted to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. For Yuhao, after learning about the outrageous requirements to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, he was unwilling to join. But even though he had decided not to join, how to reject them was also important. Yuhao believed that if he rejected Shrek Academy outright here, it could easily offend people. And such an offense was completely unnecessary. After some thought, he decided to postpone his response for now. He could tell Yan Shayaj and Xuanzai that he needed more time to think about it. It just so happened that the first semester was about to end. When Yuhao finished his work, he would leave immediately and not return next semester. Writing a letter with a reasonable excuse would be better than rejecting them in person. And most importantly, when Yuhao observed their attitude just now, he realized that they wanted him to join. So, if he rejected them now, and if they were petty, they might get angry or embarrassed, and there would be no need to make enemies. After thinking for a moment, Yuhao quickly said to Yan Shayaj and Xuanzai in front of him, "So that's how it is. Thank you, Dean Yan and Elder Xuan, for your explanation. I now have a better understanding of the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. But after all, joining the inner courtyard is not a trivial matter, and since it's almost time for vacation, I wonder if you could give me some more time to think about it. I'll go back and think it over, and I can also consult my parents to see what they think." Excuse me. In the gap between the planes, after watching this scene, Jing Hongchen and the others couldn't help but sigh again. As expected, he's Yuhao from the parallel world. When he handles things, he does it flawlessly. Indeed, it's less likely to offend anyone this way. By extending the time, he could even write a letter later, saying he can't come to Shrek Academy for some reason. Not only will he get out of this situation smoothly, but he also won't offend anyone. This is a great method. Kong Deming nodded in approval and said. However, no matter what, Yuhao from the parallel world is finally planning to leave Shrek Academy. He left Xiao Meng's contact information before. It seems he will be heading to our Sun Moon Imperial Academy soon. Suddenly, the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, and even the Sun Moon Empire in our parallel world, is really about to take off. Kong Deming was extremely excited as he thought about this. After all, their timeline had developed to a point just before the Kaiyan-kun Winking Valley. Kong Deming knew very well how outstanding Yuhao was. Not to mention Yuhao in the parallel world. Even Yuhao in the original time and space was exceptional. If it weren't for him, Shrek Academy wouldn't have won the previous Soul Master competition. Not to mention all the other kinds of help he had brought to Shrek Academy. Now, the one who was about to join their Sun Moon Imperial Academy was Yuhao from the parallel world. Yuhao in the parallel world could be said to outshine Yuhao from the original time and space in every aspect. So now that the Sun Moon Imperial Academy had Yuhao, it was truly like a fish in water, like a long drought meeting a refreshing rain. They were really about to take off. Kong Deming couldn't contain his excitement as he thought about it more and more. In the end, he and the others couldn't hold back their laughter. However, unlike Kong Deming and the others, the faces of Shrek Academy's senior executives were extremely grim at that moment. After all, as senior members of Shrek Academy, they knew very well how much Yuhao had contributed to their academy over the years. Now, suddenly, Yuhao from the parallel world was about to leave. The loss to Shrek Academy would be incalculable. For instance, the Soul Master competition. The previous Soul Master competition had been won with Yuhao's help. Now that Yuhao from the parallel world was leaving, the Soul Master competition was likely to be a failure. What would happen to all of Shrek Academy's honors? And Yuhao from their original world had brought back countless Soul Guide innovations after returning from the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. This had led to great development for Shrek Academy. But now that was all gone. After thinking about this, the senior executives of Shrek Academy became more and more uncomfortable. Especially Muen, who continued to glare at Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi with an extremely unhappy expression. However, Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai on the screen hadn't realized this yet. After hearing Yuhao's answer, they were thrilled. Because, in their eyes, this matter was settled. After all, Yuhao hadn't directly rejected them. Not rejecting meant that he was interested. And it was completely reasonable to discuss this matter with his parents. Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai saw nothing wrong with that. In fact, they hoped Yuhao would discuss it with his parents even more. Because their Shrek Academy was so well known that, as parents, they would certainly understand the importance of joining the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. So, when the time came, they would do everything they could to persuade Yuhao to join. Wouldn't that make things more certain for Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi? At this moment, Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi were so excited that they could hardly contain their joy. They excitedly agreed to Yuhao's request. Of course, for something like this, even if you didn't tell us, we were planning to let you go back and discuss it with your parents. So we agree. After the holiday, go home, discuss it with your parents, and give us your reply when you come back to register for the next semester. We'll be waiting for you in Shrek Academy. Chapter 165, Xuanzai, Let Yuhao Be My Apprentice. After hearing what Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai said, Yuhao didn't explain much. He just smiled gently and replied, okay to Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai, then left the office and walked out. But at this moment, Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai in the office were very excited. While Yuhao was still there, they had been suppressing their excitement and laughter. Now that Yuhao had finally left, they no longer felt the need to hold back their excitement and planned to express it. After both of them used their mental power to carefully check and confirm that Yuhao had gone far away. Both Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi quickly burst into laughter. Their laughter was full of pride and excitement. Once they had laughed enough, Yan Xiaozhi immediately took out a communication soul guidance device. Xuanzai was a little confused when he saw Yan Xiaozhi take out the communication soul guidance device and asked, "Shayaj, why are you taking this out? Are you going to tell someone the good news?" Yan Shayaj nodded at Xuanzai, then said, "Yes, I want to tell Xiao Tao this good news. After all, she has been troubled by the evil fire and couldn't concentrate on her cultivation. But now the problem is solved. As long as Yuhao joins the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, I will ask him to help Xiao resolve the evil fire for free. After all, Xiao is also his senior sister in the inner courtyard. It's only reasonable to help a senior sister a little." Xuanzai couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Yes, it's reasonable. It's very reasonable. At this stage, compared to Yuhao, the ultimate ice, they valued Ma Xiao more and wanted her to possess the ultimate fire. Though ultimate attributes were very powerful, the biggest issue was that the cultivation speed would be relatively slow. But Ma Xiaotao's current soul power level was already very high, and her growth speed had always been rapid. If Yuhao could help Ma Xiaotao evolve into the ultimate fire, they believed that in a few years, Shrek Academy could have another titled Duoluo. And by that time, she wouldn't just be any titled Duoluo, but one with the ultimate fire attribute. So both Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj took this matter very seriously. When talking about the possibility of Ma Xiaotao evolving into the ultimate fire, Xuanzai became so excited that his face flushed. Yan Shayaj quickly shared the good news with Ma Xiaotao. Ma Xiaotao was equally thrilled upon hearing it. After all, if this was true, she could practice without restraint. She no longer needed to rely on others to help resolve the evil fire. For a long time, Ma Xiaotao had relied on Ling Luochen, Su Sanqi, and others to help resolve the evil fire. But she felt these people were useless. They could only resolve it a little, which was barely helpful. This time, however, with Yuhao's help, all the evil fire could be resolved, and she wouldn't have to depend on those useless people anymore. When that happened, she could practice as much as she liked. So Ma Xiaotao was also extremely excited. She couldn't help but laugh in the communicator, clearly overjoyed. This also left the soul masters in the gap between the planes speechless. Dubusi, I can only say that birds of a feather flock together. It's not surprising she became Yan Shayaj's disciple. Jing Hongchen, this Ma Xiaotao is certainly not a good person. I noticed it during the Soul Master competition. What started as a simple competition turned into a massacre, with Ma Xiaotao leading the charge. I don't know how many Soul Masters from our Sun Moon Imperial Academy she killed. I will settle this score with her sooner or later. Kong Deming, Humph, let her continue to be proud. Soon she will be crying. Because Yuhao from the parallel world has no intention of joining the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, it's impossible for him to help her resolve the evil fire. A group of soul masters continued discussing. Wang Donger and Wang Qier didn't have a favorable impression of Ma Xiaotao. They didn't initially hate her. But earlier, when they were watching the scenes from the original world, they saw a clip. When Yuhao kindly helped Ma Xiaotao resolve the evil fire, she was more concerned with her pleasure and almost killed Yuhao in the process. From that moment on, both Wang Donger and Wang Qier lost all favorable feelings toward Ma Xiaotao. At this point, they both looked forward to seeing Ma Xiaotao's reaction when she learned the truth in the future. Everyone continued to watch the screen. On the screen, after talking to Ma Xiaotao on the communicator, Yan Shayaj smiled and said to Xuanzai, "Ha ha ha, so comfortable. This time, Yuhao's matter should be settled. Master Xuan, I'm planning to accept Yuhao as my apprentice. What do you think?" But Xuanzai was not happy at that moment. Upon hearing this, he immediately retorted, "Shayaj, isn't this a bit unfair? You already have Xiao Tao, why are you still so greedy? I don't have an apprentice yet, so I think you should leave Yuhao to me as my disciple." Xuanzai clearly expressed his stance. After hearing this, Yan Shayaj didn't continue to argue with Xuanzai. "All right, then I'll leave him to you." With a wave of his hand, he directly decided Yuhao's fate. But how could they know that what they were doing was no different from daydreaming? On the other side, after leaving the office, Yuhao walked straight toward the road. He hadn't walked far before he found a beautiful girl waiting for him. It was, of course, Wang Donger. At this moment, Wang Donger noticed Yuhao's return, and a happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. She immediately walked toward him and asked, "How is it, Yuhao? Did you hear about the inner courtyard? Did they accept you?" Chapter 166, Discussing with Wang Donger, "Do you want to go with me?" Seeing Yuhao return, Wang Donger immediately went to greet him. She cared about the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy and agreed with Yuhao's idea of joining the inner courtyard to learn first. So, at this moment, after approaching Yuhao, she immediately asked and waited for his reply. But Yuhao didn't answer Wang Donger directly. He just sighed helplessly. "It's a little different from what I expected. In short, a lot of things happened. Let's go home first. This isn't the place to talk." After Yuhao finished speaking, he stopped talking. He motioned for Wang Donger to go home with him, and Wang Donger naturally didn't refuse. So the two of them quickly walked toward the gate of Shrek Academy. They quickly left Shrek Academy and made their way to Shrek City. After walking a short distance through the crowd, they finally returned home. At this moment, Yuner was still cooking. So, Yuhao and Wang Donger went back to their room first. "Tell me quickly what's going on. What did you mean by what you just said?" As soon as they got home, Wang Donger couldn't hold back anymore and asked Yuhao again. Based on his attitude just now, Wang Donger felt that the talks might have broken down, so she was eager to know what had happened. Yuhao didn't hide much. Okay, I'll tell you." "Well, let me think about it. Let's start from the beginning." Then Yuhao began to tell Wang Donger everything that had happened. He started from the very beginning, not missing any details. When Wang Donger first heard the introduction to the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, her eyes lit up. She couldn't help but say, "No, from what you said, the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy seems pretty good. Why do you say it's different from what you expected?" Yuhao exhaled and said, "Don't worry, the point isn't here, it's later." Wang Donger hurriedly said, "Then tell me quickly." Yuhao nodded again after hearing this, and then began to explain what happened next. He directly repeated some of the things Yan Xiaoj had said earlier. However, as Yuhao was telling the story, he mixed in his thoughts and opinions on the matter during that period. Later, Yuhao spoke about the biggest issue this time, which was that to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, one needed to join the supervisory group at the same time and unconditionally complete 60 supervisory group tasks before graduation. After hearing this, even Wang Donger couldn't help but frown. After all, she was different from Wang Donger in the original timeline. She had always been by Yuhao's side and hadn't been brainwashed by Shrek Academy. And Yuhao had also expressed some of his thoughts earlier. So now, hearing this condition, Wang Donger felt something was off. Unable to hold back, Wang Donger couldn't help but complain. "No, Shrek Academy made such a request. This is too much. We came to Shrek Academy to study, not to work for them. Why should we agree to such conditions?" Yuhao nodded in agreement. "Yes, so I've figured it out. It's better not to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. No matter how good the benefits are, no matter what I could gain from joining, I won't do it. Because this is equivalent to selling our soul. We can't leave unless we complete 60 tasks. Now, before I've even joined, this is already happening. Who knows what tricks they'll try later." Wang Donger nodded in agreement, but soon asked again. "Did you reject them directly? Were they angry? After all, judging from their expressions, they wanted you to join, and if you didn't, they might be angry." Yuhao smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already thought about that. So I didn't reject them outright. I told them to give me some time to think. Since we're about to have a break, I'll tell them my decision next semester. But I think they seem to believe that I'll agree since I didn't directly refuse." Wang Donger laughed loudly when she heard this. "But how could they have thought you want to join?" Speaking of this, Wang Donger couldn't help but praise Yuhao. "Yuhao, you're so smart." Yuhao just smiled without saying anything, but he soon turned to Wang Donger. "However, if this happens, I can't stay in Shrek Academy." Originally, I showed my talent to join the inner courtyard, but I didn't expect that, in the end, I wouldn't get any benefits. If I want to leave later, it could be difficult if they try to stop me. So, we need to head to the Sun Moon Empire before they react. At this point, Yuhao deliberately asked Wang Donger, "Donger, can you go to the Sun Moon Empire with me? Although it would be very beneficial for my development, I also know that the Sun Moon Empire is a hostile force to the 3 countries of DOLOU continent. This is one of the reasons I've been hesitating. What if you return with me? Don't you have family? What if they're unhappy? I don't want you to become estranged from your family because of me. If that happens, I'd rather not go." Wang Donger was moved by Yuhao's concern. After all, he didn't decide without considering her feelings, but instead reassured himself by thinking through all the consequences. So, Wang Donger was deeply touched at this moment. She couldn't help but hug Yuhao and said, "Silly, why do you think so much? Since the Sun Moon Royal Academy is good for your development, then let's go. Compared to you, my little things are not important at all." Chapter 167. Tang San was furious. Wang Donger completely turned into Yuhao's shape. After hearing Wang Donger's reply, Yuhao was deeply moved. In fact, Yuhao had always understood Wang Donger's feelings for him, which is why he thought so sincerely about her. But because of this, Yuhao felt that such matters should still be approached with caution. For Yuhao, his mother was extremely important to him. The White Tiger Duke is not a concern, but he must take good care of his mother. So Yuhao believed that Wang Donger should feel similarly about her own family. Naturally, he didn't want her to break away from her family because of him. So Yuhao hugged Wang Donger and said, "Anyway, you should go back and talk to your family. Try to convince them. Once they agree, I'll contact Meng Hongshan. If they don't agree, we can always move elsewhere. We'll figure that out later." Wang Donger understood that she couldn't refuse Yuhao, especially since he was doing all of this for her sake. So she couldn't bear to oppose him. She agreed to Yuhao. Okay, I promise I'll go back and talk to them." But while she said this in her heart, Wang Donger thought, "I'll just talk to them briefly when the time comes, no matter if they agree or not. It would be best if they do, but if not, I'll run away from home. No one can stop me and Yuhao from being together." Of course, this scene was visible to the Soul Masters in the gap between planes. After watching this scene, the one who reacted most violently was naturally Tang San. He was nearly mad at himself. After all, he had asked Wang Donger to go, intending for her to seduce Yuhao. He wanted to use this as a way to restrict Yuhao, to make him a tamed dog that he could control at will. But now, does Wang Donger still see him as a father? He felt that Wang Donger had completely become Yuhao's person. Everything was based on him. This was enough to infuriate Tang San. So when he saw this, his face turned blue and purple, clearly showing his discomfort. But Xiao Wu felt that there was nothing wrong with this. It's normal for a girl of her age to be a little love-stricken. When I was her age, didn't I do something similar? Otherwise, I wouldn't have participated in the Soul Master competition before reaching level 70. From this aspect, she's quite similar to me. Xiao Wu was paying more attention to Yuhao in the parallel world. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she became. Because Yuhao truly cared about his daughter wholeheartedly. This kind of good man is hard to find. Over the years, she had only seen her beloved third brother, and Yuhao from the parallel world possessed such a character. In this regard, even Yuhao in the original timeline didn't have such a quality. At this moment, Xiao Wu liked Yuhao from the parallel world. Although this was a parallel world, she still considered him her daughter's partner. She sincerely hoped that Yuhao from the parallel world could be with Wang Donger in this parallel world. On the other side, whether it was Wang Donger or Wang Qiuer, after seeing this scene, they both felt very envious. Yes, although Yuhao in the original world was not bad, he wasn't as considerate and single-minded as Yuhao in the parallel world. Wang Donger still liked the Yuhao from the original world. But after seeing this, she couldn't help but envy her parallel world self. How much I wish I could become her in this parallel world. Everyone watched the screen again. The people in the Sun Moon Empire were eager to know what would happen next. They all wanted to know if Yuhao from the parallel world would eventually come to their Sun Moon Empire. Now, everyone was feeling very nervous. And at this moment on the screen, after discussing with Wang Donger, Yuhao and she had roughly decided on their plan. At this time, Yuhao had just finished preparing the food and asked them to eat. Yuhao and Wang Donger naturally came out to join her. But now that they had decided to leave Shrek Academy. During the meal, Yuhao also explained everything to Yuhao, including what had happened and his plans. So that's how it is. I didn't expect Shrek Academy to make such an excessive request. Yuhao spoke with dissatisfaction. But soon she added, "Anyway, you should think about these things yourself. Mom doesn't have much experience and can't help you much in the future, but I will always be your firm support. No matter what you want to do, I'll support you, as long as it's not evil." Then Yuhao talked about Wang Donger's situation. "Donger's situation, you handled it well." She grabbed both Yuhao and Wang Donger's hands and placed them together, saying, "Donger is a good girl. Honestly, I've already decided on her. No one else can be my daughter-in-law in the future." Wang Donger blushed with embarrassment as she heard this, while Yuhao continued, "You were right to consider her. Donger, you should also be obedient and talk to your parents when you go back. After all, you haven't married this boy yet. Don't spoil him too much. Don't wrong yourself because of him. You should consider your situation more." Wang Donger was moved to tears upon hearing this. Yuhao sighed helplessly. "Mom, what you said sounds like I've wronged her. I treat her like a treasure." Yuhao said unhappily, "It should be that way." Her eyes dimmed as she spoke. "You can't learn from your father." Wang Donger quickly intervened. "Auntie, no, Yuhao treats me very well. He knows how to care for me better than I do." Yuhao laughed. "You're on his side now." The family continued to enjoy their meal happily. And in the gap between the planes, all the Soul Masters saw this scene. After watching this, the Soul Masters were filled with envy. Because this was exactly the warm family atmosphere they had always dreamed of. Each person was selflessly considering the others. It was the ideal family dynamic in everyone's mind. Chapter 168. The Attitudes of Titan and Niu Tian Should Test Yuhao. Many Soul Masters felt extremely envious of the family atmosphere of Yuhao's family in the parallel world on the screen. After all, not everyone's family is happy. Let's not talk about those who have incomplete families, as they don't have the basic conditions for happiness. Many families, even with complete members, are not united. There are often intrigues and betrayals within a family. These things are very common. Therefore, at this moment, seeing the fairy-like family atmosphere of Yuhao's family in the parallel world on the screen truly made many Soul Masters in the gaps between planes feel envious. Especially Yuhao himself. This was exactly the kind of family he had always dreamed of. So, after seeing this scene, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. But he also knew that he could not experience such a scene in person. Fortunately, the parallel world's Yuhao on the screen looked exactly like himself. In a way, he could consider it as though he was participating, right? He continued to watch the screen with envy. On the other side, at Juzi's place. After watching the previous scenes, Juzi felt happiness from the bottom of her heart. She thought that if things continued to develop this way, Yuhao in the parallel world would go to their Sun Moon Imperial Academy. This also meant that she might meet Yuhao in advance, creating some opportunities between her and him in the parallel world. But now, after watching the happy scene on the screen, she suddenly felt guilty. If she interfered with the relationship between Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world for her selfish reasons, would that be too selfish? Did she want to destroy this warm scene on the screen? At this moment, Juzi's inner thoughts were very complicated. Everyone looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, after a simple meal, Wang Donger packed her luggage and headed back to Clear Sky Sect. As she had already agreed with Yuhao to return to Clear Sky Sect and talk to her family first, Yuhao would decide the next steps afterward. Since it was related to Yuhao's plans, Wang Donger didn't want to delay any further. She set off immediately after finishing her meal. She spent the entire day traveling. Finally, by the afternoon of the second day, she successfully returned to Clear Sky Sect. She walked straight into the house. Tai Tan and Niu Tian, who were affectionately called Daddy and Second Daddy by Wang Donger, were also excited to see her return. However, after seeing this scene, the god of destruction couldn't help but frown. He turned to Tang San and asked, "See God, these two, if I remember correctly, should be the priests of our god realm, right? Did you just send them to the lower realm?" The god of destruction's tone revealed a hint of doubt, clearly dissatisfied with Tang San's arrangement. But Tang San had done his homework. So after hearing the god of destruction's words, he replied, "1 day in heaven equals 1 year on earth. It's only been a little more than 10 days since I sent them out. Besides, I didn't just send them to look after my daughter. I asked them to help monitor DOLOU continent. According to the rules of our god realm, the priests must monitor the situation in each plane. I sent them to monitor DOLOU continent and help me take care of my daughter. Isn't that within the scope of their responsibilities?" Tang San explained calmly. After hearing Tang San's explanation, the god of destruction was indeed helpless. After all, Tang San's argument was reasonable. However, the god of destruction still wasn't fully convinced. Although Tang San had evaded the question for now, he always felt that Tang San had something more going on. After all, how could Wang Donger, his daughter, just happen to be with Yuhao, the son of destiny? The god of destruction felt that there must be some arrangement from Tang San, but he didn't have proof yet. But the lack of evidence now didn't mean there wouldn't be any in the future. So, the god of destruction decided to wait patiently for more information. Tang San couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he saw the god of destruction's reaction. He then returned his attention to the screen. On the screen, at that moment, Wang Donger didn't immediately reveal her true purpose upon returning home. She had learned this from Yuhao. Before getting to the main point, she needed to exchange pleasantries, so it wouldn't seem too obvious or forced. So, before diving into the topic, Wang Donger asked Tai Tan and Niu Tian about their well-being. Both were overjoyed and said that Wang Donger had grown up now. Once the pleasantries were done, Wang Donger began to tell Tai Tan and Niu Tian about her real purpose. Upon learning that Wang Donger had a boyfriend, Tai Tan and Niu Tian immediately showed hostility. It felt like their cabbage was being eaten by a pig, which ignited an uncontrollable anger in their hearts. But Wang Donger was very protective of Yuhao. Once she realized that Tai Tan and Niu Tian's tone was off, she became a little angry, causing them to back off from speaking rudely. Tai Tan and Niu Tian then asked Wang Donger again, "So, what you mean is that you plan to leave Shrek Academy with him and study at other colleges?" Wang Donger nodded at Tai Tan and Niu Tian. But Tai Tan and Niu Tian immediately refused. On one hand, they didn't want to see their cabbage taken away by Yuhao. On the other hand, they knew that it was Tang San's order for Wang Donger to go to Shrek Academy. Tang San would never allow her to leave. So at this moment, Tai Tan said directly, "No, Shrek Academy is the strongest academy on the entire DOLOU continent. It's incredibly beneficial to your development. If you go to another place to study, it will be a waste of your youth. Besides, this is also what your father wants. You can't leave." Niu Tian, standing beside him, added, "Yes, Donger. Shrek Academy is very beneficial to your development. You can't lose the bigger picture for something small. Besides, didn't you say he likes you? Since he likes you, why can't he continue studying with you at Shrek Academy? I think his heart is still not sincere. You can use this as a test for him. See if he is willing to stay at Shrek for you." Chapter 169. Third brother, you didn't instigate all this, did you? On the screen, Tai Tan and Niu Tian didn't like Yuhao. After hearing what Wang Donger said, both Tai Tan and Niu Tian were constantly trying to sow discord and make random plans. This scene was naturally seen by all the soul masters in the gap between the planes. All the soul masters in the gap between the planes expressed strong condemnation for this. After all, not long before, they had just seen the warm appearance of Yuhao and his family on the screen. They didn't expect that it wouldn't be long before Tai Tan and Niu Tian started causing trouble. This naturally caused strong dissatisfaction among the soul masters in the plane gap. At this moment, many soul masters in the gap began to say that the two people on the screen, Tai Tan and Niu Tian, were just troublemakers. And what kind of bad ideas were they coming up with? Did they want to break up this loving couple? At this moment, many soul masters in the gap were extremely upset with Tai Tan and Niu Tian. Bibai Dong and Qian Rengsu also saw this scene. As powerful women from the same era, they could naturally recognize Tai Tan and Niu Tian. So Bibai Dong said directly at this moment, "Aren't these two the 200,000-year soul beasts from the Stardew Great Forest? Look at this, they've become priests." As expected of Tang San, he's good at bending the law for personal gain. Qian Rengsu responded, "Yes, if I remember correctly, there's a rule in the god realm that soul beasts cannot become gods. But whether it's Xiao Wu or these two, they were originally soul beasts, right?" But Tang San immediately spoke up, wanting to defend himself. "Bibai Dong, Qian Rengsu, stop slandering me. Soul beasts naturally cannot become gods. But the problem is, they had already reincarnated as humans before becoming gods. In other words, they became gods as humans." Qian Rengsu sneered. "In short, the final interpretation of the rules belongs to you." Tang San snorted. "Anyway, I didn't violate any rules. As for the rest, you can think whatever you want." Bibai Dong knew that Tang San, as a law enforcer in the god realm, was very familiar with the laws of the god realm. He knew how to twist the rules through wordplay, and she couldn't argue with him. So she didn't pursue the topic further. Instead, she asked Tang San directly, "So, what they did on the screen must have been ordered by you in the parallel world?" Hearing Bibai Dong's words, Xiao Wu turned her head and asked Tang San, "Is that true, Brother San?" Xiao Wu was very dissatisfied with the actions of Tai Tan and Niu Tian at this moment. In Xiao Wu's opinion, what they did was too much, practically forcing a couple to break up. So when Xiao Wu heard Bibai Dong's words, she couldn't help but frown and ask Tang San a pointed question. Tang San, however, didn't want to take the blame. In Xiao Wu's eyes, he had always been a good person with a pure heart, so he didn't want his image to be tarnished. He immediately rejected the idea and said to Xiao Wu, "How is that possible? I'm not so idle in the parallel world. I'm still maintaining the order of the god realm. How could I have the time to care about such things? Besides, if it were me, I would never come up with such a bad idea." Xiao Wu still trusted Tang San very much. However, since Tang San had completely distanced himself from the matter, it meant that this whole situation had been arranged by Tai Tan and Niu Tian. This made Xiao Wu feel very dissatisfied. So Xiao Wu quickly tagged Tai Tan and Niu Tan in the chat group. "Deming, Erming, I am so disappointed in you." Tai Tan and Niu Tian were naturally upset upon hearing this. They wanted to defend themselves, but who could argue with Tang San? Now, Tang San was the high and mighty God King, and they were just priests. How could they dare to offend Tang San in public? So the two of them had no choice but to swallow their anger. However, both Tai Tan and Niu Tian were deeply dissatisfied. After all, both of them liked Xiao Wu and naturally cared about their image in her eyes. But when Tang San got away with it, all the blame fell on Tai Tan and Niu Tian. This made them very annoyed. At this moment, both of them couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Wait, Tang San, this time we brothers will take the blame, but we won't take all of it. There are things here that have nothing to do with us. When the time comes, we'll see what you're going to do." The two of them kept grumbling in their hearts. Wang Donger, seeing the conversation in the chat room, was a little confused. Deming Erming. When did they start calling each other by those names? Also, does she know Xiao Wu? Wang Donger kept thinking about this. At the same time, she quickly turned her attention back to the screen. She wanted to see how the situation would develop next. Under her gaze, the content on the screen continued to play. After hearing the words of Tai Tan and Niu Tian, Wang Donger was slightly stunned. But she quickly agreed with a well-behaved expression and began echoing their words, saying that what they said made sense. Wang Donger, who was watching from the gap between planes, felt very disappointed with herself for agreeing in the parallel world. But soon, she realized that this was just Wang Donger's disguise in the gap between planes. She had done this mainly because she had already fully tested the attitudes of Tai Tan and Niu Tian. She had deliberately kept a low profile earlier and hadn't told them where she was going next, to avoid this kind of situation. Now that Wang Donger understood Tai Tan and Niu Tian's attitudes towards Yuhao, she had made up her mind. She would pretend to obey them first, then find an opportunity to escape. She had already planned it. This time, whether Tai Tan and Niu Tian agreed or not, she would follow Yuhao. When she saw Yuhao, she would just tell them that her family had agreed. She would not let Yuhao's future be delayed because of her. So she deliberately responded to Tai Tan and Niu Tian like this. But how could Tai Tan and Niu Tian know what Wang Donger was thinking? When they saw Wang Donger's appearance, they all thought she had come to her senses, so they were both extremely happy. Chapter 170. Wang Donger ran away from home. Tai Tan and Niu Tian are furious. In the gap between the planes, the scene on the screen was naturally observed very clearly by the soul masters present. After seeing this scene, many soul masters in the gap between the planes couldn't help but complain. Ha ha ha, look at them, they thought Wang Donger would listen to them. But what they didn't expect was that Wang Donger was already thinking about how to escape, right? It seems they underestimated the power of love. I wonder what kind of expression they'll have when they find out Wang Donger has escaped. The soul masters couldn't help but discuss. On the other side, after seeing the discussions in the chat room, Tai Tan and Niu Tian both looked extremely ugly. At this moment, they both felt like complete fools. As for Tang San, he felt even more uncomfortable. From this incident, it was clear that Wang Donger in the parallel world had completely fallen in love with Yuhao. She had even begun to disobey the orders of himself, Tai Tan, and Niu Tian for the sake of Yuhao. This was bad news. What a pity. These things were all happening in a parallel world. Even though Tang San felt extremely uncomfortable about this, he was powerless to interfere. He could only continue watching, his mood becoming more and more irritable. And at this moment on the screen, Wang Donger continued to deceive Tai Tan and Niu Tian. She completely disagreed with their words, but to make them careless, she chose to continue pretending. After a conversation, both Tai Tan and Niu Tian were completely at ease. They both thought they had completely convinced Wang Donger. So they went to bed directly in the middle of the night. Wang Donger also went to bed. But she set an alarm in the middle of the night. When the alarm sounded, Wang Donger quickly took the storage soul guidance device she had prepared in advance and ran away from home. She quickly rushed in the direction of Shrek Academy and didn't look back once. The next morning, when Tai Tan and Niu Tian went to find Wang Donger, they discovered she wasn't an entire clear sky sect. This naturally shocked the two of them. At first, they didn't realize that Wang Donger had run away from home. But after searching nearby for a long time and not finding her, and with no luggage left behind, they immediately accepted the reality. So at this moment, both Tai Tan and Niu Tian's faces became extremely ugly. Brother, what should we do next? Should we tell her father? Tai Tan asked Niu Tian. Niu Tian exhaled deeply. He said it's not a particularly serious matter, so we shouldn't contact him. Besides, are you sure you want to tell others about this embarrassing situation? Tai Tan felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, so he quickly asked again, what should we do then? Niu Tian replied, let's search first. If we can't find her, we can tell him later. So, the two of them quickly started looking. However, because they were searching aimlessly without a clear goal, they even got the direction wrong. In the end, they failed to find Wang Donger. On the other side, after a long journey, Wang Donger finally arrived at Hu Yuhao's home. Hu Yuhao and Hu Yuner naturally cooked for Wang Donger first. After she had eaten, they asked her, "How is it, Donger, did your family agree that you can come with me?" Wang Donger immediately replied, "Yes, they agreed. They told me to go without worry. Of course, don't forget to take time to visit them." Hu Yuhao looked at Wang Donger with some suspicion. "Really? You're not lying to me, are you?" Wang Donger pretended to be angry and said, "Why would I lie to you? I'll be angry if you act like this." Hu Yuhao's attitude softened immediately. "I'm just worried that you might be in a difficult situation." Wang Donger hugged Hu Yuhao and said, "Oh, don't worry, I'm not lying to you. I have a high status in my family, and they all love me very much, so they won't interfere with my decision. Don't think too much about it." After hearing this, Hu Yuhao finally stopped worrying. He said to Wang Donger, "In that case, I will contact Meng Hongqian. Now that everything is confirmed, we must leave before the people from Shrek Academy find out. Otherwise, we'll be in a lot of trouble." Wang Donger nodded at Hu Yuhao and said, "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." Hu Yuhao took out the communication soul guidance device he had received from Meng Hongqian. He injected his soul power into it. Suddenly, the screen of the communication soul guide lit up. Then, with the help of his soul power, the communication soul guidance device began to connect with another communication soul guidance device in Meng Hongqian's hand, far away at the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Ding 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 ding. A series of strange sounds rang out. Upon hearing this, Meng Hongqian immediately became overjoyed. During this time, she had been eagerly waiting for Hu Yuhao to contact her. Now, the voice she had longed to hear finally came. A deep joy appeared on Meng Hongqian's face. Meng Hongqian immediately connected to the communication soul guidance device and asked Hu Yuhao on the other end, "Hello tilde hello, is this Hu Yuhao?" Hu Yuhao smiled gently when he heard Meng Hongqian's familiar voice. He replied directly, "Sister Meng, it's me, Hu Yuhao. It's been a long time since we last spoke. Your voice is still so nice." Meng Hongqian smiled happily and said, "Brother Yuhao, you're still as talkative as ever. However, since you took the initiative to contact me, it means you've thought it through right. How about coming to our Sun Moon Imperial Academy?" Chapter 171, Hu Yuhao agreed to Meng Hongqian. Shrek and the DOLOU three empires were very uncomfortable. Speaking of this, Meng Hongqian's tone was full of expectation. After all, before this, when she was in the far north, Meng Hongqian had already clearly understood how amazing Hu Yuhao's talent was. If they could recruit such a talented disciple into their Sun Moon Imperial Academy, then it would be an extremely great opportunity, even for a behemoth like their Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Therefore, Meng Hongqian wanted to make this happen during this period. She dreamed of having Hu Yuhao join their Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Now that she heard Hu Yuhao contact her again, she naturally couldn't help but start asking directly. And Hu Yuhao had no intention of continuing to argue with Meng Hongqian. After all, he was not the type of person who would drag his feet. It was just that he still needed to confirm whether what Meng Hongqian said last time was still valid. So Hu Yuhao quickly said to Meng Hongqian again, "Sister Meng, I've made up my mind. I want to join your Sun Moon Imperial Academy, and I've brought my girlfriend with me. Her talent is not weak at all, with twin martial souls and innate full soul power, so you have to thank me well for this." Meng Hongqian couldn't help but feel a little depressed when she heard the word girlfriend, but she soon became happy again after hearing that her talent was so outstanding. She smiled and said, Okay, thank you very much. Brother Yuhao, thank you for introducing another talented disciple to our Sun Moon Imperial Academy." Hu Yuhao continued, "Okay, no problem. But Sister Meng, I want to confirm one thing. I don't want any extra rewards, but I wonder if the things we agreed on last time still count." Hearing this, Meng Hongqian immediately agreed. "It counts. When you come, all the expenses here will be paid by me. And you don't have to worry about your mother's affairs. I have already arranged a house for her. The house in the Sun Moon Imperial City is very safe, and it will be convenient for you to go home after school. It's very close." Meng Hongqian immediately told Yuhao about her arrangements. She didn't just say it casually before. After returning to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, she carried it out. This also made Yuhao very satisfied after listening. He smiled and said to Meng Hongqian, Okay, then Sister Meng, let's just settle this. Meng Hongqian couldn't stop laughing when she heard this, and then she asked Yuhao directly, When do you plan to come? Tell me the specific time so that I can arrange it for you in advance. Yuhao said directly to Meng Hongqian, We will set off tomorrow, but the journey is long. It may take about half a month to reach the Sun Moon Empire. Hearing this, Meng Hongqian said directly to Yuhao, Okay, then when you arrive in the Sun Moon Empire, I will pick you up directly. Yuhao smiled again and agreed, Okay, it's a deal. He finally hung up the communication soul guide. After he hung up the communication soul guide, he immediately saw Wang Donger on the side looking at him with a face full of resentment. Yuhao was a little surprised by this and couldn't help but ask, What's wrong, Donger? Wang Donger snorted and said, Sister Meng, you're calling me so affectionately. Yuhao laughed dumbly at this. What's the big deal? She's older than me, and now I need her help. Isn't it normal to call her that? How about I call you sister too, Sister Donger? After Yuhao said that, he directly hugged her in his arms and let Wang Donger sit on his lap. Wang Donger's pretty face blushed when she saw this, but she still said something stubborn. Sister, who is your sister? Let me go. Yuhao immediately hugged her tighter. Wang Donger couldn't help but hum a little and finally couldn't hold it anymore. She said, Okay, let me go, I'm so embarrassed. The two began to play around. Outside the screen, in the gap between the planes, all the soul masters also saw the scene in front of them very clearly. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. Not everyone is happy or sad about Yuhao from the parallel world entering the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. People from the Heavenly Soul Empire, Dew Spirit Empire, and Star Luo Empire, after seeing the things on the screen evolve to this scene, naturally felt very uncomfortable. After all, they are in a hostile relationship with the Sun Moon Empire. They also know very well that Yuhao from the parallel world will only be stronger than Yuhao from the original time and space when he grows up. So after watching the enemy forces gain such powerful combat power, they naturally feel extremely uncomfortable. Conversely, the people of the Sun Moon Empire welcome Yuhao into the parallel world because they know how excellent he is. Of course, among all the people here, the ones with the most significant reactions are the big names with recognizable titles. For example, Jing Hongqian. After seeing this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha, she is worthy of being my granddaughter. The gamble paid off. Now, our Sun Moon Imperial Academy also has a super genius. Kong Deming also commented, Yes. Moreover, although they are both geniuses, the value of Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world is completely different from those so-called geniuses in Shrek Academy. In fact, on our side, Wang Donger and Yuhao's qualifications are already a level higher than the other genius students in Shrek Academy, not to mention Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world. Now, the future of the Sun Moon Empire in the parallel world will become very bright. However, Su Jiawei and others were filled with discomfort. Su Jiawei let out a sigh and said, I never thought that things would end up like this. Over the years, the power of the Sun Moon Empire has been developing rapidly. I never thought that they would get Yuhao from the parallel world. Now things are becoming more and more difficult. Xu Wenzai also let out a sigh of pain on his face. He was also very upset about this. But he was the first to think of the honor of their Shrek Academy. The most direct impact of Yuhao's departure from their Shrek Academy was that they were likely to lose in the Soul Master competition. Because in the beginning, their Shrek Academy was able to win the championship because of Yuhao. But now Yuhao from the parallel world is gone. Then, in the upcoming Soul Master competition shortly, won't their Shrek Academy be finished? Thinking of this, Xu Wenzai's face suddenly became more and more ugly. Chapter 172. Chapter 172. Of course, in this world, not everyone is as selfish as Xu Wenzai. So, after seeing the screen, Yuhao from the parallel world joined the Sun Moon Imperial Academy after leaving Shrek Academy. Xu Wenzai is still worried about the honor of their Shrek Academy. But the other three kingdoms of the DOLOU continent are thinking about the safety of their empires. The most typical example is Du Bucy of the Body Sect. Although he has always been unhappy with Shrek Academy and Xu Wenzai, he does not want to see Yuhao from the parallel world join the Sun Moon Empire. Because he also knows how outstanding Yuhao from the parallel world is, Du Bucy is very dissatisfied with this result at this moment, especially with Xu Wenzai and Yan Shayaj, who caused this outcome. Du Bucy cursed Xu Wenzai and Yan Shayaj without mercy. HMPH, the reason why this result has occurred is all because of your faults. Otherwise, Yuhao in this parallel world should still be in Shrek Academy. How could he join the Sun Moon Imperial Academy so soon? This is troublesome. If Yuhao in the parallel world chooses to join Minged Hall or something, how can our DOLOU continent resist the invasion of the Sun Moon continent? At that time, you two will be the sinners of our DOLOU continent. Du Bucy kept cursing, and Xu Wenzai and Yan Shayaj were scolded in silence. They knew very well that this time, it was indeed their fault for not managing the situation well in the parallel world. So they could only endure it for the moment and continued to watch the screen. At this moment on the screen, after ending the communication with Yuhao through the soul guidance device, Meng Hongchen immediately went to the dean's office to inform Jing Hongchen about this matter. After all, this matter is of great importance. Some things require Jing Hongchen's consent before they can be executed. Meng Hongchen had reminded Jing Hongchen once before. It's just that Xiao Hongchen happened to be in the dean's office at this time. He had just completed a brand new soul guidance device, so he immediately showed it to Jing Hongchen, wanting his guidance. And Jing Hongchen was happy to guide Xiao Hongchen. After all, this was his most proud grandson. So the grandfather and grandson were in the dean's office, discussing the soul guidance device Xiao Hongchen had just made. At this time, Meng Hongchen arrived. She happily told the two about Yuhao's upcoming arrival. But whether it was Jing Hongchen or Xiao Hongchen, both showed little interest. Seeing this, Meng Hongchen was immediately unhappy. "Brother, grandpa, stop playing with your broken soul guidance device. I just said that Yuhao is coming. We should prepare first." Meng Hongchen said to Jing Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen with some dissatisfaction. But whether it was Jing Hongchen or Xiao Hongchen, they had no intention of stopping. Jing Hongchen said, "I will wait until he comes and take a look. After all, he is from the Empire, and we cannot be sure whether he is a spy." "Xiao Meng, it's not that Grandpa doesn't believe you, but the Yuhao you mentioned is too mysterious. Is there such a genius? If there is, he should have been absorbed by other forces long ago, right? How could it be our turn?" Xiao Hongchen also replied, "Meng, you are too naive. You can tell at a glance that you have been deceived. How could this Yuhao be as powerful as you said? Look at me, your brother, the #1 genius of the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. I am not as good as the Yuhao you mentioned. If Yuhao is so amazing, that means the story about him is a little fake." Meng Hongchen was angry, but I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? He is just very, very powerful. Jing Hongchen smiled and said, "So didn't Grandpa agree to your request? As long as he comes, you can bring him to Grandpa to see. If his ability is as strong as you said, then Grandpa will give him the highest treatment. Of course, we still need to check it out at that time. What if he is a spy from the enemy country? We must be on guard." Meng Hongchen left angrily after hearing this. But she could do nothing but take one step at a time. In the gap between the planes, after seeing this scene on the screen, it was Kong Deming's turn to feel a little dissatisfied. He couldn't help but say to Jing Hongchen, "No, I was laughing at how Xu Wenzai came to you before and you started to have a seizure. Such a good opportunity. You won't lose Yuhao in the parallel world, right?" Jing Hongchen couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. It shouldn't be the case. He defended himself. "But Mr. Kong, this can't be blamed on me. After all, think about it. I don't know any Yuhao from the parallel world. Suddenly, I hear the name of someone from the enemy country. My first reaction must be vigilance. As the saying goes, those who are not of my kind can be killed. How can I know if Yuhao in the parallel world is a spy? Although I also want him to be accepted quickly. Jing Hongchen kept talking. After listening, Kong Deming sighed helplessly. Although he didn't want to see this happen, he had to admit that what Jing Hongchen had just said made sense. Who told Yuhao that he was not from their Sun-Moon Empire? So they must investigate thoroughly. Moreover, from the perspective of Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming in the parallel world, when they teach Yuhao, they may not teach him everything they know. This is also because he is not from their Sun-Moon Empire and cannot be fully trusted. At that time, they may continue to keep secrets, unless he is willing to join their illustrious Virtue Hall and stay there for life. When I think about it, why do I feel a bit like Shrek? Thinking of this, Kong Deming couldn't help but complain. But after putting himself in the shoes of others, he realized that he and Jing Hongchen in the parallel world might do this. This is also to prevent the technology of their Sun-Moon Empire from being leaked. However, Kong Deming still doesn't want to see this happen. After all, when facing such a super genius, the most important thing is to give him enough respect and trust. Otherwise, accidents are likely to happen. Having seen the previous experience in Shrek Academy, Kong Deming hopes it won't happen again in the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy in the parallel world. At that moment, he sighed with a headache. I hope my worries are unnecessary. Chapter 173, Leaving Shrek. Parallel Yuhao finally arrived at the Sun-Moon Empire. Of course, seeing that Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen were both so depressed at this moment, as a caring little cotton jacket, Meng Hongchen also played her role in time. She immediately stood up and comforted Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen on the side. Grandpa Kong, you don't have to worry so much. Although you in the parallel world have made some wrong judgments, because you don't know the talents and abilities of Yuhao in the parallel world. But isn't it also because you in the parallel world don't know the abilities and talents of Yuhao? You two are not stingy, and even compared with Xuan Zai and Yan Xiaozhi of Shrek Academy, you have a better overall view. Therefore, I think that when you in the parallel world know the talents and abilities of Yuhao, your ideas will change. When you in the parallel world start to win over Yuhao at all costs, and when Yuhao has a demand for our soul guide technology, it will finally be a two-way rush. It will not turn into a commotion like Shrek Academy. Meng Hongchen kept talking. She began to comfort Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen little by little. After hearing Meng Hongchen's consolation, even Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen suddenly felt much more at ease. Yes, they in the parallel world only made this choice because they didn't know the talent of Yuhao in the parallel world. Special treatment for special cases, they are not the kind of antiques. They will give Yuhao in the parallel world special privileges. So there is nothing to worry about. Now they finally feel relieved. At the same time, they smiled at Meng Hongchen on the side and said, "Thank you, Xiao Meng. We feel much more comfortable when you say that." Meng Hongchen smiled embarrassedly when she heard it. However, Du Buxi on the side brightened after seeing the content on the screen. Although he felt a little uncomfortable that Yuhao from the parallel world was about to go to Sun-Moon Imperial Academy to study. Judging from the current situation, if the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy continued to maintain this attitude, Yuhao from the parallel world might not stay there. Then wouldn't their body sect have a chance? Although the body sect has never come out, it has always paid attention to the situation on the continent. They have always sent people to look for those gifted body martial souls on the DOLOU continent, and once they find them, they invite them to the body sect. At that time, as long as they find Yuhao from the parallel world, then it will be fine. Du Buxi is very confident in himself. He is not like Shrek Academy and Sun-Moon Imperial Academy, one having ill intentions toward Yuhao in the parallel world and the other having reservations about him. If Du Buxi in the parallel world knew Yuhao's talent, then he would directly give him all the inheritance and train him as the next sect master. Because Du Buxi now thinks so, So Dubusi in the parallel world must have the same idea. Dubusi at this moment suddenly became a little expectant. A pair of extremely fiery eyes looked at the screen again. And like Xu Wenzai and Yan Shayaj from Shrek Academy, at this moment, they finally felt a little proud. Although Yuhao in the parallel world is indeed about to leave Shrek Academy, from this situation, his next home doesn't seem to think highly of him. So Xu Wenzai and Yan Shayaj couldn't help laughing out loud. Xu Wenzai, ha 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 ha, I've said it before, he's nothing after leaving Shrek Academy. If it's somewhere else, can they still indulge him like Shrek Academy? He doesn't know how to appreciate his blessings. Yan Shayaj, that's right. Does he still want to join the Sun Moon Imperial Academy? They are not from the same country. How can they be open and honest with him? Can't you figure this out? I think this kid will regret it when he gets there. Then he will have to run back to our Shrek Academy in shame. Xu Wenzai, that would be funny. The two couldn't help laughing, obviously feeling extremely happy about what happened on the screen. They continued to look at the screen. At this moment on the screen, after Yuhao and his party had made all the preparations, they headed directly towards the Sun Moon Empire. They left Shrek City and kept rushing towards the Sun Moon Empire. However, during this process, their speed was not very fast. If only Yuhao and Wang Donger were on the road this time, then their speed would be very fast. But this time there was one more person, Yuner, an ordinary person, so their efficiency was naturally a bit low. Fortunately, Yuhao was a soul engineer and had prepared a soul guidance device in advance. With the help of this soul guidance device, although their speed was not fast, it was not particularly slow. The three of them began to travel through mountains and rivers, rushing towards the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. During this period, they encountered many cities they had never been to. Yuhao chose not to ignore them directly, but took the time to visit them with his mother and Wang Donger. After all, it was rare for him to take his girlfriend and mother out for a trip, so he could relax this time. During this period, although they were on the road, under Yuhao's care, Yuner and Wang Donger were not too tired and lived a comfortable life. Finally, after a long journey, they reached the border of the DOLOU continent. If they went a few steps further, they would reach the territory of the Sun Moon Empire, where many soul masters were guarding this border area. Without the pass, Yuhao and others obviously would not be able to enter the Sun Moon Empire, as they would be treated as spies and attacked by these soul masters upon entry. But he had Meng Hongshan, so Yuhao directly contacted her using the communication soul guidance device. Sister Meng, I'm here. Meng Hongshan was overjoyed upon hearing from Yuhao. He had contacted her the night before, stating they would arrive at the border today, so she had been waiting here for a long time. Now that she received news of Yuhao again, Meng Hongshan jumped up happily. She immediately found Yuhao, ran over with a happy face, took out the relevant documents, and signaled the soul masters to let them pass. Yuhao and his group entered the Sun Moon Empire safely. Meng Hongshan was very happy to see this. Brother Yuhao, I finally see you again. Welcome to our Sun Moon Empire. Chapter 174. Arrival at Sun Moon Royal Academy. Meet Jing Hongshan. Of course, as Jing Hongshan's granddaughter, Meng Hongshan is also a lady from a noble family. So she must have received a higher education. She is very polite. After a simple greeting with Yuhao, she did not forget Yuner and Wang Donger on the side. So she quickly turned her gaze and greeted Yuner and Wang Donger. Aunt, you are brother Yuhao's mother, right? I heard Yuhao talk about you, but I didn't expect you to be so young. Yuner smiled gently when she heard this. I have also heard Yuhao talk about Miss Meng. He said that Miss Meng is outstanding in appearance and has a very pleasant character. Now I see that it is true. In the future, my Yuhao will also rely on Miss Meng to take care of him. Meng Hongshan hurriedly said, This is what I should do. After all, brother Yuhao saved my life before. If he hadn't been here, I might have died tragically at the hands of a 100,000-year soul beast, so these little things are what I should do. After she finished speaking, she cast her eyes at Wang Donger on the side. You are Wang Donger. As expected, you are the girl that brother Yuhao likes. You are so pretty. Wang Donger naturally would not embarrass Yuhao, so after hearing Meng Hongchen's words, she also answered generously. Sister Meng is also very beautiful, and your gentle personality makes it very pleasant to be with you. Meng Hongchen smiled and said, "Thank you for your compliments, sister. Let's get to know each other more in the future. I enjoy making friends the most." After a brief exchange, she suggested that everyone start to hurry. After all, there is still a long way to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. If they set out now, they should be able to reach the Sun Moon Imperial Academy before sunset, so they don't have to walk at night. And Yuhao naturally would not refuse. Soon, under the leadership of Meng Hongchen, they continued to rush toward the direction of the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. However, they kept chatting along the way. After all, they might have to rely on Meng Hongchen's help in the future, so Yuhao and the others also wanted to become more familiar with her. Of course, Wang Donger was still secretly sizing up Meng Hongchen while chatting. After all, Meng Hongchen was of the same age. And Yuhao was so outstanding that Wang Donger wanted to see if the Meng Hongchen in front of her was interested in him. But after Wang Donger's observation, she found that she was a bit petty. Although Meng Hongchen had a good impression of Yuhao, she was very restrained. Especially in some moments, she deliberately kept a distance from Yuhao and took the initiative to show her goodwill. Obviously, Meng Hongchen is also a young girl who knows her boundaries. She conveyed through her actions to Wang Donger that she didn't need to worry about her, and that she would never snatch a man with a girlfriend. Therefore, Wang Donger secretly breathed a sigh of relief and had a better impression of Meng Hongchen. The two walked and talked along the way, and their feelings warmed up. Later, after Meng Hongchen led Yuhao and others for a while, she reminded Yuhao again. She said to Yuhao, "By the way, brother Yuhao, what I told you last time, you haven't forgotten it, right? Although I know your ability very well, my grandfather hasn't seen you yet, so he doesn't know about your abilities. He is an old-fashioned man, so he asked me to take you to see him when the time comes. Actually, I don't want to be so troublesome, but he wants to see your ability in person. So when we get to Sun Moon Imperial Academy, can you go with me to meet Grandpa?" Actually, Meng Hongchen had already told Yuhao about this matter in the communications soul guidance device before, but she felt a little guilty since she hadn't been straightforward, so she reiterated it here. Yuhao fully understood this. After all, the other party was the dean of Sun Moon Imperial Academy, and he must be responsible for it. "Well, it's okay, I understand. After all, your grandpa hasn't met me yet, so I can go and meet him when the time comes." He nodded and agreed directly. Hearing this, Meng Hongchen smiled again and said with a smile, "Well, don't hold back when the time comes. Show your abilities well and shock my grandpa, this old-fashioned man." Led by Meng Hongchen, the group continued to rush toward the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. But somewhat unexpectedly, it was still very early when they arrived. Led by Meng Hongchen, Yuhao directly entered the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Yuhao and Wang Donger also began to observe the environment of the Sun Moon Imperial Academy and the Sun Moon Empire. It must be said that the economy and technology of the Sun Moon Empire and the Sun Moon Imperial Academy are indeed very developed. Let's not talk about other things, just look at the level of these buildings. Shrek City and Shrek Academy look like some old houses, while the buildings in the Sun Moon Empire and the Sun Moon Imperial Academy are all high-rise constructions. The biggest difference between the two places is the use of soul guidance devices. Soul guidance devices can be seen everywhere in the Sun Moon Empire and the Sun Moon Royal Academy, but there are almost none in Shrek City. When Yuhao was in the city area of Sun Moon Imperial City before, he saw a lot of soul guidance devices. Now that he has arrived at the Sun Moon Royal Academy, Yuhao has seen even more soul guidance devices, and he doesn't even know what many of these soul guidance devices are used for. This made Yuhao more and more excited at heart. "It seems that I have come to the right place." the level of soul guidance devices here is far beyond that of DOLOU continent. If I can study soul guidance devices well here, it will be of great help in improving my level. Yuhao's mood became a little fiery. Then, under the leadership of Meng Hongqian, he also came to the hall of the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Meng Hongqian found a place for Yuhao to sit down and rest, and even had someone come to receive her. Yuhao asked Wang Dong'er to stay with his mother. Then he followed Meng Hongqian to meet Jing Hongqian, as agreed. He entered the office under the leadership of Meng Hongqian. In the gap between the planes, after seeing the scene in front of them, both Jing Hongqian and Kong Deming became a little nervous. The most important step is finally here. Chapter 175. Start to investigate Yuhao's ability. Jing Hongqian is completely shocked. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, when they realized that the most critical step was about to come, both Kong Deming and Jing Hongqian wore nervous expressions. After all, they had been looking forward to it for so long, all for the parallel world's Yuhao to join their Sun Moon Imperial Academy. The direction this moment would take on the screen would determine whether the parallel world's Yuhao would stay in their Sun Moon Imperial Academy, a decision that promised far-reaching consequences. If Yuhao from the parallel world joined their Sun Moon Imperial Academy, in the short term, they would undoubtedly triumph over Shrek Academy in the Soul Master competition. In the long run, their academy would soon have a unique super genius. Thus, Kong Deming and Jing Hongqian were truly anxious at this moment. Although they were just watching a movie, they could not help but sweat profusely as they stood there. On the other side, Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi were also sweating uncontrollably, but for entirely different reasons from Jing Hongqian, Kong Deming, and the others. They did not want Yuhao from the parallel world to join the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. If Yuhao truly joined, they would become the sinners of the DOLOU continent. After all, they acknowledged that Yuhao's talent in the parallel world was extraordinarily impressive. If he joined the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, it would become even more powerful. No one, neither Shrek Academy nor the DOLOU Three Kingdoms, would be able to control them at that point. When they thought of this, even Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi couldn't help but feel a little scared. They kept their eyes glued to the screen, internally roaring, "There's a problem. Give me a problem." Unfortunately, things didn't go as they wished. At this moment on the screen, under the leadership of Meng Hongqian, Yuhao successfully walked into Jing Hongqian's office. Jing Hongqian had been waiting for Yuhao for a while. After all, Meng Hongqian had already informed him in advance via the communication soul guidance device. Moreover, after hearing his granddaughter's boasting, although he didn't fully believe it, he still had a flicker of hope. What if it was a one-time miracle? What if Yuhao was truly as powerful as Meng Hongqian claimed? Even though the odds were slim if it were true, Jing Hongqian and the Sun Moon Imperial Academy would strike gold. Consequently, Jing Hongqian held a certain expectation in his heart at this moment. As for Xiao Hongqian, although he didn't openly express it, he completely doubted it in his heart. Having been successful since childhood, he was unaware of the truth that someone could always be better than you. He believed his talent was unmatched, and no one else could surpass him. Thus, when he heard Meng Hongqian talk about Yuhao, he didn't believe a word. The reason he was here now was merely to confirm his assumptions. "Yuhao, let me tell you something. This is my grandfather, Jing Hongqian, Dean of our Sun Moon Imperial Academy. This is my brother, Xiao Hongqian. Although he is not very old, he is already a level 5 soul engineer, known as the #1 genius of our Sun Moon Imperial Academy." After Meng Hongqian brought Yuhao to the office, she immediately introduced him to both Yuhao and the others. Then she introduced Yuhao to Jing Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian again. "Grandpa, brother, he is the Yuhao I told you about before." After that, she stood aside, leaving the floor open for the introductions. Jing Hongqian looked at Yuhao with a smile. Yuhao smiled back at the two of them. "Dean Jing, brother Xiao, hello, I am Yuhao." He greeted Jing Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian with an innocent look. This made Jing Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian slightly taken aback. especially Xiao Hongchen. After seeing Yuhao's harmless appeal, he suddenly felt a twinge of guilt for being so hostile to such a cute little boy. Was it even necessary? Jing Hongchen regarded Yuhao with a meaningful expression. The perfect disguise can make people feel extremely approachable at first glance. This Yuhao is not an ordinary child. Maybe he truly is as exceptional as Xiao Meng described. Jing Hongchen's curiosity about Yuhao grew. He then smiled at Yuhao. "Hello, Xiao Yuhao. I've heard about your matter from Xiao Meng. But I would like to see your abilities. Don't take it personally. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that as the dean, I still have to be responsible for the academy's reputation. Please understand. Furthermore, I also want to use this opportunity to better understand your abilities." In anticipation of Yuhao potentially being an extraordinary genius in the future, Jing Hongchen provided a prompt warning, ensuring that he was very polite in his speech. Yuhao displayed his signature innocent smile. "It's all right, I can understand." Then he said to Jing Hongchen, "Let's get started." Jing Hongchen nodded in agreement, and then took out an instrument from the storage soul guidance device. This was a very common human body detector in their Sun-Moon Imperial Academy. Within the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy, to assess a soul master's various abilities, they no longer rely on primitive methods like Shrek Academy. Instead, they adopted this high-tech approach. After using the human body detector, the abilities would be directly shown on the instrument. They could review the data and discuss it afterward. Jing Hongchen briefly explained the function of this machine to Yuhao, and then asked him to step forward to begin the testing. This made Yuhao's eyes widen with surprise. They could also use soul guidance devices, but at Shrek Academy, he had never seen such advanced technology. This further demonstrated that the level of soul guidance at Sun-Moon Imperial Academy was vastly superior. Thinking this, Yuhao became even more excited. It seems he made the right choice in coming to Sun-Moon Royal Academy. He wonders what he can learn here in the future. Without wasting any more time, he took the initiative to undergo the test. Then, the human body detector began to operate. However, at the moment the detector's data was revealed, Jing Hongchen's expression changed completely. Chapter 176, Parallel World. Yuhao finally joined the Sun-Moon Royal Academy. Chapter 176, Parallel World. Yuhao finally joined the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy. After successfully seeing the data displayed on the detector, Jing Hongchen was completely shocked. Because he never expected that the data displayed on the detector would be so outrageous. So now he looked at Yuhao in front of him as if he was looking at a monster. But after all, the data screen was only a small screen, and it was held in Jing Hongchen's palm. Therefore, among so many people present at this moment, only Jing Hongchen could see the data. However, after seeing the expression on Jing Hongchen's face, Meng Hongchen could probably guess most of it. She has always been very confident in Yuhao's ability because she had personally investigated it before. Seeing the shock on Jing Hongchen's face, Meng Hongchen couldn't help but look a little proud. She smiled to herself and said, "You are scared now. I told you that brother Yuhao must have a great talent. You didn't believe me before." And Xiao Hongchen was also surprised at this moment. He also observed some information from Jing Hongchen's face, so he was also full of doubts at this moment. He also wanted to know how amazing Yuhao's body profile data was to make Jing Hongchen show such an expression. So he quickly said to Jing Hongchen in front of him, "Grandpa, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong with his data?" Jing Hongchen finally came to his senses until now, and he replied to Xiao Hongchen, "Look for yourself." As soon as the voice fell, Jing Hongchen directly handed the data screen to Xiao Hongchen in front of him. And Xiao Hongchen took it with one hand, and then put his eyes on the screen. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't look at it. After looking at it, even Xiao Hongchen was stunned. Physical age, 12. Soul power level, level 37. Soul power quality, top. Physical strength, level 60. Martial soul, twin martial soul. The second martial soul spirit top-level martial soul is not included in the database, but it is initially judged to be extreme ice. Soul bone, 100,000-year-old left hand bone. Soul ring, black, white, red. Xiao Hongchen kept sliding his finger across the screen. As he swiped, all the test data about Yuhao was revealed. Xiao Hongchen felt more and more absurd and shocked the more he looked. So in the end, when he looked at Yuhao, he was just like Jing Hongchen before, as if he had seen a ghost. He stood there in a daze for a long time before he asked Jing Hongchen, "Grandpa, is this instrument out of order?" Jing Hongchen said unhappily, "How could it be out of order? This is brand new." Then he let out a breath and said to Xiao Hongchen, "It seems that we underestimated him this time. Yuhao's talent is indeed beyond our understanding. It seems that Xiao Meng is right. This time, she found an incredible person to come here." After saying this, Jing Hongchen took the initiative to apologize to Meng Hongchen. Then he said to Yuhao on the side, "Yuhao, don't blame us. After all, your talent is terrible. So when Xiao Meng told us about you before, we didn't believe it. But now we see that we completely believe it. You are a super genius. The kind that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. You are invincible." Yuhao smiled modestly when he heard this. "Dean, you are too kind." Jing Hongchen only he said with a serious face. "No, I dare say that even the so-called Shrek Academy can't find a second one with your talent. It's really funny to say that Shrek Academy claims to be the best martial soul training academy in the world, but they can't attract students like you to join. In my opinion, in a short time, the value of their world's best academy will become insufficient due to the lack of your joining." Yuhao smiled gently and didn't say that he was from Shrek Academy. He just asked Jing Hongchen again, "Then Dean, can I join the Sun Moon Imperial Academy?" Jing Hongchen immediately replied, "Yes, of course." His attitude towards Yuhao changed 180 degrees. Before this, he still had a strong suspicion towards Yuhao, but at this moment, he didn't doubt him at all. He knew that this was a person they had to win over. This kind of student not only must be kept in the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, but also in the Sun Moon Empire so that he can be used by them. So now for Jing Hongchen, let alone letting Yuhao join the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, as long as he is willing, he can be the dean. Jing Hongchen continued, "I will immediately process the formalities for you. From today on, you are not only a student of our Sun Moon Imperial Academy, but also the most core student of our Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Your food, clothing, housing, transportation, forging materials, learning materials, and all other expenses will be covered by our Sun Moon Imperial Academy." He offered a very good condition. But Yuhao still had the same attitude. He didn't want to accept too many favors from others. This was the same in Shrek before, and it is still the same in the current Sun Moon Imperial Academy. So he made it clear, "Sorry, Dean, let's forget about the latter. I think it's good to be an ordinary student." Jing Hongchen looked at Yuhao meaningfully after hearing this. But he soon agreed directly, "Okay, then it's up to you. But if you need anything in the future, just tell me. Even if you don't tell me, it's the same if you tell Xiao Meng. No matter what you ask for, she will satisfy you, so you can be confident and bold." Jing Hongchen didn't continue to force it, because he knew that if he showed his goodwill like this now, Yuhao might misunderstand that he had bad intentions. So since Yuhao refused Jing Hongchen's offer of assistance, he just went along with him and let him stay in the Sun Moon Imperial Academy for a while to adapt. "Okay, thank you, Dean." Yuhao agreed with gratitude after hearing this. Then he left the dean's office with Meng Hongchen. And on the other side, in the gap between the planes, Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming laughed excitedly. "Hiatus. Finally, it succeeded. It's stable now. The title of the first academy will change hands soon. We will also break the dominance of Shrek Academy over the Soul Master competition." And Xuanzai and Yan Xiao's faces became extremely ugly. "Laugh, laugh, laugh, what's so funny? What's so difficult about letting him join? Didn't he join our Shrek Academy before? Isn't he gone now? Whether we can keep him is the key. But I think your Sun Moon Imperial Academy will sooner or later follow in our footsteps. Xuanzai kept talking angrily. After hearing his words, Kong Deming just snorted disdainfully. Don't worry about it, loser. Chapter 177, Mother is honored by her son. Hugh Yuner is living a good life with Hugh Yuhao. He heard Kong Deming's reply again. Xuanzai and Yan Xiaoj looked extremely unhappy. After all, from the perspective of recruiting Hugh Yuhao from the parallel world, they were indeed losers. And they failed. Therefore, Kong Deming's words at this moment touched the sore spots of Xuanzai and Yan Xiaoj. But they didn't find anything to refute for a while. So the two could only choose to swallow their anger temporarily. However, whether it was Xuanzai or Yan Xiaoj, they were still constantly dissatisfied in their hearts at this moment. Therefore, the two of them kept cursing Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen in their hearts. Just wait. This kid is an ungrateful wolf. Since he can leave our Shrek Academy, he can naturally leave your Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Just wait, when he has learned your soul guides, he will naturally leave. How much better is your Sun Moon Imperial Academy than our Shrek Academy? When the time comes, you will cry. They kept cursing in their hearts. At the same time, they did not forget to continue watching the screen. And at this moment on the screen, after leaving the dean's office with Meng Hongchen for a few steps, Hugh Yuhao and Meng Hongchen were called back again. Because Jing Hongchen and Meng Hongchen were frightened by the various data obtained from Hugh Yuhao's test. So they forgot to test Hugh Yuhao's soul engineer level for a while. After all, their Sun Moon Imperial Academy is different from Shrek Academy. They belong to the Soul Engineering Academy. So when they divide the classes, they will not divide them according to the soul power level, but according to the soul engineer level. Thus, Jing Hongchen asked Meng Hongchen to call Hugh Yuhao back. And naturally, he had to take him to the forging room to test Hugh Yuhao's current soul engineer level. Hugh Yuhao would naturally not refuse. After all, he spent so much effort to come to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Wasn't it just to improve his soul engineering ability? To put it bluntly, he had already learned all the knowledge about soul masters in Shrek Academy. So in this regard, he didn't expect much from the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. But soul engineers have different abilities, and he still needs to learn a lot. So at this moment, he went there immediately after learning the news, and then began to make soul guidance devices at the request of Jing Hongchen. The results came out soon. Hugh Yuhao's soul engineer level is naturally far inferior to that of a soul elder. Although his soul engineer level is not low now, he can be called a third-level soul engineer. But his third-level soul engineer should belong to the third-level soul engineer standard on the DOLOU continent. Many of their third-level soul guidance devices at the Sun Moon Imperial Academy involve more and more complicated details, which Hugh Yuhao can't manage. This is also the reason why some soul guidance devices in the Sun Moon Empire are more advanced. Their soul guidance devices have more intricate details. Therefore, when Hugh Yuhao was making soul guidance devices just now, Jing Hongchen pointed out many of his problems. This also made Hugh Yuhao more determined that his choice was not wrong. It seemed that after coming here, he would be able to learn more. So he simply asked Jing Hongchen to arrange for him to start learning from the beginning. After all, he already had the basics, and he could skip any part when encountering something he already knew. Moreover, a promotion at the Sun Moon Imperial Academy can happen at any time. One simply needs to complete the Soul Engineer assessment here. Hugh Yuhao thought there was no problem at all. Jing Hongchen also agreed to Hugh Yuhao's request, saying that he would let him and Wang Donger start learning from the beginning later. Finally, Hugh Yuhao left with Meng Hongchen again. After Hugh Yuhao left, Xiao Hongchen finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the level of his soul engineer is average. Otherwise, I would doubt whether he is human or not. Jing Hongchen just laughed softly when he heard this. In fact, the level of his soul engineer is not important to us at all. Does our Sun Moon Empire lack powerful soul engineers? Not at all. However, what we lack is an excellent genius like him. So my idea is still the same. In the future, we should train him well, allow him to join illustrious Virtue Hall, obtain the nationality of our Sun-Moon Empire, and become a talent of our Sun-Moon Empire. This is the most important thing. Xiao Hongchen nodded when he heard this. Yes, Grandpa, you are right. I just don't know if he will be willing by then. The two of them continued to chat. On the other side, under the leadership of Meng Hongchen, Yuhao had gone back to see Hu Yuner and Wang Donger. When the two saw Yuhao, they couldn't help but ask, "How is it? Did it succeed?" Yuhao naturally smiled and answered, "It must have succeeded." Hu Yuner and Wang Donger cheered and jumped for joy upon hearing this. Afterward, Meng Hongchen took them directly to the new house she had arranged for them in advance. However, when Yuhao and the others arrived here, they found out that rather than calling it a house, it would be better to say that Meng Hongchen had prepared a large villa for them. This villa is extremely spacious, with a total area of 400 to 500 square meters. In addition, the villa has all kinds of facilities, and the most important thing is that the decoration is also very good. There are also many servants in the house. So, after Yuhao and his companions arrived and saw this scene, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded, because they had never thought that Meng Hongchen's resources were so plentiful. "Sister Meng, you are exaggerating. The three of us can just find a small house to live in. There is no need to be so extravagant," Yuhao said to Meng Hongchen with a smile. But Meng Hongchen nodded to Yuhao. "This is my promise to you. Brother Yuhao, since I, Meng Hongchen, have promised you, I will naturally not break my promise. So you can just live here peacefully in the future. If you have any other needs, just come to me directly." She also knew that Yuhao and the others must be very tired today, so she didn't want to disturb them anymore. She asked Yuhao if he was satisfied with the villa and if he had any other needs. After Yuhao said no, she left directly. Yuhao and his family watched Meng Hongchen leave, and then they went directly into the villa. As soon as they entered, servants began to serve them, and the food was already prepared. The servants invited Yuhao and the other two to the dining room for dinner, and then brought out plates of delicious food. Yuner couldn't help but be stunned after seeing this scene. After all, she used to be a servant. She was the only one who served people. How could she now be served by servants? So after seeing this scene, she couldn't help but sigh. "I never thought that I, Yuner, would have such a day, and all thanks to my baby son." Chapter 178, Huge Improvement. Parallel Yuhao breaks through to 4th level Soul Engineer. The screen is playing continuously, showcasing how Yuner in the parallel world has reached this point today. Everyone in the plane gap can't help but sigh. After all, whether it is Yuner in the original time and space or Yuner in the parallel world, they are similar as individuals. However, their son Yuhao is very different from Yuhao in the parallel world. As a result, they eventually experienced two opposite fates. One of them died tragically in the Duke's mansion when Yuhao was very young. She had never enjoyed happiness as a servant, and she had been tortured by the Duchess for many years. So it can be said that she never experienced happiness until her death. On the other hand, Yuner in the parallel world is completely different. Due to the existence of Yuhao in the parallel world, although her trajectory in the first half of her life was the same as that of Yuner in the original time and space, she did not die young, nor did she suffer any torture. Although she and Yuhao fled when they first left the Duke's mansion, at least they lived a normal life. During the Shrek period, their living standards improved significantly. Especially at this stage, under the current conditions of the Sun-Moon Empire, they have started to live in large villas. Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world share a loving relationship. If they continue to develop like this, it may be that in a few years, Yuhao and Wang Donger will get married, and Yuner may even hold a grandson. Thus, even across the gap of this plane, many people feel envious after seeing this scene. As the person involved, Yuhao's eyes are filled with even more envy and guilt. The reason he feels envious is that he wishes he could do what Yuhao in the parallel world did, give his mother a happy life. The guilt and regret stem from his perception of his incompetence. If he were as capable as Yuhao in the parallel world, he believes his mother could also live such a good life. At this moment, Yuhao feels truly guilty. He looks at the screen with envy on his face, hoping the smile on Yuner's face could become even brighter. And on the screen, although Wang Donger also felt that the conditions here were much better than those at Shrek Academy, she would not simply enjoy it. She also knew that this was a favor from Meng Hongchen. To be honest, Meng Hongchen helped them a lot this time. If it weren't for Meng Hongchen's assistance, Yuhao and the others would not have been able to sit here as they wished. So Wang Donger reminded Yuhao, "Yuhao, this time we owe Sister Meng a big favor." Yuhao smiled and nodded upon hearing this. "Don't worry, I know what's going on. And this time, the person I need to thank the most is not Sister Meng." Wang Donger was slightly stunned when she heard this and soon asked Yuhao, "Oh, if it's not Sister Meng, then who is it?" Yuhao smiled gently. "It must be you, my little princess. You have given up a lot of things. After all, you know nothing about soul guides. But you are still willing to come here with me, so tell me, do I owe you a big favor?" Wang Donger blushed when she heard this and then couldn't help but spit at Yuhao. "You are so smooth talking. Auntie is still watching." Yuner laughed when she heard this. "It's okay, just pretend I don't exist, you can continue." Wang Donger pinched Yuhao's thigh quietly when she heard this. The family finished dinner quickly. After that, since there were servants at home, subsequent tasks such as washing dishes were naturally handed over to the servants. Yuhao and Wang Donger also went into their rooms in advance. However, Yuhao and Wang Donger naturally returned to the same room. Although many things were not said explicitly, Yuhao and Wang Donger had already gotten used to sleeping together. So, although Wang Donger put all her things in her room, most of the time she would call it cultivation at night, then run to Yuhao's room and sleep together after cultivating. It was the same now. However, Wang Donger was not cultivating soul power this time, but soul guidance devices. Since she was here, she needed to learn. This way, she could have more common topics with Yuhao, so she was willing to learn about soul guidance devices. Yuhao was naturally happy to teach. So the two taught and learned together, practicing martial soul fusion until late at night. When they were tired, they hugged each other to sleep. Early the next morning, Yuhao and Wang Donger got up together, had breakfast, and went to Sun Moon Imperial Academy for class. However, the courses at Sun Moon Imperial Academy are completely different from those at Shrek Academy. Many courses here are focused on soul engineers. There are only a few classes for martial soul training. This is very suitable for Yuhao and Wang Donger. After all, they came from Shrek Academy, so these matters don't require them to learn again. Time passed, and in the following period, Yuhao and Wang Donger continued to learn about soul guidance devices. Yuhao's speed was naturally much faster. After all, he already had a foundation, and his mind was very sharp. He quickly mastered all the content he had missed. Not only that, he also completed the breakthrough to the soul engineer level. In one afternoon, he directly passed the 4th level soul engineer assessment in front of Meng Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen. This left Meng Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen a bit dumbfounded. After all, it had only been a short time since they last met. How could Yuhao's soul engineer level have improved so dramatically? This is a bit too outrageous. In the end, even someone as arrogant as Xiao Hongchen couldn't stand it anymore and asked Yuhao, "No, how did you learn it? How did you learn it so quickly? Also, what was it like when you were forging the soul guidance device before? Why do I feel that it was easier for you to forge the 4th level soul guidance device than for me?" Xiao Hongchen asked, disbelief written on his face. Yuhao smiled gently as he responded, "The first reason is naturally that I'm smart. And the latter must be attributed to this," he said with a smile, then immediately utilized his spiritual detection and sharing. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual force surged into Xiao Hongchen's mind. Chapter 179. After learning about Yuhao's ability, Xiao Hongchen excitedly kisses Yuhao. The sudden change was completely beyond Xiao Hongchen's expectations. He didn't expect where this mental power, which suddenly surged toward him, came from. So when this mental power was about to enter his mind, Xiao Hongchen still resisted. But Yuhao spoke quickly, saying to Xiao Hongchen, "Brother Xiao, this mental power is mine. Don't resist, I'll show you something." Xiao Hongchen looked at Yuhao in surprise. However, he stopped resisting out of doubt. At this moment, the spiritual force released by Yuhao, like a python, fiercely penetrated Xiao Hongchen's mind. At first, Xiao Hongchen felt that his head was a little swollen. But soon, he realized that his perception of everything around him became extremely clear. He could sense everything around him, even with his eyes closed. This perception was incredibly clear. He could check the specific patterns on a small grain of sand or a small stone dozens or hundreds of meters away if he wanted to. This shows just how detailed this perception is. Therefore, Xiao Hongchen was completely stunned at this moment. When he looked at Yuhao again, his eyes were filled with deep shock. He finally couldn't help but ask Yuhao, "Yuhao, is this your ability?" Yuhao smiled gently. "This is called spiritual detection and sharing. Not only can you synchronize with me, but as long as I want, I can also let any number of people within range synchronize. Come on, Sister Meng, you can try it too." After saying that, Yuhao separated another stream of spiritual force and injected it into Meng Hongchen's mind. However, Meng Hongchen was a little nervous at first and subconsciously resisted Yuhao's spiritual force, so he couldn't successfully connect. But Yuhao quickly reminded Meng Hongchen, "Sister Meng, don't resist, this spiritual force is mine." Meng Hongchen finally relaxed after hearing this. She no longer resisted, and Yuhao said to Meng Hongchen again, "Okay, Sister Meng, I'm going in." Meng Hongchen nodded at Yuhao. Now Yuhao successfully connected with Meng Hongchen. At the moment she successfully witnessed the power of shared spiritual detection, a deep shock appeared on Meng Hongchen's face. She was as shocked as Xiao Hongchen because, as soul engineers, they both understood how significant Yuhao's ability was for them. So Xiao Hongchen quickly asked Yuhao again, "Yuhao, what is the limit of your skill?" Yuhao replied, "It's hard to specify a limit because, as my mental power strengthens, the range and duration that this skill can cover will also increase. Right now, the limit is probably a radius of 1,000 meters. A radius of 1,000 meters. Xiao Hongchen was dumbfounded when he heard this because that is already an extremely abnormal range. For a soul engineer like him who specializes in long-range soul guidance devices, the biggest difficulty is aiming at distant and high-speed enemies in actual combat. But if Yuhao, with his spiritual detection sharing, assists him, Xiao Hongchen will feel as if he's unlocked a cheat code for the future. He can target whomever he wants, and at that point, he just needs to gently pull the trigger to easily hit the enemy. For Xiao Hongchen, it doesn't get cooler than that. So, on the spot, Xiao Hongchen immediately hugged Yuhao and couldn't help but kiss him on the face, saying, "Yuhao, I love you so much." Yuhao was stunned, and Meng Hongchen was also dumbfounded upon hearing this. But Xiao Hongchen was completely unaware of his misbehavior. He excitedly said to Yuhao, "From now on, you will be my real brother. If we face an enemy, we'll work together, you aim and I fire. Haha, invincible, absolutely invincible." He expressed this with great excitement, while Meng Hongchen felt quite helpless. She said to Yuhao, "My brother is like this. He is very enthusiastic about soul guidance devices. Now that he has discovered your skill is so compatible with him, he's naturally a little too excited." Yuhao smiled and replied, "It doesn't matter, it's my honor to help Brother Xiao." He was soon pulled by Xiao Hongchen to study soul guidance devices together. During the following time, Xiao Hongchen and Yuhao's bond genuinely deepened. Xiao Hongchen was indeed an extremely sincere person. Especially after recognizing Yuhao as his friend, he didn't hold back anything while studying and discussing soul guidance devices with Yuhao, sharing nearly everything he knew. As a result, over time, with Xiao Hongchen's support, Yuhao's soul engineer skills improved significantly. However, this posed a bit of difficulty for Wang Donger. If not for Xiao Hongchen being a man, she would genuinely be jealous. Every day, Yuhao spends more time with him than with her. Fortunately, with Xiao Hongchen's assistance, Wang Donger also has Meng Hongchen's support. Wang Donger's talent is quite impressive, and with Meng Hongchen's help, after a while, she successfully advanced to a second-level soul engineer. This is already quite an accomplishment. And today, a day of practice ended as usual. After finishing the day's training, Yuhao returned home to prepare for meditation. After all, he now mostly uses his daytime for practicing soul guidance technology, so his nighttime is dedicated to meditation and studying new abilities. He quickly pulled Wang Donger into bed, ready to start practicing together. But what Yuhao didn't expect was that at that moment, the dormant gray breath inside his body suddenly began to stir. "Donger, don't practice yet. There is something wrong with my body." Yuhao immediately told Wang Donger, then closed his eyes and concentrated, sitting cross-legged. This successfully alarmed Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and Ice Empress. "It's him, that strong breath. Has he awakened?" Tianmeng Ice Silkworm stared at Yuhao with a vigilant expression. And the Ice Empress transformed directly into human form, becoming a gorgeous beauty, standing in front of Yuhao with her bare feet and a serious expression. Chapter 180, Electrolux Appear. On the other side, in the plane gap, all the soul masters saw the scene that appeared on the screen very clearly. However, compared to Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world, these people in the plane gap had already seen this part of Yuhao's experience in the original time and space. Therefore, after seeing the picture that appeared on the screen, they could probably guess what had happened. All the soul masters couldn't help but start to discuss. "Jing Hongchen, if I remember correctly, it should be the soul from another world in Yuhao's body that is causing trouble, right? Kong Deming, it seems to be called Electrolux. Dubusi, that's the name. Yuhao in the original time and space was blinded by hatred in his heart, so he awakened Electrolux in his body in advance. But Yuhao in the parallel world, because he always knows how to control his emotions, did not appear to be blinded by hatred, so he naturally did not awaken Electrolux in advance. Kong Deming, this is what they call fools who have their luck. Mirror Hongchen, but it doesn't matter. Although he didn't awaken before, didn't Electrolux awaken after all? The impact is still not significant. Dubusi, yes, the impact is not significant, but this Electrolux is also a very capable guy. Yuhao in the original time and space improved a lot with his help. As for Yuhao in this parallel world, his current ability is already very impressive. He is almost level 50 and has also become a level 4 soul engineer. This strength is much stronger than that of Yuhao in the same period. And on this basis, he also awakened Electrolux. I don't know what level his strength will improve to in the future. Speaking of this, everyone in the gap between the planes couldn't help but take a breath. Because what Dubusi said just now made sense. Yuhao in the parallel world had become so powerful before he accepted the help of Electrolux. If he accepts the help of Electrolux again, how powerful will his strength become? This is scary just thinking about it. The Soul Masters looked at the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, the appearance of the Ice Empress naturally attracted Wang Donger's attention. However, Yuhao never hid anything from Wang Donger. He told her all his secrets because he trusted his lover. So Wang Donger naturally knew about Ice Empress. After seeing Ice Emperor appear, Wang Donger quickly greeted her. "You are Ice Emperor, right? Hello." Ice Empress had been staring at Yuhao since she appeared because his condition was very strange at the moment. But now, since Wang Donger took the initiative to greet her, she came back to her senses. She quickly said to Wang Donger, "Hello, mistress. I was observing the master's situation just now and forgot to greet you. Please forgive me." As soon as Bingdi appeared, she addressed Wang Donger with a respectful face. It was obvious that she had seen everything in the outside world clearly in the artifact during this period. She knew very clearly that although the human woman in front of her looked very weak, She was the only woman recognized by her master Yuhao. In this case, she naturally could not be negligent when facing Wang Donger. So Bingdi gave Yuhao a face and called Wang Donger mistress, and she even had an extremely respectful attitude. Wang Donger naturally understood what the so-called mistress meant, but she did not refute it. Instead, she agreed with a slightly red cheek. Then Wang Donger asked the Ice Empress in front of her, "Ice Empress, what happened to Yuhao?" Hearing this, the Ice Empress said to Wang Donger, "Madam, you can just call me Binger. I really can't bear the title of Ice Empress." Then she said, "The master's situation is a bit special. It seems that another powerful aura suddenly emerged in his body. But I have heard about this matter from Tianmeng before. This aura has existed for a long time. It seems that it entered the master's body with Tianmeng at that time, but it has never been hostile, and Tianmeng can't do anything about it. Continue to observe here. If this aura were not in the master's body, it would be easy to deal with. But since it is in the master's body, it can only be left to Tianmeng." The Ice Empress briefly introduced Yuhao's situation to Wang Donger. After hearing this, Wang Donger also looked at Yuhao in front of her with a serious face. At this moment, inside Yuhao's spiritual sea, Electrolux had indeed fully awakened. Moreover, he was still quarreling with Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. "Old thing, who are you, and why are you trying to snatch my territory from me?" Tianmeng Ice Silkworm asked angrily. Electrolux replied disdainfully, "I'm trying to snatch your territory from you? Who do you think you are? You're just a meatworm. If I didn't have only a wisp of consciousness left, I would turn you into food in a minute." Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was a little furious, but the most troublesome thing was that even with only a wisp of residual soul left, he still couldn't do anything to Electrolux. At this moment, Yuhao appeared. He first signaled Tianmeng Ice Silkworm to be quiet and then took the initiative to say to Electrolux in front of him, "Old man, what is your true identity? Why did you appear in my body?" When facing Yuhao, Electrolux's attitude was much better. First, it was because he had forced his way into Yuhao's body without his consent. Second, although he had fallen into a deep sleep during this period, he could still vaguely perceive some situations in the outside world, so he felt that Yuhao was also very suitable for him. So he said to Yuhao gently, "Hello, my name is Electrolux. I remember that I didn't belong to this world originally. I seemed to be dying at the beginning, but because my soul power was too strong, I broke through the space at the last moment, and a wisp of consciousness survived, ending up in your world. At that time, you were merging with this big bug, which produced a very strong energy fluctuation and even attracted me. So, my wisp of consciousness entered your spiritual sea by magic. I only have a wisp of consciousness left, which is very weak. It takes a long time to recover my memory and strength, but don't worry, I have no ill will towards you. Strictly speaking, I was able to survive because of you. Otherwise, I don't know how long this wisp of consciousness would have dissipated. After I recover my memory, I will repay you. I remember that I seemed very powerful before." Chapter 181, Ancient Tree Shows Its Power. Electrolux recovers memory. I have to say, this Electrolux is indeed not an ungrateful person. Even before this, when Yuhao helped him, it was not out of his original intention, but Electrolux didn't care about this kind of thing. He only cares about one thing, that he has received Yuhao's favor. Therefore, in Electrolux's view, since he has received Yuhao's favor, he must repay it. So, when he was communicating with Yuhao just now, he did not hesitate to express his point of view. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters had expected this result a long time ago. After seeing the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, things have turned out like this. It seems that Yuhao in this parallel world will become even stronger shortly. After all, he was already very powerful. Now, with the guidance of Electrolux, his strength will go a step further. All the soul masters began to discuss, and they were very interested in the future growth trend of Yuhao in the parallel world. They had also watched Yuhao in the parallel world all the way, so naturally, they wanted to see how far he could develop and grow in the future. They soon looked at the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, after hearing Electrolux's explanation, Yuhao finally understood Electrolux's situation. The most important information he extracted was that Electrolux had no hostility towards him and could not currently threaten him. This is the most important thing for Yuhao, because only by confirming this can he truly put his mind at ease. Otherwise, Electrolux in his body would feel like a time bomb, which made him completely unable to relax. As for the repayment Electrolux mentioned earlier, Yuhao didn't care too much about it. After all, this kind of thing will only be useful when he recovers his memory. Electrolux has no memory yet, so no matter how much he says, it's useless. Thus, Yuhao must not care about it at all. He briefly communicated with Electrolux for a while. Originally, it was agreed that Electrolux would calm down and recover well next time. But unexpectedly, at this moment, in Yuhao's storage soul guidance device, the mysterious ancient tree flashed a dazzling light again. What is this? Wang Donger was naturally very confused after seeing this burst of light. And Bingdi said to Wang Donger, "Madam, please rest assured. This thing also belongs to the master. Now that it is moving, it should be to help the master do something." The two of them continued to observe Yuhao from the outside. And inside the spiritual sea, along with the emergence of a burst of light from the mysterious ancient tree, a gentle breath directly poured into Yuhao's spiritual sea. But this time, this breath was not directed at Yuhao. This breath was directed at Electrolux. After entering the interior of Yuhao's sea of spirituality, it was directly injected into Electrolux. Electrolux's originally somewhat illusory figure suddenly became a little stiff, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. "Elder Yi, what happened?" Yuhao couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and immediately asked Electrolux. But Electrolux was silent for a long time and didn't answer Yuhao. After a while, the light that shot in from the ancient tree completely dissipated, and Electrolux came back to his senses again. He opened his eyes, but now his temperament looked completely different from before. Obviously, he had recovered a lot of strength. Alex began to mutter to himself excitedly, I remember everything. I am Electrolux, the holy necromancer, the undead calamity Electrolux." He began to tell Yuhao some of his past. After hearing about his past, Yuhao couldn't help but be a little stunned, because he did not expect that Electrolux's background was so great. Just now, Yuhao heard Electrolux say that he could not break through to become a god in their original world, because he was restricted by the laws of that world. But this restriction does not seem to exist on their side. In other words, should it be understood that if Electrolux recovers all his strength, he will have the qualifications to become a god in their world. So, thinking of this, Yuhao's mood suddenly became much more excited. After all, the so-called gods have always only appeared in legends. It is said that the Shrek 7 devils, Tang San, and others broke through to become gods 10,000 years ago, but that has passed 10,000 years after all. If Yuhao cultivates to level 99 in the future and wants to break through to become a god, he will have to find another way out. Previously, because these things were too far from Yuhao, he had never thought about them. But from now on, if Electrolux can be trusted, he could break through to the god realm first and then become his guide. In this way, Yuhao will have a reference in the future and will not go astray. Of course, the premise of all this must be that Electrolux can be trusted. So, Yuhao decided to observe Electrolux. Electrolux seemed to see Yuhao's concerns. After that, he quickly said to Yuhao, "Speaking of which, Yuhao, you are a person with great luck. Your ancient tree is not an ordinary thing. Just now, I recovered part of my power and most of my memories with the help of your ancient tree. But this thing is very domineering. It forcibly planted a mark in my body. It seems to have intelligence, so to prevent me from harming you, it forcibly set an order in my spiritual sea. Once I do something bad to you, the order will directly take effect and kill me mercilessly. Your ancient tree is not simple." Chapter 182, Keep Your Word, Electrolux's Thanks. Because he saw Yuhao's concerns, Electrolux did not hide anything from him, and directly told Yuhao everything that the mysterious ancient tree had done to him. After Yuhao heard this, he could not help but be slightly stunned. He never thought that this mysterious ancient tree would have such ability. He raised his eyebrows and said to Electrolux in front of him, "What should we do? Is there a way to remove it?" After hearing this, Electrolux was stunned, and then he smiled and said to Yuhao, "What is there to remove? As the saying goes, you must be on guard against others. It's a good thing that this ancient tree is on guard against me for you. In this way, you don't have to worry about when I will secretly harm you in the future. As for this mark itself, as long as I don't have any bad thoughts about you, it will not be triggered. In this case, as long as I have a clear conscience, what do I have to be afraid of?" He said to Yuhao with a frank face. This also made Yuhao secretly admire Electrolux in front of him. He said to Electrolux, "It's hard for you, old ye." Electrolux smiled and waved his hand. "No problem. Compared to such a small matter, I am more concerned about my promise to you. Didn't I say it before? After I recover my memory, I will repay you. Although I didn't expect my memory to recover so quickly, what I said will not be ignored." Electrolux continued to speak to Yuhao. "I have already told you my previous identity. So now, I will give you two choices. Choice 1 is to directly give you the undead demi-plane that I created myself. It is a very special plane. Although the world laws are not complete, there are countless undead creatures in it, which you can dispatch and use. And when you encounter some danger, you can go to that plane for refuge at any time. Choice 2 is also to give you the undead demi-plane that I created myself. But in addition to that, I will also teach you all my life's learning. But you also know that this is my life's learning, so if you want to learn the magic and unique skills of this old man, you need to become my disciple. Of course, I will not force you to do this. If you don't want to, you can choose the first option directly." Electrolux directly gave Yuhao two choices. But no matter which choice he made, he would give Yuhao the greatest treasure he could give at the moment, which was the undead demi-plane, as a gift. As for the matter of becoming a disciple, it all depends on Yuhao's interest. Yuhao did not hesitate at all after hearing this. "I choose the second one. Hello, teacher." After he finished speaking, he immediately kowtowed to Electrolux 3 times. After all, Yuhao had already learned that Electrolux was extremely powerful at his peak. And there was a mysterious ancient tree to ensure that he would not have any bad intentions towards him. In that case, why shouldn't he become a disciple? Electrolux was a lonely man now. Becoming a disciple to him was completely different from joining the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy and illustrious Virtue Hall. By becoming a disciple of Electrolux, he just had another master, but didn't need to take on too many other responsibilities. However, once he joined the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, he would need to complete the endless supervision group tasks. And if he joined illustrious Virtue Hall, he would most likely follow the Sun Moon Empire to the battlefield in the future. These two scenarios are completely different. From Yuhao's perspective, becoming a disciple of Electrolux was a sure win, while joining Shrek Academy and illustrious Virtue Hall was a sure loss. He naturally wouldn't dwell on this issue for too long. Okay. From today on, you are my disciple. I will teach you everything I have learned in my life and train you with all my strength to make you the strongest person in this plane." Electrolux also started laughing happily, expressing his attitude to Yuhao. This made all the soul masters in the plane gap dumbfounded. I never thought that Yuhao in this parallel world met Electrolux later than Yuhao in the original time and space. But he got more benefits from Electrolux than Yuhao in the original time and space. Yes, when we saw the scene of Yuhao in the original time and space before, we saw him joining the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. At that time, Electrolux had not remembered much, so naturally, he did not accept him as a disciple. This side is good. One step at a time, directly accepting a disciple. I don't know how powerful he will become in the future. All the soul masters kept talking about it. People like Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming noticed another idea of Yuhao's before. And this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is what Yuhao in the parallel world thought before. He thinks that Electrolux can become a god on our DOLOU continent. If he can become a god, then Yuhao in the parallel world will have an extra god-level teacher, and he can also use Electrolux's help to replicate him at that time. Then their master and apprentice will be two gods, who will be their opponent on DOLOU continent at that time. Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming, who noticed this, were extremely shocked. They once again felt the horror of Yuhao because he was so far-sighted. He is not even level 50 yet, but he has already thought about becoming a god. It is indeed a bit too terrifying to be so strategic. At this moment, they could only sigh constantly. Fortunately, Yuhao from this parallel world has joined our Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Otherwise, if he had still been in Shrek Academy, he would have been screwed. Xuanzai, Yan Shayaj, and others also saw the words of Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen in the chat room. After seeing the barrage they sent, they were extremely angry. Because they also realized what they missed in the parallel world. Don't mention how upset they are. As for Tang San, he was paying attention to this mysterious ancient tree the whole time. Everything that happened before could not make him feel afraid. Even the Electrolux, who was praised by everyone, was just a demigod. Even if he became a god, as long as he created his godhood, he had to start from the beginning as a priest and a third-level god. There is no reason to say that one can create a god position and directly become a first-level god or even a god king. Therefore, in Tang San's view, this Electrolux was not a concern at all. But Tang San still hadn't figured out which god this mysterious ancient tree was the inheritance of. He was afraid that this was the inheritance of some gods who were more powerful than him in the earlier period. If Yuhao obtained the inheritance of such a god, then in the parallel world, his 10,000-year plan would have no possibility of success. Therefore, after thinking of this, his brows frowned even deeper. Chapter 183. Parallel Yuhao breaks through level 40, Ice Empress's proposal. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing the powerful ability of the mysterious ancient tree several times, not only Tang San, but even the other four great gods in the god realm, goodness, evil, life, and destruction, along with all the gods in the entire god realm, were very curious about this. So they all focused their attention on the ancient tree. Unfortunately, they failed to recognize its origin when they first saw it. Thus, even after seeing it many times at this moment, they were still at a loss. Therefore, although the gods in the god realm had watched for a long time, in the end, no god could figure out the clues. As a result, they could only sigh with regret. They were forced to keep their eyes on the screen, intending to discover the specific origin of this ancient wood through the subsequent stories. And on the screen, although Yuhao was eager to learn magic from another world after successfully becoming a disciple of Electrolux, he also knew that Bingdi and Wang Donger were still worried about him. So he temporarily postponed learning magic. After briefly explaining to Electrolux, Yuhao directly withdrew from his spiritual sea. He immediately opened his eyes and took in the scene inside the house. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the two beauties, Bingdi and Wang Donger, looking at him with concern. Especially Wang Donger, who, after seeing him open his eyes, immediately hugged him and asked, "How is it? Is the problem solved?" Yuhao smiled gently. "Yes, it's all solved." Wang Donger then said with a voice tinged with tears, "You idiot, be careful when practicing. You don't know how worried I am." Yuhao quickly stroked Wang Donger's hair with his hand and comforted her. Okay, it's my fault. I made my little princess worry." Wang Donger then laughed happily. "I'm glad to know." She soon realized that Bingdi was still watching her from the side, so she quickly got up and escaped from Yuhao's arms. But Bingdi didn't care about it at all. She simply said to Yuhao with a gentle expression, "Congratulations, Master, for solving the problem, and congratulations to the mistress. The Master has returned safely." The mistress is so happy now, she was almost anxious just now. Wang Donger's cheeks turned redder upon hearing this, and then she immediately changed the subject. "Hurry up and tell me what happened. It was really scary just now." Yuhao didn't hide too much when he heard this. Whether it was Bingdi or Wang Donger, they were all his people, so he could naturally tell them what happened just now. Thus, at this moment, Yuhao didn't hold back and shared everything directly. Both Bingdi and Wang Donger were amazed after learning about the entire process. Especially after learning that Electrolux came from another world. The surprise on their faces intensified because this was simply unheard of. So they couldn't help but express their astonishment. But soon, Bingdi said, "But judging from the results, the outcome this time is good. Congratulations, Master, for finding a powerful teacher." Yuhao smiled gently. Soon, Bingdi returned to the world in the ancient tree. As for Wang Donger, Yuhao held her in his arms to meditate and practice to compensate her. When the two of them felt a bit tired from practicing, Yuhao took her in his arms and fell asleep beside Wang Donger, enjoying her soft body. The next period gradually became mundane. Yuhao didn't engage in anything special. He spent his mornings studying soul guidance devices, the afternoons working on his self-created skills and martial arts, and practicing Electrolux's course. At night, he would hold Wang Donger and practice, and when he grew tired, he would sleep. Since Wang Donger did not object to being held by Yuhao while sleeping, he found himself enjoying the experience more and more. Through this continuous effort and practice, Yuhao's various abilities improved over time. There was no doubt that the level of his soul engineer had advanced. Even his self-created soul skills and exercises saw significant improvement. Yuhao also learned some magic taught by Electrolux. Although he had only mastered a few of the more basic ones, he could at least use them now. The most important improvement during this period was that Yuhao's soul power level had finally broken through to level 40. After all, he was not far from level 40, and the practice during this time allowed him to successfully take that final step. Now, Yuhao had raised his soul power level to level 40. His main goal now was to obtain his fourth soul ring directly. This was the only way to further improve his soul power level. Otherwise, he would remain stuck at level 40 for an extended period. Initially, Yuhao planned to go to the Sun-Moon Forest to acquire his fourth soul ring. There was a soul beast in the Sun-Moon Forest that was very suitable for his martial spirit martial soul. When Yuhao chose soul rings, he knew the age of the soul ring was significant, but he believed that a soul ring that suited him was even more important. So, at the beginning, he intended to obtain his fourth soul ring directly from the Sun-Moon Forest. But just as he made this decision, Bingdi proposed an alternative. The Ice Empress re-emerged from the ancient wood space and appeared before Yuhao, saying respectfully, "Master, may I share my thoughts with you?" Yuhao nodded and replied, "You can speak freely." The Ice Empress expressed her gratitude, "Thank you, Master." She quickly continued, "In fact, I believe we should go to the far north. First of all, Master, you know that if you go to the far north, you can obtain a soul ring of a higher age. A higher age soul ring means a stronger effect. Although you think that the Nightmare Beast in the Sun-Moon Forest is more suitable for your spirit martial soul, that type of soul beast is exceedingly rare. There may not even be one older than 100,000 years in the Sun-Moon Forest, and even if there is, you cannot absorb it for the time being without sacrificing it. If you attempt to find a 10,000-year-old one, while the effect will be strong, it may still not be good enough for your spirit eye. And you remember, your second martial soul has not yet been paired with a soul ring. I have given this considerable thought during this period. Human soul masters, particularly those with twin martial soul, often leave their second martial soul empty until their bodies can withstand something more powerful before attaching a soul ring. But you are a descendant of the ice god. All the soul beasts in the far north would willingly sacrifice for you, so you do not face this issue at all. Therefore, if we go to the far north this time, we can also acquire the soul ring for your second martial soul early, which would then raise your soul power level once again. Most importantly, we can also seek the Snow Empress. Chapter 184. Go to the far north again, aiming to subdue the Snow Empress. Hearing the words of the Ice Empress 1 second ago, Yuhao's face was still solemn, deep in thought. But in the next moment, with the word Snow Empress escaping from the Ice Empress's lips, Yuhao really couldn't hold it anymore. He displayed a strange smile on his face and couldn't help but complain to the Ice Empress in front of him. "Binger, were you waiting for me here? After all this preparation, you ended up going to find the Snow Empress." The Ice Empress smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. But she was not concerned about Yuhao's revelation. Conquering the Snow Empress would bring huge benefits to both her and Yuhao. This was, in fact, a win-win situation for both Yuhao and the Snow Empress. What the Ice Empress said to Yuhao just now was not nonsense. It all made sense. So at this moment, the Ice Empress quickly replied to Yuhao, "Master, that's what you said. But I am also thinking seriously about you. Think about it yourself. Does what I just said make sense? If it makes sense, then why not give it a try? It will allow us sisters to reunite and serve you together in the future. At the same time, you can also improve your strength. Otherwise, your second martial spirit is a bit like a decoration." The Ice Empress reiterated all her thoughts. After considering it, Yuhao felt that what the Ice Empress said made sense. Yes. Although the Ice Empress's proposal was indeed somewhat selfish, following her plan would help Yuhao a lot. In this case, why wouldn't Yuhao pursue a strategy that offered the best of both worlds? So Yuhao quickly smiled at Bingdi. "Okay, I promise you." Bingdi was overjoyed when she heard this. "Thank you, Master." Bingdi quickly returned to the ancient wood space with a happy demeanor. Yuhao began to tell Wang Donger about his plan. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, Bingdi and Zudi saw the scene on the screen very clearly. After watching, Zudi couldn't help but hug Bingdi. She said to Bingdi, "Binger, you are so good to me. You are worthy of being my good sister. You have never forgotten my affairs." Bingdi smiled and replied, "Of course. We have been friends for many years. I might forget others, but I will never forget you." Zudi was deeply moved when she heard this. The Ice Empress then asked the Snow Empress, "But Zuer, where did you go during that time?" The Snow Empress replied, "I went to search for treasures of heaven and earth. You know, my time was approaching an end, and I was about to face the tribulation. But I wasn't sure I could successfully cross it, so I had to find another way. In the end, I did find it, but unfortunately, I was captured by the people of the Sun Moon Empire. You know everything that happened afterward." The Ice Empress suddenly realized what she had said, and finally understood a bit more about the Snow Empress's experiences during that time. But she couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. But if that's the case, wouldn't Yuhao in the parallel world go to the far north again and find nothing? After all, you have been captured by the people of the Sun Moon Empire now. The Snow Empress shook her head at the Ice Empress. "It's not certain. That time was actually when I had just found the treasures of heaven and earth. It would take some time before I was caught by the people of the Sun Moon Empire. And Binger, you forgot an important thing." The Ice Empress was slightly taken aback when she heard this. "What did I forget?" The Snow Empress replied, "You forgot that Yuhao in the parallel world obtained the Ice God Seal. Because Yuhao in the parallel world obtained the Ice God Seal, you in the parallel world do not need to face the tribulation. And I'm in the same situation. Since I don't need to pass the tribulation, it's very likely that I'll go to the far north to look around when I'm halfway through my search for treasures. Even if I don't return, I won't be in a hurry to rebuild. If I don't need to face the tribulation, why should I? And since such a significant event occurred in the far north, I, by my nature, must return. This time, Yuhao from the parallel world may indeed meet me from the parallel world." The Snow Empress expressed her thoughts to the Ice Empress. After listening to the Ice Empress, a burst of joy suddenly appeared in her beautiful ice blue eyes. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh right, I had forgotten about this. Then, Yuhao in the parallel world will indeed have a chance to meet with you. Consequently, in the parallel world, we two sisters can reunite again." Zudi couldn't help but nod when she heard this. "Isn't it so? I don't need to face the tribulation, and I can gain the protection of the Ice God. If I meet Yuhao in the parallel world, I will surely be like you, willingly following him and serving him. But this is also a good thing. In that case, when Yuhao in the parallel world truly obtains the entire inheritance of the ice god in the future, we can receive more benefits. Bing Dai and Zhu Dai continued their conversation. The content of their discussion was observed by the soul masters in the gap between the planes. After catching the details of their conversation, the soul masters found themselves stunned once more. They couldn't help but sigh. Dubusi, Yuhao in this parallel world is truly becoming more and more incredible. First it was the Ice Empress, now he's aiming to subdue the Snow Empress too. These two are both super soul beasts, among the three great kings of the far north. Su Jiawei, moreover, since he can subdue the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress, then the Titan Snow Demon King and other soul beasts in the far north can also be subdued. If this continues, what will happen? Jing Hongchen couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's so comfortable. With Yuhao from the parallel world, our Sun-Moon Imperial Academy is truly invincible. Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj were both very upset. Because they knew that if they could keep Yuhao from the parallel world in Shrek, then all these benefits would be theirs. Chapter 185, Arriving in the Far North, Ice Empress's Questioning. At this moment, the screen continues to play. Since Yuhao has decided to go to the far north to find the Snow Empress and attach a soul ring to his second martial soul after discussing this with the Ice Empress, Yuhao will not waste too much time. He immediately went to find Wang Donger after this. After that, he directly told Wang Donger all about his ideas and arrangements. He still planned to arrange for Wang Donger to stay at home to take care of Yuner. After all, Yuner is just an ordinary person and is powerless. The Sun-Moon Empire is more dangerous than Shrek City. Evil soul masters are everywhere here. Although it is said that it is very safe in the Sun-Moon Imperial City, Yuhao really can't rest assured leaving Yuner here alone. So he quickly shared his thoughts with Wang Donger. Don't worry, I will take care of your aunt. Go with peace of mind. Wang Donger also agreed sensibly. Although she didn't want to separate from Yuhao, she was curious to see what the so-called far north was like. But she knew better than Yuhao was worried about his mother. So she didn't voice these thoughts in her heart. She just asked Yuhao to take care of himself, not to worry about them, and to come back early. This also made Yuhao feel warm in his heart. He hugged Wang Donger in front of him, and she became a little shy. What are you doing? Yuhao replied, I am so happy to have found a girlfriend like you. After that, he couldn't help but hug her tighter. The two of them stayed like this for a long time. Then Yuhao also informed Yuner of his arrangements. After all, he was going on a long trip again this time, so he needed to tell Yuner in advance. Yuner's attitude on this matter was the same as Wang Donger's. They both told Yuhao to go without worry. After that, there was another round of caring, and asking him to prepare all the necessary items. Yuhao agreed readily. Next, he went directly to the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy to ask for leave. However, as always, he did not explain that the real reason for his leave was that he was going to the far north to obtain soul rings. After all, he knew that the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy valued him very much at this moment. If he told the truth, they would send someone to help him. This would be a bit troublesome. Sometimes, the so-called good intentions can lead to bad consequences. So Yuhao simply made up a reason and asked for leave. On one hand, Meng Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen supported Yuhao, and on the other hand, the academy also valued him very much. When he asked for leave, the academy naturally approved it directly. After asking for leave, Yuhao went to find Meng Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen again. He said to them, Sister Meng, Brother Xiao, I will not be at the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy for some time. Donger and my mother will need your care. Meng Hongchen smiled gently. Don't worry, Yuhao. I will take good care of them for you. Xiao Hongchen also gave Yuhao a big hug and said, Yes, you can rest assured. Remember to go and come back quickly. When you return, I will study soul guides with you. Yuhao smiled and agreed. After that, he went to the market to purchase some necessary items for the trip to the far north. Yuhao had been there once, so he was very familiar with the preparations. It took him only half a day to gather everything. He returned home early that morning. He didn't even practice that night, but simply slept with Wang Donger in his arms. It wasn't until the next morning that Yuhao said goodbye to Wang Donger and Yuner, left the Sun Moon Imperial City, and headed towards the far north. However, at the beginning, he still used the transportation's sole guidance device he had made to travel. After all, this place is very close to the Imperial City, and there are many people on the road. But after he traveled for a while and came to the wilderness, Yuhao was too lazy to continue using the transportation's sole guidance device. Although this device is faster than Yuhao walking, it is completely incomparable to the Ice Empress. He had used it before because there were many people around, but now he was getting closer to the far north, and the surrounding area was only wilderness. There was no need to continue riding it. Binger, next, it's up to you. So Yuhao quickly spoke to the Ice Empress. The Ice Empress was also very happy to be ridden by Yuhao. She had already recognized Yuhao as her master, so it was a great honor for her to let him ride on her. She immediately emerged from the ancient tree space, transformed into her original body, the Ice Jade Scorpion Empress, and laid herself before Yuhao. Yuhao mounted the Ice Jade Scorpion Empress, steadied himself, and said to the Ice Empress, "Okay, let's go." Ice Empress nodded to Yuhao, and then began to rush towards the far north. At this moment, the distance between Yuhao and the far north shrank rapidly at an extremely fast speed. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress, in the gap between the plains, were also very nervous. As Yuhao and the Ice Empress on the screen drew closer to the far north, their anxiety deepened. They all wanted to see the Snow Empress in the parallel world being subdued by Yuhao. However, before they confirmed that the Snow Empress would return, it was merely speculation. Before the matter was truly settled, they were all somewhat panicked in their hearts. So now, the two sisters were anxious. And on the screen, after a long journey, Yuhao and the Ice Empress finally arrived in the far north. Upon arrival, they finally stopped temporarily. Then, the Ice Empress took the initiative to ask Yuhao, "Master, we have arrived in the far north. What should we do next? Should I help you find the soul ring first, or should I go to the Snow Empress first?" Chapter 186, Finally Meet the Snow Emperor. Are you the descendant of the Ice God? After hearing the Ice Empress's question, Yuhao felt a little overwhelmed again. After all, he knew what the Ice Empress was thinking. She must have wanted him to go find the Snow Empress first. However, every time, she had to do something unnecessary and ask questions that didn't make sense. At this moment, Yuhao quickly said to Bing Dai in a bad mood, "Binger, can't you be a little honest? You are already eager to find Zhu Dai, and it's useless to ask these questions. Why don't you just tell me that you want me to find Zhu Dai first?" Bing Dai felt a little embarrassed when she heard this and then replied to Yuhao, "I'm afraid you don't want to. Besides, you are the master, so you have the final say." Yuhao said with some wicked humor, "Really? Then let's go find the soul ring first." The Ice Empress's face fell immediately. This. Yuhao couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Look, you are unhappy again now." He patted the Ice Empress's back as he said this, then added, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go find Snow Empress first." The Ice Empress agreed with some joy this time. "Thank you, Master." They soon set off again. Since Snow Empress's residence belongs to the core area of the far north, it will take some time for the Ice Empress and her team to find Snow Empress. However, this far north is the Ice Empress's home ground. After arriving here, the Ice Empress's speed became faster and faster. Under her guidance, Yuhao rode on the Ice Empress and soon crossed half of the far north. Finally, the Ice Empress successfully brought Yuhao to the core area of the far north. Then, she began to sense the breath of the Snow Empress by continuously releasing her energy. Squeaky! The Ice Empress continued to spread her energy, and soon the sky became cloudy. The breath she exuded began to spread wildly throughout the far north. This was also a special method for her to find the Snow Empress. After all, the far north was so vast. If she just looked for it, she didn't know when she would find the Snow Empress. so she simply released her breath directly. With her understanding of the Snow Empress, once the other party sensed her energy, she would respond quickly. Meanwhile, in another place in the core area of the far north, the Snow Empress was there, keenly sensing that the luck of the entire far north had changed. The oppressive feeling brought by the thunder tribulation, which had been hanging over her heart, also disappeared without a trace. So the Snow Empress immediately returned to the far north to check the situation. However, she didn't expect that after her return, the Ice Empress was gone. Worried and confused, she was just about to assess the situation when the breath belonging to the Ice Empress suddenly surged in her direction. This brought a look of strong joy to the Snow Empress's face. She did not delay at all. She also began to channel her powerful energy toward the direction where the Ice Empress's breath came from. After she relayed this energy, the Snow Empress finally set off, sensing and rushing toward the direction where the Ice Empress and Yuhao were. On the other side, at the same moment, the Ice Empress also sensed this energy. A burst of joy spread across her beautiful face, and a smile appeared on her fiery red lips. It was simply beautiful. She quickly turned to Yuhao beside her, exclaiming, "Master, Master, she's here, she's here." Yuhao couldn't help but gaze excitedly. After all, the Snow Empress, the Ice and Snow Girl, was the most powerful among the three kings of the far north. Her strength was even greater than that of the Ice Empress next to him. It would be fantastic if such a powerful soul beast could be subdued. This was equivalent to having two super DOLOU-level beings at his side, equal to having two Yan Xiaozhis or Xuanzis. In most cases, there were very few people on the DOLOU continent who could threaten Yuhao's safety. Thus, he anticipated the Snow Empress's joining with great eagerness. "Then let's wait here," Yuhao quickly said to the Ice Empress again. The man and the beast began to calm down and wait slowly in place. In the gap between the plains, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress couldn't help but look at each other with fiery eyes. "Ice Empress, it's true. Now we two sisters can meet again in this parallel world." "Snow Empress, tusk, 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 this is the blessing of the Ice God. This is so comfortable." Both the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress felt very happy. Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming were even more delighted. After all, the stronger Yuhao's power became, the more benefits they would also gain. They looked at the screen, their eyes filled with excitement. On the screen, after Yuhao and the Ice Empress waited for a while, the Snow Empress finally found them. She was flying in the air, looking like a human, with long white hair flowing from the back of her head down to her ankles. Her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and transparent, as if she could see through everything in the world. Her slender body appeared lifelike, and despite wearing a simple white dress without any decoration, it made her look incredibly noble and stunning. She was delighted when she arrived in front of Bing Dai and Yuhao. But soon, she spotted Yuhao standing next to Bing Dai, and a wave of hostility emerged in her eyes. However, since Bing Dai was present, Zhu Dai did not rush to attack. Instead, she quickly asked Bing Dai, "Binger, who is the human standing next to you?" Bing Dai immediately introduced Zhu Dai. "Zhuer, come down quickly. The master is the descendant of the Ice God and has inherited part of the Ice God's legacy. You can't be rude." Zhu Dai was stunned upon hearing this. She did not dare to be unclear or careless and immediately descended. When she looked at Yuhao, her face was full of shock. "You are the descendant of the Ice God. Is this true?" Chapter 187. Snow Empress vows, "I will serve Master Yuhao wholeheartedly for my whole life." At this moment, the Snow Empress suddenly adopted a respectful tone when speaking to Yuhao. Although she was one of the three kings of the far north, she understood the significance of being the descendant of the Ice God. When faced with Yuhao, she truly didn't dare to have any airs. Quickly, she descended from the air and asked Yuhao, her expression cautious. Upon hearing the Snow Empress's question, the Ice Empress spoke up. "It must be true. Do you think I could lie to you? Sisters for so many years, and you don't even believe my words. How sad," she added with a hint of disappointment. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress could only respond with a bittersweet laugh. "Binger, of course, I believe you. But you also know what the Ice God means to all the soul beasts in our far north. And didn't we spend a long time searching for the ice god's inheritance back then? In the end, we didn't find it. But now you say that this gentleman is the descendant of the ice god, so at least tell me more details, right? Share how you two met and how this gentleman obtained the ice god's inheritance. I want to hear these things, okay? Upon hearing this, the Ice Empress cast an inquiring look at Yuhao, while he smiled gently. Seeing this, both the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress looked at Yuhao with gratitude. Then the Ice Empress began to explain, actually, this is what happened. She detailed how she met Yuhao and how he acquired the ice god's inheritance. The first part was her personal experience, so she elaborated on that. The latter part, which was based on what Yuhao had told her, was less detailed. Nonetheless, the Ice Empress's explanation was clear. The Snow Empress eventually understood what transpired during that period and learned the true secret of the ice god's inheritance. She couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect it to be like this. The ice god left the inheritance to the inheritor of the ancient tree. No wonder we couldn't find the ice god's inheritance before." But in this case, Master Yuhao is not only the descendant of the ice god, but may also be the successor of another powerful inheritance. After all, the owner of the ancient tree must respect him. It goes without saying how strong he truly is. The Snow Empress sighed emotionally. To be honest, she was quite envious of the inheritance Yuhao possessed. However, she only felt envy. After all, the ice god's descendant was extremely important to their far north. Such an inheritance could not be taken by force. For instance, Yuhao had already obtained the ice god seal. If she were to forcibly snatch it, it would shatter. Moreover, if Yuhao did not pass it down in a special manner, the ice god seal would dissipate upon his death, leading to a significant decline in the far north's luck. Thus, although the Snow Empress envied Yuhao's inheritance, she harbored no ill intentions. She even contemplated whether she should stay by his side and protect him like the Ice Empress, as it was for the good of all soul beasts in the far north. As one of the three kings of the far north, the Snow Empress had lived there for hundreds of thousands of years and was deeply connected to all its creatures. "Okay, Zhuer, let's get down to business." The Ice Empress interrupted. "I already told you, I have acknowledged the master as my master and vowed to serve him for life and give him everything I have. This time, we came to the far north specifically because the master indulged me and came here to fulfill my wish. He originally planned to go to the Sun and Moon Forest to obtain his fourth soul ring, as there are many suitable soul beasts for it. However, I wanted our two sisters to meet again, and I also wanted you, Zhuer, to be protected by the ice god. This time, I asked the master to come find you again." At this point, the Ice Empress's tone turned serious. "Now it's time to get down to business, Zhuer. Let me ask you, after learning about the master's circumstances, are you willing to recognize him as your master, like me, and serve him wholeheartedly for the rest of your life?" The Ice Empress asked the Snow Empress with a serious expression. The Snow Empress did not hesitate at all regarding this matter. She walked forward with a gentle demeanor and said, "Thank you, Binger." Then she turned to Yuhao. "Master Yuhao, before I make my choice, can you let me see your ice god seal and your second martial soul?" Yuhao smiled and readily agreed, "Okay." He opened his palm and concentrated his energy. Through some manipulation, an ice blue mark condensed from his palm and floated above it. The ice god seal kept spinning, emitting a mysterious and sacred aura. At the same time, Yuhao activated his second martial soul, the blue-eyed ice crystal phoenix. Suddenly, a massive ice phoenix phantom appeared behind him, and an overwhelming pressure began to emanate from him. Ice god seal plus blue-eyed crystal phoenix. When these two elements appeared, even the two super soul beasts, Ice Empress and Snow Empress, felt a strong sense of submission rising in their hearts. After witnessing this, the Snow Empress completely solidified her decision. She knelt on one knee in front of Yuhao. Then, she extended her slender jade hand and grasped Yuhao's palm. Finally, she kissed the back of Yuhao's hand gently and swore in an extremely serious tone, "I am Snow Empress, the Ice and Snow Girl. From today on, I voluntarily recognize Lord Yuhao as my master and serve him wholeheartedly for the rest of my life. If I break my oath, I am willing to be struck by lightning and perish." Yuhao was somewhat moved by her words, and soon held a blessing ceremony for her. The ceremony was completed swiftly. The Snow Empress felt a sacred and warm power within her body that was continuously protecting her, heightening her sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. She knew this was the blessing of the ice god, and her gaze toward Yuhao became increasingly tender. Meanwhile, in the gap between the planes, all the soul masters witnessed this scene and were filled with rage. Chapter 188, One-Eyed Ice Crocodile, a candidate for Yuhao's fourth soul ring. Sure enough, even the Snow Empress was subdued by Yuhao from the parallel world. This is incredible. This is the most powerful Snow Empress among the three kings of the far north. Among the soul beasts in the entire DOLOU continent, only the golden-eyed black dragon King Dai Tian of the Stardew Great Forest and the evil-eyed tyrant Emperor Zai Dai of the Sun-Moon Forest can firmly suppress her in terms of cultivation. Yes, the Snow Empress is very powerful, and the two you just mentioned can only suppress her in other places. If it is in the far north, it is uncertain whether they can beat the Snow Empress. Because the far north is the Snow Empress' home ground, if they fight there, both Dai Tian and Zai Dai will be greatly weakened. Now, Yuhao from the parallel world is truly invincible. The Soul Masters continued discussing this astonishing scene on the screen. They were all shocked by the fact that Yuhao in the parallel world had successfully conquered the Snow Empress. To be honest, let alone other Soul Masters, even Yuhao himself was extremely shocked and envious. He had not truly tamed the Snow Empress from beginning to end. He had only made the Snow Empress his soul by chance. If it hadn't been for that accident, the Snow Empress might not have followed him. Even if Yuhao had conquered the Snow Empress, he had captured an extremely weak version of her. But the Yuhao in the parallel world was different. The Snow Empress he conquered was at her peak. Moreover, due to the blessing of the Ice God, the subsequent Snow Empress would continue to grow stronger. The value of the two was completely different. So, even Yuhao felt genuine envy after witnessing this scene, because he understood better than anyone how terrifying the fighting power of the Snow Empress was. After gaining her help, I am afraid that Yuhao's growth path in the parallel world will become smoother in the future. He looked at the screen again with deep emotion. At that moment on the screen, because of the previous explanation by the Ice Empress, the Snow Empress knew that Yuhao had other important matters to attend to in their far north this time. The Snow Empress had just recognized her master, so she was naturally eager to contribute. She immediately expressed her opinion to Yuhao, stating, "Master, I just heard Binger say that you came to the far north this time. In addition to looking for me, do you have any other tasks?" Yuhao did not hide it. If you use someone, don't doubt him. Now that the Snow Empress has recognized him as her master, he naturally regards her as his own. So Yuhao directly told her his plan. "Yes, this time I came to the far north. In addition to looking for you, I have two tasks. The first task is to attach a fourth soul ring to my Spirit Eye's martial soul. The second task is to attach 4 soul rings to my second martial soul, the blue-eyed crystal phoenix." He shared his thoughts with her. After listening, the Snow Empress inquired, "So, Master, do you have a preferred soul beast?" Yuhao nodded at the Snow Empress and replied, "Yes." He had indeed studied it specifically. After all, attaching soul rings is no trivial matter. It essentially affects one's entire life. So Yuhao had deliberately thought about this for a long time beforehand. Ultimately, he selected some soul beasts in the far north that would suit his needs for soul rings. He said to Zhu Dai at that moment, "My Spirit Eye martial soul is a spiritual martial soul, so I need a soul beast of the spiritual type. But my previous 4 soul rings are more auxiliary in nature. For example, the soul skill of the first soul ring is illusion, and the soul skills of Brother Tianmeng in the second soul ring have little combat power, similar to those of the third soul ring. Therefore, I plan to choose a spiritual soul skill that is more offensive for the fourth soul ring." At this point, Yuhao glanced at Zhu Dai again. If I remember correctly, there should be a spiritual soul beast in your far north called the one-eyed ice crocodile. This type of soul beast is best at using mental power to attack the enemy. If I can obtain its soul ring, I should be able to acquire soul skills that satisfy me. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dai couldn't help but respond, "Yes, master, we do have this kind of soul beast in the far north. But I didn't expect that you would know so much about the soul beasts in our far north. You are just a human." Yuhao smiled at her. "This is all thanks to Shrek. After all, I studied there for a while, so I know all these things." He quickly returned to the point and asked Zhu Dai, can you help me find this kind of soul beast? The Snow Empress patted her chest and assured Yuhao, "Master, there is no problem. Leave this matter to me. I will at least bring you a soul beast that is 100,000 years old. Also, you can just call me Zooer." The title Snow Empress feels too formal. Yuhao nodded and then said, "Please try to use gentle methods. If a soul beast that is 100,000 years old cannot be found, one that is younger will also suffice. After all, I am also a descendant of the ice god. The soul beasts in the far north are like family to me, and it is not easy for them to cultivate to 100,000 years old." The Snow Empress shook her head and replied, "Don't worry, master. All the soul beasts in our far north are aware of this. If it were other humans coming to our far north, if they were hunting soul beasts here, we would naturally fight them to the death. But if it is you, the only ruler of the far north, they will feel honored if you want their soul rings. Because you are the future ice god, it would be an honor to be your soul ring. If you are willing, I can also make sacrifices. Moreover, there are different tiers of luck. After becoming your soul ring, the degree to which their race is blessed by the far north will naturally increase." Yuhao said to Zhu Dai, "In short, please try to ask for their own opinions. It would be best if they are willing." After hearing this, Zhu Dai grew fond of Yuhao. She kept the one-eyed ice crocodile in mind and then asked Yuhao, "What about other soul beasts aside from this one? Master, don't you have a second martial soul? That's the martial soul of the ice god. You must be more cautious when attaching this martial soul to a soul ring. You can't allow those soul beasts that cannot become your soul rings." Chapter 189. Bringing more than 10 100,000-year soul beasts at a time, is this the Snow Emperor? After hearing what the Snow Empress said, Yuhao smiled and nodded. He had always attached great importance to his second martial soul. So before this, he had already thought about his approximate soul ring arrangement and soul ring requirements. He quickly informed the Snow Empress of all the soul beasts he needed. To avoid continuously absorbing soul rings that are too high in level, he even considered what he wanted for his fifth soul ring. He also informed the Snow Empress about it and then said to her, "The specific requirements are as follows. But I also know that 100,000-year soul beasts are relatively rare, so I won't insist on finding all 100,000-year soul beasts." However, the Snow Empress replied to Yuhao, "Don't worry, master. The ones I bring will not be below 100,000 years of cultivation. Just look forward to it." She was eager to contribute and planned to set off immediately after learning the target. But she didn't let Yuhao stay in such a place. Instead, she directly asked the Ice Empress to wait for Yuhao to go to her territory to rest. She would wait until the Snow Empress brought all those soul beasts and then go to find Yuhao. The Ice Empress naturally agreed immediately. Then she took Yuhao to her territory. On the other side, in the Plain Gap, after seeing the scene in front of them, the soul masters in the Plain Gap were stunned. They had all heard the Snow Empress say that the soul beasts brought would not be less than 100,000 years old. If that were the case, wouldn't Yuhao in the parallel world directly obtain 4 or 5 100,000-year soul rings next? How can this be possible? No one doubted whether the Snow Empress could do this. Because she is the Snow Empress, one of the rulers of the far north. If someone else had said this, the soul masters in the Plain Gap would have thought she was bragging. But if the person who said this was the Snow Empress, then they would not doubt it. So everyone felt extremely envious at this moment. This is too outrageous. Yuhao couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at the time. The Soul Master competition had not yet started in the parallel world's timeline. If you want to count, it's not even the start of the second semester at Shrek Academy yet. But the parallel world self is already at level 40. And the most outrageous thing is that he is about to start madly absorbing soul rings. So, after absorbing this large number of soul rings, how many levels will his soul power level be raised to? 50, 60. Yuhao simply didn't dare to think about it. In the same timeline, he was still worried about breaking through level 20. But the parallel world self is about to break through to level 50 or 60. This gap is too big. So at this moment, he couldn't help but look at the screen. He wanted to see how things would develop later. And on the screen, Yuhao has returned to the territory to rest under the leadership of the Ice Empress. They rested in the territory for a day. Finally, early the next morning, they sensed the presence of the Snow Empress again. But this time, the Snow Empress did not come alone. Behind her, there were more than 10 100,000-year soul beasts. Although Yuhao had not mentioned many soul beasts before, the Snow Empress brought them all. In her opinion, they were all 100,000-year soul beasts and could be brought to Yuhao to see, just in case he needed them. And even if Yuhao did not need them, it didn't matter. It was nothing more than a wasted trip for these 100,000-year soul beasts. However, these 100,000-year soul beasts did not suffer a loss. They were allowed to see the future glory of the ice god, which was considered a profit for them. So this time, the Snow Empress directly brought 17 or 18 100,000-year soul beasts. She brought this group of soul beasts to the Ice Empress's territory, and the Ice Empress and Yuhao emerged immediately after sensing this presence. They were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. The Ice Empress said helplessly, "Zuer, you have too much right. How can the master absorb all of this?" The Snow Empress smiled and replied, "Don't be afraid. Let the master see them all, and then let them go if they are not needed." After saying that, the Snow Empress looked at the group of 100,000-year-old soul beasts again and said unhappily, "Why don't you salute my master? You are so disrespectful." The soul beasts immediately began to kneel and salute Yuhao. Yuhao began to get to know these soul beasts directly after the Snow Empress's introduction. She brought them. Moreover, it's even more than what was agreed upon before. This is too outrageous. Is this the Snow Empress? The soul masters in the Plane Gap were even more dumbfounded after watching this scene. They were extremely envious of the treatment Yuhao received in the parallel world. At the same time, they were uncertain about what level Yuhao's strength would be after absorbing so many 100,000-year soul rings. They kept looking at the screen one by one. And on the screen, Yuhao finally started to absorb soul rings after making a selection. He first absorbed the soul ring of his spirit eye martial soul. The soul beast that he had chosen before was sacrificed. The aura of the soul beast gradually strengthened, and golden light emerged from its body. After that, these golden lights transformed into countless pure energy and were completely injected into Yuhao's body. The aura of soul power surrounding Yuhao was increasing rapidly. With this increase, he soon broke through his soul power bottleneck of level 40. He raised his soul power level to level 41. And this increase did not stop. After Yuhao raised his soul power level to 41, it soon reached level 42, level 43. In the end, Yuhao's soul power level stabilized at 44 before it stopped increasing. But this was just the beginning. Because what Yuhao absorbed just now was only the first 100,000-year soul ring. And after that, his second martial soul still had several 100,000-year soul rings to absorb. To be cautious, even if it is the same as the 100,000-year soul ring he just absorbed, one soul ring can help him improve his soul power level by 4 levels. With this collection of soul rings, his power could be increased even further. By then, Yuhao's soul power level may even break through level 60. Chapter 190. Breakthrough at level 63, Jing Hongchen was dumbfounded. Thank you at Mark 74497 for joining my Patreon. Thinking of this, Yuhao's heart inevitably became a little excited. So after he completed the first soul beast sacrifice-style soul ring absorption, he did not stop there. Instead, he quickly started the second round of soul ring absorption. This time, he was going to absorb the first soul ring of his second martial soul. At his signal, a 100,000-year soul beast quickly came out, and then took the initiative to perform a sacrifice ceremony for Yuhao. The same process occurred again. After successfully absorbing the soul ring of this 100,000-year soul beast, Yuhao's level was upgraded once more. He started to upgrade from level 44. Soon he reached level 45, level 46, level 47, level 48. After he completed this sacrifice, Yuhao's soul power level stabilized at level 48. Then, he initiated the third sacrifice ceremony. His soul power level began to increase rapidly again. On the other side, in the gap between the planes, the soul masters were observing Yuhao's level increase the whole time. To be honest, the soul masters were completely dumbfounded after witnessing this scene. They never thought that anyone could enhance their level by absorbing a large number of 100,000-year soul rings. Such a phenomenon was simply unheard of and unseen in the past. So the soul masters in the gap between the planes were truly astonished. After staring at the screen for a long time, they were at a loss for words. Bibai Dong, I finally understand what it means to be a child of luck. This method of upgrading is truly extraordinary. Kaiyan Rengsu, he is unique in the entire DOLOU continent. I have never seen anything like this before. Dubusi, I feel that if he continues to upgrade like this, reaching level 60 is practically guaranteed. Tusk, coming to the extreme north, going from level 40 to level 60. Who could imagine that? It's incredible. Everyone kept sighing, clearly shocked by the scene on the screen. Of course, the happiest observers in the gap between the planes were Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming from the Sun Moon Empire. After witnessing the scene before them, the two of them laughed out loud on the spot. Jing Hongchen, okay, this is how we level up, right? More, keep going. Kong Deming, the people in the parallel world's Shrek Academy are really in for a shock. And if I remember correctly, Xuan Zai and Yan Shayaj from the parallel world don't even know that Yuhao has come to our Sun Moon Imperial Academy, right? They still foolishly think that Yuhao will return. I wonder what their expressions will be when they can't wait for him. Jing Hongchen couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Mr. Kong, that's not even the most exciting part. Do you know what the most exciting part is? Kong Deming asked, what is it? Jing Hongchen replied, the Soul Master competition is coming up soon. It's one thing that Xuan Zai and Yan Shayaj from the parallel world can't wait for Yuhao. The worst part is they are likely to encounter him in the Soul Master competition. Because Yuhao is so powerful now, we must have him represent our Sun Moon Empire in the competition. With his strength, no matter whether he faces the Soul Masters of the other DOLOU 3 kingdoms or the students of Shrek Academy, who could be his opponent? With him on our team, victory is assured. Just think of the scene then. Yuhao from the parallel world, not only representing our Sun Moon Empire in the competition, but also defeating Shrek. How thrilling would that be? Jing Hongchen kept talking. When Kong Deming heard his words, his eyes lit up. He glanced at the mirror and couldn't help but say, "You kid, you're quite the schemer." But I like it. The two couldn't help but laugh at this. Then, they continued to watch the screen. At that moment on the screen, after Yuhao absorbed the soul rings in succession, he reached the 6th ring. Thanks to the other two spiritual beasts among the 100,000-year soul beasts brought by the Snow Empress, which were quite suitable for Yuhao to absorb, he managed to absorb them all at once. This time, his soul power level successfully broke through to level 63. Not only that, due to the soul beast sacrifice, he also obtained ice soul bones throughout his body. This further enhanced Yuhao's actual combat power. Now, Yuhao has 6 soul rings attached to both of his martial souls, and most of these soul rings are red 100,000-year soul rings. With all those powerful soul skills, even Yuhao himself doesn't know how strong he is now. He couldn't help but sigh, If only I could find a chance to test my current strength. After that, he specifically asked Zhu Dai to take him to the tribes of the 100,000-year soul beasts. As 100,000-year soul beasts, they all hold high positions in their families. Since they had voluntarily sacrificed themselves to become his soul rings, they naturally had the obligation to go to their respective tribes to give them the blessing of the ice god. So Yuhao took the time to do this. This is also something that Gu Yuina, who was caught in the gap between the planes, appreciated. After witnessing the scene in front of her, she nodded secretly. This is the right thing to do. I finally lived up to the trust those soul beasts placed in him. When Wang Qier looked at Yuhao on the screen, she couldn't help but glow with admiration. They continued to watch the screen. At this moment on the screen, after a great deal of effort, Yuhao finally finished this matter. He didn't stay in the far north any longer. After all, this trip had taken a long time. So he took the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress directly toward the Sun and Moon Imperial Academy. With the help of the Ice Empress, he was very quick. He successfully returned to Sun and Moon Imperial City after a few days. He originally wanted to go home first, but since it was the weekend, he happened to run into Jing Hongshan, Meng Hongshan, and Xiao Hongshan, the grandfather and grandson, eating out in the city. Out of courtesy, Yuhao had to go up and say hello to them. But Jing Hongshan was dumbfounded just by looking at Yuhao, because he found that Yuhao's aura had changed dramatically. Jing Hongshan was stunned on the spot, and after a moment he couldn't help but ask, "Yuhao, did you gain some opportunity when you went out this time? Why has your aura become so strong?" Chapter 191, 400,000-Year Spirit Rings. Jing Hongshan and the others doubt their lives. Thank you at Mark 74497 for joining my Patreon. After hearing Jing Hongshan's words, whether it was Xiao Hongshan or Meng Hongshan sitting in their seats, both of them showed deep surprise in their expressions. After all, they know their grandfather's character better than anyone else. As the Dean of the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, a 9th-level soul engineer, and a titled dueluo, Jing Hongshan has seen countless big things. So under normal circumstances, no matter what he saw, he would not be so shocked. But Jing Hongshan behaved this way at the moment, and his performance was extremely exaggerated. When he was speaking just now, he even broke his voice because he was too shocked. This made Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshan's doubts in their hearts even stronger. After looking at each other, both Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshan looked at Jing Hongshan again at the same time. Xiao Hongshan asked, "Yuhao has become stronger. How strong has he become? Why didn't I notice it?" Jing Hongshan sighed and said to Xiao Hongshan, "Because his current strength has surpassed yours." Xiao Hongshan was dumbfounded when he heard this. Stronger than him? Doesn't that mean that Yuhao's strength is more than 5 rings? But this isn't right. He clearly remembered that the last time Yuhao left, he only had 3 rings. It has only been a short time, and Yuhao already has more than 5 rings. What is going on? So Xiao Hongshan looked as if he had seen a ghost and then said to Jing Hongshan, "Grandpa, please stop joking. How is this possible?" But Jing Hongshan shook his head again at Xiao Hongshan and said, "I'm not joking. Yuhao's current strength must be at least 6 rings, and I feel that his soul power is still very solid, which shows that his foundation is extremely strong, meaning he is not the kind of soul power that is forcibly improved by pills. This is a bit strange." Jing Hongshan felt more and more curious as he thought about it, looked at Yuhao in front of him again, and couldn't help asking, "Yuhao, can you tell me what's going on?" Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshan on the side also looked at Yuhao in front of them at the same time, intending to see how he would explain. And in the gap between the planes. At this moment, the soul masters in the gap between the planes could not help but begin to discuss after witnessing this scene. "Xuanzai, look at these guys who have never seen the world. They are like country bumpkins. Isn't it just a 6-ring soul emperor? Is it that serious?" Jing Hongshan, "Xuanzai, don't say that the grapes are sour just because you can't eat them. Besides, is Yuhao in the parallel world just a normal 6-ring soul emperor? He only had 3 rings not long ago, right? So it is reasonable for me in the parallel world to feel shocked by this, correct? Condemning, you don't have to talk nonsense with him, just let him continue to be sour. Debussy, but speaking of which, how is this kid going to explain next? Now he has a lot of secrets. If many things are not explained in detail, it is really hard to say. Su Jiawei, and I have roughly figured out the personality of Yuhao in the parallel world. He is not the kind of guy who is willing to be inferior to others, so he will not be willing to join either the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy or illustrious Virtue Hall. But now the problem comes. If I don't explain, it may cause misunderstandings. But it's not good to explain too much. If I say too much, Jing Hongchen in the parallel world will try every means to tie him to the Sun Moon Empire and illustrious Virtue Hall. And this is not what Yuhao in the parallel world wants, right? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Through their observations, they did find that Yuhao in the parallel world had such a personality, so they were all very curious about how Yuhao would deal with this matter in the future. They all looked at the screen at the same time. At this moment, on the screen, Yuhao had been prepared for this kind of situation. He always liked to plan, especially since he started thinking about it after leaving the far north this time. Yuhao had considered what he would do at this moment before he set out to the far north to obtain the soul ring. When he saw Jing Hongchen, Xiao Hongchen, and Meng Hongchen looking at him, he smiled gently and answered them. I did encounter an inheritance this time. Dean, brother Xiao, sister Meng, I wonder if you have heard of gods. Yuhao threw out the concept of gods and asked Jing Hongchen, Xiao Hongchen, and Meng Hongchen in front of him. As for this concept, Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen had not heard of it, but Jing Hongchen must have heard of it. After all, he is a titled duo. He was well informed. He had seen pigs run even if he had never eaten pork, so he quickly nodded to Yuhao. I have heard of it, what's the matter? Yuhao replied, that's easy to explain. Because I accidentally obtained the inheritance of a god this time. He said that I might be able to become a god in the future, and he would protect me in secret. At the same time, he also gave me an opportunity. With the help of that opportunity, my soul power level has transformed and has directly broken through to the current level of 63. Yuhao said this half-truthfully. He did obtain the inheritance of the ice god, but it was not a traditional god's inheritance, so those things just now were all made up by him. However, just because he hadn't seen, it didn't mean that Jing Hongchen and the others had seen it, so it didn't matter if he made it up. And the most important point is that his strength has indeed improved by leaps and bounds, and it is easy to fool them with such half-true and half-false statements. So at this moment, Jing Hongchen and others were genuinely fooled by Yuhao. Everyone was stunned and stood there, unable to say a word for a long time. After seeing this scene unfold before him, Yuhao chose to increase his strength again. He directly revealed the 63 levels of soul power in his body. A terrifying and powerful aura quickly spread outward. After that, 6 soul rings, black, white, red, 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 appeared directly from under his feet. Upon witnessing this scene, Meng Hongchen, Xiao Hongchen, and Jing Hongchen, although they only saw the 400,000-year soul rings of Yuhao's first martial soul, were unaware that Yuhao's second martial soul had 6 more. But they were already unable to accept it, and they all became dumbfounded, standing there on the spot. Chapter 192, God's Inheritance, Jing Hongchen Goes to Find Condemning. Thank you at Lost4RT for joining my Patreon. At this moment, after seeing the scene on the screen, not only were Jing Hongchen, Xiao Hongchen, and Meng Hongchen dumbfounded, but even the soul masters in the cracks between the planes felt the same. They didn't expect that Yuhao in the parallel world would be so cunning. As they pondered how Yuhao in this parallel world would explain his rapid progress in cultivation, he effortlessly provided them with an answer that left everyone stunned. At this moment, the soul masters in the gap between the planes were also filled with emotion. Jing Hongchen remarked, "It's true that Yuhao from the parallel world is good at lying. Even I in the parallel world was fooled by him." Deming added, "What can we do? Who told you that you have never received the inheritance of gods, So you have no idea what the so-called inheritance of gods is. Aren't you being fooled by him? Dubusi commented, I can only say that this kid is impressive. He easily solved the problem that all of us found difficult to deal with. His brain is just too good. They continued their discussion. Even the gods in the god realm shared the same sentiment after witnessing this scene. Bibai Dong said, that's true, this kid is a talent. Kyan Renksu added, and mother, did you notice? When Yuhao in this parallel world was talking just now, he didn't forget to give Jing Hongchen a little hint. He lied to Jing Hongchen about gods being protecting him in secret, just to make Jing Hongchen afraid to act rashly. In this way, Jing Hongchen will not dare to have any crooked thoughts, and will have to be more cautious when dealing with Yuhao in the parallel world. So this kid is clever. Bibai Dong nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Watching from the sidelines, Xiao Wu grew increasingly satisfied. He is worthy of being my son-in-law, he is truly outstanding. The more she observed Yuhao in the parallel world, the more she appreciated him. Only Tang San felt extremely uncomfortable about this. How could he tame a Yuhao in the parallel world who was so cunning? Or was there a possibility of successful taming? They looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao's sudden action naturally caused a stir in his surroundings. After all, this is a restaurant, teeming with people. So Yuhao's unexpected action quickly became the focus of the entire place. All the diners in the restaurant looked at Yuhao simultaneously. Especially after observing the 4 red 100,000-year soul rings under his feet, the diners stared at Yuhao in even greater shock. Many noble girls gazed at Yuhao with a spark of interest. After all, Yuhao was already handsome, and now, with the addition of these 4 100,000-year soul rings, he appeared even more striking. Consequently, many noble girls began to flirt with Yuhao. Yuhao, calm down for a while. We are outside after all. Jing Hongchen finally snapped back to reality after being in a state of shock. Though he still struggled to believe what Yuhao had asserted earlier, he was no longer speechless. Seeing that many people were present, Jing Hongchen didn't want to delve into details here. Taking a breath, he said to Yuhao, I didn't expect you to receive such a great opportunity this time. The dean is happy for you, after all. You are a student of our Sun Moon Imperial Academy. However, it is better to remain a little low-key about this. After all, your current strength isn't that of a top powerhouse, so you still need to be a bit patient. Jing Hongchen said this to Yuhao earnestly. These words were genuinely for Yuhao's benefit. Yuhao nodded at Jing Hongchen upon hearing this. Then he said, well, Dean, Brother Xiao, Sister Meng, I will head home first. My family doesn't know I'm back yet. Jing Hongchen, hearing this, nodded and agreed to let him leave after a brief moment. Yuhao turned around and left directly. In the gap between the planes. After witnessing this scene, Xiao spoke again. I seem to have understood the parallel world Yuhao better. This is why he is so ostentatious here. Wang Donger looked at Xiao, asking, why? Xiao explained. He doesn't want to explain too much, so he took this ostentatious approach. In this way, Jing Hongchen won't be able to ask any more questions and will have to let him go, right? After hearing this, Yuhao could not help but sigh. I didn't expect them to notice so many details about me in the parallel world. I am sincerely impressed. They looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao quickly returned home after parting from Jing Hongchen and the others. He told Yuner and Wang Donger everything he had experienced in the far north this time. After that, he invited Zhu Dai to come out and meet the 2 women. Zhu Dai's appearance was nothing short of stunning. It could even be said that she was no less beautiful than Wang Donger in adulthood, with a beauty that was cold and enchanting, pure and flawless, drawing sympathy. Upon the Snow Empress's arrival, even Yuner and Wang Donger were momentarily captivated. Yuner was very respectful to the Snow Empress because of her strength, but this made the Snow Empress feel uncomfortable, prompting her to immediately beg Yuner not to be so formal. At the same time, she enthusiastically greeted Wang Donger, calling her mistress. which made Wang Donger very happy. On the other side, Jing Hongchen left directly after finishing his meal. However, instead of heading back to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, he went to illustrious Virtue Hall to find Kong Deming. Kong Deming, who was originally focused on researching soul guidance devices, was quite surprised to hear that Jing Hongchen wanted to see him. He first paused his work, then sat down in the living room and ordered the guard, "Is Jing Hongchen here? Is there something important? Let him in. I'll wait for him here." Chapter 193. Chapter 193. Kong Deming issued an order. "Train Yuhao with all your strength, and let him participate in the Soul Master competition." "Yes, I will do it right away." After hearing Kong Deming's arrangement, the guard immediately retreated and went outside to look for Jing Hongchen. On the other side, in the gap between the planes, Soul Masters began to talk again. "Dubusi, it seems that Jing Hongchen wants to tell Kong Deming about Yuhao in the parallel world." "Su Jiawei, this is normal. After all, Kong Deming is the strongest man in the Sun Moon Empire and the head of illustrious Virtue Hall. His power and status are far above Jing Hongchen. As a subordinate, it is reasonable to report to your superiors immediately after knowing such important information." Everyone kept communicating. After hearing this, Xu Wenzai was a little unhappy. He said sourly, "Humph, I'm afraid that it will backfire, just like how we at Shrek allowed this kid to run away." But Kong Deming didn't indulge Xu Wenzai at all. He snorted coldly and said, "Do you think our Sun Moon people are as stupid as your Shrek people? Only you can do such foolish things. Anyway, we can't afford such mistakes." Xu Wenzai's face suddenly became even uglier upon hearing this. However, he didn't rush to refute Kong Deming. He just snorted coldly and said again, "I hope you do as you say. Otherwise, don't slap yourself in the face when the time comes." Everyone looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, under the leadership of the guard, Jing Hongchen soon arrived to meet Kong Deming. Kong Deming saw Jing Hongchen coming and smiled, motioning for him to sit down. He asked someone to pour them each a cup of tea, and then he asked Jing Hongchen, "Okay, go ahead. According to your personality, you wouldn't come uninvited if it wasn't something very important." Jing Hongchen nodded to Kong Deming upon hearing this, but soon looked at the guard on the side. Kong Deming waved to the guard, and the latter quickly left the room. At this moment, only Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming were left in the room. So, Jing Hongchen didn't continue to conceal the truth. He quickly told Kong Deming everything about Yuhao, and he provided details. Even Kong Deming was shocked upon learning about Yuhao, especially after knowing that he had successfully broken through to level 63 and possessed 4 red 100,000-year soul rings. The shock on Kong Deming's face became even more pronounced. He finally couldn't help but ask Jing Hongchen, "Such an important thing, why didn't you tell me earlier? You should have informed me about Yuhao a long time ago." Jing Hongchen could only sigh helplessly and said, "Before this, I was still investigating him. After all, he is not from our Sun Moon Empire, so I was still questioning whether he was a spy sent by the DOLOU Three Kingdoms." At this, Kong Deming rolled his eyes at him unhappily. "Are you stupid? Have you ever seen a spy with such outstanding talent?" Kong Deming spoke to Jing Hongchen in exasperation. "I'm asking you, would you let your grandson Xiao Hongchen be a spy?" Jing Hongchen replied without even thinking, "Of course not." Kong Deming continued, "Isn't that right? With your grandson Xiao Hongchen's talent, you wouldn't let him be a spy. This Yuhao possesses such terrifying talent. If there were someone behind him, how could that person allow him to practice peacefully while making him a spy? That would mean that person's brain is stuck in the door." Kong Deming voiced his thoughts candidly. On this side of the plane gap, after hearing this, Cayenne Rengsu couldn't help but twitch her lips. She suddenly felt that what Kong Deming said made sense. Her grandfather Cayenne DOLOU really couldn't let it go. "I have an innate 20-level soul power, and with normal training, I can easily take down the Heaven Dew Empire. I had to go undercover, wasting so many years of my youth. If Cayenne DOLOU had been as open-minded as Kong Deming at that time, I believe subsequent events wouldn't have turned out like this." She let out a helpless breath and looked at the screen again. Yuhao sighed, I didn't expect that the parallel world version of me would take the initiative to expose this time with such depth of meaning. This was to make the Sun Moon Imperial Academy pay more attention to him because he also knows that his identity may arouse Kong Deming's suspicion. I didn't expect him to think so deeply. This time, he solved this issue incidentally. He increasingly admired his parallel world self. And at this moment on the screen, Jing Hongchen realized that what Kong Deming said made sense. Yes, would such a genius be willing to become a traitor? That's truly a brain stuck in the door. So Jing Hongchen immediately slapped his thigh and said, "Fortunately, Mr. Kong reminded me just now. Otherwise, I would have almost made a big mistake." Kong Deming frowned upon hearing this. "You didn't train him carefully, did you?" Jing Hongchen smiled bitterly. "Not exactly carefully, but weren't you also observing him before? So, there must be some reservations. You didn't send the best teacher to teach him." Kong Deming glared at him and said, "Nonsense, you must rectify that. Use the best teachers to train him. Those level 9 soul engineers are not available, then forget it. But there are level 8 soul engineers, right? If you don't have anyone over there, I'll transfer one from Illustrious Virtue Hall." "How ridiculous, don't waste such valuable talent." Jing Hongchen quickly replied, Yes, I have plenty of level 8 soul engineers available, so you don't have to worry about it, Mr. Kong." Kong Deming emphasized again, "You must train him properly, don't mess around. And since Yuhao is so powerful now, then you should also report his name for the upcoming Soul Master competition, and let him represent our Sun Moon Imperial Academy." Jing Hongchen was taken aback. "Mr. Kong, don't you want him to concentrate on training?" Kong Deming snorted coldly. "I didn't say I wanted to train him into a flower in a greenhouse. How can he be trained without going out to gain experience? Do I need to teach you this? Just arrange it like this, and let him represent our Sun Moon Imperial Academy in the Soul Master competition. But you have to ensure his safety. Either arrange for some reliable teachers to lead the team, or you can go yourself. Anyway, you need to take this matter seriously." Chapter 194. The holiday is over, and Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj welcome Yuhao. On the other side, in the gap between the planes, after seeing the scene that appeared on the screen, Jing Hongchen couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Here it comes, finally here. It seems that it is just as I expected. The old man Kong in the parallel world arranged for him to participate in the Soul Master competition. All of a sudden, things have become interesting." He suddenly felt a little gloating because, at this moment, Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj in the parallel world remained unaware that Yuhao had already run away. They thought that Yuhao in the parallel world had just gone home for the holiday. He would go back to their Shrek Academy to enroll in the new semester and join the Shrek Inner Court. So, at this moment, Jing Hongchen wanted to see the scene where they could not wait for Yuhao only to find him standing behind the Sun Moon team in the Soul Master competition. That must be very interesting. Jing Hongchen had a face full of amusement after seeing this scene. Kong Deming was also influenced by Jing Hongchen and looked forward to the upcoming events. The faces of everyone in Shrek Academy were as ugly as ever. Only Dubusi showed a thoughtful expression after seeing this scene. Since Yuhao from this parallel world is going to participate in the Soul Master competition, then he will naturally shine in it. With his current terrifying strength, let alone the young people on DOLOU continent, even many powerful middle-aged individuals cannot defeat him. So, his reputation will spread by then. Thinking about this, Dubusi touched his chin. And if that's the case, wouldn't the body sect in the parallel world have noticed Yuhao? Yuhao has a personality that never likes to be inferior to others. If I were in the parallel world, I would train him to be the new leader of our body sect. This is not being inferior to anyone, right? Maybe he will find this very interesting by then. The more Dubusi thought about it, the more he felt that there was a chance. Looking at the screen again, his eyes were full of expectations. And on the screen, after hearing Kong Deming's arrangement, Jing Hongchen immediately agreed. Although he has not yet determined whether he will go there in person, at the very least, he would start to train Yuhao with all his strength. He quickly said goodbye to Kong Deming and left. In the following period, Jing Hongchen kept his promise very well. He directly appointed Xu Ziwen, the 8th-level soul engineer from their Sun-Moon Imperial Academy, to guide Yuhao and strongly insisted that he tell everything he knew. Xu Ziwen naturally agreed. At the same time, considering the special relationship between Yuhao and Wang Donger, Jing Hongchen did not overlook Wang Donger. So, although Wang Donger had only just started learning at this moment, Jing Hongchen arranged for a 6th-level soul engineer to teach her. This was also to please Yuhao. This scene also fell into the eyes of the soul masters in the gap between the planes. After seeing what Jing Hongchen did on the screen, the soul masters couldn't help but sigh. Dubusi, I have to say that Jing Hongchen is more reliable than Shrek Academy in doing things. Shrek Academy always wants to exploit Yuhao in the parallel world, but in the end, they gain nothing. But Jing Hongchen did things decently. Zio, Donger, you in the parallel world are so lucky right now. A 6th-level soul engineer teaches you step by step, and he is a 6th-level soul engineer from the Sun-Moon Empire. This kind of treatment is truly incredible. Wang Donger, but Yuhao in the parallel world does not have one-on-one teaching. It seems that after the level goes up, studying with multiple people becomes more efficient. It's a coincidence that Yuhao was taught by Xu Ziwen when previously at the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy. I didn't expect it to be him again now. Yuhao, it's a coincidence. Everyone looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, time began to pass quickly again. In the following period, Yuhao and Wang Donger practiced diligently in the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy. Although they were not together while studying soul guidance devices during the day, this did not hinder their practice progress, as they still practiced together at night. Because the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy sent some very high-level teachers this time, both Yuhao and Wang Donger's improvements became very rapid. After some time, both Yuhao and Wang Donger felt that they had benefited immensely. Though the time that had passed wasn't too long, their soul engineer levels had greatly improved. However, some things were still unavoidable. For example, such a dazzling genius like Yuhao had been in the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy for a while, and so many of his deeds had gradually been shared. Later, a new rumor began to spread in Sun-Moon Imperial City that the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy suddenly recruited a super genius this year. His name is Yuhao. This genius is extremely powerful, only 12 years old, but now he has already reached the level of 6 soul rings. 4 of his 6 soul rings are red 100,000-year soul rings. This news is explosive, so it spread quickly throughout Sun-Moon Imperial City. Eventually, it started spreading wildly to the surrounding cities as well. At this moment, with the continuous passage of time, on the DOLOU continent, Shrek Academy also reached the time when the second semester was about to begin. Starting today, Shrek Academy students will begin to return for registration one after another. The registration deadline is the 3rd day. If registered later than the 3rd day, Shrek Academy would not allow latecomers to enroll. And today, Ma Xiaotao, Yan Shayaj, and Xuan Zai, who are extremely rare, are waiting for the arrival of new students at the registration office of Shrek Academy. Chapter 195, Can't wait at all. And at this moment, the reason why Ma Xiaotao, Yan Shayaj, and Xuan Zai appeared here is not because they were waiting for other students. It is because they are waiting for Yuhao to come. Since they made an appointment with Yuhao that day, Ma Xiaotao, Yan Shayaj, and Xuan Zai assumed that Yuhao would join their inner courtyard of Shrek Academy in the new semester. After all, the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy is extremely prestigious. Being able to join their inner courtyard is a lifetime honor. Xuan Zai and others naturally thought that Yuhao would join this new semester. As long as Yuhao successfully joins the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, the benefits to the 3 of them will be tremendous. For example, Yan Shayaj and Xuan Zai. They are considering this from the perspective of Shrek Academy, and all their thoughts are for the benefit of the Academy. So, in their opinion, if Yuhao joins the inner courtyard in the future, then for many years to come, the glory of Shrek Academy will again be maintained by someone. For instance, in this session of the Soul Master competition, Ma Xiaoao and the others can still participate, and Shrek Academy will win with them. However, Ma Xiaoao will be over the age limit in the next session, so at that time, fresh blood will be needed to replace her. In fact, before this, Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj had never had a suitable candidate for this matter. But since Hugh Yuhao appeared, they believe he is very suitable. When Hugh Yuhao joins their inner court, he will be able to help them uphold the honor of Shrek Academy for many years to come. As for Ma Xiaoao, her needs are even simpler. She has always just wanted to practice better. Restricted by the evil fire, she has never been able to train as she wishes. But as long as Hugh Yuhao is around, she can use him to eliminate her evil fire, which may even transform into the ultimate fire. So she also wants to get Hugh Yuhao, because this way, her accomplishments will become even more remarkable. So during this holiday, whether it was Yan Shayaj, Ma Xiaoao, or Xuanzai, all of them have been looking forward to Hugh Yuhao's joining. They stared at the calendar day by day, awaiting the day of enrollment. Now that they have finally waited for this day, they are naturally eager to come to the scene to welcome Hugh Yuhao. And in the gap between the planes, the scene that played out on the screen was very clearly seen by all the Soul Masters. To be honest, when they saw the expectant faces of Xuanzai, Ma Xiaoao, and Yan Shayaj on the screen, the Soul Masters in the gap couldn't help but look amused. Especially Jing Hongchen, Kong Deming, and others. They couldn't help but laugh out loud at this moment. Jing Hongchen, ha ha ha, sure enough they are waiting here. Clowns, just a bunch of clowns. Kong Deming, I want to laugh when I see their expectant looks. Do they think that Hugh Yuhao from the parallel world will come back? I was just teasing them. They have already enrolled in our Sun Moon Academy. Su Jiawei, Yan Shayaj and the others from the parallel world are a bit pitiful. Dubusi, pitiful? Isn't this all their fault? Hugh Yuhao from the parallel world did want to join the inner courtyard of their Shrek Academy at first. It's just that they tried to make things difficult for him. Who can they blame? Jing Hongchen laughed again when he heard this. I am looking forward to what expressions they'll have when they discover the truth later. Everyone looked back at the screen in unison. At this moment on the screen, Yan Shayaj, Xuanzai, Ma Xiaoao, and the other three have been waiting at the registration office for an entire morning. The three of them, who were initially full of expectations, were gradually becoming a bit tired. But they were still not discouraged at this moment. Yan Shayaj comforted Ma Xiaoao and Xuanzai, saying, Don't be nervous. There are 3 days for registration. Today is only the morning of the first day. Hugh Yuhao hasn't arrived yet. This is perfectly normal. Xuanzai smiled and added, Yeah, it doesn't matter if he's slow. We've waited for him for so long, we aren't afraid to wait a little longer. Patience is key. Ma Xiaoao exhaled and said, It seems my cultivation is still insufficient. Compared to you, teacher and Master Xuan, I feel my personality is still too impetuous. I need to learn more from you. After their conversation, they all resumed waiting. After watching this scene, the smiles on the faces of the Soul Masters in the plain gap grew broader. Especially Jing Hongchen, who sneered and said, Haha, wait and wait. Sometimes, if you don't work hard, you really won't know what despair is. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. You can wait slowly. After saying this, he looked at the screen with a mocking expression. At this moment on the screen, the registration time for the first day has completely passed. Xuanzai, Yan Shayaj, and Ma Xiaoao waited here for an entire day, only to find nothing. They did not catch a glimpse of Hugh Yuhao's shadow. This left them feeling very disappointed. However, considering that they still had 2 days remaining, they were not overly anxious. So, they quickly returned to rest and resolved to wait again here early the next morning. But what they didn't expect was that they would also wait here for a whole day on the second day. But the final result was still the same as the first day. The 3 of them waited a long time, yet still didn't see Hugh Yuhao's shadow. This time, whether it was Yan Shayaj, Xuanzai, or Ma Xiaoao, all 3 of them were beginning to feel a bit uneasy. After all, yesterday was different from today. Yesterday was the first day of registration. Hugh Yuhao hadn't come yet, so they weren't worried at all. But now it was already the second day, and soon their time would be up. Thinking about this, the faces of Yan Xiaozhi, Xuanzai, and Ma Xiaotao grew a bit solemn. Finally, Ma Xiaotao couldn't hold back any longer and asked the two of them, "Teacher, Master Xuan, you don't think that Yuhao is not coming, right?" Chapter 196. Chapter 196. Yuhao is not coming. Xuanzai is so anxious. At this moment, Ma Xiaotao's worries reflected the thoughts of Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi. However, compared to Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi, Ma Xiaotao's personality is more irritable and less patient. After waiting for 2 consecutive days without seeing Yuhao, Ma Xiaotao voiced everyone's concerns. After she expressed her fears, Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi felt somewhat embarrassed. They rushed to their feet to refute Ma Xiaotao, seemingly wanting to reassure themselves through this method. So, at this moment, Xuanzai first addressed Ma Xiaotao. "Impossible, there is no way he won't come. Xiaotao, you must know that our Shrek Academy is the most outstanding academy in the entire DOLOU continent. Joining our Shrek Academy is the dream of many. Especially the inner courtyard of our Shrek Academy, which is a holy place that many students strive to join. The opportunity is in front of Yuhao. How could he give it up? He has shown great interest before. So I say it's impossible. There is no way he won't come. Impossible." Xuanzai spoke passionately, raising his voice in his excitement. He found this the only way to calm himself. By his side, Yan Xiaozhi shared the same attitude. After listening to Xuanzai's words, he quickly added, "Yes, Xiaotao, you need to stop imagining worst-case scenarios. As a student of the inner courtyard of our Shrek Academy, you should have confidence in our academy. And remember, there is still tomorrow. We just need to wait a little longer. He will come." After hearing Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi, Ma Xiaotao felt herself begin to calm down once more. She appeared convinced by their reassurances. With a smile returning to her face, she said to Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzai, "You're right. It seems I was too impatient before. I'm so grateful for the guidance from my teachers and Xuan Lao. Otherwise, I'd be anxious to death." Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi smiled in response. Then the 3 of them quickly parted ways to return home. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, Jing Hongchen, Kong Deming, and others also observed the scenes unfolding before them. Seeing this interaction, both Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming laughed so hard they could hardly contain themselves. Whether it was Xuanzai or Yan Xiaozhi, their distressed expressions were simply too amusing. Jing Hongchen quickly exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, these clowns, they're still deceiving themselves. It's futile. When tomorrow comes, they will truly understand despair. It's impossible for them to wait for Yuhao from the parallel world." Kong Deming chuckled, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to enjoy such a good show. This is truly entertaining." The 2 of them laughed at Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi on the screen, their mockery making Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi blush in embarrassment. Yet they could do nothing but listen as Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen continued to insult them. As for Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen, they refocused their attention on the screen again. At this moment on the screen, after Yan Xiaozhi, Xuanzai, and Ma Xiaotao returned home to rest for the night. Early the next morning, they gathered at the registration point once again. They could tell that today, each of them had arrived earlier than on the previous 2 days. It was clear that, despite the self-deception from yesterday, they still felt a hint of unease in their hearts. Consequently, whether it was Ma Xiaotao, Yan Xiaozhi, or Xuanzai, none of them had slept well last night. They had practically endured insomnia. This is why they were gathered here early today. However, the 3 of them wanted to preserve their dignity, so they tacitly avoided discussing it. They stood there waiting, but soon, all ease and smiles vanished from their faces, replaced with nervous expressions. They waited from morning until noon, then from noon until night. By the time the day's registration period came to an end, the expressions on their faces were extremely grim. Because they truly hadn't seen Yuhao. They had looked forward to Yuhao's arrival throughout the entire holiday. Now, they had been waiting foolishly for 3 consecutive days without seeing a single soul. This left a massive impact on the three of them. The first to crack under the pressure was still Ma Xiaotou. Her complexion darkened as she turned to Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj, saying, "It seems that Yuhao doesn't plan on coming." "I think so too. If he genuinely wanted to join Shrek's inner courtyard, he could have agreed earlier. Why wait till now?" Looking at it now, he must have already made up his mind. He was just deliberately procrastinating. While Ma Xiaotou was impatient, she wasn't oblivious. She quickly pieced everything together. Yet Xuanzai still refused to accept the truth at this point. He exclaimed to Ma Xiaotou, "Impossible, impossible. We are Shrek, how could he reject us? He must have been delayed by something else." Ma Xiaotou frowned and retorted, "Elder Xuan, don't deceive yourself, he won't come." A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Xuanzai. "I said he would come, he will come. If he doesn't join our Shrek Academy, where else can he go? No other place can compare to Shrek." "This is impossible," Xuanzai insisted fervently. It was precisely because their argument had grown somewhat heated that many teachers around took notice. However, they didn't dare to approach casually. After all, Xuanzai was furious at the moment. What if they walked over and became his target for venting? They weren't foolish. None dared to step forward, opting instead to stand by and watch the ongoing spectacle. But Du Weilan didn't take the same approach. After a moment's hesitation, he walked over and said to Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj, "Dean, Master Xuan, I've just received some news about Yuhao today. I wonder if you'd like to hear it." Chapter 197. Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj are shocked. Yuhao has joined the Sun Moon Royal Academy. Xuanzai couldn't believe that Yuhao deliberately chose not to return to Shrek Academy. In his opinion, Shrek Academy is exceptionally prestigious. Joining the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy is an opportunity that all young people on the DOLOU continent cannot refuse. This includes Yuhao. Until now, he still thought that Yuhao must have been delayed by something else. Upon hearing what Du Weilan said, Xuanzai immediately became alert. His flustered expression suddenly transformed into one of pride. He laughed loudly and said to Yan Shayaj and Ma Xiaotou on the side, "I told you, Yuhao must have been held up by other matters. Otherwise, how could he be late?" He then turned directly to Du Weilan. "Okay, Xiaodu, hurry up. Tell us what exactly delayed this kid. If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, I will punish him when he returns to our Shrek Academy. It's so frustrating. We've waited for him here for 3 days in vain." Xuanzai said this with a smile. After hearing Xuanzai's words, Ma Xiaotou and Yan Shayaj looked at Du Weilan with eager anticipation. However, Du Weilan felt a little embarrassed under the gaze of several enthusiastic eyes. He stood there for a long moment without managing to say a word. Because this is not what he wanted to say. How could he know what exactly delayed Yuhao? He didn't even know if Yuhao would come to their Shrek Academy. How could he possibly know such a thing? At this moment, Du Weilan desperately wanted to clarify the situation. But as he looked into the expectant eyes of Xuanzai, Yan Shayaj, and Ma Xiaotou in front of him, he hesitated to deliver the truth. Wouldn't that be too cruel? If he spoke up, the three of them might fall into extreme despair. Especially Elder Xuan, who still seemed quite confident at this moment. But if he revealed the truth later, that confidence would surely shatter. Du Weilan was truly conflicted at this moment. But Xuanzai could hardly contain himself any longer. Seeing Du Weilan's silence, he urged, "Xiaodu, say something." "Are you mute? Hurry up, don't waste time." Xuanzai kept prodding Du Weilan. Du Weilan finally reached his breaking point after being urged so much. Understanding that this kind of information couldn't be concealed forever, he sighed helplessly and spoke up. "Master Xuan, what I am about to say may differ slightly from what you expect. I hope you won't be angry." Xuanzai's heart sank at Du Weilan's words, but he could only nod. Du Weilan continued, "Earlier, I mentioned news regarding Yuhao, but that doesn't mean I know what delayed him. In fact, Yuhao hasn't communicated any information to us at Shrek, so I don't know what postponed him or even if he will come to Shrek at all." Xuanzai's expression turned grim upon hearing this. At that moment, he felt that his previous actions seemed extremely foolish. His eyes grew cold. Ma Xiaotao and Yan Shaiaj, too, were filled with disappointment. However, Yan Shaiaj demonstrated a remarkable ability to control his emotions. After listening to this, he didn't lose his temper immediately but continued to ask Du Weilan, "So, old Du, what exactly do you want to discuss?" Du Weilan proceeded, "This also pertains to information I recently received, but it comes from the Sun-Moon Empire. Therefore, I can't guarantee its reliability. However, it concerns Yuhao. I heard that some time ago, a super genius with exceptional talent suddenly appeared in the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy of the Sun-Moon Empire. He is about 12 years old, and his name is also Yuhao. Moreover, his martial soul is a spiritual eye." Upon hearing this, Yan Shaiaj's expression soured. He said to Du Weilan, "So you mean Yuhao has joined the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy?" Du Weilan did not immediately answer Yan Shaiaj. Instead, he replied, "I'm not sure, as this information also hails from the Sun-Moon Empire. But there's more to this news. If the story ended there, I would say that Yuhao may indeed join the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy. After all, the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy isn't without merit. If he has an interest in soul guidance devices, he might go there to study them." Both Yan Shaiaj and Xuanzai felt their hearts sink upon hearing this. They each experienced deep regret for having previously discouraged Yuhao from learning about soul guidance devices. Yan Shaiaj quickly asked Du Weilan, "Is there a but following what you just said?" Du Weilan nodded and replied, "Yes. But I also heard that Yuhao has extraordinarily terrifying talent. He is just 12 years old, but has already reached the 6-ring level. The most astonishing thing is his soul rings. He possesses 4 red 100,000-year soul rings." Du Weilan shared all the information he had gathered. Upon hearing this, Xuanzai and Yan Shaiaj found it hard to believe. Yan Shaiaj insisted, "Old Du, your information is unreliable. How could a soul emperor have a 4th soul ring that is a 100,000-year soul ring? Unless he got sacrificed of a soul beast, but how is that even possible? 4 soul beasts could not have possibly agreed to sacrifice themselves for him. That is simply impossible." Du Weilan exhaled sharply. "Yes, I thought the same at first. However, this news has been circulating extensively lately, so I am half believing and half doubting it. When I overheard you and Master Xuan discussing Yuhao, I felt it important to share this information, just in case it might be useful." Yan Shaiaj nodded upon hearing this. "Okay, we understand. Thank you for sharing the news." He lightly patted Du Weilan on the shoulder, indicating he could step down. Then he turned his attention back to Xuanzai and inquired, "Elder Xuan, what do you think of this news?" Xuanzai responded curtly, "What do you think? How else can you view it? The news is inaccurate." Chapter 198 Humorous Xuanzi. Can Yuhao be so lucky? I don't believe it. Chapter 198 Humor Xuanzi. Can Yuhao be so lucky? I don't believe it. As for the fact that Yuhao would choose to abandon Shrek Academy and switch to Sun-Moon Imperial Academy just because of some mere soul guidance devices, Xuanzai didn't quite believe it. To be honest, he still doesn't understand why Yuhao is so entangled with soul guidance devices. Isn't that just a pile of junk? That kind of thing is something that only useless soul masters with poor talent and garbage martial souls would use. Yuhao has such good talent, why does he have to learn that kind of thing? Xuanzai feels that Yuhao is mentally ill. But even if he has a problem with his brain, he can't make such a wrong choice. Judging from the news Du Weilan gave just now, the second half of the news is unreliable. Therefore, Xuanzai quickly said to Yan Shaiaj at this moment, "The news must be false. Don't we know how good Yuhao is? Although this kid is indeed gifted, when he was on vacation before, he was only 3 rings. But think carefully about what Du Weilan said just now. He said that Yuhao has 6 rings and 400,000-year soul rings." Speaking of this, Xuanzai's tone changed. He was a little disdainful. "I don't even want to talk about the 100,000-year soul rings. I just want to ask one question. It's only been more than a month. Does Huo Yuhao have the ability to upgrade from 3 rings to 6 rings directly? Isn't this nonsense? Even if you ask our Shrek ancestor, Master Tang San, to come, he can't do it. So this news must be wrong. After hearing this, Yan Shayaj also felt that it made sense because just now, after hearing what Du Weilan said, he had already begun to doubt it. Yes, no matter how talented Huo Yuhao is, he can't upgrade so quickly. Otherwise, he couldn't have only had 3 rings before. He must have at least started with 5 rings, right? Thus, Yan Shayaj and Xu Wenzai shared the same view on this matter, and both believed that the news lacked authenticity. He quickly exhaled and said, "That's right. It seems that the news from outside is still not very reliable." But at this moment, Ma Xiaotao on the side suddenly said, "What if Huo Yuhao suddenly got some opportunity and his cultivation improved dramatically?" Xu Wenzai was unwilling to believe it anyway. After hearing what Ma Xiaotao said, he just sneered and replied, "Opportunity? Where do so many opportunities come from? Can your luck be so good? I don't believe it." After saying that, Xu Wenzai didn't plan to continue waiting there. After waiting for Huo Yuhao for several days, he had completely lost his patience. At that moment, Xu Wenzai felt impatient and just wanted to go back and drink. After he replied to Ma Xiaotao indifferently, he left directly. "Don't worry, Xiaotao, that kind of thing will never happen. Wait for a while, Yuhao might come back soon. I'll let you know when the time comes." Yan Shayaj also comforted Ma Xiaotao, then he left quickly. Ma Xiaotao sighed helplessly after hearing this but had no choice but to go back and wait for news. And at this moment, in the gap between the plains, many soul masters laughed so hard they couldn't close their mouths. The entire gap between the plains was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. "Jing Hongchen, not so lucky. This Xu Wenzai is as humorous as ever. Do you understand the value of the Son of Luck? In the entire DOLOU continent, if I say Huo Yuhao is the luckiest person, no one should dare to say he isn't first, right? This Xu Wenzai is hilarious." Kong Deming, and his behavior just now was extremely clownish. The facts are already in front of him, but he still doesn't want to believe it. Does he think that their Shrek Academy is a gold soul coin that everyone likes? Haha, Huo Yuhao just looks down on their Shrek. This is too refreshing. Zio Hongchen. Hasn't Grandpa Kong from the parallel world arranged for Huo Yuhao from the parallel world to participate in the Soul Master competition? If I remember correctly, Xu Wenzai happens to lead the Soul Master competition this year. If nothing unexpected happens, we will meet by then. I want to see how desperate Xu Wenzai will be when the truth is laid out before him, and he finds out that Huo Yuhao from the parallel world has joined our Sun Moon Imperial Academy. It feels extremely exciting just to think about it. Speaking of this, the Soul Masters of the Sun Moon Empire couldn't help laughing again. They were looking forward to what was about to happen. At this moment, in the parallel world, Huo Yuhao naturally didn't know about the little episode that happened at Shrek Academy. Since leaving Shrek Academy, he no longer had the heart to care about what was happening there. So he naturally didn't expect that Xu Wenzai, Yan Shayaj, and others were still waiting for him foolishly. Huo Yuhao has been improving very rapidly in recent times. Xu Wenzai's ability is still very good. With his help, Huo Yuhao's soul engineer level is improving quickly. At the same time, he also made some new friends, Qi, Juzai, and Zaimiu. These 3 people are his classmates. Xu Wenzai only teaches 5 students. Huo Yuhao, Qi, Juzai, and Zaimiu comprise 4 of the 5. As for the last person, it is naturally Wang Xiaoji. He is a noble in the Sun Moon Empire and has a high status. However, this person's mind is extremely narrow, and Huo Yuhao's brilliance is too dazzling, so after Huo Yuhao came to the new class, he was very jealous of him. Naturally, they can't become friends. And in the gap between the planes, Huo Yuhao also recognized this Wang Xiaoji. I didn't expect to meet them again. I was also a classmate of theirs when I went to Sun Moon Imperial Academy as an exchange student. It's just that Wang Xiaoji deliberately made things difficult for me at that time and even planned to use the power of the imperial family to kill me. I don't know if he dares to do the same to me in the parallel world this time. Chapter 199, Beating Up the Royal Patrol. Jing Hongchen was furious. Chapter 199, Beating Up the Royal Patrol. Jing Hongchen was furious. Seeing Wang Xiaoji appear again, Yuhao was reminded of many bad memories. After all, nothing good had ever happened between him and Wang Xiaoji. This guy was indeed as petty as Yuhao in the parallel world had said, and his methods were extremely despicable. Yuhao had been disgusted by him previously. However, he did not dare to make a big fuss because he was in a foreign land at that time. To be honest, he still had a lot of dissatisfaction in his heart at that moment. Now, seeing this face appear again brought many of his memories flooding back. But soon, Yuhao muttered to himself again, "If he dares to do something to me in the parallel world, he will be in trouble. After all, he is different from me in personality. I am not so easy to deal with in the parallel world. His current status in the Sun Moon Imperial Academy cannot be compared to that of my previous self. So long as Wang Xiaoji dares to do anything wrong, he will pay the price." Yuhao looked at the screen again. On the other side, Zhu Zai noticed that the self shown on the screen had become friends with Yuhao in the parallel world. So she couldn't help thinking, "Sure enough, we have become friends again. I just don't know if I in the parallel world will have a chance to enter his heart this time." She also looked at the screen with expectation. At this moment on the screen, just as Yuhao thought before in the cracks between the planes, this Wang Xiaoji really can't settle down. As a child of aristocracy, he grew up surrounded by praise. So he can't stand others being more dazzling than him, especially a wild boy like Yuhao who came from nowhere. After coming into the class, Yuhao completely stole his limelight, which made Wang Xiaoji very angry. So he began to target Yuhao in class. When Yuhao asked questions, Wang Xiaoji would often sneer and make things difficult for him. But later, Yuhao's abilities continued to improve, rendering Wang Xiaoji's various difficulties ineffective, which made him a clown instead. So he was so angry that he crazily attacked Yuhao during a practical test. However, Yuhao's strength was far stronger than his. In the actual battle, although Wang Xiaoji had attacked with all his strength, Yuhao easily defeated him. This left Wang Xiaoji feeling furious. In the end, realizing he was no match for Yuhao nearly drove him to madness. So he decided to start using some tricks. He went to the Royal Patrol team of the Sun Moon Imperial Academy to seek help. After finding his cousin, who was the captain of the Royal Patrol team, he directly stated his needs and asked his cousin to bring a large number of Royal Patrol team members to deal with Yuhao. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, Yuhao couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. "It's true that a dog can't change its nature. You're causing trouble for me in the parallel world again." But Yuhao didn't show a trace of worry on his face. He just continued to watch as if it were a good show. "But I told you before that I in the parallel world am not as gentle as I used to be. With my strength and status, I won't indulge these rotten fish and shrimp. It seems that this time, there will be a good show to watch." Yuhao continued to look at the screen. On the other side, Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming also saw this scene. Both of them couldn't help but get furious upon seeing it. Kong Deming exclaimed, "This damned fool offended Yuhao in the parallel world. How significant is he to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy in that world? Can this guy even compare? If Yuhao in the parallel world is dissatisfied with this sort of thing, it will be troublesome. How despicable, this scoundrel." Kong Deming couldn't help but curse, obviously very dissatisfied with Wang Xiaoji's behavior. After witnessing this, Jing Hongchen's expression turned cold. It seems that the rights of the Royal Patrol should be revoked. Otherwise, it's not a good thing to let them keep dominating. At Shrek's side, Xuanzai and Yan Xiaoj finally got a chance to gloat after watching for so long. The two of them said to Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming with mocking looks on their faces, "I think this Sun Moon Imperial Academy is not as good as our Shrek Academy. At least, in our Shrek Academy, there will never be such bullying by the royal family. Ha 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 ha, it will be amusing if Yuhao in the parallel world leaves because of this." Kong Deming snorted coldly, "We'll take care of it." They looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, under the leadership of Wang Xiaoji, a large number of members of the Royal Patrol team arrived at the scene. Upon arrival, they promptly planted false charges against Yuhao, claiming that he was suspected of harming members of the royal family and demanding that he cooperate with their investigation. However, Yuhao naturally would not agree. He rejected them on the spot. As the other party attempted to use coercive means to take him away directly, Yuhao also activated his soul skills to suppress them. Using his fourth soul skill, all the students of the Royal Patrol team felt dizzy and lightheaded. They soon fell to the ground and began to vomit. At this time, Jing Hongchen also received word that Yuhao had a conflict with the Royal Patrol team. He was so angry that he left his office and rushed to the scene. Not long after, he arrived at the scene. Once there, Jing Hongchen saw that Yuhao was not in trouble, but instead, the members of the Royal Patrol team were vomiting uncontrollably. He instantly felt relieved. However, Wang Xiaoji and the others on the opposite side lacked foresight. After seeing Jing Hongchen's arrival, the captain of the patrol team took the initiative to report. Report to the dean, this person attacked our Royal Patrol team. Please let the dean take charge of us. What the hell? Jing Hongchen cursed on the spot after hearing this. Then he slapped the captain in the face again, causing his face to swell. Chapter 200, Level 5 Soul Engineer. Parallel Yuhao participating in the Soul Master competition. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the captain of the Royal Patrol team was inexplicably slapped by Jing Hongchen, and his face was naturally very ugly. However, considering that the other party was not an ordinary person, but the dean of their Sun Moon Imperial Academy, Jing Hongchen, the captain, despite his unwillingness, could only suppress his anger. He stood there honestly, not daring to show any dissatisfaction, and looked at Jing Hongchen in front of him again. At this moment, Jing Hongchen had already turned around and walked toward Yuhao, who was standing on the side. When he walked in front of Yuhao, his face was filled with concern, completely different from the fierce look he had when he slapped the captain of the Royal Patrol team. Jing Hongchen then asked Yuhao, "Are you okay, Yuhao? Did they do anything to you?" Yuhao smiled gently at Jing Hongchen and said, "No, they seemed to want to take me away by force, but they were a bit weak, and I defeated them in seconds. But Dean, I've heard that the Royal Patrol team has great power in the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Since I beat them, shouldn't I be held responsible?" Jing Hongchen could tell that Yuhao was mocking these guys, so he quickly replied, "What responsibility? They deserve it. Yuhao, go back and rest first. I'll handle this matter. I will give you a satisfactory explanation." Jing Hongchen gave Yuhao enough face in public. After seeing Jing Hongchen acting this way, Yuhao was also very tactful and did not insist. He said to Jing Hongchen, "Thank you, Dean, for helping me," and then turned around and left. On the other side, when the Royal Patrol team and the onlookers saw that Yuhao could leave so coolly after beating someone, they reacted. This time, the Royal Patrol team had offended a great figure. The onlookers looked a little gloating, while the members of the Royal Patrol team became terrified. "You all come here." Jing Hongchen soon spoke again, but this time, he did not speak as softly as he did when he addressed Yuhao before. He said this with a stern face, and then walked directly back to his office. The members of the Royal Patrol team naturally had to follow him. Soon, they entered Jing Hongchen's office, where he directly announced their punishment, which was very severe. The members of the Royal Patrol team were a bit unconvinced at first. Their captain asked Jing Hongchen, "Dean, if you want to punish us, we accept it. But at least you have to let us know the identity of that guy. It was we who got beaten, so why do we have to receive such a severe punishment? What is his identity?" Jing Hongchen did not hide the truth after hearing this. He snorted coldly and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you. He is the key training target of our Sun Moon Royal Academy, appointed by Mr. Kong. So, in the future, you better make sure your people don't mess with him. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily." The captain of the Royal Patrol team turned pale upon hearing the name Mr. Kong. He quickly replied to Jing Hongchen, Okay, we understand. We will never do this again. I hope you won't tell Elder Kong about this. We are willing to accept punishment." They left in a panic immediately after finishing their speech. Jing Hongchen was worried that Yuhao would feel bad about this incident, so he specially asked Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen to go over. He knew that Yuhao had a good relationship with them and believed that Yuhao would not be angry if they went to say something good. The matter finally came to an end. And in the gap between the planes, after reading the entire incident, Kong Deming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You in the parallel world handled this incident very well. Kong Deming first praised Jing Hongchen because he had felt a bit worried when this incident occurred. But now, Jing Hongchen had handled it well, so there were no accidents. After praising Jing Hongchen, he tagged Xuan Zai and Yan Xiaozhi. After all, when the incident had just happened, these two had not given much face to them. Kong Deming was nervous at that time and had ignored them, but now that the matter had been resolved, he intended to get back at them. So he mocked, "Nothing happened, so you must be disappointed, right? I've said it before. Our Sun Moon Imperial Academy will not make the same mistake as your Shrek Academy and let such a talented student slip away in vain. We will never do such a stupid thing." Kong Deming's words were like rubbing salt in the wounds of Xuan Zai and Yan Xiaozhi, who looked visibly upset. However, they truly had nothing to say at the moment, so they could only stand there and endure the scolding. They continued to observe the screen. Originally, they had planned to see if there would be any turnaround, to check whether Yuhao would still be treated unfairly in the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, but they found that they had thought too much. Jing Hongchen in the parallel world valued Yuhao very much. After receiving Kong Deming's order, he only wanted to win over Yuhao wholeheartedly. Therefore, he would never make the same mistake a second time. After what happened last time, Jing Hongchen had made a secret call. So following that incident, no one was blind enough to cause trouble for Yuhao. This made Yuhao's subsequent campus life very pleasant. Not only for Yuhao, but also for Wang Donger. Thanks to Yuhao, no one dared to offend Wang Donger. Thus, in the following period, both their strengths greatly improved. Particularly Yuhao, who had been promoted to the 5th level Soul Engineer, thus reaching a higher level of strength. However, the timeline now came to the point of participating in the Soul Master competition. Under the school's arrangement, Yuhao followed the large group and prepared to set off to participate in the Soul Master competition. Chapter 201, The Original Time and Space broadcast the Death God Envoy incident. Xuan Zai panicked. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the Soul Masters were undoubtedly very excited to see that Yuhao and others in the parallel world had finally set off, and prepared to participate in the Soul Master competition. In particular, Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming, who have always been Xuan Zai's mortal enemies, were looking forward to seeing the doubtful expression on parallel world Xuan Zai's face after meeting parallel world Yuhao in the Soul Master competition. However, at that moment, the screen that had been playing the parallel world's images suddenly dimmed. Suddenly, alongside the dimming of this screen, the screen on the side that was displaying the original time and space brightened. The Soul Masters in the plane gap suddenly had black lines on their faces. After all, after watching the events in this plane gap for so long, they understood what it meant for the other screen to light up at that time. This signified that the clips of the original time and space would start to be played. But honestly, many Soul Masters in this plane gap were not happy about watching the clips of the original time and space. After all, Yuhao in the original time and space was too aggrieved. Although they hadn't seen the pictures from the original time and space for a long time, they remembered that Yuhao in the original time and space chose to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, while Yuhao in the parallel world successfully escaped from a perilous situation. But Yuhao in the original time and space foolishly joined. So the Soul Masters present were speechless, but they also knew that the setting was like this. They had indeed not watched the original time and space screen for a long time, so at this moment, they decided to force themselves to watch for a little longer. In their eyes, at that moment, on the screen of the original time and space, Yuhao's figure soon appeared again. Just seeing Yuhao in the original time and space caused the Soul Masters in the plane gap to sigh. They felt that although it was the same Yuhao, the Yuhao in the parallel world, and the Yuhao in the original time and space had completely different temperaments. Furthermore, because Yuhao in the parallel world obtained the inheritance of the ice god, he looked more noble and handsome. They had been watching Yuhao in the parallel world for a long time and were truly accustomed to it. So when they now looked back at Yuhao in the original time and space, they found him a bit of a clown. Moreover, the difference in cultivation was even more significant. Yuhao in the original time and space had only 2 soul rings, while Yuhao in the parallel world already had 6 soul rings. Both of his martial souls possessed 6 soul rings. In comparison, many soul masters in the plane gap felt speechless. They continued to watch with all their might. At this moment on the screen, seeing Yuhao and others agree to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, Xuanzai's face was full of joy. Because he now had a lot of leeks to harvest. Then Xuanzai began to discuss the real purpose. He addressed the crowd. "Very good, I didn't make a mistake, none of you are cowards. In that case, now I will issue you your first supervisor mission. Your first mission is to go to a mountainous area bordering the Star Luo Empire and the Sun Moon Empire to find and eliminate a group of bandits. The time for the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition is fast approaching. Therefore, we must complete this task within 3 to 4 days. This group of bandits is very cruel and cunning. They specialize in killing merchants passing between the 2 countries and leaving no one alive. So for the sake of justice, we must eliminate them. Let's talk about this bandit gang. They call themselves the Hand of Death. It is said that the leader is a very powerful evil soul master. However, you don't need to be afraid. I will protect you in secret, and you will not encounter any danger." Xuanzai kept informing everyone about the key points to note for the first mission. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the first-hand witnesses of this incident, Yuhao and Wang Donger's faces suddenly darkened after seeing this scene on the screen. They both recalled some bad memories. They remembered that it was this mission that caused their entire team to suffer heavy losses. In the end, some students even died. Now, when they recalled this incident, many of them felt very uncomfortable. Xuanzai felt similarly. Among all the people present, his expression was the ugliest. This incident could essentially be regarded as a stain on him. He was a super duo with a soul power level of up to level 98, leading the team, but students had died tragically under his watch. If others found out about this, Xuanzai assuredly would not be able to remain on the Duoluo continent. Therefore, Shrek Academy had previously tried its best to help him conceal this matter. However, Xuanzai did not expect that such a thing, which should have been hidden, would be exposed due to the replay of the original time and space scenes. This left Xuanzai feeling very upset. He noted that he didn't feel as uncomfortable watching Yuhao from the parallel world leave Shrek Academy. As he continued to stand there, watching the scenes from the original time and space, he began to sweat and fidget. He fell silent, failing to utter a word. Kong Deming, Jing Hongchen, and others noticed his sudden honesty and began to discuss in low voices. Jing Hongchen said, "Mr. Kong, what's going on with Xuanzai? He seems a little scared. Did he do something wrong behind the scenes?" Kong Deming also observed this and quickly replied, "It's a little strange. Let's wait and see. We should be able to gather answers from the screen later. I didn't expect that something could make this old guy so frightened. This is quite a surprise." They originally planned to continue looking at the screen, but unexpectedly, several eye-catching yet unfamiliar names appeared in the chat room. Yao Heilong, father of Yao Heoxuan. "Is it this mission that caused my son's tragic death? I have asked many times before but never received the truth. I didn't expect to find out in this way. This is great." Gong Yangliu, father of Gong Yangmo. "Yes, my child was also ruined because of this incident, but he was unwilling to share details even after I asked him many times before. It seems he was restricted by Shrek Academy and could not disclose the specifics. But now, I can finally know what happened." Chapter 202. The Death God Envoy Incident is exposed, where is Xuanzai? As the screen began to emerge, the parents of Yao Heoxuan and Gong Yangmo both made comments in the chat room. They felt that they had met too late, as after a simple exchange, they discovered that they had encountered the same experiences. Suddenly, one day, they found that their children were either dead or disabled, but they could not find any answers. Now, they also discovered that their children belonged to the same team. The two parents became a little excited as if they had found an organization. They kept talking in the chat room and agreed to watch carefully next, so they could uncover the truth about what happened to their children that day. On the other side, as the parents of Yao Heoxuan and Gong Yangmo finished their chat, many parents of the deceased Shrek Academy inner courtyard students also reacted. Could the deaths of their children be related to the tasks assigned to them by the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy? They had not thought about this before, but now, after hearing Yao Heoxuan and Gong Yangmo's parents, they immediately reacted. This is very likely. Otherwise, they would not have remained unaware of the truth about their children's deaths until now. If this is the case, then these parents will not let Shrek Academy off easily. After all, from the images they had seen before, they had learned that their children were working with Shrek Academy for free to complete the tasks of the supervisory team. Yet Shrek Academy hadn't even guaranteed their safety. Even after their children died on the mission, the Academy did not tell them the truth or provide any compensation. After considering this, many parents became very annoyed. There was just no truth to prove their suspicions correct. Otherwise, they would have gone berserk. This group of parents quickly jumped into communication. At the same time, they all stared at the screen, intending to see what happened next. While many things cannot be generalized, they can at least serve as a reference. They believe it is necessary to use Gong Yangmo and Yao Heoxuan's cases as a touchstone. As for Jing Hongchen, Kong Deming, and others, they were not fools. After seeing the content in this chat room, they had guessed most of the circumstances. Jing Hongchen, it seems that there must be some issues with this mission. In the end, the students in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy died, but Shrek Academy did not compensate the parents, nor did they disclose the truth. Kong Deming, tusk, this Shrek Academy is black-hearted. Jing Hongchen, but Mr. Kong, what makes me feel a little strange is who did this. Is it that death god envoy? He is just a robber, is he so powerful? Xuanzai is at least a level 98 Super Duoluo. As long as he didn't encounter other Super Duoluo level opponents, he shouldn't have caused such a significant mistake, right? This is too strange. Kong Deming shook his head in response. I don't know about that either. We can only continue to watch how it plays out on the screen. They also looked at the screen with curiosity. At this moment on the screen, led by Xuanzai, Yuhao and his party finally arrived at the Star Luo Empire. Afterwards, they went to the White Tiger Duke's military camp to obtain information about the robbers, and then set off directly to carry out the mission. It's quite normal. No accidents happened, so what went wrong? The Soul Masters in the Plain Gap felt increasingly puzzled after seeing this. Everything seemed normal to them. Under these circumstances, why would an accident occur with Xuanzai around? They could only continue to observe the screen with quizzical expressions. At this moment on the screen, Xuanzai did not lead the way at the front of the team. He claimed that this was to train the team, stating that in this mission, he would only take action at the most critical moment. The Soul Masters in the Plain Gap thought this was understandable. After all, Xuanzai was too strong. If he were to do everything, then there would be no need to establish the Shrek Supervisory Group. So they thought it was nothing. After a long journey, the supervisory team finally approached the location. They began to discuss how to infiltrate. At this time, Yuhao put forward his own opinion. In fact, his opinion was very simple: to let everyone present be equipped with defensive soul guidance devices, because he noticed that no one on the scene was equipped. However, after hearing what he said, everyone was very disdainful. Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yuheng, and others believed that only rubbish soul masters needed to use that kind of broken soul guidance device. The rest of the inner court disciples thought so as well. Even Wang Donger couldn't use the soul guidance device because of Tang San's divine consciousness in her body. In the end, even after Yuhao said a lot, he was the only one in this team equipped with a defensive soul guidance device. Jing Hongchen smiled after seeing this scene. Sure enough, it's Shrek, as arrogant as ever. However, if something unexpected happens later, can we say that they are asking for trouble? A group of parents. Is this the teaching philosophy of your Shrek Academy? You teach children to be so careless. If the sole guidance device is truly useless, then why do the DOLOU three kingdoms fear the Sun Moon Empire? They looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, the group finally started to act, directly entering the cave, and began to prepare to hunt the evil soul master. They were still very smooth at the beginning. After all, the team's strength was indeed very strong, and the enemy's strength was also very weak. They killed their way through like a scythe through tall grass. But what they didn't expect was that the evil soul master behind them suddenly unleashed a very powerful move. Suddenly, the Shrek Academy students who entered the cave suffered heavy losses from the evil soul master's attack. Gong Yangmo was immediately struck down, Chen Zifeng had a leg broken, and Yao Heoxuan was the worst off. He was directly killed. The soul masters in the Plain Gap were all stunned by this scene. But after a brief moment of shock, a huge doubt emerged in their hearts. Didn't they say Xuanzai would take action in times of crisis? Where is he now? Chapter 203, Shrek completely collapses. The quiz with prizes is open again. Thank you at Orion Chung for joining my Patreon. After seeing the scene on the screen, all the soul masters in the gap between the planes displayed deep looks of incomprehension on their faces. They truly could not understand Xuanzai. As a team leader, he should have taken good care of the students' safety, and he had stated so before. He let the students feel free to act boldly, saying he would protect them in critical moments. But now, the critical moment has arrived. But why didn't he act? This directly led to the tragic death of Yao Heoxuan, the disability of Chen Zifeng, and the serious injury of Gong Yangmo. This result could have been completely avoided. So, the soul masters who thought of this couldn't help but start questioning Xuanzai in the chat group. They questioned what he was doing at the time and why he failed at such a critical moment. On the other side, Yao Heoxuan's father was extremely saddened after seeing this scene. He never thought that his beloved son would die so tragically in the end. In his opinion, it was all Shrek's fault. After all, this kind of thing could have been avoided. However, it was Xuanzai's negligence that led to this result. This was something Yao Heoxuan's father absolutely could not accept. So at this moment, he also began to bombard the chat room. Shrek, Xuanzai, shouldn't you come out and give me an explanation? I let my son go to Shrek to gain knowledge and strengthen his skills. Not to work for you. I have paid the tuition and the sponsorship. I thought you, Shrek Academy, would do your best to teach my son. But what about you? You kept instilling unnecessary ideas in him and finally coaxed him into your Shrek Academy's supervisory team, and he didn't get any compensation. He worked for nothing. That's fine, I don't care about these things. I'll treat them as a test for my son. But you should at least protect my son's safety, right? I didn't expect that you couldn't even do this basic thing in the end. Shrek, Xuanzai, you truly deserve to die. What qualifications do you have to be called the #1 academy on the DOLOU continent? I think you are only worthy of being a Black Heart Academy. Yao Heoxuan's father was not a powerful soul master. In terms of soul power level, he was only over level 30, just an ordinary noble. But at this moment, after knowing the truth about his son's death, he truly couldn't contain himself. Even though he knew that Shrek Academy was powerful, he had to seek justice for his son at this moment. For this, he would pay the price of his own life. Therefore, at this moment, Yao Heoxuan's father really couldn't stand it. He madly bombarded Xuanzai and Shrek. This also aroused the approval of many parents in the gap between the plains. They, too, didn't want their children to become the next Yao Heoxuan, so they all stood up and spoke at this moment. Yes, Shrek, this matter. How are you going to deal with it? Also, as citizens of the DOLOU three kingdoms, we pay taxes to the DOLOU three kingdoms every year. After this kind of thing happened, will the DOLOU three kingdoms choose to sit back and do nothing? I think you must help us get an explanation. Things started to escalate. Even in the end, some nobles stood up and asked the DOLOU three kingdoms to decide for them. But the DOLOU three kingdoms didn't dare to do that. They were basically in cahoots with Shrek Academy. Even if they weren't, they wouldn't dare to do it. Because there were so many strong people in Shrek Academy, if they took action against them, wouldn't that be courting death? And there was also the Sun Moon Empire coveting them. When Shrek Academy is destroyed, won't the Sun Moon Empire take advantage of the situation? So, at this moment, the emperors of the 3 DOLOU kingdoms began to speak. Please calm down. We will investigate this matter carefully after we get out of the Plain Gap. Shrek Academy is an important fighting force in our 3 DOLOU kingdoms. Without their help, our 3 DOLOU kingdoms will find it difficult to resist the invasion of the Sun and Moon. I believe you don't want to be enslaved by the Sun Moon Empire, right? So, please give Shrek another chance and give us more time. We will help you find out the details of this matter after we leave the Plain Gap. But before that, everyone should not continue to get emotional, which will only make things worse. The emperors of the 3 DOLOU kingdoms spoke one after another. They quickly stabilized the situation. Although many parents were still dissatisfied with Shrek Academy, they still had to give the emperor a face. Now, the only ones who could help them get justice were the emperors. They were just ordinary people. If they fell out with the DOLOU 3 kingdoms, then this matter would be over. Therefore, many parents dared not continue. Finally, the situation has not escalated further. After seeing this scene, Muen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He secretly remembered the kindness of the emperor of the DOLOU 3 kingdoms in his heart. If it hadn't been for the emperor speaking out to save them just now, the matter would have certainly gotten worse. But now it was quite dire. Because of Xuanzai, the Shrek Academy had lost its reputation. Muen could foresee that if they went back to the DOLOU continent later, Shrek Academy might be faced with a huge wave of dropouts. And all of this was attributed to Xuanzai. Xuanzai, what on earth were you doing at that time? Thinking of this, Muen was very annoyed. He couldn't help but ask Xuanzai who was at his side. Xuanzai avoided the question at first, claiming he was not managing properly, yet he didn't disclose what he had done. At that time, because the situation did not escalate, Muen didn't press him, silently helping Xuanzai cover up the matter. But this time, it was impossible to cover it up. Muen truly wanted to know what Xuanzai did at that time. If it was due to some special circumstances, then he could also come forward to help Xuanzai clean up the mess now. So, Muen looked at Xuanzai with a stern face. But Xuanzai hesitated for a long time after hearing this and didn't say a word. This made Muen's eyes even more disappointed. He knew that Xuanzai must have done something wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so guilty now. This made Muen's gaze toward Xuanzai even more annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that beating him to death would be useless, he wanted to slap Xuanzai to death. At this moment, a voice that had not appeared for a long time, but was highly anticipated by all the soul masters in the entire plane, rang out again. Ding! Time for the quiz with prizes has come. The next question is, what was Xuanzai doing when the Death God Envoy incident occurred? Answer options. A. He encountered a strengthened enemy or soul beast and had to take action. B. People have 3 urgent needs. A helpless move. C. I was hungry and went to roast chicken legs. Please make your choice within 1 minute. In addition, Xuanzai, as the person involved, cannot participate in the quiz with prizes this time to avoid suspicion. He will also be temporarily imprisoned in a special space to prevent him from interfering with your answers. Chapter 204, Choose C, Shrek has always been unreliable. Thank you at Orion Chung for joining my Patreon. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, a sudden sound echoed, and Xuanzai was directly locked into a strange space. But none of the soul masters present cared whether Xuanzai was safe or not. After learning that the prize quiz had appeared again, they all fell into a carnival. After all, for this group of soul masters, gaining continuous rewards in the gap between the planes and finally returning to the real world with those rewards had always been their biggest hope. They had been waiting for this prize quiz for a long time. It was just that this opportunity had not appeared for an extended period, so long that they almost thought it was gone. But now, the prize quiz has been completely resurrected. Therefore, all the soul masters present became excited at the same time. For those soul masters with clear needs, this excitement grew even stronger. Bibai Dong, Finally, it appears again, the prize-winning question and answer session. We have gained so many benefits from the previous questions and answers. I hope I can answer it correctly again this time. If I can answer it correctly, I will have a chance to get a reward, and this is our only chance to surpass Tang San. Kaiyan Rangsu, yes, I hope the final result will not disappoint us. The god of destruction was also full of expectations. I almost forgot about this. I also got promoted before and strengthened a lot of divine power. If I can answer correctly again, I may be able to strengthen my divine power once more. I hope this can help me become the strongest god in the god realm. That way, when I start implementing the god realm expansion plan again in the future, Tang San will not be able to stop me. Tangya's face was full of hatred. She still hadn't forgotten what Tang San did to their Tang sect, so she said coldly, "This time, I want to become stronger. Currently, I have obtained the strength of the titled DOLOU level and a lot of soul rings. But this is not strong enough. I need to go further so that I can kill Tang San and avenge our Tang sect." She was also very excited after hearing the news. At the same time, Tang San was eager for the reward of this quiz. I haven't received any reward yet. Kaiyan Rangsu and Bibai Dong are eyeing me now, and the god of destruction is getting stronger. I can't fall behind. And according to this situation, with the continuous broadcasting, many of the things I did may be exposed. Then the god of destruction may catch me and retaliate. So I need to prepare in advance. It's best to use the prize-winning quiz to improve my strength. By then, I will have absolute power. Even if they know what I did, what can they do? Who can do anything to me? He knows better than anyone how excessive his actions are. Therefore, with Xuanzai's collapse, Tang San began to be alert. If the situation continues developing like this, he will collapse sooner or later. Thus, he must obtain strong strength in advance to protect himself. The soul masters in the cracks of the plains were constantly thinking about their ulterior motives. They all had a huge demand for the prizes of this quiz. At this moment, a voice reminded them again. Friendly reminder, 30 seconds have passed, and you only have 30 seconds left to answer the questions. If you exceed the answering time, you will lose the qualification to answer. This voice came and went quickly. After the announcement, it soon stopped completely. But all the soul masters in the gap between the planes did not dare to delay. Seeing that half of the time had passed, many of them had not yet started to review the questions and make choices, so they began to review and think about the questions one by one. So this is the question. They quickly finished reviewing the questions, and thoughtful expressions appeared on their faces. Then they began to make choices one by one. I choose A. As a member of Shrek, Yan Xiaoj was the first to express his opinion. He must support Xuanzai, so he resolutely chooses to answer A at this time to show his trust in Xuanzai. The other students and teachers in Shrek Academy followed suit and directly chose option A. I choose a 2. Yuhao chose this as well. He still had many feelings for Shrek Academy in this world. Even though he had learned many truths about Shrek Academy due to the current exposure, he was still willing to trust this place, which made him feel warm. So at this moment, he began to follow suit and choose. However, Jing Hongchen did not choose this way. Before making his choice, he asked Kong Deming, "Mr. Kong, what do you think?" Kong Deming frowned and said, "If the answer is A, then Shrek would have already launched marketing before, so it definitely cannot be A, but these 3 answers are too outrageous. Going to roast chicken at this time? Is that something anyone can do? That's not right either. In my opinion, it should be B." Kong Deming chose B directly after finishing his statement. Jing Hongchen and the people of the Sun Moon Empire also chose B out of their trust in Kong Deming. On the other side, the gods in the god realm also began to make their choices. Dai Mubai chose A at the first opportunity. His reasoning was the same as that of Yan Xiaoj and others, all wanting to show their support for Shrek. Moreover, Dai Mubai believed that the members of Shrek Academy must know the inside story, so it would be correct to choose alongside them at this moment. After hesitating repeatedly, Tang San also chose A. However, at this moment, only a few votes had been cast for option C. The ones who chose C were Tangya, Kaiyan Rangsu, Bibai Dong, and the God of Destruction. Tanya was too low in level to communicate with the god of destruction. But at this moment, Kyan Rengsu and Bibai Dong began to discuss with the god of destruction. "Oh, what a coincidence. God of destruction, you also chose C," Kyan Rengsu remarked. "Normally, no one should choose such a nonsensical answer." The god of destruction smiled at this. "I don't like to follow the crowd. Since so many people have chosen A and B, I will choose C, which is not chosen by many people, and take a gamble." Then he asked Kyan Rengsu and Bibai Dong, "What about you? Why did you choose C? This option is not very reliable, right?" Bibai Dong smiled and responded, "Not very reliable? That's right. People from Shrek Academy have never been very reliable." Chapter 205. Is the answer really C? Xuanzi really went to steal food. After hearing what Bibai Dong said, the god of destruction could not help but be stunned. Then he smiled at Bibai Dong and said, "Oh, is there such a saying? Then I hope it is truly, as the Rakshasa said." After saying this, he retracted his gaze and planned to wait for the answer to be revealed. But on the side, Dai Mubai immediately became unhappy after hearing what Bibai Dong said. His expression turned extremely ugly as he looked at her with an annoyed face. "Bibai Dong, what do you mean? Are you humiliating our Shrek?" Bibai Dong looked at Dai Mubai with a look of disbelief. Then she replied directly, "Oh, to be honest, is that how it has become humiliating for you?" "That's funny." Dai Mubai grew even more annoyed upon hearing this. He said to Bibai Dong, don't be so arrogant. Just wait until this matter is over, and after returning to the God realm, see how Xiao-san deals with you." Bibai Dong's face grew a little cold. "Let's talk about that later. What if I get a reward later? Then you will be the unlucky ones." She continued speaking, effectively putting Dai Mubai in his place. After Dai Mubai was defeated several times, he stopped arguing with Bibai Dong. He knew that was just asking for trouble. He quickly redirected his gaze and began to look forward to the announcement of the answer. At this moment, the mysterious voice sounded again. "Time is up. The question-answering session has ended. All subsequent answers will not be counted in the statistics. The above are all the current statistics of the responses." After the voice said this, it displayed a fan-shaped chart of the selected answers on the screen. It recorded the answer ratios of all the previous respondents. Thanks to this fan-shaped chart, all the Soul Masters present could see their choices. But at this time, they found that option C still had only 4 votes. Although they didn't know who cast these 4 votes, it didn't affect their discussion at all. Someone exclaimed, "No, there are people who chose option C. Isn't this too outrageous?" Although Xuanzai is indeed very unreliable, he is not this outrageous. Going to roast chicken at such a critical moment, those who chose option C don't treat Xuanzai as a human being. After a brief discussion, the Soul Masters quickly turned their attention back to the screen, waiting for the answer to be revealed. On the Shrek Academy side, after laughing about the 4 votes, they looked at the screen again. At this moment, the screen flickered. The fan-shaped diagram on the screen completely dissipated. When the screen appeared again, only Xuanzai was left on display. He was indeed standing guard outside the cave at the beginning. But as he was standing guard, he suddenly heard a gurgling sound from his lower abdomen. Xuanzai had been standing firm at first. However, he used his mental power to investigate and found that Ma Xiaotao and others were engaged in battle inside the cave. Finally, he faltered. "It seems there shouldn't be a problem. That so-called death god envoy, while the name sounds quite intimidating, is just a 5-ring soul king. With that level of strength, anyone from our Shrek team can handle him. There's no need for me to waste time here." He muttered to himself, then touched his stomach and rushed off in another direction. "When I passed by earlier, I noticed a few pheasants over there, so I'm going to catch them and roast them. I'm so hungry." He quickly found the pheasants, started to kill them, clean them, and set a fire. After busily preparing his meal, Xuanzai's mouth was full of oil as he took out a wine pot and gulped down the wine. Once he had eaten and drunk enough, he washed his hands and mouth with water. Then he rushed back to the entrance of the cave without stopping. At that moment, an explosion echoed from the cave, accompanied by the triumphant laughter of the death god envoy. Xuanzai hurriedly used his mental power to check. But after checking, his face suddenly changed to one of despair. No, this is bad. This is trouble. He rushed to the cave in haste. But it was too late. Yao Heaxuan was dead, Chen Zifeng was disabled, Gong Yangmo was seriously injured, and the rest of the Shrek team members had also suffered varying degrees of injuries. The picture on the screen froze after displaying this scene. Xuanzai, who had been previously locked in the mysterious space, now returned to the gap between the planes. The soul masters in the gap between the planes were left dumbfounded. They stared at the stopped picture on the screen and began to doubt their lives. Then they couldn't help but start cursing. Damn, is the answer C? Is Xuanzai even a human being? Can he do such a thing? Isn't this too outrageous? The members of Shrek Academy suddenly felt that they had lost face. At this moment, the senior executives of Shrek Academy looked at Xuanzai with anger. They finally understood why Xuanzai had always hesitated when they had asked him about this issue before. It turned out he had gone to steal food. No wonder he was hesitant. So at that moment, they all felt extremely angry. Kong Deming and the others couldn't help but let out bitter smiles. I really can't see through him. I never expected that people from Shrek could be so irresponsible. I'm truly convinced. He felt extremely speechless. He had looked down on Shrek as much as possible, but he didn't expect that he would still overestimate them in the end. Kong Deming felt utterly helpless now, having wasted an opportunity to get a reward. Only the god of destruction, Tang Ye, Bibai Dong, and Kaiyan Rengsu were happy. This time, the four of them chose the correct answer again. They were favored by the goddess of luck once more. Soon, the reward boxes belonging to the four of them began to float down from the air towards their location. Chapter 206. Tang San was so angry. Kaiyan Rengsu and Bibai Dong got 2 god positions. The god of destruction got a new artifact. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing that the god of destruction, Tang Ye, Bibai Dong, and Kaiyan Rengsu all received rewards for choosing the right answer simultaneously, all the soul masters present showed envious eyes. They all regretted their previous choices. Really, they still looked up to Xuanzai too much. They thought he was a big shot and couldn't make such a low-level mistake. But from now on, this Xuanzai is nothing. Although his soul power cultivation is as high as level 98, he lacks the caution and responsibility that belongs to a strong man. Therefore, all the soul masters in the gap of the plane despise him in their hearts. On the other side, Tang San felt extremely uncomfortable about this. He could be said to be the most uncomfortable one among so many people present. The reason other people feel uncomfortable is nothing more than that they chose the wrong answer before and failed to get the reward. But what about Tang San? His situation is completely different. He is not uncomfortable merely because he did not choose the answer. The most uncomfortable thing for him is that his enemies have all received rewards. Only 4 people received rewards this time, but these 4 people all wish Tang San to die. There is no need to say more about Kaiyan Rengsu and Bibai Dong. They have been tortured because of Tang San for 10,000 years. If given a chance, they would like to cut Tang San into pieces. And Tang Ye is not much better. Although Tang San is the ancestor of the Tang sect, he killed countless Tang sect disciples because of his selfishness. So she also hates Tang San to the core. The only one who does not hold personal hatred for Tang San is the god of destruction. But the problem is that Tang San violated the laws and regulations of the god realm and engaged in too many petty tricks in secret. According to the current situation, these things will sooner or later be exposed due to the subsequent broadcast of the original time and space. And by then, according to the character of the god of destruction, he will not let Tang San go. Therefore, Tang San did not want the god of destruction to get a reward. But now, the things he could not accept the most had all happened. Tang Ye, Bibai Dong, Kaiyan Rengsu, and the god of destruction all received rewards. This made him feel that his head was swimming. He could only look at Bibai Dong and others in front of him again, simultaneously praying and cursing in his heart, hoping that the rewards they received would be somewhat worthless. But on the other side, things did not go as he wished. The moment Tang Ya opened the treasure chest, the mysterious voice sounded again. Congratulations to Tang Ya, you have successfully obtained a random reward. Super DOLOU level cultivation. Your soul power cultivation is now directly raised to level 95. As the voice fell, a strong soul power was directly injected into Tang Ya's body. This caused her soul power level to instantly rise to level 95. Tang San couldn't help but twitch his mouth after witnessing this scene in front of him. The soul masters in the plain gap looked on with envy. When Tang Ya looked at Tang San, her eyes were full of hatred. Wait, Tang San, I'm already a super DOLOU. If I go one step further, I will be an extreme DOLOU. Then I will break through the God realm, surpass the God King, and finally tear you into pieces. She openly displayed her hatred for Tang San. This scene also made Tang San's left eyelid twitch wildly. But this is not the most concerning issue. The most terrible thing is that Bibaidong and Cunning Rengsu also opened their reward treasure chests. As the two opened their treasure chests, two divine lights of different colors suddenly emerged from them. Then the voice sounded again. Congratulations to Cunning Rengsu for obtaining a third-level god, the inheritance of the God of Sword. Now, you have both the God of Angels and the God of Sword. Congratulations to Bibaidong for obtaining a third-level god, the inheritance of the God of Fear. Now, you have both the God of Rakshasa and the God of Fear. Cunning Rengsu and Bibaidong both obtained their second godhood. Although it was only the godhood of a third-level god, the power of a third-level god obtained out of thin air made Cunning Rengsu and Bibaidong's strength soar further. After seeing this scene, Tang San felt even more frightened. No way, dual god positions, isn't that the same as me? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he felt. The reason he, Tang San, could become the God King in such a short time was because he had the power of dual god positions. But now Bibaidong and Cunning Rengsu also possess this significant advantage. Although their second god positions are only level 3 gods, what if they correctly answer and receive rewards later? If they further upgrade their god position levels, could it even lead them to enter the realm of God King simultaneously? Tang San was feeling overwhelmed at the thought of this. He felt that he was incredibly unlucky. Not only did he not receive any benefit, but his mortal enemies were becoming crazily stronger one by one as if they had turned on cheats. If this trend continues, it will be difficult to deal with later. So he quickly looked at the last person who had not opened the treasure chest, the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction seemed to have noticed Tang San's mood changes. He showed a mocking smile the moment he saw Tang San looking at him. Then he opened the treasure chest. Suddenly, a more terrifying aura emanated from the treasure chest. Congratulations to the God of Destruction for obtaining the artifact, the Destruction Spear. The God of Destruction looked at the divine spear in front of him in shock, as this aura was far too compatible with him. He just grabbed the divine spear in his palm when he found that the divine power within him skyrocketed by 50%. Do you know what this means? If calculated carefully, it means that after equipping this destruction spear, the divine power of the God of Destruction has surged by half more than that of Tang San. Thus, even the God of Destruction couldn't help but become a little fanatical after witnessing this scene. Good stuff. He wouldn't let it go and kept toying with it. But Tang San, on the other side, wore a completely different expression. He was numb with disbelief. Seeing the God of Destruction, Tang Ya, Cunning Rengsu, and Bibaidong all gaining varying degrees of strength improvement made him feel as if his back teeth were about to break. He could only look at the screen again in despair and shout in his heart, "Where's the new quiz? Hurry up and start. This time I must get the reward too." Chapter 207, Parallel Yuhao also met the Messenger of Death. Thank you at Xenon and JTR for joining my Patreon. At this moment, after discovering that Tang Ya, Bibaidong, Cunning Rengsu, the God of Destruction, and other enemies of his had gained a significant increase in strength after correctly answering the prize-winning quiz and receiving their rewards, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of crisis in his heart. He knew that if this continued, his situation would surely become extremely dangerous. If things kept developing like this, he might end up being killed by Bibai Dong, Kyan Rangsu, and the others. So, at this moment, he was overwhelmed with anxiety and roared in his heart. He looked at the screen with a nervous expression, hoping to see if he could trigger the next prize-winning quiz. But in the next second, the screen that was originally displaying the original time and space picture went dark. As soon as this screen went out, the screen on the other side, which was displaying the image of Yuhao in the parallel world, lit up again. However, at this moment, Tang San no longer had the mind to pay attention to that. His eyes couldn't help but darken as he looked at the picture that appeared on the screen. He couldn't help but think to himself, other things don't matter. Now, I just want to quickly trigger a new prize quiz. Please, give me a chance to win a reward. Otherwise, something terrible will happen. He began to look at the screen with anticipation. And at this moment on the screen, Yuhao and Wang Donger have joined the Sun-Moon team under Kong Deming's arrangement to participate in the Soul Master competition together. Because of the extreme importance of Yuhao, Jing Hongchen chose to lead the team himself. At this moment, he had already led the Sun-Moon team out of the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy and was heading toward the Star Luo Empire. They were very safe along the way. With the help of advanced soul guidance devices, their journey was quite relaxed. Not to mention, they had Jing Hongchen to escort them. So even if they encountered evil soul masters, those enemies had to take a detour upon discovering them. But on this day, when Yuhao and his group arrived in the territory of the Star Luo Empire, they found a little boy blocking their way. This ragged little boy looked about 5 or 6 years old. He was thin and even a little malnourished. After seeing the boy's appearance, Yuhao couldn't help but think of himself when he was still in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Because it was so similar. At this moment, after blocking the way of Yuhao and others, the little boy knelt and kowtowed silently. He kept knocking his little head against the ground, while sending out a desperate plea for help to Yuhao and the others. Master Soul Masters, please save my mother. She was captured by a group of robbers recently. This group of people are evil soul masters. They have been terrorizing our area for a long time and call themselves the Death God Envoys. Countless people have been killed by them. This time, my mother and I passed by here, and they robbed us of our money. In the end, my mother was kidnapped by them while trying to protect me. They are all a bunch of beasts. If my mother falls into their hands, I don't know what kind of torture she will suffer. So, please save my mother, Master Soul Masters. If you can help me save her, I will repay your kindness with my whole life. The little boy cried bitterly. He kept knocking his head while asking for help, indifferent to the blood already flowing from his forehead. The members of the Sun-Moon team exchanged bewildered glances. They were not the type to meddle. Tragically, this sort of thing happened every day in the Sun-Moon Empire. If they tried to help everyone, they would never have an end to it. Moreover, they were not from the Star Luo Empire. Now, they had to participate in the Soul Master competition. Time was tight, and wasting it on an irrelevant person could potentially derail their entire mission. Thus, the members of the Sun-Moon team initially thought of ignoring the plea, and even Ma Rulong suggested to Jing Hongchen that they simply leave. But at this point, Yuhao stepped forward. He was not a kind-hearted person. However, he had experienced a situation similar to that of the little boy. This scene felt too much like his own childhood experience, which struck a chord in Yuhao's heart. He first asked the little boy to stop kowtowing, then inquired, "Where is your father?" The little boy's eyes suddenly reflected a look of disdain. "He is a drunkard and a scumbag. Our family used to be wealthy, but he ran away after losing all our property. That's how my mother and I ended up like this." Yuhao sighed upon hearing this. "Is your father a scumbag?" After saying this, he turned his gaze to Jing Hongchen again. "Dean, can you give me some leeway?" Ma Rulong and the others were stunned upon hearing this. "No way, Yuhao. Are you one of those good-for-nothings?" Yuhao sighed. "Good-for-nothings? I don't think so. However, what I experienced as a child resonates with this situation, and I can't just stand by and do nothing." Ma Rulong scratched his head in exasperation. Xiao Hongchen then spoke to the little boy. You are lucky. Then he said to Jing Hongshan, Grandpa, time isn't that urgent right now. Jing Hongshan could only sigh helplessly. Okay, do as you wish. Then he asked the little boy to lead the way. The little boy gratefully thanked Yuhao and the others, quickly leading them along. Finally, he brought Yuhao and the others to a cave. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the soul masters couldn't help but twitch their lips. You can't go through the cave, right? You switch schools, and now Yuhao from the parallel world has to do it all over again. But this time, his teammates are completely different. Moreover, the strength of Yuhao in the parallel world is not comparable to that of Yuhao in the original world. It's really interesting. I'm curious, will the tragedy of the original time and space happen again? Chapter 208, Another Accident. Do you really think I am Xuanzai? Thank you at Xenon and JTR for joining my Patreon. After seeing Yuhao from the parallel world on the screen also arrive at the cave of the Death God Envoy, the soul masters in the gap between the planes couldn't help but start discussing it. However, after hearing their conversation, Jing Hongshan could no longer hold back. He immediately retorted to the group of soul masters who had spoken earlier. Will the tragedy happen again? It definitely won't. How powerful is Yuhao in the parallel world? Haven't you all seen it? If he wants to, he can kill this Death God Envoy alone. Besides, he continued, even if he can't manage it, don't I still have you? Do you think I'm Xuanzai? Jing Hongshan kept speaking, his contempt for Xuanzai apparent in his tone. Surprisingly, no one refuted him. After watching the clips previously played from the original time and space, the present soul masters were completely disappointed with Xuanzai. So, at this moment, after hearing what Jing Hongshan said, many soul masters began to express their agreement. Really? After all, if a normal person were here, it would be impossible to go against the will of heaven like Xuanzai. So logically speaking, the tragedy of the original time and space should not happen. They voiced their opinions one after another. Meanwhile, Xuanzai was filled with annoyance. He couldn't help but curse, Jing Hongshan, don't go too far. Don't forget, you're just an ordinary titled duo. Even with the help of soul guidance devices, you aren't my opponent in a real fight. However, Jing Hongshan showed no tolerance for Xuanzai. After hearing his complaint, he sneered and replied, Yes, I admit that. But no matter what, isn't it easy for me, Jing Hongshan, to deal with a Death God Envoy? I won't be off roasting chicken legs like someone else during an important time. Xuanzai's face grew increasingly ugly when Jing Hongshan publicly revealed his scar. But he knew that public opinion was not in his favor at that moment. So he refrained from saying anything further and focused his gaze back on the screen displaying the parallel world. At the same time, he thought to himself, HMPH, let's wait and see. This Death God Envoy is not an ordinary Soul King. Among all the Soul Kings I have met, I would call him the strongest. It would be amusing if Yuhao from the parallel world also faltered. Jing Hongshan felt a little bored seeing Xuanzai quiet down. Soon, he returned his attention to the screen, curious about how things would develop next. At that moment on the screen, after arriving outside the cave, Jing Hongshan first used his mental power to sense the situation inside. After all, he is a titled duo, and his mental powers are quite formidable. Through his perception, he soon gathered information about the soul masters in the cave. I just sensed it. There are many soul masters in this cave, but most of them are not particularly strong, only around 3 rings. The strongest among them has 5 rings. However, his aura is very evil. He should be an evil soul master. When the members of the Sun Moon team heard this, they wore solemn expressions. Jing Hongshan continued, Your team was originally formed temporarily, so coordination has always been a weakness. While extensive training has been conducted on this aspect, training and actual combat are different. Thus, I think this is a good opportunity to test your actual combat capabilities. As he spoke, Jing Hongshan looked at Yuhao on the side. Yuhao, you are the captain. So, you need to start arranging tactics. How to save those people, and how to deal with the enemy moving forward is up to you. But remember, the entire team is supposed to obey your commands, so your decisions are crucial. Jing Hongchen wanted to train Huo Yuhao, hence the test he presented. Huo Yuhao, however, did not feel stage fright. After hearing Jing Hongchen's words, he promptly nodded in agreement and said, "Understood." He immediately began to devise tactics for the team members. Then, he arranged for them to equip all the necessary soul guidance devices. All the soul masters in the team complied with Huo Yuhao's orders. This was not only because Huo Yuhao was the key training target of the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, but also because he had earned their trust through his abilities during recent training sessions. Everyone quickly started acting upon Huo Yuhao's commands. And at that moment, in the gap between the planes, after observing their well-coordinated actions, the Soul Masters couldn't help but sigh. There is no problem with this level of mutual understanding. If this level of teamwork doesn't work, it's impossible even for Shrek Academy. Moreover, the players here obey Huo Yuhao's commands. But the Shrek team in the original time and space was not united. At least in the original time and space, Huo Yuhao offered suggestions, but no one was willing to listen. So, it's easy to predict what the outcome will be. A group of soul masters continued to discuss this amongst themselves. People like Chen Zifeng began to reflect on their past decisions. If they had listened to Huo Yuhao's advice to equip themselves with defensive soul guidance devices that day, would the outcome have been different? I have a problem too. Of course, Huo Yuhao was also in deep thought. What he reflected on was his lack of ability. It was precisely because of this that he had little influence on the team previously. But Huo Yuhao from the parallel world was different. Whatever he said was regarded as true, and no one in the team questioned him. This was also an extremely important factor for success. Sure enough, I'm still far behind. After contemplating this, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but sigh. He looked back at the screen. At that moment on the screen, after arranging everything, Huo Yuhao had begun to lead the team into the cave. Chapter 209, Beginning Action, parallel to Huo Yuhao's strategy. Thank you at Damocle72 for joining my Patreon. At this moment, at the entrance of the cave, 5 or 6 robbers stood watch, observing the surroundings with vigilant expressions, acting as guards. After Huo Yuhao led Meng Hongchen and the others to discover these robbers, he did not rush to act. Instead, he hid in the bushes at a distance. Then he used his spiritual detection of the composition of the robbers and began to formulate a strategy for their next move. After some observation, he said to the people behind him, "Everyone, through my earlier detection, I found that about 5 or 6 robbers are guarding the cave entrance. However, I sense that these robbers are not evil soul masters. They are simply ordinary soul masters with soul power cultivation, probably around the 3rd and 4th rings." Xiao Hongchen, who was ready to take action, responded immediately. "Then, what are we waiting for? Let's charge right in, Yuhao. A few soul masters at the 3rd and 4th rings are no match for us." But Huo Yuhao shook his head at Xiao Hongchen. "That's not what I meant, brother Xiao. Although these few soul masters guarding the gate are not very strong, there are still dozens of robbers inside the cave. The most crucial thing now is that we don't know the abilities of the evil soul master. If we rush in like this, we'll alert the enemy. At that point, the dozens of robbers will swarm us. Even though we are stronger, we'll kill them slowly. But the most troublesome opponent this time is the evil soul master. If he uses any special abilities during this time, it could cause us significant trouble." Huo Yuhao continued his analysis. After hearing his insights, Xiao Hongchen and the others felt that Huo Yuhao's reasoning made sense. "That's right, I was impulsive just now," Xiao Hongchen admitted. Being straightforward, he readily accepted his mistake. Ma Rulong piped up, addressing Huo Yuhao. "In that case, Captain, what are your plans? Just tell us and we'll follow your lead." Meng Hongchen quickly echoed, "Yes, we will all follow your arrangements." After they finished speaking, everyone looked at Huo Yuhao expectantly. And in the gap between the planes, after witnessing this scene, a group of soul masters couldn't help but sigh. Jing Hongchen remarked, "As expected of Huo Yuhao from the parallel world, he is calm and shows great leadership. Under his guidance, the entire team has become very composed and rational. Kong Deming added, "Exactly. Did you hear what he just said?" He pointed out that rushing in could lead to being surrounded by the robbers, giving the evil soul master an opportunity to attack secretly. Isn't this reminiscent of what the students of Shrek Academy did in the original time and space? They rushed indirectly due to their impulsiveness, ultimately being surrounded by evildoers in the cave. And the Death God Envoy took that opportunity to activate his special abilities. Otherwise, with the strength of Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuheng, the Death God Envoy could never withstand one of their moves. How could he have had a chance to unleash such a terrifying move? Kong Deming recalled their past and finished his thought. After hearing him, many soul masters in the Plain Gap were left stunned. Yes, Kong Deming was right. What Yuhao had noted in the parallel world was essentially the same mistakes the Shrek team made in the original time and space. For a moment, they couldn't help but sigh again, acknowledging how impressive Yuhao in this parallel world was. He had eliminated a wrong option right at the beginning. This was far stronger than the Shrek team in the original time and space. As a result, the Soul Masters in the Plain Gap couldn't help but speak in praise of Yuhao from the parallel world. However, Xuanzai could hardly bear to listen anymore. Since Yuhao had left Shrek and joined Sun Moon Imperial Academy, he harbored no goodwill toward him. Moreover, what Yuhao was experiencing now mirrored precisely what the Shrek team had gone through. So if, in the end, the members of the Sun Moon team encountered no troubles under Yuhao's leadership, wouldn't that mean that he was indeed more powerful than Xuanzai? What would that mean for Xuanzai's reputation? At that moment, Xuanzai desperately wanted to see Yuhao from the parallel world fail spectacularly. He cursed silently, hoping to induce trouble for Yuhao in the parallel world. His eyes reflected his cold disdain as he thought, "Useless, this is all useless. The explosion of this Death God Envoy is sequential. Moreover, his ability is extremely strange. It belongs to corpse explosion. How can anyone be prepared without knowing his soul skills? Even if Yuhao in this parallel world has more tricks up his sleeve now, he'll fall victim to the Death God Envoy's strategy. Just wait and see." He focused back on the screen, cursing Yuhao in the parallel world in his thoughts. In the current scene, after sensing the looks of inquiry from everyone, Yuhao did not act pretentiously. He stated directly, "Our primary goal now is to sneak into this cave. First, we need to eliminate the robbers without being discovered, and then rescue the child's mother. I considered our approach. These gatekeepers are only 3rd and 4th ring spirit masters, so they aren't strong. If there are 5 or 6 of them, Ma Rulong and I, being 6-ring soul masters, can sneak in and take them down instantly. This way, we won't alert the enemy." Ma Rulong nodded and agreed instantly after hearing Yuhao's plan. "Okay, let's proceed as you propose." The two of them moved into action immediately. They began to stealthily slip into the shadows like ghosts. As Yuhao expected, the strength of the gatekeepers was too weak. How could they notice the movements of Yuhao and Ma Rulong, whose strengths were beyond their capability? Thus, the two easily crept up on them. When Yuhao got close enough, his eyes met those of the robbers. In an instant, a strong wave of mental force surged forth, causing the robbers to feel dizzy and collapse to the ground. Chapter 210, Assassin's Creed, Yuhao. Thank you at Damokles72 for joining my Patreon. When Yuhao and Ma Rulong removed their disguises and appeared in front of the robbers, Ma Rulong originally planned to attack directly. But Yuhao's movements were too fast. As soon as he appeared, his spirit eye's martial soul was activated. Yuhao calmly glanced at the robbers. The robbers immediately felt dizzy and weak all over. In just a blink of an eye, the robbers fell to the ground with a thump. At this moment, Ma Rulong had just summoned his martial soul. After witnessing the robbers being killed instantly by Yuhao and dropping to the ground, Ma Rulong couldn't help but twitch his lips and silently retract his martial soul. He turned to Yuhao and said, "Captain, since you can kill them instantly with your mental power, why bother doing so much? Wouldn't it be better to just knock them out from a distance?" After hearing Ma Rulong's words, Yuhao shook his head. "Although mental attacks are invisible, their range is limited. While I can increase the attack range with mental detection, the farther the distance, the more precise my control must be, and the more spiritual energy it consumes. These robbers are just appetizers, so it's not worth expending so much energy on them." Ma Rulong nodded in sudden realization after listening to Yuhao's explanation. He understood why Yuhao made such a fuss over a situation that could have been resolved easily. Quickly, he looked back and waved to Xiao Hongchen and the others. Xiao Hongchen and the others rushed over after seeing Ma Rulong's gesture. "So fast," Xiao Hongchen exclaimed when he arrived. Ma Rulong smiled. "The captain used his mental power to kill them in seconds. I didn't even have time to make a move." Meng Hongchen, somewhat confused, asked, "Speaking of which, where's Yuhao?" Upon hearing her, everyone looked around, puzzled. They soon spotted Yuhao pulling out a small knife from his storage soul guidance device. Calmly, he approached the robbers. He squatted down, held the first robber's hair with one hand, and swiftly slashed with the short knife in the other. His movements were crisp and neat, exuding extreme skill. One by one, the robbers were beheaded. Yuhao tossed the severed heads aside, then took out clean water to rinse the blood from the knife, careful to avoid the smell of blood. At that moment, Ma Rulong, Xiao Hongchen, and the others were all dumbfounded. After all, they were students of the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, and none of them had ever killed anyone. Seeing Yuhao execute the robbers so calmly left them in shock. Yuhao explained, "These robbers aren't good people. They would cause trouble if allowed to live, so it's better to eliminate them as soon as possible. Besides, we don't know when they might wake up. If they do and turn against us, things could get messy." Though the Sun Moon team students could grasp the logic, their faces still turned pale. Especially Meng Hongchen, she couldn't help but ask, "Yuhao, this can't be your first time killing someone, right?" Yuhao replied gently, "I killed someone when I was 6 years old." "Okay, let's not dwell on this. Let's go." He patted everyone's shoulders. And everyone obediently followed Yuhao. However, as they continued to watch him, a sense of fear began to creep in. This scene also made the soul masters in the gap between the planes sigh. If it weren't for this incident, I would have forgotten that Yuhao in this parallel world is also a ruthless individual. This is true. He seems to be living a better life now, with a happy family and a devoted girlfriend, so he rarely has opportunities to kill. But when events like this occur, I remember what Yuhao in this parallel world had done before. What a terrifying person. The soul masters in the gap between the planes couldn't help but continue their discussions. They turned their attention back to the screen. At this moment on the screen, under Yuhao's leadership, everyone had entered the cave. They didn't carry torches and kept their steps light as they walked. Yet they weren't worried about getting lost, as Yuhao maintained spiritual detection at all times. In the darkness, Yuhao and his group avoided detection by hiding as they spotted patrolling robbers. Whenever they found an opportunity, they would attack, using their mental power to take them down and then quietly sever their heads with a knife. However, Xiao Hongchen and the others felt somewhat redundant beside Yuhao. At this moment, they finally understood that if Yuhao wanted to, he could take out all the robbers here by himself. So far, Yuhao had eliminated 2/3 of the robbers single-handedly. The scary part was that he did it all without making a sound, leaving even the dead robbers unaware of their fate. Many times, the robbers didn't even realize they were dead because Yuhao attacked them mentally, causing them to faint instantly. After Yuhao's assassination, all the robbers in their vicinity were eliminated. It was at this moment that Yuhao spotted the boy's mother. She was tied to the bed by the robbers, and it was clear what they intended to do with her. Fortunately, they were slain by Yuhao before any harm could come to her, so he freed her from her bonds. Chapter 211, Corpse Explosion, Blood Explosion, Parallel Yuhao sees the clue. successfully rescued by Yuhao. The mother and child were naturally grateful. Especially the mother. She understood that if the previous group of robbers had managed to tie her up on the big bed, they would surely have humiliated her cruelly later. She had almost considered biting her tongue to commit suicide to escape that fate. Fortunately, Yuhao saved her in the end. After being rescued, she kept kneeling and kowtowing to Yuhao and his group, with gratitude in her eyes beyond words. "Okay, let's go. We can't stay here for long, leave quickly." But Yuhao didn't relish this kind of gratitude. He didn't do it for thanks. He acted because the woman's situation reminded him of his own childhood experiences. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with such trivial matters. At this moment, Yuhao quickly urged them to leave after rescuing the mother and child. They obeyed and departed immediately. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, because the Soul Masters had seen previous scenes from the original time and space, they couldn't help but discuss the absence of the mother and child. Come to think of it, why didn't I see this mother and child when watching the original time and space scenes? It must be because the timing was off. Yuhao in this parallel world arrived earlier than the Shrek team did. In the original time and space, when the Shrek team came, this mother must have suffered a terrible fate. It's entirely possible. Then they owe their thanks to Yuhao from the parallel world. A group of soul masters kept chatting. On the other side, Ling Liuchen frowned. She understood why others claimed not to have noticed this mother. However, she remembered this mother vividly. When they rushed into the cave, this mother had been humiliated beneath a group of robbers. Ling Liuchen had originally planned to rescue her, but Ma Xiaotao ended up being too ruthless and inadvertently burned the mother to death. Although Ma Xiaotao later claimed it was to grant her mercy, Ling Liuchen thought she had simply gone too far. After that incident, Ling Liuchen developed significant prejudices against Ma Xiaotao. Seeing the mother and child successfully rescued by Yuhao in the parallel world made Ling Liuchen feel somewhat better. She looked again at the heroic figure of Yuhao on the screen and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only it had been Yuhao leading the team instead of Ma Xiaotao, how much better it would have been. If he had led them, that tragic outcome would never have occurred. She exhaled and focused on the screen again. On the other side, Xuanzai's eyes turned extremely cold. He did not want to see Yuhao in the parallel world live a good life, especially surrounding the incident with the death god envoy. He wished to see Yuhao achieve nothing. Thus, as the scene played out before him, he scoffed silently. "Wait, you're in trouble now. There are corpses all over the ground. Once the death god envoy detonates, no one will escape. Do you think you're clever? Your cunning will backfire, and you'll realize too late that you're doomed." He sneered and watched the screen, eagerly anticipating the tragic scene he hoped to witness. At that moment on the screen, after sending the mother and child away, Ma Rulong and the others turned their attention back to Yuhao. "What should we do next, Yuhao? Should we stop here, or should we take advantage of the situation to target the evil soul master?" Yuhao replied, "Since we're here, we should take advantage of the situation to eliminate him." The others nodded in agreement, intent on heading deeper into the cave to locate the evil soul master. Suddenly, Yuhao stopped. He stood there in silence for a long moment, looking around and pondering. Ma Rulong, Meng Hongchen, and the others were puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Yuhao, what's on your mind?" Yuhao responded, "Have you noticed that there are suddenly more corpses in this area?" Ma Rulong's mouth twitched at this. "Aren't these all your handiwork?" Yuhao shook his head. "I killed some of them, but a large portion was already here." Everyone realized what was going on after hearing this. It indeed seemed to be the case. However, Meng Hongchen still didn't quite understand what Yuhao was implying. She asked again, "But what does that mean?" Yuhao replied, "It's strange. This cave serves as a resting place for these robbers. Logically speaking, they wouldn't want to stay in such a foul-smelling and unsanitary environment. The fact that they chose to do so must have deeper significance." Xiao Hongchen frowned upon hearing this. He said to Yuhao, "Yuhao, are you being too sensitive?" What purpose does a corpse serve? After a brief moment of thought, Yuhao answered, Do you know about corpse explosions? Evil soul masters are labeled as such not merely due to their wicked actions. Many malevolent individuals in this world aren't classified as evil soul masters. So, why are some acknowledged as evil soul masters? Because their cultivation methods are wicked, or, in other words, their martial souls are particularly nefarious. Some evil soul masters, like the blood infant DOLOU of yore, require the consumption of newborns to cultivate. Others rely on killing and inflicting harm as part of their attack skills. Several common methods employed by these evil soul masters are corpse explosion, blood extraction, and corpse control. Upon careful consideration, if I were an evil soul master, I'd strategically arrange the corpses in this manner to deter enemy attacks. When the enemy strikes, I would initiate corpse explosions and blood explosions, or even control the corpses to revive them and transform them into zombies. Anyone who approached would meet their end. Do you think this is feasible?